In the initial phase, the development of the undead army commences, forging a cataclysm of the undead. In the intermediate stage, the advancement of magical technology takes place, creating a mechanical calamity. In a latter phase, a counter-offensive against the abyssal realms is launched, engaging in warfare across other dimensions. On the day of his job transition, Ming awakens the system, and upon transforming vegetation, he can automatically generate various skeletons. As the system progresses, an array of extraordinary skills emerges in succession. Undead Mother Nest. The host can consume mental energy to transform any plant into an undead mother nest. The type of plant determines the category of undead troops, while the growth cycle dictates the strength of the undead creatures. Undead Mark. When summoned entities slay enemy units, there's a 50 probability of assimilation. Damage Resonance. After sustaining damage, summoned entities will gain attributes. Augmenting these attributes and ecological value will allow skeletons to evolve. Troop Fusion. Upon mutual fusion of basic troop types, more formidable units are unlocked. Years later, are the abyssal races the invaders? No, my undead army is the true force of invasion. Quickly inform the higher-ups. Ming has single-handedly penetrated deep into the abyss. When Ming advances into the depths of the abyssal world, he realizes that everything is not as simple as it appears. It is only then that the true chaos begins to unfold. Chapter 1. The Job Transition Ceremony. In Longhua Province, Tianjing City, the largest stadium is currently filled with all the senior students from Tianjing City. Indeed, they are on the verge of becoming delicate university students. Today marks the most significant day of the year in the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the most crucial day in the lives of the students. Job transition, acquiring one's exclusive profession. Some will rise from mediocrity, soaring to great heights, while others will recover their fortunes, embarking on a prosperous journey. Even more will transition into medical professions, reputed to rejuvenate 60-year-old gentlemen, allowing them to revel in nightly festivities. The professions that emerge during the job transition ceremony are limited only by one's imagination. There is no profession unattainable. On the podium stands Principal Chu Feng of Tianjing No. 1 High School, impeccably dressed in a black suit, diligently reciting the essential points of the job transition. Chu Feng, level 48, Thunderblade, Sword Saint. However, the senior students below are already lost in reverie, envisioning the splendid lives awaiting them post-profession acquisition. The 2055 Job Transition Ceremony of Tianjing City officially begins. With Chu Feng's words, the 6 formations within the stadium suddenly blaze with brilliant light. Ming gazes at the formations, radiating golden light, filled with anticipation. After 5 years in this world, I have finally endured to reach this moment of job transition. Countless years ago, a tumultuous upheaval occurred within the fabric of this world space, creating rifts to the abyssal realms. Since then, innumerable abyssal creatures have surged forth, bringing immense peril to this world. However, it is often the case that crises are accompanied by opportunities. Due to the connection with the abyssal plane, the creatures of this world have also been profoundly affected. Beasts have become increasingly robust and bloodthirsty, while humans have acquired extraordinary abilities. Those endowed with such abilities are referred to as professionals, categorized broadly into 3 main classes: combat, support, and lifestyle. Each class further subdivides into numerous subclasses. For instance, the combat class includes warriors, mages, archers, and assassins, among others. Simultaneously, this world has witnessed the emergence of countless dungeons and secret realms. Through these dungeons and realms, slaying abyssal creatures and beasts yields experience, equipment, and resources. Thus, one can elevate their level and enhance their strength. As Chu Feng concluded his remarks, he promptly arrived at the front of Tianjing No. 1 High School, where Ming was located. "Everyone follow me. We are heading to the first job transfer array." At that moment, a commotion arose behind Ming. Make way, excuse me." A young lad was desperately squeezing through the crowd towards Ming, provoking considerable annoyance from those around him. When he finally reached Ming's side, he was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. "What are you doing up here, buddy? Didn't we agree you'd wait for me in the back?" This fellow had a penchant for sleeping in, and even such an important matter as a job transfer could not help him overcome this habit. "It's still early. You can catch a few more Z's." Lin Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue and shot Ming a glance. "What do you know? I'm young. I can fall asleep in an instant. You wish you could sleep and not be able to. By the way, Is there a profession where you can just lie down or breathe and become stronger? My expectations aren't high. I truly wish I could just relax and grow stronger. Before Ming could respond, a classmate nearby could no longer contain himself. I think you're suited for the profession of sleep deity. Let's just send you off to bear the title of a male concubine in bear country. I reckon he would excel in dreaming. Perhaps a profession that revolves around dreaming would suit him better. Ha ha. What a preposterous notion. The sleep deity is a mythic-level profession, already claimed by someone from bear country. How could it possibly be available to him? Ha ha. Lin Xian was unfazed by their teasing, instead chuckling to himself. But what if? What if I were to shudder and suddenly acquire a mythic-level profession? Wouldn't you all explode on the spot? The sleep deity is a top-tier support profession where one can gain substantial experience merely by sleeping. This experience can either be utilized personally or shared with other professions. It is undoubtedly a coveted experience package, a dream come true for countless professionals. However, it seems that this particular sleep deity has not fared well, as he has become the kept pet of a high-ranking individual in bear country, though it remains unclear whether this individual is male or female. The three categories of professions are not ranked by strength, each playing a significant role in different contexts. Among them, combat professions are the rarest, followed by support professions, and finally lifestyle professions. Chu Feng led the group to the first job transfer array and respectfully bowed to the elder in charge of the transfer. Master Yun, we are once again in your debt for the students of Tianing No. 1 High School this year. Master Yun nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the students present. Yun Gang, level 54 array master. This individual was well known to Ming, a highly esteemed master in Tianing City. It is said that his level surpasses even that of Chu Feng. The array master profession belongs to the support category, specializing in the deployment of various formations, killing formations, confusing formations, illusion formations, and defensive formations. An array master who prepares formations in advance possesses combat capabilities comparable to top-tier combatants. Thus, this profession is highly sought after and esteemed. Chu Feng glanced at another teacher, who nodded in response before promptly announcing. First up, Pang Shurui. Pang Shurui stepped nervously from the crowd and entered the formation. Moments later, a radiant white light emanated from the array, signaling the conclusion of his job transfer. Yin Gang's leisurely voice resounded. Pang Shui, apothecary, a common profession. Pang Shurui's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet, his mind swirling as if he had just received a notification of acceptance from an electronics factory. Professions are ranked by rarity from high to low: mythic, legendary, epic, rare, and common. The higher the rarity, the greater the potential it represents. Yet the experience required for leveling up also increases. Naturally, the enhancements gained with each level up are more substantial, and as levels rise, the disparity between professionals of different rarities becomes increasingly pronounced. Although the apothecary is a common profession, if the skills are potent, it can still yield significant accomplishments. Remember, there are no worthless professions. Yin Gang timely painted a hopeful picture, leaving Ming momentarily taken aback. This sentiment feels oddly familiar. Yin Gang's words, however, somewhat eased Pang Shurui's expression. At the very least, his profession holds some utility and is not entirely devoid of merit. If he can acquire useful skills, he could produce potions and perhaps even open a shop selling them, leading to a modestly prosperous life. While he may not attain great wealth or status in his later years, he would surely live without worry. Thank you, Master Yun, for your guidance. After bowing to Yun Gang, Pang Shurui exited the job transfer array. Yu Fan, Wang Ning, Yang Wei. The next students called by name entered the job transfer array one after the other. However, after more than 20 students had gone through, they all emerged with the same lifestyle professions: chef, tailor, farmer. Pang Shurui's profession became the most remarkable among this group. Thus far, no combat professions had appeared from Tianing No. 1 High School. Chu Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. Yin Gang cast a glance at him and teased. Principal Chu, this year's badge from No. 1 is brimming with a sense of lifestyle. Chu Feng forced a smile, opting not to respond. At this moment, he merely wished to maintain his silence. Wang Ya, a rather ordinary student, not particularly striking in appearance, with theoretical grades merely above average, belonging to the crowd that could be easily overlooked. Her gaze flitted nervously, her demeanor exuding deep-seated insecurity as she timidly approached the job transfer array, lacking confidence. Yet this seemingly unremarkable girl, the moment she stepped into the job transfer array, was immediately enveloped in a dazzling golden light. A golden silhouette appeared above the stadium, wielding a golden blade, with 3 pairs of enormous wings on its back, captivating all eyes. In an instant, the dense clouds were entirely dispelled, and a golden halo illuminated the entire stadium, enveloping everyone in an indescribable sense of comfort. A legendary class profession, the 6-winged angel, and a main combat class at that. As Yun gasped in astonishment, he sprang to his feet, his gaze solely filled with satisfaction and envy. A legendary class profession, such a rarity among millions. The potential for an extraordinary future. Even more astonishingly, Wang Ya's entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Her previously ordinary appearance became ethereal and radiant, as if she were graced with a beauty filter and a charisma enhancement buff. The rarity of her profession indeed altered both her aura and her looks. The clouds of gloom vanished from Chu Feng's face, and a wild grin spread across his lips. He no longer even considered Jingjing. At this moment, even if none of the remaining students possessed a main combat class, it mattered not. This year, having just one 6-winged angel was more than sufficient. The task assigned by the higher-ups had been flawlessly accomplished. Chu Feng's spirits soared, his smile a mix of rebelliousness, indifference, and casual nonchalance. "Master Yun, how are our students this year?" Upon witnessing his smug expression, Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation and begrudgingly replied, "Consider yourself lucky, you rascal." The stadium erupted in a frenzy following Wang Ya's transition to a legendary class profession. The value of a legendary class profession is simply unparalleled. The last time a legendary class profession emerged in Tianning City was with General Longhua, wasn't it? Indeed, it has been over 40 years. Longhua is a source of pride for our Tianning City. With Wang Ya's ascension, she must be on the verge of soaring. We shall have to address her as Big Shot Wang henceforth. The aforementioned Longhua was once a student of Tianning City's first high school, with the legendary class profession of Bone Blade Evolver, a premier assassin class among main combat professions. Now a formidable figure at level 84. During a cataclysmic abyssal uprising, when the abyssal creatures breached the defenses, Longhua single-handedly vanquished the abyssal monster commander, turning the tide of battle. Due to his extraordinary contributions, a province was named in his honor. Presently, there are 100 legendary class practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom, yet only he enjoys such a distinguished honor. Wang Ya joyfully stepped out of the magic circle. Despite her efforts to contain her excitement, the corners of her mouth betrayed her elation. "Young lady, your profession is remarkable, with limitless potential. You must strive diligently to become a pillar of our human race." Wang Ya bowed respectfully to Yungang. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I shall keep your words close to my heart." Upon returning to the crowd, she, once overlooked, instantly became the center of attention. Some offered compliments, others sought to forge connections, and a few took the opportunity to confess their feelings, creating a scene of delightful chaos. Next, Su Ming. Upon hearing this name, Wang Ya, who had just been basking in the adoration of the crowd, immediately turned her gaze toward the class transition magic circle, her eyes sparkling with unabashed anticipation. Chapter 2. The Lord of the Undead. Upon hearing his name, Su Ming's heart raced, yet his face remained as composed as an ancient sage. He strolled leisurely towards the class transition array, his gait so unhurried that onlookers might have mistaken him for a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. As he passed by Chu Feng and Yun Gang, he offered a respectful salute before stepping into the array, exuding an air of calm assurance. Chu Feng observed his retreating figure, nodding slightly, reflecting, "This child possesses remarkable steadiness." His impression of Su Ming was profound. 5 years prior, Su Ming's parents had perished on the Abyss battlefield, becoming heroes and leaving behind a merely 13-year-old boy. Despite being orphaned, Su Ming exhibited extraordinary politeness and decorum, far removed from the typical demeanor of a child. Over the years, Chu Feng had quietly watched over Su Ming, not only because the boy was genuinely likable, but also out of deep respect for his parents. "Master Yin, what are your thoughts on this child?" Chu Feng could not help but inquire. His father transitioned into the rare class of Gale Swordsman, while his mother became an epic class, Holy Light Priest. Yun Gang shot him a sidelong glance, responding with an edge of annoyance. "Principal Chu, you know that the rarity of a class is not hereditary. You are well aware of this fundamental truth." After a brief appraisal, he added, "However, the child's temperament is commendable. If he can awaken a suitable class, he is likely to achieve significant accomplishments in the future. Chu Feng understood Yun Gang's perspective but still harbored hopes that Su Ming would attain a prestigious class and find a promising future. As the array activated, Su Ming felt as though he had been thrust into an X-ray machine, an invisible force scanning him thoroughly. It even seemed to reveal the patterns on his undergarments. Rare class, Lord. The thought barely flickered in Su Ming's mind when he was met with an exceedingly mechanical voice. Detection of host awakening rare class, Lord. This class is incompatible with the undead ecosystem. Optimization will be performed. Optimization in progress. Optimization complete. Congratulations. Host has obtained the unique class, Lord of the Undead. Acquired talent. Blessing of the Reaper. Unique class. Su Ming was momentarily bewildered. He had never encountered a class of this caliber before. What was this? A unique class? It was nowhere to be found in textbooks. After 5 years of poring over the library, not even a mention in the annals of history. Yet, Su Ming understood that mythical classes were characterized by their uniqueness. Unless the class bearer met their demise, this mythical class could not be transferred to another. The Lord of the Undead being a unique class, did that imply it could rival mythical classes? While rare indeed, its strength compared to mythical classes remained uncertain, only to be revealed upon encountering a mythical class bearer for a contest. At that moment, the outside world fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixed blankly on the sky. Shortly after Su Ming entered the class transition array, it illuminated with a green glow. The crowd anticipated a rare class. Suddenly, a surge of white light erupted, accompanied by an extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. The once radiant sky turned gloomy, and a bone-chilling wind swept through the stadium, causing shivers to run down the spines of all present. From the heavy clouds, figures gradually emerged, skeletal warriors clad in heavy armor wielding long blades. Skeletal knights riding upon skeletal steeds with scythes in hand, skeletal archers brandishing bone bows, and a colossal skeletal dragon soaring overhead. The numbers were overwhelming, resembling an ocean of bones stretching infinitely. Without exception, they all knelt on one knee, bowing towards Su Ming. The square erupted into chaos as the crowd buzzed with discussions about this spectacle. What the hell? 2 phenomena in succession? When did such occurrences become so common? What is this? A skeletal assembly? A preview of the undead disaster? Just moments ago, Wang Ya's 6-winged angel was impressive enough, but in comparison to this spectacle, it pales in significance. Mythical level. It must be mythical level. Otherwise, could it create such a commotion? Don't be absurd. Mythical level glows red. This is gray-white light. Do you understand? The students in the square were in an uproar. Simultaneously, the phenomenon in the sky replayed in Su Ming's mind. Echoing the words, "Welcome, my lord." Su Ming's heart surged with excitement, nearly causing him to leap in joy. Though this unique class was unfamiliar, just look at this grandeur. This presence. The skeletals seem kneeling in homage. Absolutely magnificent. 5 years. Do you know how I've endured these 5 years? Su Ming had traversed through 5 long years. Initially, he had yearned for the system daily, experimenting with various methods, yet to no avail. If this transition did not yield results, he had resolved to take a gamble and start anew. Outside the class transition array, Chu Feng and Yun Gang exchanged bewildered glances, utterly flabbergasted. The gray-white glow of the array? Unprecedented. This undead disaster-like phenomenon. Unheard of. Master Yun, with your vast experience, what is your take on this? Yun Gang shot him an exasperated look. I'm merely observing. Chu Feng thought to himself, this old man certainly has a sharp tongue. As Su Ming emerged from the class transition array, Yun Gang and Chu Feng immediately approached him. Su Ming, what just happened? What is the level of your class? Su Ming glanced at the two, internally scoffing. You two are the experts, yet you don't know? How could I possibly? Naturally, he could not disclose the existence of his system, so he replied, Master Yun, Principal Chu, I'm not quite sure what is going on, but it seems my class is a unique one. A unique class? Yun Gang pondered thoughtfully. Such a class had never appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. It warranted reporting to the authorities. Chu Feng wholeheartedly agreed. Su Ming maintained his composure, his expression tranquil, and after bowing to the two, he descended from the transition platform with calmness. Yun Gang could not help but exclaim, even amidst the most daunting challenges, his demeanor remains unchanged. This child's temperament is truly formidable. He is destined for greatness. However, within Su Ming's heart, tumultuous waves of anxiety surged. He was utterly bewildered. A unique class sounds impressive, but without any command over troops, what was he to do? An isolated lord of the undead? Wasn't he that merely a mascot capable of shouting 666? Moreover, he glanced at his first skill, which had a rather imposing name, feeding on 1,000 bones. It sounded like a summoning type, but upon closer inspection, the description seemed rather off. Wang Yi had witnessed Su Ming's class phenomenon and regarded him with a complex expression. Lin Xian promptly approached, grinning broadly. Well done, Ming. You've made quite the spectacle. Just wait, I'll show you something even more impressive shortly. Let us see you transition first, Su Ming replied dismissively before promptly checking his attribute panel. Name, Su Ming. Class, Lord of the Undead. Level, 1-0-1000. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Mentality, 20. Vitality, 10. Equipment, none. Number of undead, none. Types of undead, none. Talent, Blessing of the Reaper. Skill, 10,000 bones feeding the demon, active skill. Blessing of the Reaper. For every undead unit that slays an enemy, there is a 10 chance of permanently increasing all attributes by 1. 10,000 bones feeding the demon. Consumes mental energy to coalesce a certain number of bones into a bone demon, with the demon's strength varying according to the amount of mental energy expended and the quantity and quality of bones used. Mental energy is 10 points higher than the 3 other dimensions. Clearly, the Undead Lord is inclined towards a summoning class. However, why does it require 1,000 experience points to level up? According to Su Ming's knowledge, the experience required for an ordinary class to level from 1 to 2 is merely 100 points. An epic class can level up with 300 experience, while a legendary class requires only 500 experience. Yet, this unique class of his demands a staggering 1,000 points, double that. It's even more demanding than a legendary class. Currently, being just 500 points short seems insignificant, but as levels increase, this experience requirement might become utterly exhausting. This is simply absurd. It's like opening the door to absurdity. Can this unique class truly contend with divine classes? Su Ming felt uncertain, judging by the experience requirement, even if it isn't divine. It must be half a step toward divinity. Nevertheless, the system's bestowed talent, Blessing of the Reaper, is undeniably extraordinary. It grants growth potential to summon creatures. Although it may be just a single point each time, it endows the undead with the ability to grow, which is truly remarkable. This value certainly far exceeds the additional experience requirement. Well, Su Ming chuckled wryly to himself, thinking, let us consider it a double experience trade-off for a cheat. In contrast, this skill appears rather conventional. Wait a moment. Su Ming's calm demeanor shattered in an instant as he internally screamed. What the heck? Where's the promised sea of undead? Where's the skeletal army? Is it true that my undead lord starts with just one skill? And it's a skill for manually crafting a bone demon. In that moment, Su Ming froze. Chapter 3, 7-Day Leveling Quest. Oh right, the system. Su Ming suddenly recalled the existence of his system and hurriedly began to check. Undead Ecological System 10, upgrades with host level. Ecological value, 0 points today. 1 Shadow Cypress, Skeleton Assassin. Unlock with 100 ecological points. 2 Ash Phoenix, Skeleton Phoenix. Unlock with 1,000 ecological points. 3 Functions, 1 Undead Nest. Undead Vegetation, 0-10. Ecological value, automatically generated daily based on the prosperity of the Undead Ecological System. Usable for unlocking rare vegetation and evolving vegetation with extensive applications. Undead Nest. 1. The host can consume mental energy to transform any vegetation into an undead nest, which will automatically generate undead creatures each day. 2. The host can also consume ecological value to unlock rare vegetation, thereby obtaining rare nests and consequently rare undead creatures. Upon seeing the possibility of summoning undead creatures through the system, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. An undead lord without summoned creatures would be utterly ridiculous. Lin Xian, an epic class windwalker. While Su Ming was examining the system and attributes, Lin Xian had already completed his awakening. Looking up, he saw the blue light of the job change gradually dissipating, revealing Lin Xian grinning widely. An epic class, though not as rare as a legendary class, is still quite impressive. Currently, there are only about 100,000 epic classes in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xian approached Su Ming with an air of self-importance. Nudging him with his elbow, nostrils flared. How's it going, Mingo? Epic class. From now on, I'll have your back. If we encounter monsters in dungeons, just hide behind me and watch me slip in. No. Watch me stealth. A sly smile crept onto Su Ming's lips as he appraised Lin Xian's robust physique. Have your back? Sure. But you're a windwalker, right? An assassin class. Buddy, with your sturdy build, the enemies might hear your thundering footsteps from a mile away. The surrounding classmates erupted in laughter. I can't take it anymore. The imagery is too vivid. Amidst the mirth, Lin Xian suddenly vanished, moving with such speed that only an afterimage remained. Everyone felt a chill on their necks, as if a gust of cold wind had swept past. When Lin Xian reappeared, he held a red pen. and the classmates who had laughed the loudest now bore bright red lines on their necks. If that had been a real dagger, they would already be queuing for their demise. Laughter ceased abruptly, the atmosphere turned silent, and no one dared to underestimate Lin Xian any longer. Indeed, an epic class is not to be trifled with. Wow, what an agile, hefty fellow, someone whispered in astonishment. With such speed and agility, I owe you an apology. Lin Gu, I was wrong. Those who had laughed earlier quickly recanted. Su Ming nodded lightly. Not bad, quite strong, worthy of joining me in dungeons. Lin Xian, somewhat speechless, shot Su Ming a disdainful glance. Come on, buddy, saying that makes it sound like my epic class is inferior to yours? What exactly is your class, anyway? Why the inflated ego? Su Ming patted his solid shoulder, finding it quite pleasant to the touch. The vision of a sea of skeletons composed of bones lingered vividly in Su Ming's mind, not to mention an epic class. Even a divine class would likely be overwhelmed. After all, every human faces fatigue, depletion of strength, and exhaustion of mental energy, but skeletons can persist indefinitely. Perhaps your epic class truly does not compare to mine. Lin Xian refrained from further debate, gazing at Su Ming in disbelief, puzzled about the source of his confidence. 3 hours later, the transition at Tianning City finally concluded. Among the 1,100 students at Tianning No. 1 High School, there were 60 main combat classes, 136 supportive classes, and the remainder were all life classes. This ratio was slightly lower than the previous year, yet it included both Wang Ye and Su Ming. One is a legendary main combat class, rare among thousands, while the other appears to be equally formidable. Principal Chu Feng was grinning from ear to ear, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Just as he prepared to lead the team back to school, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone halt. The crowd looked up to see a man materialize out of thin air, standing in midair, his formidable aura instantly suppressing the entire assembly. Su Ning, level 61, Spacewalker. The students had never witnessed such a spectacle before, rendered speechless and fearful, while the teachers, upon using detection spells to check his level, gasped in shock. A level 61 powerhouse. He is actually an epic class, a spacewalker. Looks like a significant figure has come down from the province. Su Ning surveyed the crowd and spoke in a solemn tone. The Abyss battlefield is in crisis. All schools must lead their students to dungeons for training and level up as swiftly as possible. His words stirred a tempest of emotions. The playground erupted into cries of despair. My 3-day vacation. We agreed to rest for 3 days after the transition. I had plans with my girlfriend for battle. Sir, doesn't your conscience ache? Ah, my vacation. The playground instantly transformed into a scene of mass lamentation. Su Ning observed this with a heavy heart, realizing that these students had been too well protected, to the extent that they had forgotten the current state of humanity and the battles occurring at every moment. He spoke solemnly. Within 7 days, all students from Tianning City participating in this transition must. The first student to reach level 20 shall be rewarded with a high-level skill scroll. The second student to attain level 20 will receive a mid-level skill scroll, while the third will be granted a low-level skill scroll. Additionally, the 410th student will receive a piece of blue-quality equipment, the 1,150th will earn green-quality equipment, and the 50,100th will be awarded 100 gold coins. Should you be indifferent to these rewards, feel free to take a rest. There is no compulsion. Whether you choose to level up independently or join school groups, to qualify for rewards, you must visit the professional center for level verification. The timing for reaching level 20 will be based on the certification time at the professional center. We shall reconvene in 7 days. As Su Ning's words trailed off, a profound silence enveloped the playground. Skill scrolls are essential for every professional. With every 10 levels gained, a new skill can be learned. And there are only 2 avenues to acquire skills, the first being skill books, and the second, skill scrolls. The latter is the superior option, while the former is secondary. Skill books are economical and commonplace, yet they predominantly contain widely known skills. Although there are indeed valuable skill books, they are usually retained by professionals for personal use, seldom sold. Consequently, skill books have become the prevalent choice among most professionals, with the most common ones priced around 1,000 gold coins. Conversely, skill scrolls differ significantly upon utilization. They generate skills that align most closely with your profession. The higher the level of the skill scroll, the greater the compatibility, and naturally, the power of the skill also escalates. For instance, a Knight of the Light type using a low-level skill scroll would acquire a skill suited to the knight profession, while employing a high-level scroll might yield a skill that not only aligns with the knight profession, but could also possess light effects. A low-level skill scroll costs 10,000 gold coins, while high-level scrolls are rare and invaluable. A piece of blue-quality equipment requires at least 1,000 gold coins, and green-quality equipment a minimum of 100 gold coins. The hierarchy of equipment quality is as follows. white, green, blue, purple, epic, and gold, legendary. Collectively, the rewards amount to over 2 million gold coins, with the high-level skill scroll accounting for the majority of that value. Upon concluding his speech, Su Ning ignited a fierce determination within all the students. What are we waiting for? Charge forth. Let us level up. That high-level scroll is mine. No one shall snatch it from me. A girlfriend? I'll break up without hesitation. Release the abyssal monsters? I shall take on the challenge. Even the wealthy heirs were not exempt. They disregarded the rewards, focusing instead on the opportunity for fame. Securing the first position would cement their names in Tianning City. However, Su Ming sensed an underlying anomaly. An urgent situation in the abyssal battlefield? Why is the province pouring so much money into nurturing newcomers? The matter seems far from simple. Perhaps the front lines are strained and in dire need of fresh reinforcements? Despite recognizing the ulterior motives, Su Ming was compelled to level up to secure the top spot. His family had long been impoverished. Acquiring even a skill book was a daunting challenge. This was an exceptional opportunity. Wanya clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, resolute in her pursuit of that high-level scroll. Lin Xian nudged Su Ming with his elbow, grinning as he said, "Tomorrow, during the school's arrangement for the dungeon, I'll team up with you to level up." Su Ming slowly shook his head. The experience gained from teaming up would be halved. Prior to level 10, fast leveling required solo play. There was, of course, something he did not voice. He had no intention of participating in the dungeon arranged by the school, as it would be a waste of time. When everyone farms monsters in a single dungeon, while safety is greatly enhanced, the number of monsters each individual can slay is significantly reduced. Leaving the playground, Su Ming felt a strong urge to return home and delve into his undead ecosystem. Midway home, a figure blocked his path. It was the newly ascended goddess, Wangya. Upon seeing Su Ming, Wangya immediately approached him. "Hello, Su Ming. It's a pleasure to meet you," she greeted, her smile radiant and brimming with confidence. A stark contrast to her demeanor prior to her class transition. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. He had no recollection of any prior interaction with her. "I heard you awakened as a six-winged angel today. Congratulations. May I ask what brings you here?" He mused inwardly. What could a legendary figure want with me? Does she wish to form a partnership? Wangya smiled brightly, exuding youthful exuberance and confidence, her earlier insecurities vanishing with her newfound legendary profession. "It's nothing special. I just wanted to get to know you. If the opportunity arises, perhaps we could tackle a dungeon together?" Su Ming was even more astonished. A legendary figure extending an invitation? This was not the expected dynamic. Shouldn't she be aloof, waiting for others to fawn over her? Sure, if the opportunity arises. Once home, Su Ming immediately commenced experiments with the undead ecosystem. He sought out the nearly lifeless old willow trees in the yard, cautiously extending his mental energy towards them. "You shall be the one." "No, that's not right. It's the undead mother nest." Detected nearby vegetation that can be converted into an undead mother nest. Requires 100 mental energy points. Conversion currently not feasible. "What? Not enough mental energy?" Su Ming exclaimed. He gazed at his empty blue energy bar, then at the crooked willow tree, internally raging. Damn it. Not enough blue energy. Does this broken system not even provide a starter pack? Chapter 4. The Undead Mother Nest. Su Ming cast a glance at the wilted weeds in the corner of the yard, internally rejecting the notion. As a dignified lord of the undead, starting with weeds as a mother nest? How would he hold his head high? How would he navigate the world of skeletons? Disgusted, he shifted his gaze to the vibrant potted plant on the windowsill. Detected nearby vegetation that can be converted into an undead mother nest. Requires 30 mental energy points. Conversion currently not feasible. Still not viable? Not even the potted plant. Surely, I am not being forced to bow to the weeds. Reluctantly, Su Ming gathered his mental energy around the weeds. Detected nearby vegetation that can be converted into an undead mother nest. Requires 10 mental energy points. Proceed with conversion? With a long sigh, he acknowledged the reality. It seemed his undead army would indeed have to commence from the weeds. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation. Conversion commenced. Conversion successful. Dead grass unlocked. With 10 mental energy points remaining, Su Ming prepared to convert another weed. This type of vegetation already exists within the mother nest, cannot convert again. In that instant, Su Ming grasped the meaning behind the term mother nest. It appeared that each type of vegetation could only possess one mother nest. He promptly checked the system panel. Undead Ecosystem Level 10. Ecological value, 0, 1 point per day. Function, 1 undead mother nest. Undead vegetation, 1 dead grass. Evolution level, 0, 10 ecological points required for evolution. Unit type, skeleton warrior. Generation speed, 5 units per hour. Vegetation can evolve, and after evolution, its generation speed should increase as well. All of this remains unknown. and Su Ming can only explore gradually, step by step. Upon transforming that weed into the nest of the undead grass, the plant in the courtyard exhibited no discernible changes. However, Su Ming felt an intrinsic connection to this weed, which served as his anchor in this realm. With but a thought, regardless of his location, he could summon his minions to this very spot through the weed. At that moment, a sharp pang surged within his mind, though it dissipated almost as swiftly as it had come. Hastily, Su Ming examined his thoughts, discovering a silvery vortex materializing deep within his consciousness. Gazing through the whirlpool, he beheld an empty expanse, approximately 100 square meters in scope, beyond which lay a murky haze obscuring all sight. This place shall henceforth be referred to as the necromantic space. On the ground of the necromantic space, a solitary grayish-white weed had appeared, unmistakably the one he had previously transformed. Unlike its counterpart in the courtyard, this one bore a bone-like hue, resembling the very essence of skeletal remains. In that instant, Su Ming comprehended that this was indeed the locus for the growth of vegetation post-transformation. This implied that the undead grass within the necromantic space would naturally propagate and flourish. As their numbers increased, would it not follow that the rate of summoning creatures would accelerate? This nest of the undead was akin to a barracks, capable of producing minions. A terrifying thought flickered through Su Ming's mind. If the entirety of the necromantic space were to be enveloped in vegetation, it would mean an incessant generation of countless summoned beings at every moment. One day, the army of the undead he commanded might surpass the very population of this world. Even in his typically composed demeanor, he felt a surge of fervor. At that time, his legion would likely surpass the horrifying visions he had witnessed upon awakening. In that moment, he would truly be the lord of the undead. An hour swiftly passed, and Su Ming sensed the emergence of 5 skeletal warriors within the necromantic space. With a flicker of thought, a black vortex materialized before him. Accompanied by the unsettling sound of grinding bones, a skeletal warrior, appearing as if suffering from severe osteoporosis, emerged, clumsily wielding a half-rusted bone dagger. With a tilted head and vacant eye sockets, it aimlessly surveyed its surroundings, its frail frame suggesting it might collapse at the slightest breeze. Incapable of assembling itself again, skeletal warrior, level 1, strength 10, agility 10, mentality 10, constitution 10, skills none. A remarkably balanced set of attributes. The advantage lies in the absence of any weaknesses, yet the drawback is a complete lack of strengths. It could be deemed the exemplary student among skeletons, adequate in all respects. Yet nothing remarkable. Su Ming commanded, "Go, chop down that crooked willow tree." Upon receiving the directive, the vacant sockets of the skeletal warrior ignited with a flicker of soul fire as it lunged forth with surprising speed. Thud, crack, the half-bone dagger struck the trunk, splintering wood and immediately revealing a deep gash. Thud, thud, thud. In a mere few strikes, the crooked old willow tree was severed at the waist. Not bad. While individually weak, their numbers could easily compensate for this deficiency. After retrieving the skeletal warrior back into the necromantic space, Su Ming proceeded to review his attribute panel. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Lord of the Undead. Level, 1-0-1-0-0-0. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Mentality, 20. Constitution, 10. Equipment, none. Number of undead, 5 skeletal warriors. Talent, Blessing of the Reaper. Skills, 10. 000 Bone Feed Magic, active skill. In the ensuing time, Su Ming began meditating to restore his mental energy. Shortly thereafter, he received a notification from the school. At 8 a.m. the following morning, all students were to gather at the school gate. Those arriving late or absent would forfeit the reward of leveling up to level 20 within 7 days. It warned against attempting to solo the dungeons, stating that the monsters within were far more terrifying than anticipated. Upon reading the message, Su Ming's lips twitched. It appeared that participation in the school's organized dungeon run was unavoidable. He resolved to rise early the next day, conquer a dungeon first, and then proceed. Before retiring for the night, Su Ming took a moment to gaze into the mirror, noting that his appearance remained unchanged. It seemed he was indeed too handsome, leaving no room for improvement. With that, he settled into a restful sleep. The next morning, at 5:30 a.m., the alarm jolted Su Ming from his dream of being submerged in a sea of skeletons, dragged back into reality. After a night's passage, the number of skeletal warriors had surged to 45. Entering the necromantic space, he observed some skeletal warriors fervently probing the mist's edge, others in a stupor, and some playfully tapping each other's skulls, injecting a unique vitality into the otherwise barren necromantic space. Notably, as the number of skeletons increased, the visual range within the necromantic space expanded as well. With 45 skeletal warriors at his disposal, he deemed himself ready to tackle a dungeon. After a light breakfast, Su Ming ventured forth to the dungeon, a relatively obscure level 1 dungeon. In this world, dungeon access was restricted to the hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., akin to anti-addiction measures. He was determined to secure a high-level skill scroll. While the school's organized dungeon runs were safe, their efficiency was woefully inadequate. Moreover, Su Ming required significantly more experience to level up than his peers, prompting his decision to tackle a dungeon solo to gain some experience. The number of dungeons within Tian City was vast, and drawing from his 5 years of knowledge, Su Ming swiftly identified his destination: Haunted Castle, a level 1 dungeon. Although it was classified as a level 1 dungeon, the quality of its monsters was notably high, making it an unappealing choice for novices. Conversely, for slightly higher-level practitioners, there was little incentive to engage with level 1 monsters. Consequently, few ventured here to gain experience. Su Ming's reasons for selecting this particular dungeon were twofold. Firstly, entry was immediate, requiring no waiting in line. Secondly, it offered substantial experience. The Haunted Castle was divided into 3 levels. The first level contained 200 gargoyles. The second harbored 50 elite gargoyles, and the third featured the boss, the Gargoyle King. After mentally traversing the layout of the dungeon, he stepped inside. The environment shifted dramatically. A grand castle loomed atop a desolate highland. Its exterior walls were constructed of ancient gray stone bricks, overrun with moss and vines, the ravages of time rendering the stones mottled and faded. The castle's towers soared into the clouds, their pointed peaks casting eerie shadows beneath the moonlight, as if they might topple at any moment, yet remain steadfast. Su Ming unleashed all of his skeletal warriors into the realm. En route to the dungeon, 5 more skeletal warriors had been generated, bringing the total to 50. Attack! With a mere thought, the 50 skeletal warriors surged eagerly into the castle. Before Su Ming could take a step, he received a notification. Successfully killed a gargoyle, earning 10 experience points. In but a fleeting moment, a single gargoyle was dispatched with remarkable swiftness. Although the attributes of an individual gargoyle and a skeleton warrior are comparably mediocre, both are currently rather weak. However, the sheer number of skeleton warriors is overwhelming. They exhibit no sense of honor in combat, swarming together to engage in a brutal onslaught against any single foe. It appears that slaying 100 gargoyles will grant me an upgrade. Chapter 5. The Ancient Castle of the Underworld. Successfully killed a gargoyle, earning 10 experience points. Successfully killed a gargoyle, earning 10 experience points. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Su Ming's mind, akin to a relentless drumbeat. By the time Su Ming reached the entrance of the castle, his experience points had surged to 150. What astonishing efficiency! The strategy of overwhelming numbers is indeed effective. Suddenly, he noticed a desiccated tree, roughly the width of his wrist, standing adjacent to the castle. An eccentric thought struck him. I wonder if the vegetation within this instance can be transformed? If so, could I not plant a marker here, allowing the skeletons to autonomously farm experience for me, even while I remain idle? The prospect of idle leveling. Without hesitation, Su Ming focused his mental energy toward the withered tree, and the system promptly chimed in response. Detected nearby vegetation suitable for conversion into a necromantic nest. Requiring 40 points of mental energy. Conversion not currently possible. Su Ming was elated. It truly can be transformed. Once I level up once or twice, I should be able to initiate the conversion. He stepped through the castle's grand entrance, and an icy gust of wind greeted him, laden with dampness and decay. In mere moments, his experience points soared to 420. The rate at which 50 skeleton warriors were clearing the instance was somewhat sluggish, and losses were inevitable during their endeavors. Already, 5 skeleton warriors had been shattered and forcibly returned to the realm of the dead. However, as the skeleton warriors are sustained by the fire of their souls, they remain undying as long as the fire persists, merely requiring time to recuperate in the necromantic space. The recovery time aligns with the creation rate of a new skeleton from the nest. In other words, after 12 minutes, the fragmented skeleton warriors would fully revive. Furthermore, as the nest evolves, their recovery time will decrease in tandem with the generation time. Perfection. Invincibility. Su Ming, unperturbed, decided to sit down and meditate to restore his mental energy. After 15 minutes, he welcomed his first upgrade. Name: Su Ming. Class: Necromancer Lord. Level: 2-0-2000. Strength: 20. Agility: 20. Mental: 40. Constitution: 20. Equipment: none. Number of undead: 50 skeleton warriors. Types of undead: 110. Talent: Blessing of the Grim Reaper. Skill: 1. Bone Feast, active skill. With the elevation of his level, Su Ming's mental energy increased by 20 points, while his other 3 attributes each rose by 10 points. This revelation profoundly reshaped his understanding. For legendary classes, The initial 10 levels typically grant an increase of half the attribute points per level, which amounts to 5 points each time. Yet, he had managed to gain 10 points. This signifies that compared to other legendary classes at the same level, those classes only possess half the attributes of Su Ming. Could this be the reward for accumulating 1,000 experience points? How exhilarating! Moreover, his mental energy had completely replenished upon leveling up. There was no need for meditation. The mere act of leveling restored his mental energy, a sight that would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. The skeleton warriors continued their fierce engagements within, while Su Ming returned to the desiccated tree at the castle entrance. He concentrated his mental energy, detected nearby vegetation suitable for conversion into a necromantic nest, requiring 40 points of mental energy. Would you like to convert? Conversion. Conversion successful. Unlocked the cursed tree of vegetation. Immediately, Su Ming checked the interface of the Undead ecosystem. Undead ecosystem 10. Ecological value. 1, 2 points of day. Function, 1 necromantic nest. Undead vegetation, 1 death grass. 2 cursed tree. Evolution level, 0, 40 points of ecological value. Troop type, skeleton mage. Generation rate, 5 per hour. Astonishingly, a mage-type skeleton. Indeed, different types of vegetation yield distinct units. However, it remains to be seen whether the attributes of the units generated differ based on the consumption of 40 mental energy versus 10. After tending to the tree at the entrance, Su Ming ventured deeper into the castle, and after a short while, he observed the skeleton warriors engaged in combat with gargoyles. As a group of skeleton warriors advanced, the moment a gargoyle revealed itself, each skeleton warrior struck, and the gargoyle was obliterated in an instant. Amidst the fray, one particular skeleton warrior drew Su Ming's attention. Its skeletal structure appeared notably sturdier than that of its fellow warriors. He promptly examined its details. Skeleton Warrior 006. Level 1. Strength, 31. Agility, 31. Mental, 31. Constitution, 31. Skill, none. Upon reviewing its attributes, Su Ming was genuinely taken aback. Such elevated stats. The blessing of the Grim Reaper is indeed formidable. Wasn't it stated that there was only a 10 chance of a permanent boost to all attributes upon a kill? How could its attributes have surged by 21 points so swiftly? While other skeleton warriors experienced various degrees of enhancement, their attributes remained within the range of 48 points. With this particular one standing out drastically, 006 truly distinguished itself among the ranks of skeleton warriors. A veritable chosen worker in the realm of the undead. Su Ming silently commended its prowess. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. All the gargoyles on the first floor had been vanquished, and Su Ming's experience bar had climbed to 500. The 4 primary attributes of 006 had escalated to 43 points. Its superior attributes translated to higher damage output, enabling it to secure more kills, thereby amplifying the probability of attribute enhancement and fostering a virtuous cycle. Henceforth, the disparity between 006 and its fellow skeleton warriors would only continue to widen. Ascending the dilapidated wooden staircase to the second floor, the space was noticeably more confined than that of the first. As he entered the second floor, he immediately spotted an elite gargoyle in a slumbering state. Compared to the ordinary gargoyle, the elite variant appeared considerably more robust. Elite gargoyle. Level 1. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Mental, 20. Constitution, 20. As soon as Su Ming encroached upon the elite gargoyle's attack range, its massive wings quivered slightly, and it lunged toward him. 006. Protect me. Su Ming commanded calmly. The skeleton warrior 006 swiftly maneuvered to position itself before Su Ming, gripping its blade with both hands, and executed a powerful vertical slash. Crack. The elite gargoyle was cleaved in twain with ease. The attributes of skeleton warrior 006 were indeed double that of the gargoyle, rendering such a swift kill a mere formality. With a mere thought, Su Ming summoned 2 skeletal warriors to serve as his guardians. The remaining skeletal warriors dispersed, embarking on a quest to hunt down elite gargoyles, dispatching them one by one with a mastery that was almost painful to watch. The speed at which the skeletal soldiers eliminated the elite gargoyles surpassed their efficiency against ordinary gargoyles, largely thanks to skeletal warrior 006. In no time, 50 elite gargoyles lay vanquished. A gray beam of light erupted from Su Ming's body, heralding his successful ascent to level 3. All attributes surged by an additional 10 points, while his mental prowess increased by 20 points. However, the experience required for his next level up had risen to 3,000. The 4-dimensional attributes of Skeletal Warrior 006 had also reached an impressive 48 points. Without delay, Su Ming ascended to the 3rd floor in search of the boss, the Gargoyle King. The confines of the 3rd floor were cramped, with the Gargoyle King, the final boss of the ancient castle of the Netherworld, occupying the central position. Under the dim moonlight, the silhouette of the Gargoyle King emerged, its twisted and grotesque visage marked by deep-set eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light. Its body appeared to be constructed of rough-hewn stone, with muscular contours visible in the moonlight, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Chapter 6. The Bone-Feeding Demon. Ming stood at the entrance to the third floor, refraining from immediately entering the territory of the Gargoyle King. The Lord Gargoyle King was classified as follows. Level 1. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Mentality, 40. Constitution, 40. Skills, none. Its attributes were strikingly similar to those of Skeletal Warrior 006, making this boss formidable for an ordinary newcomer. Lord monsters are at least 34 times stronger than their ordinary counterparts, while some with bloodline heritage can be as much as 56 times more powerful, exhibiting truly extraordinary prowess. While the Skeletal Warriors could certainly overwhelm the boss in a fray, Ming yearned to test his first skill. Channeling all his mental energy, he enveloped the 10 Skeletal Warriors behind him and whispered, "Bone-feeding demon." Suddenly, 6 Skeletal Warriors shattered, their white bones scattering across the ground, which, under the influence of the spell, began to coalesce, ultimately forming a bone demon. It appeared that 60 points of mental energy could only solidify the remains of 6 Skeletal Warriors. The bone demon stood approximately 2.5 meters tall. Its form tall and emaciated, entirely cloaked in a layer of gray-white bones. Its arms were exceptionally elongated, with fingers as sharp as blades, their tips glimmering with a cold, ghostly light. Bone Demon. Level 3. Strength, 66. Agility, 66. Mentality, 66. Constitution, 66. Skill, 1 Bone Conformation, active skill. Remaining time, 3 minutes. Bone Conformation. The Bone Demon can condense its skeletal energy into various forms of weapons and armor. The Bone Demon's appearance was wholly distinct from that of the Skeletal Warriors, its hollow eye sockets glowing with the fire of a soul, giving Ming the impression that it possessed self-awareness. Its attributes equaled the total of 6 Skeletal Warriors' attributes. Upon witnessing the Bone Demon's stats, Ming gasped in astonishment. This skill was nothing short of miraculous. Once his mental energy increased, and he utilized higher-tier Skeletal Warriors, the attributes of the Bone Demon would undoubtedly become extraordinary. With a change in Ming's thoughts, the Bone Demon's right hand swiftly materialized a long bone sword. "Go!" Ming commanded. As soon as the words left his lips, the Bone Demon surged forth like a flash of white lightning, conjuring a chilling gust of wind as it lunged at the Gargoyle King. Incredible speed. Upon entering the domain of the Gargoyle King, the latter suddenly opened its eyes. Red light flickering within. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, it soared into the air, diving towards the Bone Demon. Unfazed, the Bone Demon brandished its bone sword and charged at the Gargoyle King with lightning speed. The bone sword sliced through the air, striking fiercely at its opponent. The clash of the bone sword against the Gargoyle King's claws resonated with a sharp clang, the force of the impact sending the Gargoyle King reeling backward. Attempting to stabilize itself by flapping its wings, the Gargoyle King was met with the sight of the bone sword transforming instantaneously into a bone bow. Drawing back the bowstring, the Bone Demon unleashed an arrow that soared like a comet, precisely pinning the Gargoyle King against the wall. Without pausing, the Bone Demon charged once more, transforming the bone bow back into a bone dagger, unhesitatingly slashing at the Gargoyle King's neck. The Gargoyle King's head rolled from its body. As a summoned entity, the Bone Demon's attributes increased by 1 point simultaneously with the death of the Gargoyle King. Successfully defeated the Gargoyle King, earning 40 experience points. A resounding victory. The Bone Demon flicked the non-existent blood from its bone sword and stood proudly, as if conveying, "Basic skills, do not underestimate." Ming was astounded by the battle instincts of the Bone Demon. It was noteworthy that throughout the combat, he had issued no commands. Every action was autonomously determined by the Bone Demon. "I severely underestimated the Bone-Feeding Demon's skill," Ming murmured. This was merely a level 3 Bone Demon. When it reached levels 50 or 60, its battle awareness would surely be unfathomable. The ancient castle of the Netherworld was a level 1 novice dungeon, devoid of equipment and resources. Thus, aside from experience points, Ming gained no further rewards from this excursion. As the 3 minutes elapsed, the Bone Demon vanished, and the bones of the 6 Skeletal Warriors automatically returned to the realm of the undead. 12 minutes later, 6 pristine Skeletal Warriors re-emerged. The point of all attributes gained by the Bone Demon was randomly allocated to one of the Skeletal Warriors. Nothing went to waste. Even a capitalist would shed tears over such efficiency. After spending an effortless hour and a half conquering the dungeon without sustaining any damage, Ming emerged from the ancient castle of the Netherworld, feeling invigorated, akin to the bliss following a rejuvenating spa treatment. What a delight. Experience acquired. Attributes secured. By now, it was 7:30, and yet the dungeon remained devoid of players. Ming swiftly tuned into the cursed tree within the dungeon. Indeed, even outside the dungeon, he could sense the cursed tree and utilize it to transport skeletal warriors into the dungeon. Perfect. He had effectively secured a free grinding spot. As a level 1 dungeon, the ancient castle of the Netherworld could only accommodate a limited number of entrants, allowing only one person or a team to enter at a time. The skeletal warriors were Ming's summoned allies, which meant they effectively allowed him to continuously farm within the dungeon while preventing others from entering. Unless Ming commanded all skeletal warriors to exit the dungeon, no other players could join. With adept management, Ming could transform this dungeon into his personal training ground. However, there were downsides. As his level increased, the experience gained from defeating lower-level monsters would diminish, rendering the dungeon ineffective over time. Nonetheless, it could be utilized effectively for the time being. And in this world, the number of dungeons was exceedingly abundant, with even a small guild possessing dozens of their own, eliminating any concern about interfering with others. Number of undead, 55 skeletal warriors, 9 in recovery, 5 skeletal mages. Ming decisively cast all his troops into the Netherworld Castle dungeon, allowing them to accumulate experience within. Due to the absence of bone demons, Ming estimated that a complete run would take approximately 2 hours. This implies that he could earn 3,040 experience points in just 2 hours, effortlessly amassing experience and collecting attributes. However, what truly concerned Ming was not the experience itself, but rather the attributes of the skeleton units. While 3,050 experience points was significant, the experience required for higher levels would escalate, and as levels increased, the effectiveness of experience would diminish. Thus, such experience would soon become negligible. Whereas the attributes of the skeleton units would endure indefinitely. It was time to gather at the school. Just as Ming departed from the Netherworld Castle dungeon, a girl approached the entrance. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, she donned a light golden gown that unmistakably signified her noble lineage. As Long Lin approached the dungeon entrance, ready to enter, she suddenly furrowed her brows and let out a soft gasp. Could there truly be someone in such a secluded dungeon? After waiting for a while without any sign of the individuals inside emerging, Long Lin decided to leave the area. Not far from the dungeon, 2 figures covertly followed her. Why must the young lady insist on competing for that reward? She has no shortage of resources. Her family has a plethora of skill scrolls at their disposal. Enough chatter. Just follow as instructed. The young lady's attributes are naturally advantageous against the monsters within this dungeon, making the process remarkably efficient. You stay here and inform me immediately when those inside emerge, while I continue to discreetly protect the young lady. Understood. One figure departed, while the other leaned against the wall, muttering to himself, I just don't understand. Why forego the job transfer ceremony organized by Tianning City to have it done at home, yet still attend the upgrade reward announcement by Lord Suning? Oh, the perplexing world of the affluent, I can't fathom it. Upon leaving the Netherworld Castle dungeon, Ming swiftly made his way to Tianning No. 1 High School. According to the typical progression for ordinary professions, one could expect to level up by 2 levels per day before reaching level 10, and then only 1 level per day from level 10 to 20. Achieving level 20 in 7 days would be an arduous task. However, that was the case for ordinary professions. Those of legendary or epic classes would experience an upgrade speed beyond imagination. Long Hua, for instance, had remarkably leveled up 7 times in a single day, maintaining the record for the fastest in Long Hua province. Wang Ye, also a legendary class, would likely not lag far behind Long Hua. Relying solely on dungeons would allow one to reach level 20, but the pace would be excruciatingly slow, rendering it nearly impossible to secure the first place reward. Ming planned to rely on dungeons to reach level 10 before venturing outside Tianning City to level up. Although the outskirts posed certain dangers, the abundance and higher levels of monsters made it an appealing option. From a distance, he could already see the throngs of people queuing at the school gate. Chapter 7. I choose to enter the dungeon alone. After yesterday's job transfer ceremony, Ming and Wang Ye had become the talk of Tianning City, drawing considerable attention. One was an exceedingly rare legendary class, while the other represented a unique profession that had never been seen before. Although Ming's profession was unprecedented, the extraordinary spectacle during the ceremony made it evident that his class was anything but ordinary, possibly even surpassing Wang Ye's legendary class in strength. Indeed, even from a distance, people were approaching Ming to form parties. Brother Ming, let us form a party. I'm a rare class, rock guardian, tough and resilient. I can guarantee your safety. The monsters in the dungeon would have to step over my dead body to harm you. A muscular fellow patted his chest. his earnest expression suggesting he was prepared for battle at any moment. Su Ming, join my team. I'm a support class with ample healing capabilities, ensuring you remain at full health throughout. Would you like to experience the feeling of being thoroughly pampered by a healer? A female classmate chimed in, her voice sweetly saccharine, as she wrapped her arms around Su Ming's. Her ample bosom pressed against his arm, swaying enticingly. The specially tailored school uniform accentuated her curves, leaving little to the imagination. Su Ming was taken aback. One could only marvel at the capabilities of a healer. Her nurturing attributes were indeed bountiful. Such a figure would leave even mature women feeling inadequate. Nevertheless, prioritizing his quest for leveling up, he could not allow himself to be swayed by beauty. Clearing his throat, he discreetly extricated his arm and replied with utmost decorum, "My dear classmate, I must ask you to maintain your composure. I am not currently seeking to form a party." The girl pouted, sporting a look of feigned disappointment that stirred the hearts of nearby boys, who promptly flocked to her, eager to join her team. Su Ming, however, was preoccupied, declining all offers along the way. This was his first experience of the pressure that comes with being in the spotlight. The attention was far more exhausting than grinding in dungeons. "Ah, my brother Ming has arrived." Lin Xian rushed over and threw an arm around Su Ming's shoulders. "Come on. Today I'll take you into a dungeon, and I promise you'll level up by 4 or 5 levels." Su Ming sighed softly, saying nothing more, merely giving Lin Xian's shoulder a hearty pat. He now required 3,000 experience points to level up 4 times. A feat that would likely take other players an entire day to achieve. As they joked and laughed, Chu Feng and 2 leading teachers appeared at the school gate. The imposing presence of Chu Feng, at level 48, silenced the crowd instantly. "Today we will be entering the dungeon named Desert Ancient Capital, which serves as a beginner's dungeon, primarily to help you adapt to your respective class abilities. However, a beginner dungeon does not equate to a lack of danger. Within, there are a total of 1,000 ordinary monsters and 100 elite monsters, with no boss monsters. The attributes of elite monsters are typically between 2 to 3 times those of ordinary monsters, and you cannot handle them alone. Therefore, I recommend that each of you form teams of 2 to 3 people. Safety first. Know your limits. Do not risk everything for the sake of bravado." Pausing, Chu Feng turned to Wang Ye and spoke softly. "Wang Ye, as a legendary class, your abilities should be slightly superior to others, so you may choose to team up solo. However, exercise caution. Do not overestimate yourself and risk injury." Wang Ye glanced at a nearby girl before responding to Chu Feng. "Principal, I will team up with her." Chu Feng observed the girl, whose class was Inspiring Priest, capable of stacking various buffs. It was clear that Wang Ye had chosen her companion wisely. Such a choice was indeed astute. While legendary classes were stronger than others in the early stages, they were not vastly superior. Having a support would undoubtedly yield greater results. Chu Feng nodded in approval, then turned to Su Ming, saying, "Su Ming, regarding your unique class, I currently have no knowledge of it, so whether or not to team up is entirely your decision. But I reiterate, always be aware of your limits. The accumulation of strength is not achieved overnight, but through a gradual process." Su Ming nodded gently and replied calmly, "Principal, I choose to enter the dungeon alone." At his words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. All the students stared at Su Ming in disbelief. Even Wang Ye, with her legendary class, chose to form a team, yet Su Ming opted to venture into the dungeon alone. How much confidence did he possess? Wow, what a show-off. Let us drag him out and execute him. Even the 2 leading instructors beside Chu Feng wore expressions that were quite intriguing. The youth of today truly possess an unrivaled flair for pretense. In contrast, Chu Feng seemed to have anticipated this, displaying no signs of astonishment, merely nodding gently before turning his gaze towards the others. What dissent could the rest possibly harbor? The crowd shook their heads in unison, voicing no objections. They were acutely aware of their own capabilities. Without forming a team, they would be fortunate to slay a mere 10 ordinary monsters throughout the day. A far cry from the benefits of teamwork. As the group formation phase commenced, support classes instantly became highly sought after. "Healer. Our team is in dire need of healing. We offer a handsome reward for a healer. Support. Join our team. I assure you, your experience will be plentiful. We need a support class. We have powerful damage dealers." The scene resembled a bustling job fair. Lin Xian nudged Su Ming with his elbow, whispering, "Didn't we agree to team up? What is this all about?" Su Ming replied quietly, "Our classes aren't complementary. As an assassin, you should be capable of one-hit kills against the monsters in this novice dungeon. Given your high agility, you can swiftly locate monsters, and teaming with me would only hinder your progress." Su Ming's theoretical prowess was exceptional, and he possessed a unique insight into class synergy. Upon hearing Su Ming's explanation, Lin Xian found his reasoning compelling. "Very well then, let us tackle this solo. We shall meet at the finish line. Before long, all the students had organized their teams. During this process, support roles emerged as the most coveted, underscoring the significance of a proficient support character. Chu Feng led all the students onto the bus, and 30 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the desert ancient city. At the dungeon entrance, aside from the school instructors, no other players were present. Clearly, the school had cleared the area for the safety of its students. Upon entering the dungeon, teams would be randomly teleported to different locations. Thus, students sent out team requests to establish their groups, ensuring they would be teleported together after entering the dungeon. Ming, however, had no need for that. As soon as Chu Feng finished explaining the rules, he was the first to step into the dungeon. Inside the desert ancient city, dungeon lay a desolate expanse of desert, with a city at its very heart. All players entering the dungeon were required to head towards this central city, as the exit was located there. The 1,000 ordinary monsters were scattered throughout the desert, while 100 elite monsters congregated in the central city. As the scenery transformed before Ming, he found himself within the dungeon. Beneath him lay scorching hot sand, interspersed with shards of broken pottery and rusted metal fragments, with small whirlwinds occasionally swirling in front of him. After standing there for just a moment, Ming felt the heat becoming unbearable. He summoned 10 skeleton warriors from the underworld castle dungeon, selecting those with relatively high attributes to bring into the desert ancient city dungeon. Upon the arrival of the 10 skeleton warriors, Ming distinctly sensed a drop in the surrounding temperature. Wow, an air conditioning feature? These skeleton warriors possess such an ability. As undead beings, the skeleton warriors naturally exuded a chill. Without further delay, Ming promptly led the 10 skeleton warriors towards the central city. Chapter 8. Rapid Dungeon Completion. Tianning City S Practitioner Association. What? Tianning No. 1 High School has produced a unique class? The speaker, an elderly man with a slightly stooped figure, yet exuding an aura of quiet authority, had nearly all white hair, which remained thick and meticulously groomed, with a few strands framing his face, adding to his scholarly appearance. Indeed, President, the class transition at Tianning No. 1 High School is still under Yun-Gang's purview. What you are hearing is the awakening phenomenon of the unique class. Upon learning that Yun-Gang was in charge, he became somewhat convinced. Go liaise with Yun-Gang. I want all the data on this unique class and the recording of that day when the transition occurred. Understood. After the report, President Zhou Qi paced back and forth in his office. He wore a loose, buttoned cotton shirt paired with simple black trousers, exuding a modest demeanor. Yet his calm presence was unmistakable. However, at this moment, a hint of excitement illuminated his expression. Unique class. This term had only come to his attention a month prior, and beyond the high-ranking officials of various provinces and cities, no one else was aware of it. According to reliable sources, 2 years ago, a practitioner from the Eagle Nation had emerged with this class during their transition, reaching level 40 in merely 1 month, thereby shattering all human leveling records. The unique class practitioner had risen to a mythic status above all others. The individual, known as Jackson Carey, was hailed by Eagle Nation media as a once-in-100,000-years genius. Experts from Eagle Nation speculated that this person could potentially reach level 80 within 5 years, with a strong likelihood of eventually achieving the legendary level 100. Given that Eagle Nation was notoriously aggressive, if allowed to develop unchecked, the abyss might not settle before other nations were thoroughly consumed. It was reported that the Bear Nation, having deep-seated grievances with Eagle Nation, had covertly dispatched a level 60 epic class assassin to eliminate Jackson Carey. Yet, the 40-level Jackson Carey astonishingly turned the tables and killed the level 60 epic class assassin, demonstrating his terrifying prowess. Currently, Eagle Nation was pressuring Bear Nation to compensate 1 million experience points from their God of Sleep practitioner for Jackson Carey, while Dragon Nation had yet to face pressure from Eagle Nation. As the unique class practitioner's level continued to rise, Eagle Nation's ambitions would undoubtedly grow. It was only a matter of time. To prevent panic, Dragon Nation had strictly sealed this information, merely instructing provincial and city officials to be vigilant regarding this class during transitions. Zhou Qi mused, I never anticipated that after the emergence of the legendary level practitioner, Lord Longhua, Tianning City would also produce a unique class practitioner. Truly a blessing for Tianning City. Now, I can only hope that this news is genuine, for it would enable Dragon Nation to stand unafraid against the threats from Eagle Nation. Inside the desert ancient city dungeon, Ming encountered only level 1 ordinary sand monsters along his path. Unlike other practitioners who engaged in back-and-forth combat with the sand monsters, these creatures could not withstand a single strike from the skeleton warriors. Thus, he proceeded unimpeded, reaching the central city in merely 15 minutes. Before him loomed a sand creature, shaped like a humanoid figure, slowly advancing towards him. One of the skeleton warriors casually slashed its bone blade and dispatched the sand monster. At that moment, a radiant glow enveloped Su Ming. He leveled up once again. Level 4. The experience consistently provided by the skeleton warriors in the underworld castle, combined with the experience he had accumulated along the way, amounted to 3,000 points. The stone gate of the central city stood grand and imposing, its surface etched with the marks of time. Intricate patterns depicting deities from the desert adorned the door, some depicting figures seated majestically, while others showcased them in dynamic motion. Despite significant weathering, their former magnificence could still be discerned. Flanking the stone gate were towering stone pillars entwined with withered vines, which swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Su Ming focused his mental energy on the vines. Detection of nearby transformable vegetation detected. Requires 40 mental points. Would you like to transform? After much contemplation, he ultimately chose not to undergo the transformation. The dispersive nature of the monsters within this dungeon rendered the efficiency of monster farming dismally low. It was hardly an ideal training ground. Upon entering the city, Su Ming encountered a wandering sand creature, markedly more substantial than those he had previously faced. Clutching a long spear fashioned from compacted sand, this elite monster was known as the Elite Sand City Guardian. Level 1. Strength, 25. Agility, 25. Spirit, 25. Constitution, 25. Skills, none. With a balanced attribute score of 25 across the board, this creature posed a formidable threat, particularly to the generally level 12 adventurers, making it a nightmarish adversary. However, for Su Ming, such attributes were hardly daunting. With a decisive strike, 10 skeletal warriors surged forth like wolves among sheep, wreaking havoc throughout the city. Upon reaching level 4, Su Ming had surpassed a spirit score of 80, while his other attributes had also reached 40, rendering him completely untroubled by the potential ambushes of these sand creatures. Successfully killed the Elite Sand City Guardian, earning 30 experience points. Successfully killed the Elite Sand City Guardian, earning 30 experience points. Outside the dungeon, Chu Feng had arranged for 2 teachers to enter and ensure the safety of the students. Before he could even finish a cup of goji berry tea, a radiant light flared at the entrance of the dungeon, startling him and causing his heart to skip a beat. Could it be that a student had encountered misfortune? As the light dissipated, Su Ming's figure emerged. Only half an hour had passed. Even if he had left, he should have only just reached the central city. Instinctively, Chu Feng inquired, "Why are you out?" "I instructed you to level up by farming monsters inside. I finished the task, so I came out," Su Ming replied. Ding! The cup in Chu Feng's hand clattered to the ground, spilling tea everywhere. "What? You mean to say you completed it so quickly?" Su Ming nodded gently. "Yes, principal. The monsters in this dungeon are far too weak. I'm off to another dungeon to level up." With a casual wave to Chu Feng, Su Ming departed, leaving the latter in a state of utter astonishment, swaying in the breeze. Goodness, it's only been half an hour. Surely, this lad isn't deceiving me? As he walked, Su Ming noticed that the experience notification had ceased. Through a spiritual connection, he assumed the perspective of a skeletal warrior and discovered that all the monsters within the Netherworld castle had been eliminated. He commanded the skeletal warriors to return to the realm of the undead, and then utilized the cursed tree to re-enter the dungeon, embarking on a new round of experience farming. The sensation of continuously accruing experience was truly exhilarating. After confirming his approximate location, he pondered briefly before selecting a new dungeon and hastily making his way there. Enigmatic Forest, a level 5 dungeon. Unlike the novice dungeons, level 5 dungeons offered both normal and hard modes. The entrance, a swirling vortex, emitted a soft green glow, even from a distance. The unique essence of the forest was palpable, a refreshing blend infused with the scent of damp earth. Come one, come all, 15 level gold medal support. The professional guide for newcomers. Normal mode, just 10 gold coins guarantees an effortless victory. Hard mode, 20 gold coins to flaunt your skills and soar to new heights. No deception here, efficiency guaranteed. Brothers, care to farm a dungeon? I assure you, it will be a delight. Chapter 9, Enigmatic Forest. Normal mode, 3 spots available, need a damage dealer. 40 gold coins. 40 gold coins. Guaranteed to level you up twice. Don't miss out on this opportunity. 7-day crash course, certified upgrade shortcut by the esteemed Su Ning. As Su Ning announced the 7-day leveling rewards, it felt as though a surge of adrenaline had invigorated the novice market of Tianning City. Adventurers transformed into gold medal boosters, shifting their slogans from dungeon farming to professional guidance for newcomers, promising an exhilarating experience and swift upgrades, all while eagerly eyeing the plump wallets of the fresh recruits. Upon spotting Su Ming approaching, several individuals quickly surrounded him. Judging by his appearance, they deduced he was likely a rookie who had just transitioned classes. Ah, a business opportunity. One exclaimed, "Young brother, you clearly look like a newcomer. Are you looking to level up in the enigmatic forest? I've been through this dungeon hundreds of times. I can navigate it with my eyes closed, and I can guarantee you the fastest path. You're too low level. It's risky. As a level 15 tank, I will ensure you emerge from the dungeon fully intact." Ming dismissed all offers with a wave of his hand and made his way directly to the dungeon entrance. He checked the dungeon information. Enigmatic Forest, level 5 dungeon. Normal mode, temporarily inaccessible. Hard mode, accessible. The adventurers in normal mode had yet to exit, but Ming was unwilling to squander time waiting. Without the slightest hesitation, he resolutely selected hard mode. "Please confirm if you wish to enter hard mode solo." "Confirm." A flash of soft green light enveloped him as he entered the dungeon, leaving behind a host of bewildered adventurers. "But there are people in normal mode. How did he get in?" "Duh, he must have chosen hard mode." "Wait, he's a newcomer entering a level 5 dungeon as hard mode? Are you pulling my leg? He can't possibly die in there, can he?" If an adventurer perishes in a dungeon or secret realm, they also die in the real world. While it is possible to exit a dungeon midway, it requires a teleportation scroll, which is quite costly, exceedingly so. Each year, numerous newcomers fall victim to dungeons. Those who just transition and believe themselves invincible are a common occurrence. Outside the dungeon, many spectators wore expressions of anticipation, eager to witness Ming's potential blunders. The enigmatic forest was aptly named. Inside the dungeon, the sky seemed obscured by a heavy gray curtain, with sunlight barely managing to filter through thin cracks, casting down only faint rays. Dense mist enveloped everything around, wrapping the surroundings tightly. Visibility was limited to mere meters, and Ming could only discern the outlines of trees faintly visible through the fog, with moss and vines sprawling unchecked. With a thought, he summoned a portion of the skeletal warriors from the Netherworld Castle experience grind. 10 skeletal warriors materialized around Ming, encircling him along with 5 skeletal mages. The skeletal mages bore a resemblance to the skeletal warriors, save for the tattered robes adorning their backs and the staffs they wielded. Though they were called staffs, they were merely bones with rounded ends. Skeletal mage. Level 1. Strength 15. Agility 15. Spirit 25. Constitution 15. Skills none. This skeletal mage had just been summoned, yet its initial attributes were significantly superior to those of the skeletal warriors. Clearly, the base strength of the skeletal species was directly correlated to the amount of spirit power expended during the transformation of vegetation. Ming was not in a hurry to level up. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon a nearby plant. Detected nearby vegetation that can be transformed into a necromantic nest, requiring the consumption of 50 points of mental energy. "Would you like to proceed with the transformation?" After reaching level 4, Ming's mental energy had risen to 80 points, sufficient for the transformation. Transform. Transformation successful. Unlocking the vegetation. Ghostly Aerosophora. Undead vegetation. 1. Deathgrass. 2. Cursed tree. 3. Ghostly Aerosophora. Evolution level 0. Requires 50 ecological points. Unit type, skeleton archer. Generation speed, 5 per hour. The skeleton archer is quite commendable. With this, Ming now possesses a means of ranged attack. As the number of skeleton archers increases, the synergy of multiple unit types will undoubtedly expedite the clearing of dungeons. The Misty Forest dungeon is rich in vegetation, and the monsters possess considerable strength, regrettably. Ming's mental energy is currently at a mere 30 points, temporarily limiting his ability to unlock additional vegetation. This dungeon is densely populated with monsters, making it the training ground Ming meticulously selected. Thus, he intends to unlock several more types of vegetation to allow his skeletons to spawn from various directions. Subsequently, Ming summoned all his units into the Misty Forest, leaving only Skeleton Warrior 006 in the Nether Castle. Firstly, its attributes are relatively high, enabling efficient farming, and it can further enhance its attributes. Secondly, it prevents others from entering and hindering the skeleton's access to the dungeon. Observing the increasingly robust skeleton warriors, Ming couldn't help but smile. His undead army was on the horizon. Clear the dungeon. With a command, the skeleton warriors advanced in one direction, leaving behind 5 skeleton mages and 2 skeleton warriors to ensure Ming's safety. Successfully killed a gray wolf, gaining 50 experience. Acquired wolf pelt X1. Successfully killed a hyena, gaining 50 experience. Acquired dog tooth X1. The pace of the kills was sluggish, and the casualty rate among the skeleton warriors was alarmingly high. Bone Feast. Ming expended his mental energy without reservation, summoning 4 skeleton mages and 4 of the highest attribute skeleton warriors to form a bone demon. Go. The bone demons swiftly maneuvered into the depths of the forest. The summoned bone demon's minimum attributes reached 158. Although this was a hard mode of a level 5 dungeon, it was still akin to cutting through melons for the bone demon. Ming intended to collect the dropped loot himself when he suddenly remembered the necromantic space. Thus, he instructed the skeletons to gather the loot and attempt to bring it back to the necromantic space. To his astonishment, the dropped items could indeed enter the necromantic space. This significantly alleviated his burdens, saving him the expense of purchasing storage rings in the future. Successfully killed a fire snake, gaining 60 experience. Successfully killed a storm tiger, gaining 80 experience. Successfully killed a bloodscale bear, gaining 100 experience. Acquired bear claw X1. A flurry of notification sounds erupted. Ming's experience bar soared like a rocket. 2,150, 2,800, 3,600, 4,900. In merely 3 minutes, Ming successfully ascended to level 5. With his mental energy fully restored due to the level up. This dungeon was indeed a wise choice. After all, a level 4 newcomer soloing a level 5 dungeon. How could the leveling speed not be rapid? The bone demon forged ahead, while Ming trailed closely behind with his legion of skeletons, mopping up the remnants and delivering the final blows. 10 minutes later, after leveling up once more, Ming's level reached 6. He replicated his earlier strategy, utilizing his restored mental energy to continue summoning bone demons for combat. As his level rose to 6, his mental energy increased to 120 points, allowing him to summon up to 12 skeletons for the bone demon. All summoned bone demons boasted attributes nearing 200, with a duration of 6 minutes. Ming, accompanied by his skeleton army, surged boldly into the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 10, Light Mage. On the other side of Tianning City, at the entrance of a dungeon, teachers from Tianning City's number 2 and No. 5 high schools were engaged in lively conversation. Mr. Liu, may I ask why that Long Lin from your number 5 didn't participate in the job transfer ceremony? Long Lin is the daughter of the Long family head, who has hired a specialist for her job transfer. How could she possibly join the other students? Oh, do you know what her profession is? Mr. Liu gently shook his head. You will learn when the time is right. Knowing what is better left unknown may lead to complications. The crowd fell silent, quickly comprehending his meaning. The Long family is one of the most prestigious families in Tianning City, placing great emphasis on reputation. Moreover, Long Lin is the daughter of the family head. If her profession were commendable, they would surely announce it. If it were lacking, they would keep it under wraps. The group readily agreed, hastily shifting the topic. Speaking of which, number 1 high school has had quite a remarkable year, producing a legendary warrior class profession. It's simply impressive. But you at No. 2 also have a few epic class professions. An epic class profession cannot be compared to a legendary one from number 1. I wonder if this girl Wangya can break Longhua's record of leveling up 7 times in a single day. It's unlikely, although both are legendary professions. Longhua's is an assassin class, which inherently provides him with speed advantages. Furthermore, his unique skill allows him to precisely locate monsters, saving a significant amount of time in hunting. A teacher who knew Longhua well commented. He had previously taught at number 1 high school before being transferred to No. 2. Thus he possessed insight into Longhua's circumstances. He further noted that achieving a 7-level increase in a single day is an extraordinary feat moreover. There was one detail he omitted. Longhua had relied on a mental energy potion during his first day of leveling. Wangya, coming from an ordinary family, had no possibility of obtaining such a potion. Thus, surpassing the record of 7 levels in a day was nearly an insurmountable task. As the group conversed, a girl appeared at the end of the street. The young lady approached with poise, her graceful steps drawing the attention of the gathered teachers. Upon recognizing her, Mr. Liu from number 5 high school sputtered his tea in surprise. Greetings, esteemed teachers. Long Lin maintained a calm demeanor, greeting the instructors from various schools. Long Lin, what is your profession? Mr. Liu, my profession is light mage. After stating this, she strode directly into the dungeon, leaving the teachers in stunned silence. A light mage. A main combat legendary profession. Could it be that after Longhua, the Long family has produced another legendary profession, and one of the exceedingly rare light attribute? How did the Long family produce such remarkable children? It was merely 10 o'clock in the morning, and she was already at level 3. I feel that Longhua's record may very well be broken by her. All legendary professions are not created equal. It remains uncertain who is stronger. Wangya is a warrior class, while Long Lin is a mage class. In terms of early leveling speed, warrior classes typically level up faster than mages. That may not necessarily be the case. Mages tend to level slowly in the early stages due to their fragility and high mana costs. But remember, Long Lin is from the Long family, where equipment and resources are never in short supply. A group of leading teachers engaged in a fervent debate, but when Mr. Liu from number 5 high school uttered his words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Indeed, for other mage professions, This was an unavoidable flaw in the early stages. However, for the mages of the Long family, this was hardly an issue, as long as Long Lin could endure the physical strain. She had an abundance of mental strength potions, one might even say an inexhaustible supply. The expression of the leading teacher from number 2 high school darkened. Although the schools maintained a facade of cordiality, fierce competition simmered beneath the surface. Initially, it was believed that number 1 high school's legendary profession was unparalleled this year. But now number 5 had emerged with its own, and from the esteemed Long family no less. The teacher from number 2 high school couldn't help but feel anxious. With the major examination just a month away, it seemed that Wang Ye and Long Lin would surely steal the spotlight. It was becoming increasingly challenging for No. 2 high school, alas. The fact that Su Ming was the sole practitioner of his profession was known only to a select few at number 1 high school. The other high schools remained oblivious. In stark contrast to the teacher from number 2, Mr. Liu from number 5 wore a vibrant and spirited expression. For educators, there is no greater satisfaction than witnessing the brilliance of their students. One might speculate whether the 2 legendary professions could shatter the record of ascending 7 levels in a single day. While many doubted Wang Ye's chances, Long Lin had already reached level 3, and should she ascend to level 4, the record would indeed be within her grasp. A collective anticipation stirred within their hearts. Long Hua represented an era, and they yearned to witness the dawn of a new one. As noon approached, at the entrance of the desert ancient city, dungeon, Chu Feng continued to sip his tea with an air of tranquility. At last, the swirling vortex at the dungeon's entrance shimmered once more. Chu Feng's interest peaked, and he hastily set down his teacup. Unsurprisingly, emerging from the depths was Wang Ye. Her short hair, drenched in sweat, clung to her forehead, and her clothing was thoroughly soaked, the dark school uniform clinging to her form, accentuating her curves. Dust and grass clippings marred her attire, and a faint scratch adorned her left arm, with dried blood evident, yet she appeared unperturbed. A look of confusion and bewilderment clouded her eyes. Upon sensing Wang Ye's level, Chu Feng's brow furrowed. Level 3. Although legendary professions require considerable experience to level up, one would typically need to reach at least level 4 to complete this dungeon. What on earth happened? Why are you only at level 2? Chu Feng's inquiry jolted Wang Ye from her reverie, and she responded dully. Principal, it seems there is an issue with the dungeon. Chu Feng frowned. What do you mean? After my teammate and I reached the central city, we expected to encounter elite monsters. However, there were no elite monsters present, nor even a single regular monster, allowing us to reach the city center without impediment. And then we exited. What? Chu Feng exclaimed, rushing into the dungeon. Upon arriving above the central city, he expanded his mental energy, and indeed, there were no elite monsters to be found within the entire city. He immediately recalled Su Ming's words, his lips twitching. We killed them all, so we exited. It turned out they had indeed eliminated every elite monster in the dungeon. Chu Feng was instantly elated. This indicated that Su Ming's unique profession was likely more formidable than legendary professions. An hour after Wang Ye exited the dungeon, Lin Xian and others began to emerge as well. Without exception, their garments were tattered, and they bore numerous minor injuries, though none were severe. Upon reuniting, excitement coursed through the group as they eagerly boasted of their accomplishments. You have no idea, the fist of that sand monster was merely 1 millimeter from my forehead. Then my brother Lin swiftly dispatched it. Had it not been for him, I would surely be gravely injured by now. By the way, did any of you encounter elite monsters? No, I was just about to ask you that. Upon entering that sand city, there wasn't even a single ordinary monster. After listening to the discussions, Wang Ye's teammate remarked, Sister Wang Ye, it seems we weren't the only ones who didn't encounter elite monsters. Could it be that the dungeon has malfunctioned? Wang Ye gently shook her head. The chances of a dungeon malfunctioning are very slim. Suddenly, she recalled something and began searching frantically among the crowd for a familiar figure. Who are you looking for? Su Ming, the one with the unique profession. Her teammates also scanned the area, but failed to spot Su Ming. He should still be inside, Wang Ye commented. That is impossible. I have a strong feeling his unique profession is formidable enough that he wouldn't still be inside at this point. An hour later, everyone had exited, 3 of whom were severely wounded and had been taken away by their leading teacher for treatment. Yet, Wang Ye still had not seen Su Ming. A dreadful thought began to creep into her mind. Just then, Chu Feng announced, I know you're all curious about where those elite monsters went. Every student nodded. And Chu Feng continued with a smile. Half an hour after you entered the dungeon, some students had already completed it. All eyes turned toward Wang Ye. With a bitter smile, she replied, It wasn't me. I only came out 2 hours later. Immediately, everyone began to search for Su Ming's figure, but none were able to find him. Chu Feng laughed and said, It seems you've guessed correctly. It was indeed Su Ming. He completed the dungeon within half an hour and eliminated all the elite monsters. He has likely moved on to another dungeon to continue leveling up. Lin Xian let out a cry of despair. Damn it, I must not fall behind. Su Ming, you truly are a monster. Those elite monsters were mine. Without further ado, he left with his support to seek out other high-level dungeons. The others looked on in disbelief. As novices, how could the disparity be so vast? We struggle against a regular monster, yet he effortlessly cleared all the elite ones. How is that even possible? Life seems so unfair. Yet, Wang Ye wore a smile, her heart gleeful as she thought to herself, so it was you who defeated all the elite monsters. What are you smiling about? Wang Ye's teammates, intrigued by her rare display of joy, questioned her. She quickly concealed her smile, her cheeks flushing slightly. Oh, it's nothing. Let us head to another dungeon. I believe our synergy could allow us to tackle a more advanced one. Only a small fraction chose to follow Wang Ye's lead, venturing into other dungeons to grind monsters. After all, the rewards after 7 days would be substantial, and they did not wish to miss out. The majority remained in place, awaiting Chu Feng's next instructions. They lacked the strength to tackle high-level dungeons independently and could only grind monsters in the relatively safe environment established by the school. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Rest assured, we shall adhere to the rhythm of the school, ensuring that you will not lag behind them. Of course, with the exception of those exceptional prodigies." Within the Misty Forest dungeon, a lone figure accompanied by a horde of skeletal warriors moved with fervor, leaving desolation in their wake. Successfully defeated the Gale Horse, earning 100 experience points. Successfully defeated the Ancient Forest Python, earning 100 experience points. Acquired 5 bones. A series of notifications echoed, each heralding the gain of 100 experience points from slaying level 5 elite monsters. Su Ming had already approached the core area. While the Bone Demon had long since ravaged that domain, it appeared that this area ahead was indeed a gathering ground for elite monsters, just a little further, and he would reach the boss's location. Suddenly, a different notification resounded. Successfully defeated the Gargoyle King, earning 50 experience points. The Skeletal Warrior 006 had successfully vanquished the boss within the Ethereal Castle. Su Ming's level had now risen to 7. The efficiency of this 006 was quite commendable. He directed the Skeletal Warrior 006 to enter the realm of the undead from the Cursed Tree, prompting it to immediately re-enter the Ethereal Castle. All monsters within the dungeon refreshed. The Skeletal Warrior 006 commenced a new cycle of experience gathering and attribute enhancement. Outside the Ethereal Castle, the dragon family had been waiting for nearly an hour. Upon witnessing the swirling vortex at the dungeon entrance begin to spin anew, they assumed the occupants were about to emerge. However, after waiting an eternity, not a soul appeared. Oh dear, this dungeon is quite peculiar. One individual, undeterred by superstition, attempted to probe the entrance, which had previously allowed entry, but now displayed a message indicating it was inaccessible once more. What an oddity. The entrance was clearly open just moments ago. How can it be locked now? After several fruitless attempts, he decided to remain vigilant, only to receive a message from another. Miss has entered a new dungeon. Return to the family swiftly. As he departed, he cast a puzzled glance at the dungeon entrance. Truly a perplexing situation. Throughout his journey, Su Ming did not falter, persistently following the Bone Demon deeper into the dungeon. Yet, the Bone Demon's speed far surpassed his own. By the time he arrived at a certain location, the Bone Demon had already moved on. He and the other skeletal warriors could only mop up a few stragglers. They were nearing the boss. The summoning time for the Bone Demon had expired, but Su Ming did not rush to resummon it. Instead, he leisurely searched for the boss's whereabouts alongside his skeletal warriors. Suddenly, a vine as thick as an arm burst forth from the mist, striking towards Su Ming with lightning speed. The vine moved with incredible swiftness, even producing a whistling sound. Here it comes. With such a velocity, it could only be the boss. Su Ming immediately commanded a skeletal warrior to confront it. Bang! The moment the skeletal warrior made contact with the vine, it was shattered into a heap of bones. Yet the vine's assault remained relentless, barreling straight towards Su Ming's face. Should it land a solid hit, Su Ming would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, the skeletal warrior had bought him precious time. Without hesitation, Su Ming sacrificed 12 skeletal warriors, summoned the Bone Demon. The mental energy he had just restored was swiftly expended once more. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and a 5-meter-tall, emaciated Bone Demon materialized before Su Ming, shielding him protectively. Chapter 12, Breaking Records. In the Bone Demon's grasp, a bone blade appeared from thin air. Whoosh! The chilling gleam flashed through the mist. The previously formidable vine was effortlessly severed in two. The front half fell uselessly to the ground, while the rear half vanished swiftly into the fog. Bone Demon. Level 7. Strength 190. Agility 190. Spirit 208. Constitution, 190. Skill, 1 bone form, active skill. Duration, 7 minutes. Observing the attributes nearing 200, Su Ming felt a surge of security. Following the direction of the severed vine, he advanced a short distance and encountered a tree indistinguishable from the others. Lord Misty, Ancient Tree. Level, 5. Strength, 175. Agility, 122. Spirit, 128. Constitution, 180. Skill, 1 invisibility, passive skill. Invisibility conceals one's attributes and aura, delivering a fatal strike to enemies. Effect dissipates after an active attack. Lord-level monsters possess attributes significantly superior to those of ordinary and elite monsters. Monsters are categorized into 4 levels: common, elite, lord, and king. Incomparable levels. Lord monsters exhibit considerably greater attributes than their common and elite counterparts. After reviewing its skill attributes, Su Ming's earlier confusion dissipated significantly. So it was a skill. No wonder I failed to notice you earlier. The Bone Demon and the swarm of skeletal warriors surged forward. The misty ancient tree retaliated with ferocity, unleashing dozens of vines in relentless strikes. The skeletal warriors staggered back, with the weaker ones being obliterated on the spot. In stark contrast, the Bone Demon moved with ease, dodging and weaving as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. No vine could touch it, bolstered by its exaggerated agility. In a swift display, the Bone Demon reached the misty ancient tree. The bone knife had mysteriously transformed into a massive axe. Bang! Crack! The level 5 misty ancient tree fell with a resounding snap, defeated by the Bone Demon's overwhelming force and speed. Successfully defeated the misty ancient tree, earning 170 experience points. Acquired 1 misty ancient tree core. Concurrently, a small white orb dropped at the location of the misty ancient tree. Upon collecting the orb, Su Ming found himself in possession of a wooden badge. Acquired 1 invisibility badge. Invisibility badge, white, medium grade. Formed from the essence of the misty ancient tree, once worn. Others will be unable to view your information. Effect applies only to practitioners whose levels do not exceed 10. Excellent. After such a prolonged endeavor, filled with resources, I have finally obtained a piece of equipment. Su Ming promptly donned it. After dispatching the boss within the dungeon, a portal appeared at the boss's location. Su Ming was now able to exit the dungeon. However, he had no intention of leaving, as there remained a plethora of monsters yet to be vanquished. Clearing all the monsters within this dungeon? For other practitioners, such a feat would be unthinkable. A level 5 dungeon possesses an extensive area, accommodating countless monsters. Regardless of the profession, energy is finite. Everyone succumbs to fatigue and experiences depletion of mana. Yet, the skeletal warriors do not tire, nor do they suffer from mana exhaustion, which constitutes Su Ming's advantage. As the number of skeletal warriors increased, Su Ming found clearing this level 5 dungeon to be a mere trifle. However, given his current strength, completely eradicating all the monsters within this dungeon would still pose a significant challenge. It would undoubtedly require considerable time and effort for him to train effectively here in the future. Su Ming resolved to simultaneously garner experience while transforming a piece of vegetation in each of the 4 cardinal directions. Thus, even if he were to exit the dungeon, he could command the skeletal warriors to emerge from all directions, thereby enhancing the efficiency of his experience and attribute accumulation. After selecting a direction, Su Ming set off immediately. The initial segment of his journey was briskly navigated with the aid of a bone demon clearing the path. However, once the bone demon's time limit was reached, his pace noticeably slowed. To avoid wasting precious experience gathering time, Su Ming replaced the skeletal warrior 006 within the ancient castle of the underworld with another skeleton warrior. After completing 1.5 rounds of the dungeon, the 400+ monsters had significantly boosted its attributes. Its 4 main attributes had terrifyingly reached 95. Although merely a level 1 summon, it possessed the attributes of a level 9 common monster. Su Ming once again directly experienced the terrifying potential of God of Death's blessing. Although the probability of obtaining a 10 was low, this world was not short of monsters. With the addition of 006, Su Ming's pace quickened once more. When encountering high-level monsters along the way, 006 would engage. When facing lower-level foes, the skeletal archers would efficiently dispatch them from a distance. The transformation of Soul Arrow Tree demanded considerable mental energy. Thus, the skeletal archers began with an initial attribute of 35. Their individual damage was modest. Yet the combined firepower of 5 skeletal archers unleashed a formidable assault. While their speed did not match that of the Bone Demon, it had nonetheless improved significantly. As they advanced a considerable distance, Su Ming successfully leveled up to level 8. To reach level 9, he required 8,000 experience points. His mental energy was fully restored once again. Just then, A system notification chimed, detected nearby vegetation that can be transformed into a necromantic nest, requiring 80 mental energy. Would you like to proceed with the transformation? Transformation. Transformation successful, unlocking the blood thorn vine vegetation. He immediately checked the system panel. Necromantic ecosystem 10. Necromantic vegetation coverage 000091. Ecological value 14 points. Functions 1. Necromantic nest. Necromantic vegetation 410. 1. Deathgrass. 2. Curse tree. 3. Soul arrow tree. 4. Blood thorn vine. Evolutionary level 0, 80. Ecological value. Unit type skeletal shield guard. Generation rate 5 per hour. As of now, it was only 2 p.m. Su Ming had already surpassed Long Hua's record. Long Hua's level record was set at the moment the dungeon closed on the first day. There were still 4 hours remaining until the dungeon's closure. Despite the increasing experience requirements, Su Ming felt confident that reaching level 9 would not pose a significant challenge. Time was of the essence, and the task was heavy. With 2 more locations to unlock the vegetation in this direction, Su Ming rose and briskly departed towards another direction. Outside the dungeon, the sun gradually tilted, and soon it was 5 p.m. Many adventurers were growing increasingly impatient. A significant portion of the day had elapsed. They should have been at the boss's side by now. This rookie treats the hard mode like a beginner-esque village, leaving us baking under the sun for an entire afternoon. Damn it. A level 3 newbie entering a level 5 dungeon on hard mode is a pure waste of everyone's time. Indeed, if we were leading him, we would have been out in at most an hour. Now, not only has he delayed our leveling up, but he has also hindered these newcomers from progressing. Hearing this, the new recruits gathered to descend into the dungeon also voiced their grievances, yet they were powerless to change their situation. Unlike low-level dungeons, high-level dungeons operate differently. In low-level dungeons, there is only one space. If the individuals inside do not exit, those outside cannot enter. The Misty Forest only has 2 spaces, one normal and one hard. Conversely, high-level dungeons can simultaneously accommodate numerous groups. As the adventurers grumbled, the whirlpool at the dungeon entrance suddenly began to swirl. Look, someone is about to emerge. A flash of light appeared, and Su Ming materialized before them, his hair glistening with dew. He was the newcomer who had entered hard mode in the afternoon. Chapter 13, Adventurer's Hub. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Su Ming appeared unruffled, exuding an air of calmness. Aside from his clothing being slightly torn by branches, he bore no other visible injuries. Strange, why can't I see his information anymore? Yes, I can't see it either, yet he hasn't hidden his stats. An informed individual offered an explanation. The boss of the Misty Forest, the Misty Ancient Tree, has a certain probability of dropping an item called the Concealment Badge upon defeat. This individual must have acquired that item, unless someone is 10 levels higher than him. They cannot view his attributes. Clearly, this person had completed the dungeon and exhibited remarkable fortune. It would be unwise to provoke him. Su Ming cast a glance back at the dungeon entrance before stepping outside. He had thoroughly conquered this dungeon, transforming it into a training ground for skeletal warriors at any moment. Halt! A voice suddenly called out beside him, prompting Su Ming to stop and turn. The speaker, adorned with striking yellow hair and a large gold chain around his neck, stood out distinctly. Huang Bad Dao, level 13, Fire Mage. May I ask what the matter is? Huang Bad Dao crossed his arms, looking down at Su Ming with palpable disdain. Indeed, and it is quite significant. You, kid, have spent the better part of the day in this dungeon, causing us to waste an entire afternoon waiting here. How do you intend to compensate for the time lost? Su Ming glanced at the surrounding adventurers who had subtly encircled him. His expression remained remarkably composed. He recognized that this individual was seeking trouble and, rather than engage in lengthy explanations, chose to be forthright. How do you wish to settle this? Or rather, how do you all wish to settle it? Huang Bad Dao's right hand ignited with flames as he smirked. The time you wasted could have allowed us to clear 3 or 4 rounds of the dungeon. Here's the deal. We want to make it difficult for you. Just pay 50 gold coins as tuition, or else today, Huang will break your bones and teach you a lesson. Su Ming shrugged, feigning helplessness. It was blatant extortion, yet they spoke with such lofty pretensions. I might consider paying tuition, but it depends on whether teacher Huang is worthy. Huang Bad Dao was taken aback, not expecting Su Ming to be so resolute. His fists crackled ominously. You bold little brat, let Huang teach you a lesson. Before he could finish his words, Huang Bad Dao's fiery fist descended like a meteor, heading straight for Su Ming's face. Boom. The sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying. Huang Bad Dao felt as if his fist had struck solid steel. Damn, my hand. The sound of the impact and the sparks had yet to settle when a piercing scream escaped Huang Bad Dao's lips. Suddenly, a skeletal figure, towering at a height of 2.5 meters, materialized in the arena. Its frail and emaciated body appeared quite weak. Yet, the skeletal demon's gnarled hands firmly caught Huang Badao's powerful fire punch, sparks flying between its fingers. Roar! Su Ming peeked out from behind the bone demon, waving away the remaining sparks in the air. Teacher Huang, you seem quite fired up. Perhaps you should cool off first? The bone demon suddenly grasped Huang Badao's wrist, lifting him effortlessly. 50 gold coins. Su Ming wiggled his 5 fingers. The medical expenses for that punch you just threw at me. Huang Badao's temples throbbed with rage, and flames erupted from his entire right arm, exuding an aura of desperation. Kid, you've got the audacity to extort me, but don't come begging later. The bone demon tightened its grip, causing Huang Badao's face to turn pale with pain. Ah, easy there, easy there. The previous fierceness dissipated in an instant. This is your last chance. Su Ming glanced at Huang Badao's leg, suspended in midair, and smirked. If not, I could leave you with a souvenir of a fracture. Huang Badao shook his head vigorously. Between the choice of gold coins and bodily suffering, he ultimately opted to pay off the threat. Trembling, he produced 30 gold coins and looked at Su Ming with a pitiful gaze. This is all I have. Upon receiving the coins, Su Ming observed Huang Badao, noting that he had no intention of delivering a fatal blow, and so he too refrained from doing so. Scanning the crowd around him, Su Ming declared loudly, every individual has the right to enter a dungeon, and there is no explicit rule stating how long one must remain inside. If you think newcomers are easy prey, feel free to try again next time, but it won't be as simple as 30 gold coins. The bone demon released Huang Badao's arm and smashed a fist into the ground, creating a deep crater in the stone-paved surface. Su Ming then swaggered away with the bone demon, leaving the onlookers gaping at him as if he were some otherworldly creature. No way, is this even human? If I recall correctly, this guy should be a newcomer. How is his summon so powerful? That skeleton creature is simply too impressive. Who knows what his name is? He is utterly outrageous. As he entered, I caught a glimpse of his information. It seemed to be something like Ming, but I didn't catch it clearly. The group of newcomers exchanged glances. Is this what you call a newcomer? With only 1 hour remaining before the dungeon closed, Su Ming did not intend to return there, but instead headed to the practitioner center. Tianning had previously been quite underdeveloped, yet with the rise of Longhua, it had received ample resources and was now flourishing, with shops lining both sides of the streets. Weapon shops, potion shops, armor shops, and restaurants were all abundant. At the very center of Tianning stood a grand building, the Practitioner Center, the largest and most extensive official institution within the Dragon Kingdom, dedicated to managing and serving practitioners. After transitioning careers, all practitioners must register their levels at the Practitioner Center. In return, the center distributes a certain amount of gold coins to practitioners each month. The higher the level, the greater the amount of coins received. Beyond that, the Practitioner Center also offers a series of functions, including material acquisition, task distribution, equipment sales, and item consignment. The interior of the Practitioner Center was divided into several small areas, each containing orbs resembling luminous pearls. All functions of the center were facilitated through these orbs. Su Ming proceeded directly to the level certification area, determined to secure the high-level skill scroll available in 7 days. Initiating identity verification. First-time certification. Su Ming, level 9 practitioner. Contribution, 0. Permissions, level 1. Monthly allowance, 90 gold coins. Once the level certification was completed, Su Ming chose not to collect the gold coin allowance. It was only mid-month. By the end, his level would surely rise again, resulting in an even greater reward. He could wait to claim it later. Next, he made his way to the material acquisition area. Wolf skin, 10 for 1 gold coin. Bear claw, 10 for 2 gold coins. Bones, 10 for 2 gold coins. Level 5 crystal core, 1 for 5 gold coins. The prices seemed reasonable. Su Ming sold all the materials he had obtained from the Misty Forest dungeon, accumulating a total of 56 gold coins. Along with Huang Badao's medical fee, Su Ming now had a total of 86 gold coins. Unlike other professions, life-based professions could level up by using skills. Most of these basic materials ultimately found their way into the hands of alchemists, blacksmiths, and chefs, who processed them into various weapons, armor, magical potions, and food, subsequently selling them for profit. Afterward, Su Ming ventured into the weapon and armor area. Forest staff, white, low quality. Attribute, spirit 1. Sale price, 10 gold coins. Boots of swiftness, white, medium quality. Attribute, agility 1. Sale price, 50 gold coins. Spirit ring, green, low quality. Attribute, spirit 1, can store 5 points of spirit. Sale price, 110 gold coins. White quality equipment offered minimal enhancement and was of little significance, while green quality equipment had some merit. Its price was too steep for the value it provided. Ultimately, Su Ming refrained from purchasing any equipment. Chapter 14. The unique functions of the undead space. Su Ming was now at level 9. This evening, the dungeon would close, preventing all practitioners from entering to gain experience. However, this did not imply that his skeleton soldiers could not enter the dungeon. The Nether Castle yielded 3,040 experience points. Though he had not fully cleared the difficult mode of the Misty Forest, it was roughly estimated he would earn at least 50,000 experience points. Tomorrow, Su Ming planned to level up in the outskirts. Therefore, he visited the task area to see if there were any suitable quests available. With his level 1 permissions, the tasks he could undertake were limited. After perusing for a while, he found that most were aimed at life-based practitioners utilizing the tasks issued by the Practitioner Center, with none of particular interest to him. By the time he returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. Su Ming's undead army had begun to take shape. Number of undead, 335. Skeleton warriors, 115, 16 in recovery. Skeleton mages, 65, 5 in recovery. Skeleton archers, 55, 2 in recovery. Skeleton shield bearers, 50, 4 in recovery. Skeleton tigers, 35, 1 in recovery. Skeleton fruit farmers, 15. Given the current spawning rate of the nest, Su Ming could generate 30 skeleton soldiers per hour, resulting in 720 soldiers within a day and night. Terrifying indeed. At this moment, the dungeon entrance had already closed. Yet, with the aid of the undead vegetation, Su Ming successfully sent all skeleton soldiers into 2 dungeons, allowing them to farm experience, attributes, and resources independently. It was as though he treated the skeletons like little minions. To reach level 10, Su Ming required 9,000 experience points. In one night, the skeletons could easily farm enough, and if luck was on his side, they might even reach level 11. Having completed all this, Su Ming suddenly recalled something. In the last region he visited within the Misty Forest dungeon, there was an apple tree. An idea struck him. Could the undead vegetation also bear fruit? If it could, would the fruit possess any special effects? With this thought in mind, he resolutely transformed the apple tree, eager to test its potential. Opening the system panel, he found Undead Ecosystem Level 10. Ecological value, 1, 6 days left. Functions, 1 undead nest. Undead flora, 610. 1 necrotic grass. Evolution level, 0, 10 ecological points. Unit type, skeleton warrior. Generation rate, 5 per hour. 2 cursed tree. Evolution level, 0, 40 ecological points. Unit type, skeleton mage. Generation rate, 5 per hour. 3 spectral arrow locust. Evolution level, 0, 50 ecological points. Unit type, skeleton archer. Generation rate, 5 per hour. 4 bloodthorn vine. Evolution level, 0, 80 ecological points. Unit type, skeleton shield bearer. Generation rate, 5 per hour. 5 tiger stripe flower. Evolution level, 0, 80 ecological points. Unit type, skeleton tiger. Generation rate, 5 per hour. 6 dark apple tree. Evolution level, 0, 100 ecological points. Unit type, skeleton orchardist. Generation rate, 5 per hour. The undead legion had not yet taken shape, yet the appearance of the skeleton orchardist left him perplexed. Was it truly meant for agricultural endeavors? Su Ming chuckled softly, but suddenly a realization struck him. Wait, if a skeleton orchardist could manifest, did that imply these skeletons could tend to an orchard? If they could indeed manage an orchard, did this suggest that the dark apple tree could bear fruit? Su Ming was overwhelmed with excitement, and his consciousness immediately plunged into the realm of the undead. Within the undead space, the number of skeletal soldiers had begun to take form, wandering about in scattered groups. The entire world still appeared in shades of gray, yet unlike yesterday, several new varieties of flora had emerged. The expanse of the undead space had also noticeably increased. Su Ming's awareness swiftly located the dark apple tree. Apart from its grayish-white hue, it was indistinguishable from a regular apple tree. Several skeleton orchardists were gathered beneath the tree, utilizing various bone implements to aerate the soil, while others were even pruning the branches. A smile spread across Su Ming's face. They knew how to aerate the soil and prune the branches. Indeed, the skeleton orchardists possessed the consciousness to care for the apple trees. However, he wondered when this dark apple tree would bear fruit. Did it have any special properties? If so, it would be an extraordinary boon. Su Ming experimented with his consciousness, attempting to manipulate the undead flora, and to his astonishment, the vegetation truly responded. He separated the dark apple tree from the other plants and planted it in the eastern section. After accomplishing this, Su Ming withdrew his awareness from the undead space. His subconscious informed him that this realm was far from simple. The ability to cultivate flora and store items from the real world hinted at profound complexities. However, he understood that his primary objective was to diligently elevate his level. He would leverage every resource at his disposal to enhance his rank, for with greater strength, Many mysteries would reveal themselves. Moreover, in this world where power reigns supreme, only those with strength wield influence. Additionally, battles between nations and abyssal beings raged on. It was conceivable that one day, a defense might falter. Only through personal empowerment could he ensure his survival. Following the accrual of ecological points today, he would reach a total of 7 points, and upon receiving tomorrow's points, he would have enough to evolve the necrotic grass. He was eager to discover whether the attributes of the skeleton warriors would undergo any changes. The next morning, as Su Ming awoke from his slumber, he received a system notification. Host has successfully leveled up to level 10, gaining the second skill, Echo of the Undead. Echo of the Undead consumes mental energy to detonate deceased creatures, inflicting double the damage of their life force. Goodness, the system directly granted him a skill? And it was an extraordinary one at that. Su Ming's mind buzzed with excitement. What more could he possibly desire in terms of advanced skill scrolls? This was exhilarating. After thoroughly examining the effects of the skill, his drowsiness vanished. This skill, while seemingly less useful in everyday combat, was undoubtedly a game-changer on the battlefield. For on the battlefield, corpses were abundant. With this skill, every fallen body could become a bomb in Su Ming's hands, capable of detonating at any moment. Subsequently, Su Ming turned his attention to his attribute panel. Name, Su Ming. Profession, Undead Lord. Level, 10. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Mental, 200. Constitution, 100. Equipment, Concealment Emblem. Undead count, 635. Skeleton Warriors, 165, 56 recovering. Skeleton Mages, 115, 35 recovering. Skeleton Archers, 105, 15 recovering. Skeleton Shield Bearers, 150 recovering. Skeleton Tigers, 85, 9 recovering. Skeleton Orchardists, 65. Talent, Blessing of the Reaper. Undead creatures have a 20 chance to increase all attributes by 1 upon slaying an enemy. Skills 1. Bone Feed Demon, active skill. 2. Echo of the Undead, active skill. The probability of the Blessing of the Reaper had risen to 20, indicating it would escalate with his level, a fantastic development. However, leveling up to 11 required 20,000 experience points, which was somewhat daunting. Just as Su Ming finished reviewing his information, the system notification chimed once more. Host has leveled up to 10. The Undead ecosystem will undergo an upgrade. Upgrading. Chapter 15, System Version 20, Unlocking New Features. Upgrade successful. Undead ecosystem, level 20. The Undead space will expand alongside system upgrades, gradually increasing the number of nests and unit types. Feature unlocked 2, Undead Mark. Undead Mark. When undead creatures slay enemy units, there is a 20 chance to convert them into similar undead beings. Su Ming sprang from his bed in astonishment. Though he had anticipated this, it still exceeded his expectations. Every function of this system was astonishingly formidable. With the support of the Undead Nest feature, merely a day past his job change, he had already amassed over 600 skeletal soldiers, and they were capable of infinite growth. Now, with the addition of the Undead Mark, an outrageous ability, the daily influx of undead beings would likely surge. Furthermore, given the 20 probability, it would probably escalate as the system evolved further. If this trend continued, Su Ming believed he would soon become a true undead lord. In time, commanding tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or billions of skeletons would make overpowering adversaries a mere formality. The thought alone sent his heart racing with exhilaration. Yet, despite the promising future, reality remained harsh. Su Ming still needed to grind for experience today. Although he no longer required advanced skill scrolls, those items held significant value and constituted a considerable fortune. Coincidentally, Su Ming found himself in dire need of funds. After a light meal, Su Ming proceeded directly to the city gate of Tianning, removing the concealment badge. As a level 10 professional, he met the requirements to exit the city. The soldier guarding the gate, upon recognizing Su Ming's level, cautioned him. The outside world is exceedingly perilous. Please exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter danger, seek assistance promptly. Tianning will always be your steadfast support. With the concealment badge secured, Su Ming bowed in gratitude to the 2 soldiers, thanking them for their warnings. As he stepped beyond the city gate, a chilling and biting wind assaulted him. The howling gale roared like an enraged beast, indiscriminately tearing at everything in its path, stirring up clouds of dust and withered leaves that danced erratically through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, emitting an unsettling sound. In stark contrast to the orderly confines of the city, the outside world was littered with ruins, bearing the scars of countless battles. Weeds and trees engulfed abandoned vehicles, which lay haphazardly by the roadside, their windows shattered and doors flung open. The sheer impact of this scene momentarily left Su Ming in a daze. This was his first venture beyond the walls of Tianning, and the desolate landscape resembled apocalyptic scenes he had seen in films from Blue Star. Gazing back at the city, Su Ming observed the intricately carved defensive arrays etched into the stone walls, now marred by dried blood. With a final glance at Tianning, he hastened into the wilderness. As he moved further from the city walls, the metallic scent of blood became increasingly pungent, interspersed with eerie growls echoing in the vicinity. Not long into his journey, Su Ming spotted 3 professionals engaged in a fierce assault against a massive wild boar. He donned a black cloak that he had prepared in advance, embarking on his journey of slaughter. With a mere thought, a multitude of portals materialized around him, from which skeletal soldiers emerged at a deliberate pace, 300 in total, standing ready for his further commands. The sight was enough to send chills down one's spine. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the skeletal soldiers exhibited an admirable cohesion. 2 skeletal shield bearers at the forefront, flanked by 2 skeletal warriors, while 2 skeletal archers and 2 skeletal mages occupied the rear, with 2 skeletal tigers scouting ahead. 10 skeletal soldiers comprised a small squad. In total, 29 small squads commenced their gradual advance in all directions, while over 300 skeletal soldiers toiled in 2 separate instances. Centered around Su Ming, they fanned out in a strategic exploration pattern to eliminate monsters, with 1 remaining squad accompanying him forward. This tactical formation, conceived by Su Ming after a night of deliberation, was designed to maximize efficiency. A reckless charge would yield diminishing returns, while a judicious mix of skeletal units would yield greater success. The skeletal mages, exhibiting the highest morale and a semblance of team awareness, served as the core of the units, responsible for temporarily directing the other skeletal types. Successfully defeated the golden-backed wolf, gaining 110 experience points. Acquired 1 wolf fawn. Successfully defeated the phantom spider, gaining 130 experience points. Acquired 1 phantom spider crystal core. With the sound of notifications ringing in his ears, Su Ming officially commenced his leveling journey for the day. Not long after leading his squad forward, they encountered a wandering ratman patrol. The creature, small and hunched, bore skin of a brownish-gray hue, interspersed with sparse gray fur. Its limbs were long and powerful, with fingers and toes that ended in sharp claws, and its nails were dark and elongated. Ratman Patrol, Level 10, Strength 115, Agility 135, Mentality 102, Vitality 101, Skill 1 Bite, Active Skill, Bite. Inflicts 15 times damage upon attack, with a 15 chance to inflict the bleeding status on the enemy. You have been found. In the outskirts of Tianning, the Ratman tribe is the predominant monster species. Individually, they are not particularly formidable, but their prolific breeding capabilities make them notorious for their sheer numbers. The greatest fear for ordinary professionals is being surrounded by hordes of ratmen. Once encircled, the only fate that awaits is death. For Su Ming, however, the terrifying abundance of these creatures was precisely what he sought. Only such a populous species could provide him with a wealth of experience and enhance the attributes of his skeletal soldiers. With a command from Su Ming, the skeletal tiger charged forward, swiftly lunging at the Ratman patrol, closely followed by the skeletal warriors. The skeletal archers drew their bows, while the skeletal mages swiftly imbued the arrows with magical effects. The 2 skeletal arrows struck the Ratman with devastating power, their might doubled by the enchantment. The Ratman's health plummeted by 23, and the skeletal tiger pounced, bringing the creature down, as the 2 skeletal warriors joined the fray, effortlessly dispatching the Ratman patrol in under 5 seconds. Successfully defeated the Ratman patrol, gaining 100 experience points. Acquired 1 rat fur. Recalling the location of the Ratman tribe, Su Ming continued onward with his squad of skeletal soldiers. Throughout their journey, they dispatched monsters in under 10 seconds each time, with notifications flooding in like a barrage. Su Ming's experience surged dramatically, climbing rapidly. At this rate, he would reach the next level in just an hour. The outskirts truly were an excellent locale for grinding experience. The ruckus generated by the skeletal squad attracted the attention of numerous professionals. Upon checking the details, they were astonished to discover that these were summoned minions. My goodness, so many skeletal soldiers. Who is their master? The quantity is simply staggering. Look, these skeletons even exhibit teamwork. How on earth does their master control so many at once? Whoever it is, we can find out by posting on the forum. One professional decisively captured footage of the skeletal squad's monster hunting and uploaded it to the Tianning forum. Su Ming, perceiving the situation through his skeletal soldiers, paid no heed to the other professionals as they continued their advance. After an hour of relentless progress, he finally arrived at the edge of the forested area in the suburbs. Confirming his direction once more, he set off towards the northeast. This region was characterized by vast stretches of desolate land, which had once been a dense forest. However, The arrival of the Ratman tribe had transformed the lush greenery into barren wasteland. Beneath the desert lay a network of tunnels excavated by the Ratmen. Generally, few professionals dared to tread here. Those who did were typically level 15 or higher, forming groups to grind experience, and they only dared to operate on the periphery, never venturing deep within. The risk of being surrounded by Ratmen was far too great. Once ensnared in their encirclement, the outcome was almost assuredly fatal. Chapter 16. The Ratman tribe. As Su Ming stepped into the arid expanse, a dozen robust Ratmen emerged from the dark tunnels. These Ratmen bore a slightly different appearance from the patrols. Their heads were pointed, and their eyes glowed a maniacal crimson, flashing with cunning and cruelty. They donned tattered leather armor, marred by scratches and bloodstains, clear remnants of their violent encounters. At his waist hung a short sword, marred by rust, its hilt entwined with a frayed piece of leather. The figures bore a slight curve in their backs, gripping the sword's hilt as if poised to pounce on their prey. Elite Ratman Warrior. Level 12. Strength 155. Agility 165. Spirit 113. Constitution 139. Truly deserving of the title Elite, this level 12 creature possessed an astonishing agility of 165. In contrast, the strongest member of the skeletal squad, a mere skeleton soldier, did not exceed 100 in attributes, rendering battles somewhat time-consuming. To hasten the process, Su Ming summoned Skeleton Warrior 006 from the Nether Castle. Upon observing its attributes, Su Ming was taken aback. All of 006 attributes had uniformly risen to an impressive 183. With a decisive strike, Skeleton Warrior 006 charged toward the Ratman Warrior, closely followed by the Skeletal Tiger and two additional Skeleton Warriors. The Skeletal Archer unleashed ranged attacks, while the Skeletal Mage enchanted the arrows, and the Skeletal Shield Bearer ensured the safety of the Archer, the Mage, and Su Ming himself. As 006 brought down its blade, the Ratman Warrior swiftly reacted, brandishing its rusted short sword in an attempt to block. However, the strength of the Skeleton Warrior far surpassed its expectations. The clash of the short sword against the bone knife produced a sharp, metallic shatter. The Ratman Warrior's sword was cleaved in two, and it was bisected along with it. Blood instantly stained 006's form, and before the Ratman Warrior could utter a cry of despair, it had already met its demise. Unyielding, the Skeletal Tiger sprang forward with powerful limbs, its massive jaws filled with sharp teeth, aiming to rend the Ratman Warrior's side. Although the Ratman Warrior was significantly swifter than the Skeletal Tiger and could easily evade the attack, just as it prepared to dodge, an arrow effortlessly pierced through its leather armor, subsequently penetrating its body. This moment of paralysis coincided perfectly with the Skeletal Tiger's assault, which swiftly severed the Ratman Warrior's head. The skeletal forces coordinated seamlessly, expending merely 5 minutes to eliminate a dozen Ratman Warriors at the cost of half of 006 health and 2 Skeleton Warriors. As Su Ming prepared to delve deeper, he noticed a cloud of dust obscuring the left side, and through the perspectives of the other skeletal squad members, he discerned a multitude of Ratmen converging in that direction. It was highly probable that other adventurers were under siege, prompting Su Ming to command all Skeleton Warriors to rally around him and advance toward that area. On the other side of the desert, a 5-member team was struggling to hold their ground, completely surrounded by a throng of Ratmen. Among them was Wang Ya, the newly awakened 6-winged angel-class adventurer. The team's captain was a warrior, shield in his left hand and a heavy sword in his right, bravely fending off the Ratman onslaught. Stonehammer, level 17. Sword and shield guardian. Yet he bore multiple wounds, his armor soaked with blood. This time, it seemed they were truly on the brink of defeat. Wang Ya raised a white-quality longsword high, channeling boundless angelic power, and then with a fierce swing, unleashed a radiant beam from the sword, striking down enemies within a fan-shaped area before her. Several Ratmen were instantly slain, while those who survived were engulfed in white flames, suffering continuous damage. The mage Qin Su, seemingly unfazed by the dire situation, quipped, "Truly the mark of a legendary class. The damage from this skill rivals that of a mage. And yet it demands far less mana." Qin Su, level 20, with Spirit Mage. Captain Stonehammer, propelling a Ratman away with his shield, cursed, "Qin Su, I'm on the verge of exhaustion, and you're still able to jest." Wang Ya, having continuously unleashed skills, now appeared somewhat pale. "I apologize. My stubbornness has led us into this Ratman encirclement." The day prior, after emerging from the desert ancient capital dungeon, she had ventured with her teammates to another dungeon to farm monsters, successfully leveling up to level 6 due to her formidable talents. Though she had not surpassed Long Hua's record, it was still a remarkable achievement for a newcomer. However, soon after, she learned that the legendary class adventurer Long Lin from her school had reached level 7, surpassing her by 1 level. The heavens had favored her with a legendary class, and she could not bear to be overshadowed by others. Moreover, she was determined to acquire that high-level skill scroll. Realizing that adhering to the status quo would forever hinder her progress compared to Long Lin, she hastily joined an organization known as the Lingyun Guild. The guild had invited her to join right after her class change, but she had asked for time to consider. Consequently, upon her joining, the guild leader was more than willing to accommodate her requests, as they hoped Wang Yu would obtain the high-level skill scroll to elevate the guild's prestige. Hence, they dispatched 4 level 20 professionals to assist Wang Yu in leveling up in the Ratman territory. Unfortunately, just as she had leveled up twice, they were besieged by a horde of Ratmen. Qin Su nonchalantly remarked, "It's not your fault. We often level up here and have never encountered this issue before. Today seems to simply be our unlucky day." The sharpshooter Ashue and their party echoed his sentiment. "It truly is bizarre. We were merely on the outskirts, and logically, there shouldn't be this many Ratmen. But as you can see, we are now being harried from all sides by these Ratmen. It's evident they had a plan, likely aiming to ensnare us all." Wang Yu tentatively suggested, "Shall we attempt to break through towards Tianning City?" Stonehammer shook his head, immediately dismissing her idea. "They are correct. The number of Ratmen behind us exceeds those in front. Clearly, this is a calculated ambush. A reckless breakout would only incite a more fervent attack from the Ratmen. I have already called for reinforcements from other adventurers and guild members. Everyone, do not give up. Hold on just a little longer. Most of these Ratmen are level 10 to 15. We can still manage for now." No one in the party spoke further. The encirclement by the Ratmen was no trifling matter. Even if other adventurers received the signal, they would likely be too fearful to come to their aid. Yet at this moment, perseverance was their only option. Although the pressure from the Ratmen was intense, it also afforded them the opportunity to amass a considerable amount of experience in a short time. Wang Yu had already leveled up 3 times, reaching level 9. Her progression far outpacing that in the dungeons. However, with each kill, she felt increasingly apprehensive. The number of Ratmen was not diminishing, but rather multiplying. And as she gazed upon the dense throng of Ratmen resembling a sea of sesame seeds, a sense of powerlessness surged within her. It felt utterly insurmountable. Though each level up replenished her mental energy, her physical stamina remained depleted. Moreover, any lapse in attention could lead to a surprise attack from the Ratmen, resulting in a bleeding condition that caused continuous health loss, compounding their misery. Were it not for the presence of a healer among the team, they would have surely perished by now. Su Ming, accompanied by his skeletal soldiers, arrived at the periphery of the Ratman horde, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This was no mere horde of Ratmen. It was an ocean of experience waiting to be claimed. Immediately, he began formulating a tactical plan. The skeletal shield guards formed a fan-shaped line ahead, with skeletal warriors following closely behind to unleash their assaults, while skeletal tigers charged directly at the Ratmen flanking either side. Skeletal mages and archers maintained their formation in the rear, delivering ranged strikes. Attack. Chapter 17, Ratman Assassins. With a single command, over 100 skeletal archers immediately unleashed a volley of arrows. The white bone arrows fell like raindrops upon the tide of Ratmen. Though numerous, the Ratmen were individually weak, relying solely on their overwhelming numbers to prevail. Enchanted arrows swiftly claimed the lives of over 80 Ratmen. Successfully killed a Ratman slave, gained 120 experience. Successfully killed a Ratman warrior, gained 150 experience. Acquired 15 rat fur. Acquired 20 bones. As wave after wave of arrows rained down, the notifications of experience and materials incessantly chimed, propelling Su Ming's experience points to soar. Simultaneously, a portion of the Ratmen slain by the skeletal soldiers transformed into new skeletal warriors. Undead Mark. Upon defeating enemy units, undead creatures have a 20 chance to convert them into similar undead beings. The Ratmen assimilated by the skeletal warriors would become new skeletal warriors, and similarly, those dispatched by the skeletal archers would transform into new skeletal archers. However, these newly converted skeletal soldiers were swiftly engulfed by the surging tide of Ratmen, returning to the realm of the undead to recover. Lacking a cohesive formation, these freshly generated skeletal soldiers were far inferior in strength compared to the Ratmen. This system is indeed astonishing. Su Ming's attacks drew the attention of the rat horde, causing some to turn and prepare to assault him. Yet, after only a few steps, they abruptly reversed course, as if some unseen force was manipulating their will, compelling them to charge once more in Wang Yu's direction. How peculiar, they do not retaliate. Could it be that a higher-level Ratman is controlling this horde from behind? Moreover, the sheer number of Ratmen surrounding suggests that the target being besieged holds significant importance. Contemplating this, Su Ming resolved to advance cautiously while continuing his assault. Charging recklessly could lead to dire consequences. While Su Ming was reveling in his onslaught, Wang Yu was enduring considerable hardships. The team had been holding out for an hour. After an hour of intense combat, several members of the team were physically and mentally exhausted, with their soul support already drained. We can't continue like this. We'll wear ourselves out, the team leader, Stonehammer, stated gravely. He had intended to wait for reinforcements, but it was evident that no aid was forthcoming. Unbeknownst to Stonehammer, his distress signal had never been dispatched, having been intercepted by high-level ratmen. The others nodded in agreement. If they did not break through soon, they would indeed perish. Suddenly, a loud crash emanated from their east, causing the Team's archers to glance in that direction, their eyes alight with hope. Boss, it seems someone is attacking the rat horde from the east. And there are quite a few of them. Upon hearing this, Chinsu immediately perked up. Could it be reinforcements coming to our aid? Uncertain. All I can see are waves upon waves of arrows striking the rat horde, he replied. After a moment of contemplation, Stonehammer commanded, lead the way. We shall converge in that direction. If we can just hold out until the reinforcements notice us, we will survive. The archers in the team nodded firmly, positioning themselves behind Stonehammer as they slowly made their way towards Su Ming's location. Meanwhile, before Su Ming lay a massive pit, the majority of the skeletal shield guards having lost half their health. Goodness, the power is astonishing, Su Ming exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the vast crater before him. Moments ago, he had felt his experience points nearing their limit, yet his mental energy remained largely untapped, prompting him to test his newly acquired second skill. Echo of the Undead. The explosion of a cluster of ratmen corpses proved extraordinarily powerful, nearly causing self-harm. Had it not been for the skeletal shield guards absorbing most of the impact, Su Ming would have sustained injuries. The tremendous explosion instantly obliterated the ratmen within a 100-meter radius, with body parts and blood raining down from the sky. A dark red hue enveloped all the skeletal soldiers, lending an eerie quality to the scene. At this moment, Su Ming's level had risen to 12, and the recent explosion had propelled him nearly a level up to 13. It seemed that as long as the rat horde remained plentiful, reaching level 20 today was certainly within reach. For all adventurers, leveling up before reaching level 20 is relatively easy, but afterward, the difficulty of advancement increases exponentially, requiring more experience, alongside stronger monsters. For most adventurers, gaining a level every 10 days to half a month is the norm. In the depths of the dark, unlit caves of the Ratman tribe, a Ratman slowly opened its eyes. Its small, round eyes glimmered with a cunning and sinister light, indicating a degree of intelligence. It wore a voluminous black robe adorned with intricate red and gold patterns, its edges trimmed with faded silver fur. A tall, pointed hat crowned its head, with feathers swaying in the wind, and it hung dry claws, desiccated roots, and rusted bells from its waist, which jingled softly. Lord Ratman Shaman. Level, 29. Strength, 405. Agility, 426. Spirit, 515. Constitution, 400. It gently shook the bells at its waist, and suddenly, 10 Ratmen appeared before it. These Ratmen were even more robust than elite Ratman warriors, their eyes a dull gray. The Ratman Shaman's eyes glowed red as it conveyed instructions to the 10 Ratmen. They nodded in unison, their forms slowly fading into the darkness, vanishing without a trace within mere breaths. Once outside the cave, the 10 Ratmen swiftly dashed towards Wang Yu. They moved like 10 streaks of gray light, quickly merging into the rat horde, yet they continued to press rapidly toward Wang Yu's location. Hang in there, brothers. I can see the rescuers approaching ahead. Stonehammer strained to lift his shield, his words barely escaping through clenched teeth, attempting to comfort the others. Wang Yu felt her entire body aching, as though her legs were shackled with a 1,000-pound chain. Yet, she understood that stopping now would mean death. With a swift strike, she dispatched a Ratman, then employed her first skill to carve a path for Stonehammer's advance. The group painstakingly pushed forward a short distance. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air. As Stonehammer prepared to advance once more, he abruptly sensed a murderous intent from behind. Turning around, he beheld 2 gray figures surging forth from the rat horde, their daggers gleaming with a menacing glint as they rushed toward him at blinding speed. Elite Ratman Assassin. Level, 18. Strength, 292. Agility, 300. Spirit, 280. Constitution, 260. This is bad. Prepare to defend. At that moment, everyone was utterly exhausted, their senses dulled compared to earlier. Thus, apart from Stonehammer, who reacted in time, the others remained oblivious. One Ratman assassin lunged toward Wang Yu, while the other targeted the weakest support. Wang Yu stood beside Shirchue, who promptly raised his shield to deflect the attack from the Ratman assassin. However, the support was not as fortunate. Shirchue watched helplessly as the dagger sliced through the support's neck, a crimson arc bursting forth, leaving the support's face etched with confusion, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. No. Shirchue roared in fury, but his cries fell on deaf ears. Blood gushed from the support's neck, splattering those nearby, with Wangya standing closest, becoming drenched in the sanguine deluge. They were dead. Someone had perished. As the warmth of blood trickled down her face, Wang Ya's gaze turned vacant. Momentarily lost in a daze, the sword she had been holding slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. Chapter 18. Courage is humanity's eternal anthem. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ming was commanding the Skeleton Legion, urging them closer to the enemy. Yet, their advance was painfully slow. Fearing that delay would lead to dire consequences, he decisively summoned the Bone Demon, the Feast of 10,000 Bones. Ming expended 160 points of mental energy to conjure a formidable bone demon, manifesting from 16 powerful skeleton soldiers, its attributes reaching a terrifying 356. Time was of the essence. He arranged for a multitude of skeleton shield guards and skeleton warriors 006 to protect himself, then immediately took control of the bone demon's consciousness, directing the skeleton warriors toward Wangya and her companions. The bone demon cleaved through the rat men as if they were mere chaff, each swing of its bone blade taking multiple lives. Run! Shirchue's voice boomed again, like a heavy hammer striking, instantly rousing the three who had been dazed. In the face of life and death, their weariness vanished, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. Wangya jolted awake, hastily reclaiming her long sword from the ground. Su unleashed a wide-area spell, carving a path through the tide of rat men, and the other three immediately followed. Yet the rat man assassins were relentless, pursuing them with fervor, their bites sharp and unyielding. Shirchue remained behind to hold them off, buying precious time for the others. The rat man assassins moved with astonishing speed, and soon Shirchue bore several fresh wounds, a fatal gash appearing across his chest. The horrific injury and searing pain left him breathless. He feared this would be his last stand. Clutching his chest, he gasped for air, confronted by two rat-man assassins, surrounded by countless others. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. What ill fortune! How could such elite foes appear in the outer fringes? But the next scene shattered his spirit entirely. Amidst the swarm of rat-men, several assassins flew past him, directly targeting Wangya and her companions. As Shirchue attempted to intervene, the two rat-man assassins before him surged forward, and he was dragged down, unable to resist. Su, leaning on his staff, gasped, "Little girl, I suspect the higher rat-men of the tribe have identified your class. Hence their relentless pursuit to eliminate us." Wangya froze, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, as a relatively weak legendary class, daring to appear in the territory of other races, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate her. She had been so focused on leveling up that she had entirely forgotten the implications of her class. In a world rife with competition among various races, no one would wish to see a potential adversary grow strong. They all sought to nip any future threats in the bud. Understanding the gravity of the situation, guilt filled Wangya's heart. Su shook his head, looking at her solemnly. "I speak not to instill guilt, but to convey your significance. Each legendary class is a priceless asset for us humans, our capital against other races. Thus, every race will target you. This is perilous, yet it is also your opportunity. In the future, whenever you venture out to hunt monsters, you must prioritize your own safety." Su's words were laden with deep emotion, and the archer Ashue and the team nodded gravely. "The ultimate fate of us practitioners is to die in battle. It is merely a matter of when. To die protecting a legendary class practitioner, I deem it worthwhile." Wangya sensed the resolute intent in their words, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, yet she felt powerless to change the course of events. Su produced 2 talismans from his robe, pressing one into Wangya's palm. "I will hold off the rat-man assassins behind us, and Ashue will carve a path for you ahead. The rest is up to you." Before he finished speaking, Su turned and waved his staff. Vines ensnared the ground, abruptly sprouting forth to ensnare 6 rat-man assassins, dragging them together. Simultaneously, Ashue unleashed his skill. A golden arrow, as thick as a wrist, shot from one end of the rat-man horde to the other. Like a streak of golden lightning, it cleaved a path through the dark mass of rat-men, leading towards salvation. "Run!" Ashue shouted. Wangya's pale hands clenched until they bled, her heart torn. If she did not flee, their sacrifices would be in vain. Yet if she left, her conscience would remain restless. Ultimately, with great difficulty, Wangya took a step forward, moving ahead. Ashue watched her retreating figure, his expression dimming. "Go live well. The future you will undoubtedly become a pillar for our kind." But just a few steps in, Wangya turned back, tears still fresh on her face. "Brother Ashue, I have come to realize that if I leave today, I will forever live in guilt. The legendary practitioners of humanity would rather die in battle than be branded as cowards." Ashue smiled, genuine joy lighting his face as he nodded solemnly at Wanya. Meanwhile, Qin Su coldly observed the Ratman assassins on the verge of breaking free, disdain dripping from his voice. You wish to slay a legendary practitioner of humanity? You think yourselves worthy? He instantly hurled a talisman, which transformed into a massive fireball, hurtling toward the center of the Ratman assassins. Boom! The fireball exploded, sending dust swirling everywhere, but he sensed an immediate danger. A glow flashed from the ring on his finger, and a shield of stone materialized, shielding Qin Su from behind. In that instant, he caught sight of a Ratman assassin's dagger. Clang! The shield intercepted the assassin's strike. Yet, he felt a chilling sensation in his chest, and looked down to see the dagger that had pierced him from behind. A helpless chuckle escaped his lips. Indeed, when a mage faces an assassin, defense is forever their Achilles heel. As the dust settled, 6 Ratman assassins bore minor injuries, and Qin Su ultimately closed his eyes in resignation. All the Ratman assassins surged toward Wanya. She was the ultimate target of this onslaught. Facing the swiftly approaching Ratman assassins, Wanya showed no sign of fear, tightening her grip on the longsword, ready to fight to the death. If she could slay just one, it would be worth it. In her eyes, the dagger of the Ratman assassin loomed larger and larger. She held her breath, widening her eyes, channeling all her strength into a strike with her longsword. A flash of white light. The Ratman assassin's dagger, along with its body, was cleaved in two, the sensation as smooth as cutting through tofu. In that fleeting moment, Wanya had thought there was no chance of survival. Following the trail of white light, a slender figure painted in crimson stood before me. To be precise, it was not merely the hue of red, but a color imbued by the very essence of blood, with a knife in hand that dripped incessantly. The figure glided past a group of ratfolk assassins without pausing. All the ratfolk assassins fell, their heads severed, without exception. Such strength. It was overwhelming. Wanya gazed in awe at the figure, only to realize that it was a skeleton, composed entirely of bones. After the bone demon had dispatched the ratfolk assassins, it did not linger but rushed towards the position of Stonehammer. By the time it arrived, Stonehammer was on the brink of death, clinging to a mere breath, surrounded by the 2 ratfolk assassins he had already slain. One must admit, Stonehammer's prowess was indeed formidable. Su Ming could not bear to see such talent extinguished prematurely. The bone demon lacked healing abilities, thus Su Ming could only command it to carry Stonehammer back to Wanya's side. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind Wanya, accompanied by the sound of clashing bones. Turning to look, she beheld the skeletal warriors engaging in a frenzy of slaughter, mercilessly reaping the lives of the ratfolk. Their bodies were all cloaked in an eerie crimson. Could it be that the skeletal clan had arrived? Wanya instinctively swallowed hard, tightening her grip on her sword. However, when the skeletal warriors reached her, they parted in the middle, dispatching the approaching ratfolk on either side, shielding Wanya and a Shui within their ranks. They carved a path through the tide of ratfolk for the 2. Wanya and a Shui exchanged glances. They were here to rescue them. The 2 immediately hoisted the barely alive Stonehammer and made their way out of the ratfolk tide. Chapter 19, The Ratfolk Uprising. Deep within the ratfolk tribe, the ratfolk shaman's eyes glowed a fierce red, emanating unstable waves of energy. It had sensed the demise of all 10 ratfolk assassins. Moreover, the mission had not been accomplished. These were the elite forces of the ratfolk tribe. The cost of nurturing each one was exorbitant, and success was rare. To lose 10 at once was a grievous blow to the shaman's heart. I shall have your head. The ratfolk shaman rose, striking its staff forcefully upon the ground. In an instant, all the ratfolk within the tribe sprang into motion, surging towards Su Ming's location, Tianning City. Chu Feng was diligently attending to school affairs in his office when the door was suddenly flung open. Principal, bad news. The ratfolk tribe has erupted into a massive riot. The Practitioner Association requests your immediate presence at the city wall for defense preparations. Chu Feng was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Why would the ratfolk tribe revolt for no apparent reason? It was neither the peak population period for the ratfolk, nor was it a time of scarcity. Summer was upon them, and food was plentiful. How could they possibly attack the city? Though uncertain of the reasons behind this upheaval, he promptly made his way to the city wall where the ratfolk tribe resided. At that moment, many practitioners who had been out hunting monsters had returned, gathering atop the city wall to observe. Not far from the wall, dust swirled in the air, casting a grayish hue across the sky. The situation clearly indicated a collective movement of the ratfolk tribe. I just received a distress signal from members of the Lingyun Guild, preparing to rescue them, only to find the ratfolk tribe in upheaval unexpectedly. Same here. I was also gearing up for a rescue when I sensed something was amiss. They are likely in dire straits now. Upon Chu Feng's arrival at the city wall, the military forces had already assumed a defensive posture, ready for action. What is happening? The commander of the wall guards shook his head lightly, equally perplexed by the rat folk's inexplicable riot. Chu Feng stated, regardless of the cause, we must be prepared. Historically, rat folk tides have lasted around a week. This time will likely be no different. We need to expedite arrangements for defense. The commander nodded in agreement. No matter the reason, the city's safety could not be taken lightly. By the way, Principal Chu, half an hour ago, we received a distress signal from a practitioner squad, stating they were surrounded by rat folk and requesting our assistance. Where are they? The commander averted his gaze from Chu Feng, looking downcast. Our team had just arrived at the outskirts of the rat folk tribe when we found the area completely surrounded, rendering any rescue attempt impossible. Chu Feng's brows furrowed deeply, a sense of foreboding rising within him as he solemnly inquired, who was in the squad? According to other practitioners, they were members of the Lingyun Guild, and it seems they were accompanied by a newcomer. The keywords outer perimeter, rat folk tide, and newcomer were all too familiar to Chu Feng. Upon hearing them, his expression changed drastically. It was evident that a rare practitioner had been discovered by the rat folk tribe. With a flash, electric currents crackled around Chu Feng as he leapt from the city wall, racing towards the rat folk tide. I hope it's not too late. No one could have anticipated that the instigator of this rat folk tide was, at that very moment, still busy summoning monsters. Su Ming controlled the skeletal warriors, escorting Wang Ye and a Shui successfully out of the encirclement of the rat folk tide. Upon reaching Su Ming's side, Wang Ye and a Shui realized that the skeletal warriors who had rescued them were merely a small fraction of the entire army. Most of the skeletal soldiers remained in place, awaiting orders. Skeletal archers, skeletal mages, skeletal tigers, witnessing such a diverse array of skeletons. The two could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had seen summoning classes before, but never had they encountered such an astonishing number. Moreover, some of the skeletons possessed exceptionally high attributes, with some nearing the 90s, almost reaching 100. Both were filled with awe. Incredible. A level 1 summoned skeleton soldier with attributes soaring to 100. And to think this individual could summon so many skeletal beings, surely. They must be at least level 60 or above. Thus, both assumed Su Ming was a hidden master and immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one, for your timely rescue. Had it not been for your intervention, our squad would have surely perished. Mentioning their squad, Wang Ye and Shui's expressions immediately darkened. Of the 5-member team, only 3 remained, one of whom was gravely injured and unconscious. Draped in a black cloak, Su Ming concealed his visage and form entirely. And with the emblem of concealment upon him, Wang Ye and Shui could not discern his true nature. He waved his hand, signaling the two to take the unconscious stone hammer and depart. He could sense the vibrations around him. It was evident that the rat folk tribe was fully mobilizing. However, Su Ming was waiting for their complete deployment. Otherwise, how could he gain sufficient experience to reach level 20? Wang Ye, observing the figure within the black cloak, felt an inexplicable familiarity and ventured to ask, might I inquire your name, esteemed one, so that we may repay your life-saving grace in the future? Su Ming casually replied, the undead. Wang Ye recognized that the name was not genuine, yet felt it inappropriate to press further. With a resolute farewell, they made their way towards Tianning City. Once they departed, Su Ming immediately began to strategize. The skeletal warriors and skeletal tigers paired up to form a cavalry, charging through the rat folk tide. All skeletal shield bearers lined the front, absorbing the onslaught of the rat folk, while skeletal archers and mages provided ranged support. With a massive horde of rat folk at his disposal, this battle was his opportunity to attain level 20. The skeletal soldiers, tireless and relentless, continued their slaughter, undeterred until their health was fully depleted. The rat man, slain by the skeletal soldier, possessed a mere 20 chance of transforming into a new skeletal warrior. Though this probability was modest, the sheer number was overwhelming. The rate at which new skeletal soldiers emerged far surpassed that of the nest. Despite the multitude of rat men, Su Ming's skeletal forces grew increasingly formidable with each skirmish, expanding in number as well. Any skeletal soldier whose health was depleted would fully revive after 12 minutes. Su Ming's task was to continuously summon the newly resurrected skeletal warriors to fill defensive gaps and bolster offensive capabilities, awaiting the moment to resummon the bone demon. Additionally, when the corpses accumulated sufficiently, Su Ming would remotely detonate them to inflict widespread damage upon the Ratman horde. Each explosion significantly surged Su Ming's experience. Remarkably, he began to show signs of being able to hold back the rat tide single-handedly. Yet, he was acutely aware that a considerable portion of this success was attributable to the bone demon. His levels ascended rapidly, akin to a rocket's trajectory, level 13, 14, 15, 16. In the span of half an hour, Su Ming soared from level 10 to level 16. Under the influence of the Undead Mark, the number of skeletal soldiers had exceeded 1,000, marking the initial stages of a formidable force. The speed of this leveling was enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. Just a day after his class change, he commanded an army of over 1,000, with levels nearing 20. Moreover, all types of skeletal soldiers were swiftly enhancing their attributes. This necromantic ecosystem was indeed terrifying. The ground beneath Su Ming's feet had been thoroughly soaked with blood, and all skeletal soldiers dripped with it, the air thick with a fetid stench. With only 4 levels remaining, Su Ming was eager to avoid further delays. If high-level ratmen were to arrive, it would spell trouble. Presently, the most significant vulnerability of Su Ming's undead legion lay within himself. While skeletal soldiers could be revived, his own death would be final. Rather than adopting a defensive stance, he resolved to take the initiative. Su Ming planned to send the Bone Demon directly to the enemy's lair, executing a strategy of infiltration. Even if the Bone Demon couldn't prevail, it could at least distract the higher-level ratmen. Chapter 20. Indeed, I am the weak link. Summon the Bone Demon. Exhausting all mental energy, the recently restored 320 points of mental power were once again depleted. He then summoned 32 of the most powerful skeletal soldiers. Bone Demon. Level 16. Strength 3,600. Agility 3,680. Spirit 4,000. Constitution 3,960. Skill 1. Bone Formation Active Skill. Existence duration 16 minutes. The Bone Demon summoned this time was more powerful than any previous incarnation. Its torso was no longer mere bone, but shimmered like jade. The attributes of the Bone Demon left Su Ming momentarily dazed. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Its 4 core attributes were fearsome. Go. Su Ming's objective was clear. Head straight for the Ratman Tribe's stronghold. The Bone Demon assumed a new form, foregoing weapons and instead manifesting bone spikes at each joint. Like a shooting star, it dashed through the rat horde, resulting in the instantaneous demise of numerous ratmen. At this speed, each ratman was nearly one touch away from death. Ratmen struck by the spikes were often cleaved in two. With an agility of 3,680, the Bone Demon moved like a fighter jet in full flight. Yet, it took a full 30 seconds for the Bone Demon to finally break free from the rat tide, illustrating the sheer magnitude of the horde. After wasting another minute, Su Ming guided the Bone Demon to the Ratman's lair. Upon entering, the Bone Demon encountered 4 elite Ratman Guardians, all at level 18, formidable elite foes. However, in the hands of the Bone Demon, they were mere playthings. With swift strikes, 4 rat heads fell simultaneously. In the process, a green orb dropped. Upon picking it up, the Bone Demon watched as the orb transformed into a shield. The wooden shield was a warm, deep brown, smooth and glossy, its edges intricately carved with complex patterns, likely an ancient totem of the Ratman tribe. Ratman Wooden Shield, green quality. Attributes: Constitution 3, Strength 2. Imprinted with level 2 physical defense and level 1 magical defense. Accompanied by the skill, Shield Counter. Shield Counter. When receiving damage, this skill can reflect 60 points of physical damage. Su Ming was elated. Finally, he had obtained a decent piece of equipment. Green quality gear with level 2 physical defense imprints was exceedingly rare. In the ensuing moments, the Bone Demon swept through, effortlessly dispatching elite enemies, as if a max-level veteran had entered a novice village. Upon reaching the location of the Ratman Shaman, over 20 Ratmen stood before it, Ratman Assassins and Ratman Warriors. All exceptional elite monsters. Excellent. It saved me the trouble of searching. The Ratman Assassin, swift as the wind, launched its attack the instant the Bone Demon appeared. Clang. The dagger struck solidly against the Bone Demon's neck, but it shattered without a doubt. The Bone Demon seized the Ratman Assassin's head, applying pressure, causing brain matter to splatter. By the time the other elite Ratmen reacted, the Bone Demon had already vanished from sight. Its hands, sharp as blades, plunged into the back of another Ratman Assassin. Blood sprayed forth instantly as the Ratman Assassin emitted a piercing scream, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Observing this, the Ratman Warriors brandished their greatswords and charged at the Bone Demon, their blades cutting through the air with a whistling sound. The Bone Demon formed bone knives, weaving through them with ease. One strike, one kill. No need for follow-ups, as those struck became 2 halves. In no time, only the Ratman Shaman remained within the cave. The shaman, witnessing the carnage, displayed a flicker of panic in its eyes, quickly regaining composure. It muttered incantations, hands gesturing in the air as if casting a powerful spell. Su Ming remained unhurried, leveraging the Bone Demon's perspective to observe the shaman's tactics. As the incantation continued, a strange red mist began to permeate the surrounding air, accompanied by low, ominous growls. From within the red mist emerged several massive ratmen, their bodies several times larger than ordinary ratmen, muscles bulging, eyes fierce, wielding enormous battle axes. A summoning skill, albeit the summoned beings were too weak. The bone demon blinked and was before the Ratman shaman. At that moment, the shaman's crimson eyes flickered. The bone demon suddenly froze in place, its soul fire flickering incessantly. Simultaneously, Ming felt as though his head had been struck with a heavy hammer. Blood streaming from his nose, ears, and eyes. A mental attack. It was indeed a rare mental assault. Although the shaman's mental power surpassed Ming's, it wasn't by a large margin. The primary issue was that Ming had exhausted his mental energy while summoning the bone demon. Moreover, he was exerting control over the skeletal demon, thus the mental assault from the Ratman priest directly impacted him. Consequently, when Ming was subjected to this mental attack, he had virtually no defense and endured the full brunt of the assault. Had it not been for the skeletal demon instinctively protecting its master at the last moment, using its own mental energy to shield against the subsequent attacks, Ming might have already met his demise. The pain, a piercing agony. Ming lay on the ground, clutching his head and rolling about incessantly. At that moment, he felt as though he had lost all control over his body. It took him a full 5 minutes before he could laboriously open his eyes. Before him lay a crimson haze. How careless of me. Indeed, I am the greatest vulnerability of the Undead Legion. Meanwhile, after enduring the mental assault, Ming relinquished his control over the skeletal demon. The skeletal demon then commenced its autonomous assault, and with a swift swipe of its bone knife, the Ratman priest's head fell to the ground. Successfully killed the Ratman priest, gaining 1,230 experience points. The battle concluded. Lying on the ground, alongside the corpses, 4 white orbs and 2 green orbs remained. The skeletal demon, uncertain of their utility, recalled that its master seemed to have collected all such items into the realm of the undead. Thus, it gathered all the luminous orbs into the realm. It then resumed its frenzied slaughter within the cave. Ming attempted to establish contact with the skeletal demon. Upon learning that the Ratman priest was dead and all spoils had been secured within the realm, he finally felt a sense of relief. After exerting so much effort, if the Ratman priest had escaped, it would have truly been a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. After allowing the skeletal demon to continue eliminating elite monsters, Ming withdrew his consciousness. The surrounding skeleton warriors remained valiantly engaged in combat. As more and more Ratmen fell, the attributes of the skeleton warriors rapidly escalated. However, due to Ming's injuries, he had not summoned additional skeleton warriors during this time, and the defense line was nearly obliterated. Meanwhile, Ming's level had risen to 19, just a smidgen of experience away from reaching level 20. Now severely injured, he lacked the energy to continue grinding. Randomly selecting a skeletal tiger, he mounted it and returned to Tianning City. Given the commotion he had caused, he surmised that the city gates were likely swarming with guards. Therefore, he decisively circled back to Tianning City from an alternate route. Chu Feng was swiftly making his way towards the Rat Tide. Not far from the Rat Tide, he encountered Wang Ye and her companions. At that moment, all 3 appeared to be drenched in blood. Chu Feng immediately flew before them. Upon recognizing that one of his team members was Wang Ye, a chill ran through him. Indeed, the emergence of the Rat Tide was due to high-level Ratmen discovering rare professionals. Once Wang Ye discerned that the newcomer was Chu Feng, she urgently implored, "Principal, please save him." Chapter 21, The White Ensemble. Chu Feng said nothing but promptly laid the stone hammer flat on the ground to assess his injuries. After a brief moment, he retrieved a vial of potion and administered it to the stone hammer. Fortunately, as a warrior, his robust physique and high vitality meant he would likely survive. Otherwise, another profession might have already succumbed. Hearing that the stone hammer was saved, both Wang Ye and Shui exhaled in relief. Wang Ye finally lifted the burden from her heart. Observing the critically injured and unconscious stone hammer and the disheveled appearance of the two, Chu Feng deduced that someone in their team had undoubtedly perished, and he sighed. It's enough to survive. Surviving is all that matters. You will inevitably face this reality. Recognizing the brutality of war sooner will only benefit you. At his words, the consistently strong Wang Ye could no longer contain herself. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed uncontrollably. The cost was too great, far too great for her to accept in that moment. If not for her reckless ambition to venture into the Ratman tribe to level up, Qin Su and the others would not have perished. Those were 2 vibrant lives. 2 complete families shattered because of her. Moreover, with Qin Su and the others gone, she could not even retrieve their bodies. Chu Feng understood Wang Ye's turmoil and gently advised, "From the moment we become professionals, our ultimate fate is to die on the battlefield. Your teammates are all exceptional warriors. If you seek vengeance for them, strive to grow stronger." In that instant, Wang Ye finally recognized the harshness of this world. No matter what one does, it is inextricably linked to possessing formidable power. Only with strength can one survive and save their comrades. Chu Feng hoisted the stone hammer onto his back and began to walk towards Tianning City, with a Shui and Wang Yi silently trailing behind. Principal Chu, do you know which senior came to our rescue? A Shui suddenly inquired. Chu Feng paused, momentarily taken aback. Senior, weren't you the ones who broke through the rat tide's encirclement on your own? Wang Yi shook her head. We lack such strength. It was due to a senior tearing open a breach in the rat tide that we were able to escape. She then recounted the circumstances of their rescue to Chu Feng in detail. A summoner, a skeleton? To my knowledge, there are no such professionals in Tianning City. Chu Feng placed the stone hammer onto a Shui's back. You two take him back to the city first. I will investigate who this senior you mentioned truly is. Like a bolt of lightning, Chu Feng darted through the woods, his speed unparalleled. This was the advantage bestowed upon him by his profession. As his level increased, professionals could better harness the capabilities of their classes. He was a Thunderblade Saint, and his attacks inherently bore the lightning attribute. However, he discovered that the lightning attribute not only provided formidable attack power, but also astonishing speed. Thus, he further honed his professional abilities, granting him a velocity rivaling that of assassin professionals. In a blur of movement, Chu Feng arrived at the location where Su Ming had recently been. With the mental energy projection of over level 40, the situation within a kilometer radius was laid bare before him. Here, apart from a series of deep pits, there were scattered skeleton warriors engaged in combat with ratmen. There was no sign of any figure clad in a black cloak. The attributes of these level 1 skeleton warriors astonishingly exceeded 120, which esteemed individual had summoned them. Chu Feng fell into contemplation. It is well known that the summoned creatures of summoners become stronger as their summoner grows in power. Yet, Chu Feng reflected, he had encountered many summoners, yet had never heard of one whose level 1 summoned creatures possessed attributes of over 120. After the Ratmen finished off all the skeleton warriors, they were already blinded by rage. Without the Ratman priest to command them, the remaining Ratmen charged towards Tianning City. Chu Feng returned to the city wall ahead of the rat tide. After a moment's thought, he declared, gather the students from Tianning No, one who have just undergone their job transition here to collectively repel this rat tide. Exhausted, Su Ming, having continuously expended his mental energy, combined with the mental assault he had recently endured, found himself utterly depleted. Upon returning home, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He intended to examine the spoils of war, but, feeling utterly devoid of energy and his head heavy, he promptly succumbed to sleep. This slumber lasted a full 2 days. And when he awoke, it was already noon on the 5th day. The power of the mental attack was truly terrifying. After resting for a complete 2 days, Su Ming finally felt his head was not so unbearable. He must be more cautious in the future. The attacks from high-level monsters can be unexpectedly lethal, and he must never allow himself to be caught off guard as he had this time. The host has successfully reached level 20, obtaining the 3rd skill, Comprehensive Pact. Ignoring the system notification, Su Ming promptly examined his spoils. Within the realm of the undead, there were a total of 6 luminous orbs, 4 white and 2 green. Mouseman Iron Armor, white quality, superior. Attributes, Strength 2, Constitution 1. Engraved with level 1 physical defense. One of the 4-piece Mouseman set effect not activated. Mouseman Leather Pants, white quality, superior. Attributes, Agility 2, Constitution 1. Engraved with level 1 magical defense. One of the 4-piece Mouseman set effect not activated. Mouseman Dagger, white quality, superior. Attributes, Strength 2, Agility 2. Engraved with level 1 shock absorption. One of the 4-piece Mouseman set effect not activated. Mouseman Leather Boots, white quality, superior. Attributes, Constitution 1, Agility 2. Engraved with level 1 lightness. One of the 4-piece Mouseman set effect not activated. A complete set had surprisingly dropped. Although of white quality, it could still fetch a considerable sum in gold coins. Unlike ordinary equipment, sets not only confer their intrinsic benefits, but often come with additional functionalities. White equipment lacks accompanying skills, yet white sets typically bestow 1 or 2 skills. Furthermore, as sets are holistic, their defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced, eliminating vulnerabilities caused by disparate armor pieces. Thus, the value of a set is often quite substantial. A piece of white superior equipment is generally valued around 70 to 80 gold coins, but a complete white superior set is worth at least 500 gold coins. Without hesitation, Su Ming donned the entire set and examined its attributes. Mouseman set, white quality, superior, 44. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 10, Spirit 10, Constitution 10. Set effect 1. Level 2 physical defense, level 1 magical defense, level 1 shock absorption, level 1 lightness. Set effect 2. Inflicts 150 damage to Mouseman creatures. Accompanying skill, Shadow Sprint. Shadow Sprint. Double speed, leaving behind an indistinguishable afterimage. Consumes 30 spirit points to activate. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown of 1 hour. The attributes conferred an impressive enhancement, and the skill was remarkably suitable for an assassin. After reviewing the attributes, Ming surmised the substantial value of this equipment. He then opened the other 2 green orbs, acquiring a ring and a gray book. The ring was entirely gray, adorned with an engraving of a mouse. Ring of Mental Power, green quality, medium. Attributes, Spirit 10. Engraved with level 1 Mental Power Amplification. Accompanying skill, Mental Shock. Level 1 Mental Power Amplification. Increases the user's spirit by 10. Mental Shock. Consumes spirit to inflict mental damage on an enemy. Potency, dependent on the spirit expended. Cooldown of 24 hours. The gray book was a standard skill tome. Critical Strike. Skill book. Green quality, inferior. Skill effect. Focuses all physical and mental energy to execute a single lethal attack, capable of precisely targeting the opponent's vital points, inflicting devastating damage. Cooldown of 10 minutes. Chapter 22. The Skeleton Warrior levels up. The skill book catered to assassin-type professions, emphasizing a single, decisive blow. Undoubtedly, this skill was exceptionally fitting. This endeavor proved to be immensely rewarding. Whether possessing the Mental Power Amplification engraving or the skill book, both were exceedingly rare. Equipment with Mental Power Amplification is irresistible to any mage class, as it enhances practitioners of any level. If one possesses a total of 100 or 200 spirit points, the amplification effect would merely yield an increase of 10 or 20 points. However, for a total of 100,000 spirit points, the enhanced total would amount to 110,000. A remarkable increase of 10,000 points, which even golden equipment cannot achieve. A piece of green equipment endowed with Mental Power Amplification can accomplish this, highlighting the terrifying nature of percentage enhancements. While skill books may not be as precious as skill scrolls, they are still valuable consumables, with a minimum starting price of 1,000 gold coins. Given that this skill aligns perfectly with the assassin class, it could easily sell for 2,000 gold coins. Apart from these items and the skill book, the realm of the undead housed a plethora of materials, constituting yet another fortune. Indeed, slaying monsters is the swiftest means of acquiring wealth. After assessing his loot, he finally began to review the various system notifications. Ming had been in a deep slumber for a full 2 days, and today marked the 5th day since his class transition, with just 2 days remaining until the reward distribution. Due to Ming's unconsciousness over the past 2 days, the Haunted Castle and Misty Forest dungeons had only been cleared once. Fortunately, the monsters in the hard mode of Misty Forest had been thoroughly vanquished by the skeleton soldiers, granting Ming an abundance of experience points, elevating his level to 20. Name, Ming. Class, Lord of the Undead. Level, 20, 342, 510. Strength, 20,010. Agility, 20,010. Mental, 42,042. Base 400, set 10. Ring of Mental Power 10, 42 being the amplified total. Constitution, 20,010. Front values denote base attributes, while the latter are equipment bonuses. Equipment, 1. Concealment Emblem, white quality, medium. 2. Mouseman set, 44, white quality, superior. 3. Ring of Mental Power, green quality, medium. Number of undead, 2,625. Skeleton Warriors, 565. Skeleton Mages, 415. Skeleton Archers, 505. Skeleton Shield Bearers, 400. Skeleton Tigers, 425. Skeleton Farmers, 315. Talent, Blessing of the Reaper. Undead creatures have a 30 chance to increase all attributes by 1 upon slaying an enemy. Skills, 1. Bone Feeding Magic, active skill. 2. Necromantic Echo, active skill. 3. Comprehensive Pact, passive skill. Comprehensive Pact, a unilateral deep contract established between the host and summoned beings, whereby any type of damage inflicted upon the host is transferred to the summoned entity. Simultaneously, the host may utilize the summoned being's mental power to cast spells. Upon seeing this skill, Ming couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. It must be said, the system is quite humane, recognizing his vulnerabilities and binding him to his summons. This implies, go ahead and wreak havoc. I assure you shall not perish. Concurrently, the probability of the Blessing of the Reaper increased by another 10. This also signifies that the attributes of the summoned beings will accumulate more swiftly. Remarkably powerful. The system must have leveled up as well. Sure enough, as soon as Ming finished his thought, the system notification sounded once more. The host has reached level 20. The undead ecosystem will undergo an upgrade. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Undead ecosystem 30. Unlocked Function 3, Damage Resonance. Harmonic Resonance. The undead units, upon receiving damage imbued with attributes, will absorb a fraction of such attributes for storage. During the evolution of the units, the host may incorporate these attributes. The higher the attribute value, the greater the likelihood of mutation. Note, such mutations are invariably beneficial. This feature, while seemingly powerful, does not yield significant short-term advantages. Conversely, should a mutation occur during the evolution process, it could lead to a complete transformation of the skeletal unit, which is indeed a terrifying prospect. Undead Ecosystem Level 30. Ecological Value, 196 points day. Features: 1. Undead Nest. 2. Undead Mark. 3. Harmonic Resonance. Blood Attribute, 600 points. Undead Flora, 630. 1. Deathly Grass. 2. Cursed Tree. 3. Phantom Arrow Locust. 4. Blood Thorn Vine. 5. Tiger Stripe Flower. 6. Dark Apple Tree. Upon noticing the ecological value had reached 19 points, Ming realized he had slept for a full 2 days. He promptly acknowledged that it was already the 5th day of the week. Ming immediately proceeded to evolve the Deathly Grass. Evolve Deathly Grass, consuming 10 ecological points. Would you like to add a special attribute? Yes. Add Blood Attribute 600 points. Beginning Evolution. Special Attribute Value too low. Mutation fail. Evolution successful. 1. Deathly Grass. Evolution level, 1, 100 ecological points. Unit type, Skeletal Berserker. Creation speed, for units per hour. Ming swiftly summoned Skeletal Warrior 006. Unlike its previous emaciated form, the evolved Skeletal Warrior, while not exactly robust, exhibited a more solid skeletal structure. If the prior frame was frail, the current one could be classified as muscular. Furthermore, although its eye sockets remained hollow, a palpable aura of ferocity and bloodlust emanated when gazing into the eyes of the Skeletal Berserker. The bone knife it wielded had transformed into a formidable cleaver, exuding an air of savagery and brutality. Skeletal Berserker 006. Level, 10. Strength, 928. Agility, 928. Spirit, 928. Constitution, 928. Skill, 1. Frenzied Power. Frenzied Power enters a berserk state, enhancing strength and speed by 100. Maintaining this state requires the expenditure of health and mental energy. Ming recalled that prior to its evolution, 006 attributes were 464. Now, they had doubled to 928. The acquired skill was equally impressive, as skeletal units are least affected by the consumption of health. It could be said that this evolution alone would enable the Skeletal Berserker to withstand a tide of rats. Regrettably, the creation speed had diminished from 5 units per hour to 4, extending the resurrection time from 12 minutes to 15 minutes. Nevertheless, this minor shortcoming paled in comparison to the advantages gained. The next unit's evolution would require at least 40 ecological points, thus necessitating a swift conversion of other flora. Only with an abundance of vegetation could the daily ecological value increase, allowing for quicker evolutions of units. However, the conversion of flora must not be undertaken lightly. Ming resolved to adhere to his previous strategy. He would convert vegetation within dungeons to establish a training ground, with 600 skeletal units. Even if one person could slay one, that would still require defeating 600 monsters. Hence, the conversion of vegetation and the establishment of a training ground were of utmost urgency. Yet, before that, there was another matter to attend to. Chapter 23, The 3 New Kings. Due to Ning's 7-day level 20 quest, the Practitioner Center had been exceptionally bustling during this period. Each day was filled to capacity. Most newcomers were aware that they could not reach level 20 within 7 days. However, with Ning's task released, the rewards would undoubtedly be distributed. As long as one registered early, the chances of obtaining high-level rewards were significantly increased. Thus, most individuals, after reaching level 10, would come to authenticate their progress each time they leveled up, striving for a better ranking. Wow, Lin Xian has already reached level 15. That's quite impressive. Indeed, among the epic practitioners, only Lin Xian had achieved level 15, showcasing remarkable strength. With 2 days remaining, he would undoubtedly reach level 20. Though it remained uncertain whether he would secure a reward among the top 3. While undeniably strong, it was unfortunate that he was merely an epic practitioner. Had he been a legendary one, he might have already attained level 18, akin to Wang Ye and Long Lin. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Xian's recent performance in repelling the rat tide was exceptionally noteworthy. He had outperformed numerous epic practitioners, subtly exhibiting signs of rivaling legendary practitioners. Yet, every legendary profession possesses its unique attributes, an aspect that epic professions can never match. After Ning announced this task, the Tianning Practitioner Center was quite astute. They promptly arranged personnel to establish a newcomer-level leaderboard in the hall. At present, the leaderboard displayed the following levels. 1. Wang Ye, Legendary Profession, level 18. 2. Long Lin, Legendary Profession, level 18. 3. Lin Xian, Epic Profession, level 15. 4. Shi Heng, Epic Profession, level 14. 5. Lei Yuan, Epic Profession, level 14. 172nd. Su Ming, Unique Profession, level 9. However, why was that so-called unique profession Su Ming only at level 9? I reckon his unique profession is merely a gimmick. Dude, how dare you say that? Do you have any idea how significant his level 9 is? Su Ming's level 9 was attained on the afternoon of the first day, while others were only around level 3 or 4, with Wang Ye at level 6 and Long Lin at level 7. This statement stirred up quite a commotion. Uninformed practitioners immediately scrutinized the time of Su Ming's certification. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find it indeed was from the afternoon of the first day. Could it be that he shattered Longhua's record? But why had it not been announced by the center? One person gently shook his head. The center had intended to publicize it, but leveling up by 9 levels in a single day was simply unfathomable. By the time the center received the news and attempted to verify with Su Ming, they were unable to contact him. Given the implications for their reputation, they dared not spread rumors without confirmation. What if it was merely a misunderstanding? Let us go, brothers, it's our turn to defend. If I manage to slay a few more Ratmen this afternoon, I should level up to 14. Wow, dude, I didn't realize you were such a big shot. Can we team up this afternoon? Sure thing. During this period, the rapid advancement of newcomer levels was greatly attributed to the Rat Tide. While Su Ming had been in slumber, Chu Feng had rallied all newly transitioned students to the city walls for defense. Thanks to Su Ming, this year's Rat Tide had lower levels. Most Ratmen were around level 10, providing the best nourishment for newcomers. This not only allowed newcomers to experience the harshness of war, but also demonstrated that true warfare is not confined to the triggered encounters found in dungeons, but can arise at any moment, without cessation due to personal fatigue or other reasons. Moreover, it allows newcomers to swiftly elevate their levels. Utilizing the city walls to vanquish monsters makes the endeavor considerably easier, providing a measure of safety. Should they sustain injuries, they can be promptly replaced, minimizing the likelihood of fatalities. As the crowd prepared to depart for a change of guards, a voice rang out. Look, Long Lin has reached level 19, surpassing Wang Ye. Turning towards the sound, they beheld Long Lin's name atop the leaderboard, with Wang Ye relegated to second place. Goodness. Long Lin has advanced in level since the last registration just this morning. Such an impressive upgrade speed, truly my goddess. It seemed her position as number 1 was secure. Alas, if not for external assistance, Wang Ye would have had a significant chance of victory. But how could she compete with a member of the Long family? Unfortunately, familial strength is indeed a form of strength, and Wang Ye's loss was not unjust. As the crowd continued their chatter, Wang Ye's silhouette appeared at the entrance of the professional center. Naturally, she too noticed her rank on the leaderboard, her expression remaining tranquil, devoid of joy or sorrow. At that moment, Long Lin emerged from the level certification area. All the professionals glanced back and forth, eager to witness the interaction between the two most formidable and outstanding newcomers. The setting sun's rays streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Long Lin's face. Her raven-black hair flowing elegantly and glistening. A subtle fragrance of academia seemed to emanate from her strands, perfectly complementing her gentle aura. Her skirt swayed softly, reminiscent of a beauty stepping out from a painting, instantly captivating all onlookers. She was stunning, beautiful beyond reproach, inducing no feelings of desire other than admiration. In stark contrast, Wang Ye donned a tattered white-quality battle armor, marred with scratches and dents, stained with the still-drying blood of Ratmen. Her hair clung together from sweat and dust, with a few stray strands sticking to her forehead, embodying a rugged yet resilient spirit. Unlike Long Lin, she resembled a valiant general returning from the battlefield, exuding a striking presence. Apologies, but I was a tad quicker. Long Lin broke the silence, her voice slicing through the quietude. Wang Ye nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Indeed. You were a bit faster. You are quite formidable. Long Lin smiled faintly, akin to the gentle sun of spring glimmering upon a lake. You too. I look forward to seeing you reach level 20 before I do. Suddenly, Wang Ye glanced toward the entrance, her lips curving slightly into a barely perceptible smile as she murmured, I fear someone may have beaten you to it. The crowd stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the amicable exchange between the two, who were presumed to be rivals. Wang Ye's final remark left many puzzled. Who had accomplished such a feat? As if to clarify the enigma, a figure stepped through the doorway. It was Su Ming. He offered a slight nod to Wang Ye, a silent greeting, and swiftly entered the hall. Upon seeing Long Lin, he paused momentarily, not due to her beauty, but because of her unmasked professional information and her opulent equipment. Name, Long Lin. Occupation, Holy Light Mage. Level, 19, 225100000. Strength, 9,530. Agility, 9,530. Mentality, 19,050. Vitality, 9,530. Equipment. 1. Stardust Set, 55, Green Superior Set. 2. Ring of Spiritual Thought, Green Superior. 3. Water Shield Ring, Green Superior. 4. Heart of the Stars, Green Superior. The second legendary profession in Tianning. Despite Su Ming's extraordinary composure, the sight of her resplendent green equipment left him feeling somewhat envious. After all his strenuous efforts, he had managed to acquire but a single set of white equipment. The comparison was utterly unfathomable. Long Lin's possession of a full ensemble of green superior gear was a testament to her family's profound resources. There was no doubt, had blue equipment been more efficient, she would undoubtedly be adorned in blue. Such was the weight of familial legacy. Hello, Su Ming, Long Lin greeted first, surprising the assembly of professionals. A collective groan echoed through the hall as they witnessed their goddess engaging with another male. It felt more painful than death itself. Heavens, my goddess is actually greeting him. Everything is ruined. They realized it was not that she was aloof, but rather that they were lacking. Brother, some things need not be voiced. It's too heart-wrenching. Wait, did she just call him Su Ming? The realization struck everyone, and they understood he was the one who had ascended 9 levels in a day. All eyes turned to Su Ming, some inspecting his identity information, others scrutinizing his appearance, as they sought to find a way to surpass him in some aspect since they were outmatched in power. Yet, after much observation, they could discern no flaw in him. His looks, was that not reminiscent of a handsome ancestor? His height, approximately 185 centimeters. His physique, perhaps too perfect? After extensive scrutiny, they failed to identify any shortcomings in his appearance. His information remained a mystery, obscured by his hidden status and the effects of the concealment emblem. Not only could they not glean any information, but they didn't even know his name. Goodness, this fellow is so enigmatic. There's no information to be found. But what about his strength? A voice broke through the crowd, encouraging, you could go up and challenge him. No way, brother, I'm just jesting. Trying would be foolish. I fear I might meet my end. Laughter erupted. Although Su Ming was unacquainted with Long Lin, he was not surprised she recognized him. Her gear indicated she possessed a remarkable background of strength. It is no exaggeration to assert that, given her family lineage, discovering the color of his undergarments would be a trivial task, let alone his identity information. Su Ming nodded in response, hello, and that was the end of it. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he walked past Long Lin into the level certification area, barely casting her a glance. Was this not peculiar? The goddess greeted him, and all he offered in return was a simple hello? No flirtation, no charm. Could this be the demeanor of a Sigma male? The professional's eyes lit up with newfound hope. Brother, you are a true man. Our exemplar. Moments before, the hall had been filled with lamentations. Now it was alive with cheers. Though they hailed Su Ming as a real man, their hearts trembled with fear, dreading that he might leverage this moment to forge a connection with their goddess. Long Lin's expression remained largely unchanged, yet the flickering of her eyes betrayed an inner turmoil. Throughout her life, she had been the one to overlook others. People typically approached her in a servile manner, and she had never encountered anyone who dared to disregard her. This individual is indeed unlike any other. Long Lin stood still, her gaze fixed upon the leaderboard, filled with anticipation. Has he truly reached level 20? At that moment, Wang Yu was also staring at the large screen. But a glimmer of delight flickered in her eyes upon witnessing Long Lin's predicament. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a spark of joy at his misfortune. As Su Ming entered the level certification area, he cast a glance at the leaderboard. The first place was nearly snatched away by another, but fortunately, he managed to catch up. Although high-level skill scrolls held little value for Su Ming, they represented a considerable sum of gold. No one would turn away from wealth. And Su Ming was no exception. Placing his hand on the crystal ball, he initiated the Begin level certification. Su Ming, level 20 class. Contribution, 12 points. Completing tasks issued by the class center, selling materials, trading equipment, etc., can enhance contribution points. Permissions, level 1. Monthly subsidy of 2,000 gold coins available. Just as Su Ming completed his certification, the rankings on the leaderboard shifted immediately. First place, Su Ming, unique class, level 20. Second place, Long Lin, legendary class, level 19. Third place, Wang Yu, legendary class, level 18. Fourth place, Lin Xian, epic class, level 15. Meanwhile, at the Tianning City Class Association, Lord Su remarked, what you just witnessed was the entire awakening process of Su Ming. Zhou Qi switched off the projector and turned to Su Ning. Su Ning furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The higher-ups regarded this matter with great seriousness. A single video could not definitively prove Su Ming's status as the unique class. His leveling speed and combat power remained to be seen. A certain practitioner from the Eagle Nation was already nearing level 60, exhibiting a terrifying rate of advancement. By the way, have you dispatched someone to verify the news of Su Ming leveling up by 9 levels in a single day? Zhou Qi nodded in response, saying, I sent someone to confirm it, but they could not locate him. Even the school couldn't find him. According to the guards, he had already left the city the very next day. When the guards checked, his level was already 10, so the news should be credible. However, it has been 5 days now. Why is his level still at 9? Logically, he should have reached level 20 by now. Zhou Qi shook his head slowly, uncertain of the reason. Su Ming seemed to have vanished without a trace for many days. At that moment, a secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses rushed in, panting. President, Su Ming has appeared. He is currently certifying his level at the class center. Su Ning immediately inquired, what is his level? Level 20. Zhou Qi and Su Ning exchanged glances. Su Ning's figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing from his chair. Zhou Qi leaped out of the window. A pair of wings sprouting from his back. With a single flap, he disappeared from sight, his speed astonishing. Both hurried towards the class center. On the other side, at Tianning No. 1 High School, Chu Feng also received word of Su Ming reaching level 20 and promptly made his way to the class center. After completing the level certification, Su Ming returned to the hall, where numerous practitioners stared in disbelief. Is he truly level 20? This is simply extraordinary. Su Ming still needed to engage in dungeon runs and had no time to linger. He promptly headed towards the exit. To his surprise, Long Lin extended her hand to block his path. I wish to spar with you. Su Ming initially intended to decline, but Long Lin seemed to perceive his thoughts and added, if I lose, I will gift you a blue inferior staff. If you lose, there is no need for any wager. A blue inferior staff is worth at least 10,000 gold coins. How could one pass up such an opportunity? Very well. Since I do not possess any blue quality equipment, I shall wager this green medium quality mind ring instead, though it bears the inscription, Level 1 Mind Amplification. I trust you understand its value. Su Ming gestured with the ring on his hand. The worth of the mind amplification is considerable. This piece of equipment is by no means inferior to a blue quality staff. However, since I am the one who initiated this spar, you need not place a wager. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. So be it. I am pressed for time. Let us commence. Chapter 25. The Wager of Blue Equipment. Long Lin furrowed her brows slightly. She had encountered many strong individuals, yet never had she seen someone so brazen. A flicker of displeasure crossed her mind, but she suppressed it. Let us see how long you can maintain that arrogance. With a flick of her wrist, a dark golden staff materialized in Long Lin's hand. The hidden starshine set revealed itself, showcasing a green exceptional ensemble dominated by dark gold, adorned with intricate patterns. Clutching the starshine staff, donning the starshine mage's hat, and draped in the starshine mage's cloak, complemented by her angelic visage, she astounded those around her. Wow, the goddess looks stunning. This ensemble perfectly matched her demeanor. I must capture this for later use. In stark contrast, Su Ming remained rooted in place, hands in pockets, calmly watching Long Lin while uttering nonchalantly, make your move. Even Long Lin, with her typically amiable disposition, found it unbearable to witness Su Ming's indifferent attitude towards their spar. The starshine staff pointed sharply at Su Ming. Holy light baptism. As the incantation fell from her lips, Long Lin's attack surged forth simultaneously. A swift cast. The practitioners present were stunned. It is well known that a mage's skills require a preparatory duration. The more powerful the skill, the longer the preparation time. Yet Long Lin had executed this skill instantaneously. Whether due to her equipment or the advantages conferred by her legendary class, she had achieved this feat indeed, as expected of a legendary class. She was formidable. A cascade of golden light poured down like a waterfall, coalescing into a dazzling beam that enveloped Su Ming. Just as the golden beam was about to descend, a skeletal berserker suddenly appeared before Su Ming. He deftly stepped back, evading the attack as the beam struck. What? A summoning from the undead? Is Su Ming not aware that Holy Light Baptism carries a light attribute that inherently counters undead summons, effectively doubling the damage dealt? Moreover, the power of Holy Light Baptism is substantial. Su Ming's summon is likely to be obliterated. The other practitioners voiced their opinions. As expected, the Holy Light Baptism struck the skeletal berserker with precision. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. The skeletal berserker remained unmoved, merely experiencing a slight fluctuation in its health bar, approximately 5. This cannot be right. Is this reasonable? It is utterly unreasonable. Yet the reality was undeniable. Long Lin, witnessing this scene, was also taken aback. She understood the potency of holy light baptism better than anyone. Even the elite monsters of the 19th level could be dispatched in an instant, yet striking this skeleton yielded no effect whatsoever. However, the erudite Dragon Lin swiftly regained her composure. She had encountered numerous instances where a summoned entity surpassed its summoner in strength. Typically, such entities were singular. As long as one could divert or restrain the summoner's minion, the summoner would become an easy target. Dragon Lin promptly formulated her strategy. I too possess a summon, she declared with a firm voice, immediately expending half of her mental energy. The Starry Knight materialized as a six-pointed star formation appeared on the ground, revealing a knight astride a warhorse. The vulnerability of mages lies in their susceptibility to close combat. The Dragon Clan had thoughtfully equipped their Starry set with an additional skill that adeptly addressed this weakness. Remarkably, the attributes of the Starry Knight were slightly superior to those of the Skeletal Berserker, with all four dimensions reaching an impressive 300. Truly, it was a green premium set. The summoned entity's attributes could attain such heights. This set was utterly enticing. I must save diligently to acquire a white set for myself. Now, Su Ming was likely in a predicament, as his summoned entity was being restrained. If they were aware that Su Ming possessed over 2,600 of such summons, they would be astounded. On the second floor of the professional center, Su Ning, Chu Feng, and the head of the dragon family, Long Tian, were all spectators to the clash between the two. Long Tian, clad in a Zhongshan suit with a square face, spoke in a gruff voice. If this Su Ming only had a single summon, he would surely be defeated. Su Ning scrutinized Su Ming intently, seemingly attempting to penetrate his very essence. If he indeed possessed only one summon, it would be impossible for Su Ming to reach level 20 so rapidly. As if to validate Su Ning's assertion, Su Ming summoned yet another skeletal berserker. If your attacks cannot even vanquish my skeletal soldier, it would be wise for you to concede, Su Ming calmly remarked to Dragon Lin. To spare her the embarrassment of a crushing defeat, Su Ming had already shown her considerable leniency. If he genuinely wished to conclude the battle swiftly, he needn't even resort to using the Bone Demon. Even the Skeletal Berserker 006, with its nearly 1,000 stats, could easily overwhelm her. Noticing her opponent's lingering indecision, Su Ming resolved not to wait any longer. Go, commanded Su Ming. As the second Skeletal Berserker activated the skill, Rage of Power, instantly doubling its strength and agility to 500. In the blink of an eye, it charged toward Dragon Lin, its battle axe poised to strike. Dragon Lin did not flinch or evade. She immediately activated Water Shield Ring. Just as the axe was about to connect with her, a cerulean shield enveloped her. The axe struck the shield, creating a dent, yet the shield remarkably repelled the Skeletal Berserker. It would require at least 3 strikes to breach the shield. As the Skeletal Berserker prepared its second swing, a magic array materialized beneath Su Ming's feet. Radiant Sword. The array erupted in brilliant light, coalescing above Su Ming's head into a golden sword of light. Though ethereal, it emanated a palpable sharpness. Su Ming, concede. Once the Radiant Sword is formed, it will autonomously lock onto you. With your current strength, you cannot withstand this attack. Su Ming remained silent, continuing to direct the Skeletal Berserker to assault. Dragon Lin glanced at the shield, which was on the verge of shattering, and resolved to unleash her skill. If she did not eliminate Su Ming before the shield broke, the Skeletal Berserker would pose a significant threat to her. She was determined not to lose. The magic array erupted in dazzling light, resembling a substantial golden sword poised to fall. Long Tian, leaning against the railing, spoke proudly. Su Ming is finished. The Radiant Sword is among the most formidable single-target attacks in the realm of light attribute skills, boasting terrifying damage. Once cast, it can effortlessly dispatch level 20 elite monsters. The Radiant Sword is Dragon Lin's second skill. Su Ning narrowed his eyes. At this moment, it seemed that Su Ming indeed faced a greater risk of defeat. Yet he had ascended to level 20 in such a short time. He could not possibly lack skill. Observing Su Ming's confident demeanor, it was likely he had a hidden trump card. Chu Feng, lacking Su Ning's insightful perspective, prepared to intervene and halt the match, unwilling to see Su Ming harmed. After all, Su Ming was a student of the first high school, and with the major examination approaching in a few days, any injury at this critical juncture could jeopardize his future. Principal Chu, wait. Su Ming likely has a hidden card, Su Ning interjected. In just a few days, the major exam will be upon us, and I cannot allow this child to be harmed. You are well aware of the exam's significance. I would not want him to regret today's recklessness. Su Ning waved his hand, interrupting Chu Feng. If he truly possesses the unique profession, even if he does not participate in the major exam, I can still ensure he gains admission to the most prestigious institutions. With that, Chu Feng ceased his protests, placing his trust in Su Ming's potential. In an instant, the Radiant Sword descended. Su Ming's position was enveloped in blinding light, rendering the surrounding professionals momentarily blinded. Simultaneously, the skeletal berserker's third strike fell. The shield, finally unable to withstand the assault, shattered into blue particles that slowly dissipated into the air. When they regained their sight, they found Su Ming still standing resolutely, his expression calm, his hair untouched, as though he had not been struck by the skill at all. Before Dragon Lin stood a man in a Zhongshan suit, with a square face. He had firmly caught the skeletal berserker's battle axe. What is happening? Why does Su Ming appear unscathed? Could it be that the goddess's skill missed its mark? Surely she isn't held back? Speculations arose among the onlookers. Yet Su Ning observed keenly. Just as the radiant sword was about to strike Su Ming, a translucent membrane seemed to illuminate his skin, absorbing the damage from the radiant sword entirely. Thus, it became clear, this skill had never actually touched Su Ming. Simultaneously, he noted that the two skeletal berserkers remained unchanged. Was this the ability of a unique profession? This was indeed intriguing. Chairman Zhou Qi remarked, it appears without a doubt that Su Ming is a unique professional. Su Ning nodded slowly. His intention in preventing Chu Feng from intervening was to witness the unique attributes of this profession. The unique professional from the Eagle Kingdom had been capable of countering epic professionals approximately 20 levels above him. Principal Chu, your Tianning First High has truly produced a gem this year. Upon hearing this, the weight in Chu Feng's heart lifted. Su Ning had recognized Su Ming as a unique professional, signifying that he would receive abundant resources and embark on a path untraveled by predecessors. As a teacher, he felt immense pride. Naturally, this also implied that Su Ming would bear pressures greater than those of ordinary individuals. But that was a matter for another time. For now, it appeared that Su Ming's future was bright. Su Ming's consciousness entered the realm of the undead. Two skeletal berserkers had crumbled into a pile of bones, gradually recovering. Their combined attributes approached an astonishing 500. In other words, the attack of the radiant sword is potent enough to slay creatures with a dimensional level of 500. The attributes of a level 20 Lord monster typically hover around 400 to 500, making it an exceptionally formidable single-target skill. If it were not for the third skill, Comprehensive Pact, Su Ming, relying on the level 1 magical defense of the Ratman set, would likely be able to withstand the skill, albeit suffering significant injury. Long Tian waved his hand to repel the skeleton berserker and glanced at Su Ming. The previous attack from the skeleton berserker was rather mild, as Su Ming had no intention of harming Long Lin. This incident fostered a sense of admiration in Long Tian for Su Ming. Young man, you possess great strength. Long Lin, hidden behind Long Tian, remained silent, her eyes betraying a sense of confusion. She could not comprehend why Su Ming emerged unscathed from such a powerful single-target skill as the Radiant Sword. Despite the level discrepancy, the gap was astonishing. For the first time, she began to doubt her own abilities. Su Ming raised his hand, drawing the two skeleton berserkers into the realm of the undead. Greetings. Another greeting. The practitioners at the center of professionals were left bewildered. Did he truly understand who stood before him? This was Long Tian, the figurehead of Longhua province. The head of the Long family. Su Ming, what manner of speech is this? That is the head of the Long family. Chu Feng immediately interjected, standing beside Su Ming. Having grown up in Longhua province, Su Ming could not possibly be unaware of Long Tian's identity. The moment Long Tian appeared, he had already deduced Long Lin's lineage. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary worker, perpetually subservient to his superiors and wary of colleagues who might stab him in the back. Now, having been given a second chance, he found his own confidence. No longer would he endure the demeaning days of appeasing others and living in misery. Begone. Greetings. Head of the Long family, Su Ming replied with an indifferent demeanor. Chu Feng promptly attempted to smooth over the situation. Please do not take offense. Head of the Long family, this child has always been like this, lacking in social niceties. Long Tian chose not to elaborate further, with a subtle wave of his hand. A white staff materialized before Su Ming. The staff, crafted from bone, was exceedingly simplistic. This weapon is known as the Staff of Withered Bones, a blue-grade medium-tier artifact. The engraved enhancements for the necromancy affinity are quite suitable for you, as they can enhance the attributes of your summons. After speaking, he nodded gently to Su Ning and Zhou Qi on the second floor before leading Long Lin away from the practitioner center. Su Ming accepted the Staff of Withered Bones and instantly comprehended its attributes. Staff of Withered Bones, blue-grade medium-tier. Attributes, mental power 50, constitution 30. Engravings, level 3 demonic break. Level 3 necromancy enhancement. Characteristics, low mental consumption, accelerated spellcasting. Associated skills, 1. Undead Bone Spear. 2. Spirit Explosion Technique. Level 3 demonic break. Magical attacks released can penetrate level 3 or lower magical defenses, inflicting true damage. Undead Bone Spear. Consumes 100 points of mental power to conjure a bone spear for ranged attack against enemies. Cooldown time of 2 hours. Spirit Explosion Technique. Consumes mental power to assault the enemy's soul, with power determined by the amount of mental power expended. Cooldown time of 30 minutes. Long Tian was indeed generous. The wager was a blue-grade low-tier item, yet he presented a blue-grade medium-tier artifact. The Long family clearly possessed considerable wealth. Aside from the somewhat lackluster Undead Bone Spear, the other two skills were quite impressive, fitting Su Ming's current stage perfectly. His mental power had already reached 400, making the use of a blue-grade medium-tier artifact a non-issue. The practitioners present wisely refrained from inquiring about who had won or lost. It was evident to all. Su Ming had not utilized a single skill, while Long Lin had evidently exerted herself to the fullest. Ultimately, Long Tian had even intervened to block the attack. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. Within the hall, numerous students from the first high school were present, and Chu Feng scolded. "Why aren't you all hastening to change your defenses? What time is it? Do none of you wish to level up?" As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, everyone hurriedly dispersed. The opportunity had passed. They still needed to strive for their own progress. Level up. Wang Yi stood at the doorway, observing Su Ming, her mind swirling with questions. The skeleton berserkers he had summoned, while differing slightly from those that had rescued them that day, bore a striking resemblance. Could it be that Su Ming was the one who saved me? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she quickly extinguished it. The sheer multitude of skeleton warriors from that day was still vivid in her memory. One individual could not possibly withstand an entire tide of rats. It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Furthermore, that day was merely the second following the completion of her job transition. Even if summoned one by one, Su Ming could not have accomplished such a feat. Let us go. Lord Su and President Zhou wish to meet you. Chapter 27. The Mythical Profession of the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Ye's purpose in coming to the Practitioner Center was to register her level and vie for the first place reward. However, after this turn of events, she had come to realize the truth. Su Ming was far too powerful. Her innate talent paled in comparison. Long Lin's background was too profound, with resources at her disposal that she could not match. The rewards for first and second place were most likely beyond her reach. However, she was confident that no one could surpass her for the third reward. Therefore, whether or not she registered her level of 19 had become inconsequential. "Ashue, I'm heading back to grind levels near the city wall." Wang Yi turned to her companion, Ashue. The two had shared life and death experiences, forging a strong bond. They had been teaming up to battle the rat men, but as Wang Yi's level increased, Ashue felt himself lagging behind. "You should take a break before you go. It's already been a whole morning. Continuing like this will take a toll on your body." Wang Yi responded with a cheerful smile. "By the way, Ashue, when you have time, could you look into that summoner matter?" Ashue naturally understood whom she was referring to. "No problem. I've already got some people inquiring about it. We'll definitely uncover the truth, and when we do, we must express our gratitude to them." Wang Yi nodded, then turned and walked toward the city wall. She was well aware of her exhaustion, but lacking both talent and background, she had no choice but to push herself. Above all, she was determined to grow stronger, strong enough to protect everything she cherished. She wanted to carry on the legacy of Qin Su and the others, to live a vibrant life. Observing the striking transformation in Wang Yi, Ashue sighed deeply. Since returning from the rat tide, she had seemingly become a different person, relentlessly striving to elevate her level. Her character had hardened significantly compared to before. The deaths of Qin Su and the others had impacted her profoundly. If they were watching from the heavens, they would likely take solace in her resolve. Wang Yi soon reached the city wall, which had been completely stained crimson, the air thick with a nauseating stench. She had grown accustomed to it all. Outside the city wall, the ratmen swarmed, desperately climbing the barriers. Their relentless attacks would not cease until every last one of them was eradicated, a primal instinct ingrained in their genetics through countless generations. Utilizing the advantageous terrain, the practitioners and guard forces managed to hold their ground with relative ease. The warrior and assassin classes are responsible for close-quarters combat, while the mage and archer classes handle ranged attacks. Everyone works together in a meticulously organized manner. Wang Yi rejoined the fray once more. Lin Xian, having battled the rat men for a while, was utterly exhausted and was now resting in a more distant position to recuperate. However, upon turning his head, he caught sight of Wang Yi fiercely engaged in combat and exclaimed, "Wang Yi? How is she back again? Hasn't she fought all morning? Isn't she tired?" Upon seeing her, Lin Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had intended to ignore her and continue resting, but the relentless rise in her experience points was driving him to distraction. "Damn it, no more rest. Let us keep killing." Inside Long Tian's vehicle, a pair of beautiful eyes were gazing blankly out at the passing scenery, her expression drifting and filled with confusion. She still could not comprehend how Su Ming could emerge unscathed from such a powerful assault. Observing his daughter in this state, Long Tian's eyes reflected both concern and affection. Linner. At the sound of her name, Long Lin snapped back to reality, still pondering why she had lost to Su Ming. Upon hearing this, she lowered her head, not because she could not handle defeat, but because she was baffled by how she had lost in the first place. Do you know what a unique class is? Long Lin shook her head. The first time she had heard this term was when she learned of Su Ming's class. However, she did not fully grasp its meaning. Long Tian explained. The strongest classes we recognize are the mythical classes, followed by the legendary classes. Currently, there are 10 legendary classes in the Dragon Kingdom, of course, excluding this year's newly promoted individuals. As for the mythical classes, while the exact number has not been made public, according to rumors, there is only one in the Dragon Kingdom at present. A mythical class? This was a concept Long Lin had never encountered before, and her interest was immediately piqued as she eagerly inquired, what class is it? The Sun Shooter, an extraordinarily formidable archer class. It is said that he only made one shot when he was level 40, striking down a level 45 king-class monster from 1,000 miles away. A king-class monster. Each race's pinnacle existence. Those with bloodlines are exceedingly rare, even more so than legendary classes. How powerful must this archer be? Incredible, Long Lin stated, her voice tinged with awe. Just the thought of a level 45 king-class monster sent chills down her spine. Although she had immense confidence in her own class, being level 40, she would never dare to confront a level 45 king-class monster, let alone kill one from afar. The concept of a unique class was unprecedented until half a year ago when a unique class emerged in the Eagle Kingdom. Long Tian recounted the tale of Jackson Carey, leaving Long Lin utterly astonished. Su Ming is the second unique class in the world. Now do you understand how rare unique classes are? Although there has never been a recorded encounter between a mythical class and a unique class, experts speculate that unique classes may not be any weaker than mythical classes and could even surpass them. Therefore, losing to Su Ming is not something to be ashamed of. When your attack struck him, they were completely absorbed by something akin to a shield. As for what it was, I suspect it must be one of his skills. Long Tian's words of encouragement helped Long Lin overcome her feelings of defeat. Of course, if you're still upset, I could send someone to. No. Long Lin quickly interjected. I'm only level 20 now. By the time I reach level 60, the tides of battle may very well have shifted. Level 60 is a watershed moment for mages. It is only after reaching this level that a mage's true terror can be unleashed. At level 60, a mage's mental power is sufficient to unleash forbidden spells, each of which possesses the capability to annihilate cities and nations. Given enough preparation time, a mage can utterly dominate any class. Long Tian nodded in approval. Indeed, every legendary class possesses its unique strengths. Some classes only truly come into their own later in their progression. A fleeting victory or defeat does not signify much. Furthermore, you possess advantages that Su Ming cannot rival. Long Lin, ever perceptive, immediately grasped the implications of Long Tian's words. Her advantage lay in her formidable and profound background. With ample resources at her disposal, skills, equipment, items, scrolls, and potions, she lacked for nothing. All she needed to do was focus on leveling up, and everything else would be arranged for her. And it would all be of the highest caliber. Most practitioners tend to find themselves increasingly short on funds in the later stages of their careers, as skills, scrolls, equipment, and items require significant financial investment. Long Lin soon adjusted her mindset. Su Ming, one day I will surpass you. Chapter 28, Advanced Skill Scrolls. In an office within the Practitioner Center, Su Ning wore a gentle smile. Hello, Su Ming. While Su Ming recognized Su Ning, he did not know the other individual. Chu Feng turned to Zhou Qi and introduced. This is the president of the Tianning Practitioner Association, President Zhou Qi. Su Ming performed a customary greeting fitting for this world to both individuals. He wasted no time and directly inquired, Lord Su, if you have business with me, please state it plainly. He had many matters to attend to, and each moment wasted would lead to a substantial loss of experience. Seeing Su Ming's straightforwardness, Su Ning ceased to beat around the bush and adopted a serious tone. Your unique class is a presence that instills dread in nations and races worldwide. Until you have fully matured, you will encounter countless assassination attempts, which could come from other humans or different races. Therefore, I wish to take you to the Eastern Battle Zone, where you can grow within the military camp. This will ensure your safety, and moreover, the camp possesses the finest dungeons and secret realms in the Dragon Kingdom, facilitating your rapid development. What do you think? At the mention of assassination, Su Ming's heart jolted. However, he quickly calmed himself. Mythical and legendary classes also faced assassination attempts. For instance, Wang Ye's encounter with the Rat Tide was an attempt by the Rat Men to eliminate a human legendary class. According to Su Ning, It was likely that unique classes are even stronger than legendary and mythical classes, so assassination attempts were to be expected. Nevertheless, this also indirectly affirmed the tremendous power of unique classes. Truly, products of the system are guaranteed to be exceptional. I'm sorry, Lord Su, but I currently have no intention of entering the military camp. I believe I may prefer to attend university first before considering the military. Su Ming politely declined the offer. Joining the military was part of Su Ming's future plans, but he was not ready to pursue that path just yet. Having spent 5 years in this world, he had remained in Tianning City without ever exploring the outside world. Numerous wondrous dungeons, secret realms, and forbidden zones awaited him. Su Ning nodded slightly, fully understanding Su Ming's perspective. Every practitioner yearns to explore the world, yet regrettably, most of the beautiful landscapes have been seized by the abyssal races. Su Ning refrained from further persuading Su Ming to join the military and shifted the conversation. Are you aware of the significance behind unique classes? Su Ming was caught off guard by the question and shook his head. I do not know. Although the system had aided him in changing his profession, it did not elucidate the nature of this singular vocation. Hence, he remained entirely oblivious to the intricacies of the unique profession. Su Ning elucidated, currently, there are only 2 known individuals with this unique profession on Blue Star. One is you, and the other is a practitioner from the Eagle Nation. Su Ming's expression remained tranquil, showing no signs of surprise at the rarity of his vocation. The practitioner from the Eagle Nation was already nearing level 60, having only transitioned to their role a mere year and a half ago. Their astonishing rate of progression and formidable strength had already stirred considerable commotion across various nations. Such professions are remarkably formidable, thus other countries and races regard them with great concern, if not fear. Consequently, each unique profession holder is considered a strategic resource. Should your identity be disclosed, it could very well invite ceaseless assassination attempts. The wisdom that the tall tree will be felled by the wind was not lost on Su Ming, which was precisely why he concealed his identity upon leaving the city, striving for a more understated presence. Once the number of skeletons grew, such caution would no longer be necessary. Observing Su Ming's calm demeanor, Su Ning felt a surge of admiration. Only those who can maintain their composure in the face of overwhelming odds can achieve greatness. Su Ming possessed the resolve to become a powerful figure. Su Ning spread his palm, revealing a beautifully crafted and ornate scroll. Su Ming felt a ripple in the air, and the scroll lay quietly before him, leading him to muse. Indeed, space holds dominion, while time reigns supreme. The capabilities of a space-oriented practitioner were indeed intriguing. Su Ming reached out to take the scroll, and its information instantly appeared in his mind. High-level skill scroll, purple low-grade. A one-time use item. Upon utilization, the practitioner will acquire a skill that is highly compatible with their profession. Understanding dawned on Su Ming. So, this high-level skill scroll is actually an epic grade item. No wonder it is priceless. Su Ning remarked. This is your reward for reaching level 20. Each of these is worth its weight in gold. You may not know this, but high-level skills have a chance to drop only when defeating king-level monsters, so use it wisely. Su Ming pondered the high-level skill scroll and asked, Esteemed Su, how much is this high-level skill scroll worth? At this, Su Ning's eyes twitched. Surely, this lad was not considering selling it for gold. 2 years prior, when the high-level skill scroll first appeared at auction, it fetched 1.8 million gold coins. Very well, I appreciate your generosity, Su. Is there anything else? If not, I shall proceed to level up. Su Ning glanced at Zhou Qi, signaling him to speak. Zhou Qi took the cue. Indeed, there is another matter. Over the past 2 years, the number of abyss creatures has surged, placing immense pressure on the abyss battlefield. Last month, the 45th abyss battlefield, guarded by Sakura Nation, fell. The situation at our nation's abyss battlefield is similarly dire. In fact, the 7-day mission announced by Su Ning was being conducted simultaneously across various provinces and cities. Firstly, it aims to invigorate new practitioners, enabling them to level up more swiftly. Secondly, it serves to identify a select group of top-tier practitioners to join the Genius Training Camp, facilitating their rapid growth to alleviate the pressure on the abyss battlefield. Zhou Qi's words aligned closely with Su Ming's own conjectures. Chairman Zhou, may I inquire what this Genius Training Camp entails? Su Ning interjected. The Genius Training Camp was established by the higher-ups to focus on nurturing newcomers. Once admitted, you will receive the finest equipment, resources, and skills. Naturally, you will also face the most rigorous training requirements. Further details will be provided by designated personnel at that time. Su Ming understood. So it was essentially a devilish training camp. However, as long as it leads to leveling up and becoming stronger, the hardships are merely the concerns of the skeletons. I understand. When does the Genius Training Camp commence, and how long is the training duration? Su Ning explained. After the finals conclude, someone will contact you. The training period lasts for a year. Su Ming grasped the implication. This meant he would spend the entirety of his first year in the genius training camp, though attending would ultimately depend on his inclination. If the rewards were substantial, a visit would be worthwhile. After Su Ming's departure, Zhou Qi inquired, "Why don't you compel Su Ming to join the Eastern War Zone? Wouldn't he that expedite his growth and quickly provide us with the means to contend against the Eagle Nation?" Su Ning slowly shook his head. Su Ming is not merely an object. He has his own aspirations. We can assist in his development, but we cannot coerce him. Zhou Qi remained perplexed. But without Su Ming's growth, we cannot confront that unique practitioner from the Eagle Nation. Upon hearing this, a surge of unnamable anger welled up within Su Ning. Chapter 29, The Sword Tomb Instance. He had not anticipated that a president would utter such words. He immediately rebuked, when other nations were blessed with mythical professions. We had none, yet we managed to stand on equal footing with them. Zhou Qi was rendered speechless by Su Ning's reprimand, unable to retort. Su Ning's ire was not unfounded. The reason the Dragon Nation could maintain parity with other countries despite lacking mythical professions was not sheer luck, but rather the collective efforts of countless practitioners and ordinary citizens, coupled with the nation's formidable cohesion and strategic foresight. Su Ning inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions before speaking slowly. "Chairman Zhou, you must understand that while the strength of practitioners is indeed significant, true national power cannot rely solely on a handful of strong individuals. We cannot place all our hopes on Su Ming. Otherwise, if he encounters difficulties, we would be left utterly vulnerable." Zhou Qi lifted his head, a bitter smile gracing his features. He truly felt aged, having long since lost the boldness of his youth. "So what should we do?" Su Ning approached the window, gazing into the distance as if envisioning the future of the Dragon Nation. He spoke solemnly. "What we must do is cultivate more top-tier practitioners and establish a robust practitioner system. The Genius Training Camp is merely the beginning. We must ensure that more promising youths receive the best resources and training, allowing them to grow into formidable individuals capable of standing alone. Only then can we secure an unassailable position in future competitions and better confront the Abyss creatures." Zhou Qi nodded thoughtfully, realizing that his previous notions had indeed been somewhat narrow-minded. "So we truly do not intervene with Su Ming at all? What if he is?" Su Ning pondered for a moment before stating, "Excessive interference may actually hinder his growth. The unique profession is not so easily assassinated. Notify the Practitioner Association to classify Su Ming's profession as a legendary one, and do your utmost to conceal his identity. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Su Ming's profession will eventually come to light. Each assassination attempt presents a crisis, yet it also serves as an opportunity for Su Ming to enhance his strength. Forge ahead, young man. I hope you can grow swiftly." Meanwhile, Su Ming sold all the resources he deemed unnecessary after leaving the practitioner center. The quantity was staggering, nearly equivalent to what other practitioners would accumulate in a year, yielding a total of 500 gold coins. With the previous gains, Su Ming has amassed nearly 600 gold coins. Naturally, the high-level skill scrolls and the assassin skill book remain unsold. Such items are best sold directly to buyers or at an auction house to fetch a good price. As he strolled through the bustling streets of Tianning City, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. This was the first time he truly felt the weight of pressure. He understood better than anyone the formidable nature of the soul profession. Even without a system, his opponents were far from ordinary. Strength must be attained. Only by becoming stronger can all problems be resolved. He needed time. He recognized that one cannot become proficient overnight. He must advance steadily, step by step. Calculating the days. Only 25 remained until the major examination. This examination typically occurs in the month following the completion of job transfers, designed to allow newcomers a month to develop, thereby distinguishing their talents and strengths during the assessment. The number of skeleton soldiers was increasing, and the 2 training grounds were wholly insufficient. Currently, he could transform 24 types of vegetation, and he planned to convert them all into nests. This would not only unlock new undead creatures, but also create training grounds for the skeleton soldiers to enhance their attributes. He aimed to reach level 30 before the major examination. The number of skeleton soldiers multiplied by the moment, and the more types of nests he unlocked, the greater the number of skeleton soldiers he could summon. He headed towards the hottest dungeon in Tianning City, the Sword Tomb, a level 30 dungeon. Its difficulty rivaling that of a level 40 dungeon. The high difficulty is precisely what makes it so sought after, as the equipment dropped within is predominantly suited for warriors. Thus, it attracts fierce competition, with even those from other cities drawn to its allure. Additionally, there is a minuscule chance of obtaining blue gear from this dungeon, which is typically only found in level 40 dungeons, making this dungeon exceptionally unique. The Sword Tomb is infused with boundless swordsmanship power. The essence and spiritual energy of countless sword cultivators converge here, giving rise to formidable sword spirits and sword souls. The sword spirits are the weakest foes in this dungeon, yet they are classified as elite monsters. In contrast, the sword souls are all lord-level monsters, and the boss is a king-level creature. According to the dungeon's lore, the sword tomb is a relic of a sect known as the Sword Sect. Legends say that deep within the tomb lies a divine sword named Patsong, wielded by the sect's master and possessing the power to cleave through the heavens. However, since the dungeon's discovery, the boss has been defeated nearly 1,000 times without ever dropping the Patsong sword, leading to various speculations regarding its quality. Some believe it to be merely a blue-grade exceptional item, while others assert that, as a king-level boss, the Patsong sword is likely a purple epic-grade weapon. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Sword Tomb dungeon. This dungeon was unlike any he had previously visited. The area surrounding the Sword Tomb spans several miles. Spacious enough to be likened to a small plaza, bustling with vendors, those seeking dungeon strategies, and parties forming to tackle the challenges ahead. Ming had 2 goals for entering this dungeon. Firstly, he sought to infuse the swordsmanship power within the dungeon into his skeleton soldiers during their evolution, hoping to see if a unique transformation could occur. Secondly, the abundance of monsters in this dungeon, which would respawn an hour after being defeated, made it exceptionally suitable for training purposes. Friend, I have a complete guide for this Sword Tomb dungeon, only 20 gold coins. You can't go wrong with this. I have the method to obtain the epic weapon Patsong for just 50 gold coins, only 50 gold coins. Ming felt a sense of exasperation. If your method were genuine, the Patsong sword would have already appeared. Ignoring the chatter, he proceeded directly to the dungeon entrance. The entrance of a level 30 dungeon was impressive, with a diameter of 50 meters. Sword Tomb, level 30 dungeon. Normal mode, enterable. Hard mode, enterable. Difficulty is double that of normal mode. Nightmare mode, enterable. Difficulty is 5 times that of normal mode. This is the advantage of high-level dungeons. They can accommodate many players without the hassle of waiting in line. Without hesitation, Ming selected Nightmare mode. Please confirm if you wish to enter Nightmare mode solo. Confirm. The entrance glowed a blood-red hue, and Ming was swiftly transported into the dungeon. Blood-red. He had entered Nightmare mode alone. The onlookers at the entrance, accustomed to seeing such occurrences, expressed little surprise. The interior was truly desolate. Ming found himself in a valley shrouded in mist, surrounded by towering mountains. Isolated from the outside world, before him lay a forest of swords, countless blades embedded into the ground, each varying in condition, some pristine, others damaged, and others still shattered. These swords seemed like the gravestones of former sword cultivators, recounting tales of past glories and tragedies. Come forth, my army of the undead. In an instant, a horde of undead soldiers materialized before Ming. He had summoned 300 skeleton soldiers from the Misty Forest and 100 from the Yin Castle. The remainder were now at his command. At that moment, Ming felt as if he were the true boss of this dungeon. No sooner had he made his presence known than he attracted the attention of a dozen sword spirits. These spirits varied in form, some humanoid, others beast-like, and even some resembling swords, but all shared the trait of being ethereal. Each profession experiences a turning point at level 20, and monsters do as well. It is said that before reaching level 20, a player can gain 5 attribute points for each level, allowing for significant increases in strength. This is why, as levels rise, the rarest professions become increasingly formidable. All sword spirits here are elite monsters of level 30. However, even these foes stand no chance against the evolved skeleton berserkers. The berserkers surged forward like a white torrent, obliterating sword spirits in their path, leaving the archers behind with no opportunity to engage. Leisurely, Ming strolled onward. He had to admit, the scenery within this dungeon was rather splendid. If this were on Earth, it would undoubtedly be classified as a 5-star tourist attraction. Before long, he spotted a tree resembling an inverted sword. My goodness, even the trees take on the form of swords. How long had those people been here, one wonders? His spiritual energy enveloped the vegetation. Detected nearby vegetation suitable for transformation into an undead nest, requiring 200 points of spiritual energy. Do you wish to proceed with the transformation? 200 points of spiritual energy. This tree seemed remarkable indeed. Transform. Transformation successful. Unlocking vegetation. Spirit Abyss Sword Tree. Undead vegetation. 1 Deathly Grass. 7 Spirit Abyss Sword Tree. Evolution level 0. Requires 200 ecological points. Unit type. Skeleton Sword Cultivator. Generation speed. 4 hours. A skeleton sword master? Such an obscure term. It must refer to that type of sword cultivator capable of soaring through the skies on their sword, as depicted in immortal cultivation novels. Ming was uncertain and could only wait until the skeleton sword master materialized to find out. A skeleton swordmaster transformed from 200 points of mental energy should have foundational attributes exceeding 100. After converting the vegetation, Ming strolled leisurely through the instance. The skeleton army ahead had descended into utter madness. Experience points were rapidly accumulating. Yet after reaching level 20, the experience required for leveling up soared to 110,000. Despite the sword spirit's formidable nature, the experience gained was significantly less compared to other monsters, resulting in a deceleration of Ming's leveling pace. With no obstacles in his path, he soon arrived at the boss location. The boss appeared as a humanoid shadow, clad in a flowing robe. Exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of a sword immortal, yet his gaze was utterly vacant, clearly devoid of any consciousness. Ming summoned the bone demon. And with a single stroke, he dispatched this boss. Unfortunately, it did not drop the broken song sword. However, it did yield a blue orb of light. If the instance's background introduction held any truth, acquiring the broken song sword seemingly required specific conditions. Nevertheless, the drop rate for blue gear in this nightmare mode was quite commendable. Upon obtaining the orb, it instantly transformed into an ancient-style longsword. The blade shimmered with radiance, resembling flowing light and shadow, both ethereal and enigmatic. Flowing light sword, blue grade, inferior quality. Attributes, strength 40, agility 40. Imprint, level 2 armor piercing, level 2 swiftness. Characteristics, light and agile. Accompanying skill, sword chi like a rainbow. Sword chi like a rainbow consumes mental energy to condense sword chi, which upon release, manifests as a dazzling light rainbow that soars through the sky, delivering tremendous power. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Ming held the sword, idly toying with it. Indeed, it was remarkably light. He infused his mental energy into the flowing light sword and then gave it a swift swing. Instantly, a stream of sword chi, like a long rainbow, erupted from the blade, flying a full 10 meters. With ease, it obliterated a Lord-level sword soul. No wonder the warrior class was so enamored with this instance. Such a casually obtained weapon resolved the issue of their limited reach. The following day, after Ming's frenzied development, Ning's 7-day quest expired. Without a doubt, Ming ranked first. However, the second place was claimed by Wanya, with Long Lin trailing in third. This occurrence sparked various speculations. Some claimed that Long Lin had intentionally ceded her position to Wanya, as she had no need for an intermediate skill scroll. Others suggested that Long Lin had been significantly impacted by Ming's prowess, leading to her stagnation in leveling over the past 2 days. Both sides presented their arguments, leaving the truth ambiguous. Naturally, Lin Xian occupied the 4th position. He was quite pleased with this outcome. Although he could not compare to the Prodigy and the 2 legendary classes, he had become the first person with an epic class in Tianning City. Transforming 24 units of undead vegetation had consumed a full week of Ming's time. Throughout this week, he traversed nearly every instance in Tianning City, continuously moving between them in search of the most suitable training grounds. He tirelessly converted the undead mother nest, farming resources, equipment, and attributes. Each day was filled with purpose. During these 10 days, Ming's name became widely recognized throughout Tianning City. His name appeared at the top of the records for all instances below level 30, without exception. At Lin Xian's home, Ming visited with some supplements and fruits for Lin Xian's parents. After exchanging pleasantries, he promptly entered Lin Xian's room. "You've certainly been the talk of the town lately. How could you still remember me?" Lin Xian remarked, his tone tinged with envy. Ming forced a smile. "I've been too busy to check in on you." He then produced the Fatal Strike skill book, tossing it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian caught it effortlessly. But before he could examine it, he casually remarked, "Come on, I'm an epic class. Don't throw me any trash." "Wait, adoptive father. This. Ming plopped down on the sofa, rolling his eyes at Lin Xian. "Look at you, acting like you've never seen a skill book before. It's just a skill book." Lin Xian cradled the skill book as if it were a rare treasure, unable to tear his gaze away. Had Ming not been present, he likely would have begun studying it immediately. "What you don't realize, adoptive father, is that this skill is perfect for me. My first skill boosts speed. But I lack an offensive skill. I can't settle for the common assassin skills in shops. The decent skills at the class center are too expensive, and I can't afford them. Here I am, 18 levels in, and I still haven't learned my second skill. I was waiting for something like this. And then you gifted it to me. An assassin class with speed but lacking offensive skills would indeed struggle. Adoptive father, this skill book must be worth at least 2,000 gold coins. I'll repay you once I save enough." Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Stop right there. Let us not discuss this. This skill book dropped while I was farming instances. It's not something I bought, and since I can't use it, it's yours." Chapter 31. The correct use of the Echo of the Undead. Though Lin Xian appeared carefree, he held great affection for Ming. The two had been companions since childhood. Although Su Ming had traversed over when the original host was 13, they had spent the past 5 years as close friends. When Lin Xian's parents had recently passed away, he had insisted on having Su Ming stay with him, keeping him company for an entire year. Lin Xian's parents treated Su Ming as their own son, always ensuring that both received equal shares of treats. Even Su Ming's tuition at Tianning one high school had been covered by Lin Xian's parents. Su Ming was a person who valued gratitude. Now that he had the means, he was determined to repay their kindness. Lin Xian chuckled. All right, I want to be polite then. Remember to keep me in mind for any good items in the future. Since his class advancement and attribute enhancements, Lin Xian's physique had transformed, shedding his former bulk. After a bit of grooming, he presented himself quite handsomely. Look at you. Nearing level 20. In just a few days, you'll have the big exam. Let me take you through some instances during this time. Having already converted all the vegetation, Su Ming now only needed to relax and accumulate experience daily. Given Lin Xian's talent, reaching level 20 before the exam was certainly attainable. However, to enter a better academy, level 20 alone would not suffice. Thus, Su Ming intended to assist him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian hesitated. Initially, he had wanted to join Su Ming in instances out of concern that Su Ming's class was not strong enough for efficient leveling. Now that Su Ming had grown immensely powerful, Lin Xian worried that his presence might hinder Su Ming's progression. Never mind. The rat tide should be farmable for a few more days. Once I learn Fatal Strike, the experience I gain should easily double. I'll be around level 22 before the big exam. Su Ming, well aware of Lin Xian's thoughts, raised his hand and playfully slapped the back of his head before turning to leave, leaving behind a parting remark. Tomorrow morning at 6. Wait for me at the entrance of the Gale Canyon instance. Lin Xian cast a glance at the skill book, then observed Su Ming's silhouette for a while, murmuring softly. Why do I feel as if I'm being kept? Upon reaching the entrance of the dungeon, Su Ming was already there. Not bothering with idle chatter, Su Ming simply stated, "Let's go." The two promptly established a team relationship. Su Ming opted for the nightmare mode once again. As the crimson light illuminated, Lin Xian's heart raced, and he found himself swallowing repeatedly. Although he was aware that Su Ming had been grinding through various dungeons in nightmare mode, Lin Xian had never dared to attempt it himself. When the red light fully intensified, the two vanished from the entrance of the dungeon. Spotting a multitude of elite monsters in the distance, Lin Xian felt his legs tremble. Each of those would take him ages to defeat. With a mere thought, Su Ming summoned over 100 skeletal berserkers to their side. Keep up with me. Su Ming began to sprint, and all the skeletal berserkers scattered in different directions. Lin Xian was utterly bewildered, but still followed Su Ming. However, he soon found himself dumbfounded. Su Ming's speed was astonishing. Even without skills to enhance his speed, he was unable to keep pace. How could an assassin not keep up with a mage? Can you believe it? Lin Xian questioned while running. What are we doing? Without turning his head, Su Ming replied, grinding the dungeon. As they ran, the skeletal berserkers that had departed earlier returned, each followed by over 30 elite monsters. Lin Xian's scalp prickled. If they were caught, they'd surely be trampled into a pulp. Instantly, he increased his speed, closely tailing Su Ming. Soon, they reached the end of the canyon, where the dungeon boss awaited them. Upon noticing intruders in its territory, the boss lunged at the two. It was truly a case of being caught between a wolf and a tiger, and Lin Xian's face turned pale. Su Ming seized Lin Xian's arm, and with his other hand, produced a dagger just as the boss was about to collide with them. He activated the Ratman Set's accompanying skill, Wind Shadow. In an instant, their speed doubled. The two brushed past the Wolf King, and Lin Xian could even smell the foul odor emanating from it. Simultaneously, the elite monsters drawn by the skeletal berserkers collided with the boss. Attack! Several skeletal berserkers swiftly dispatched an elite monster, which immediately entered the realm of the undead. Su Ming raised his hand in a grasping motion. Echo of the dead. Boom. The corpse exploded instantly, unleashing a terrifying blast that annihilated a significant number of elite monsters. In the same manner, the fallen elite monsters became his explosive projectiles. Boom, 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 boom. Another 5 earth-shattering explosions followed. A large group of elite monsters was thoroughly obliterated. The boss lay on the ground, its life in question. Su Ming's experience bar increased slightly, while Lin Xian's experience surged dramatically, leveling him up in the blink of an eye. The influx of experience showed no signs of stopping. Various notification sounds flooded in. Lin Xian stood there, stupefied, gazing at the densely packed loot and orbs on the ground, his mind somewhat short-circuited. What is this operation? This is too powerful. The dungeon can be cleared like this? Don't just stand there. The boss is heavily injured but not dead yet. You should finish it off for more experience, Su Ming urged, snapping Lin Xian back to reality. He approached the boss. which was riddled with extensive wounds and barely clinging to life. Lin Xian activated the skill Critical Strike, accurately hitting the boss's weak point, thus vanquishing it. The immense experience caused his already surging experience bar to climb even faster, soon breaking through level 20. However, after reaching level 20, Su Ming's experience gain noticeably slowed down. But just slightly. After all, the experience required for upgrading an epic class couldn't be compared to Su Ming's. This was too easy. Lin Xian recalled a previous instance when he had ventured into a dungeon with a team. That was a level 12 ordinary mode dungeon, where each member had a clear role. After meticulously arranging various tactics and strategies, they took an hour to defeat a single boss. Yet, this was a level 25 dungeon in nightmare mode, and it felt like child's play in Su Ming's presence. Lin Xian's scalp tingled. This level of strength was simply beyond what Long Lin and Wang Yi could compete with. But Su Ming was his brother. An exhilarating sensation surged from his feet to the top of his head, flushing Lin Xian's face with excitement. Stop dawdling, gather the loot. This dungeon can drop a complete set of low-grade green assassin gear. Check if the equipment in these orbs is sufficient. If not, we can run it again. At that moment, Lin Xian felt so moved he could cry. It was evident that Su Ming had chosen this dungeon after careful consideration, solely to enhance Lin Xian comprehensively. Father, your kindness is beyond words. Su Ming shot him a glance, then busied himself with sorting through the equipment. Their luck was average. Only 2 pieces of the set dropped, leaving 3 still needed. Let's go, we need to grind it again. Chapter 32, New Changes in the Undead Space. Time flew by, and tomorrow was the day of the big exam. Late at night, Su Ming lay in bed, unable to sleep no matter how hard he tried. Even though he was confident about his upcoming exam, believing he could easily emerge as the top scorer in the province, sleep eluded him. It was just like during the college entrance examination in his previous life. No matter how well-performing a student was, they would still overthink and suffer from insomnia. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for the new professionals. Unable to rest, Su Ming decided to immerse his consciousness into the undead space to see what the skeletal warriors were up to. Upon witnessing the scene within the undead space, he felt a wave of disorientation. This was no longer the small, dreary space it once was. Now, the undead space boasted trees and grass, though sparse, no longer appearing desolate. Over the course of a month, the deathly grass that Su Ming had initially transformed had begun to flourish, growing into 10 plants. The generation rate of skeletal berserkers had once again increased to 5 per hour. Indeed, Su Ming's assumptions were correct. As the quantity increased, the production speed of the skeletal soldiers would also accelerate. The dark apple tree had begun to blossom, and it was estimated that it would bear fruit within a month. The skeletal engineers and skeletal builders were busy constructing houses, and there were already quite a few scattered buildings in the undead space. With 30 nests generating 4 skeletal soldiers each hour, that amounted to 120 per hour. In a day and night, that would total to 880. Over the course of a month, it would amount to 86 for 180, and in a year, it could reach 1036, 800. Such a singular profession was indeed terrifying. Currently, the total number of skeletal soldiers under Su Ming's command had reached 98 for 152. Approximately 80,000 of them were combat ready, while the remainder possessed special functions. Notably, these functional skeletal soldiers were related to fruit and crop vegetation. Besides the dark apple tree, there were also apricot trees, pear trees, and orange trees. The crop types were fewer, consisting only of shadow wheat and rice. My army of the undead has begun to take shape. Should I manage to unlock skeletal warriors skilled in forging and alchemy in the future, my skeletal battalion would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. The combat-ready skeletons have been dispatched by Su Ming to various dungeons, currently engaged in the pursuit of experience points. The remaining ones are functional skeletons, diligently occupied within the realm of the undead, presenting a scene brimming with vitality. Su Ming increasingly senses that this is not merely a simple space. It resembles a genuine world, albeit one where the inhabitants have transformed into skeletons. In the early morning, in the central square of Tianning City, a faint mist lingers in the sky, lending an air of chilliness. However, the square is anything but desolate. At this moment, the principals of all high schools in Tianning have gathered, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their students. It seems that today, the first high school is poised to shine once more. Not to be overlooked, the young lady Long Lin from the 5th high school is also quite remarkable. Oh, old Chu. Recently that Su Ming has certainly garnered much attention, yet he remains shrouded in mystery. I have only heard his name and have yet to see him in person. You must introduce him to me properly later. Certainly, certainly. By the way, do you believe that Su Ming has a chance at becoming the provincial top scholar? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Su Ming's recent performances have indeed been extraordinary, Yet Longhua has never lacked in prodigious talents. As for the provincial top scholar, Chu Feng hesitated to make any rash declarations. It is uncertain, but he should have no trouble gaining admission to Kyoto University. The others nodded in agreement. This year, there are only 10 slots available in Longhua Province. Whether Su Ming can secure the title of provincial top scholar remains to be seen. But he is assuredly destined for the top 10. I have heard that both Long Lin and Wang Ye aim for Kyoto University. I believe they should also have a good chance. If this year Tianning City can produce 3 students, it would indeed be a historic achievement. Indeed, in previous years, there was often only one, or sometimes even none. If we could manage 3 in a single year, it would certainly go down in history. Although competition exists among various schools, if Tianning City truly has 3 students admitted to Kyoto University, everyone will be unparalleled in joy. This would be a collective honor for Tianning City. Chu Feng's gaze turned towards the distant horizon, where the early sun began to rise. Perhaps, this year holds genuine hope. As the group conversed, students gradually arrived at the square. In front of the principals, the levels of all students were clearly discernible. Yu Yong, level 19, mage. A student from the second high school, much to the principal's satisfaction. To achieve level 19 in a rare profession within a month is quite commendable. While this level may not suffice for top-tier universities, it should be adequate for reasonably good ones. Before long, another student from the fourth high school arrived. Chu Daji, level 20 knight. Another promising talent. Having reached level 20 in a rare profession, the principal of the fourth high school felt a swell of pride. As more and more students arrived, none of the principals missed a single one. Their purpose for gathering was abundantly clear: mutual comparison. Today was a contest of prestige among the principals. However, the highest level thus far recorded was 22, belonging to an epic class. Most hovered around levels 15 to 20, whereas Su Ming, Wang Ye, and Long Lin. Time is running short. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Wang Ye appeared. Wang Ye, level 24, six-winged angel. Astonishing, level 24. This child is truly impressive. The difficulty of leveling up after breaking past level 20 increases substantially. Truly worthy of a legendary class, she has indeed secured qualification for Kyoto University. Wait, she is still a warrior class. As long as she performs normally, her admission to Kyoto University is virtually guaranteed. Just as the crowd finished speaking, Long Lin arrived. Long Lin, level 24, Holy Light Mage. Another level 24. All the principals wore smiles upon their faces. This year may indeed break records. The principal of the 5th high school inquired, why hasn't Su Ming arrived yet? We have only 3 minutes before we head to the exam venue. Chu Feng's brow furrowed. Could something have happened? All candidates, please prepare. In 1 minute, we will activate the teleportation array to the examination venue. You may experience slight discomfort during the transition, but it will dissipate quickly. Please do not panic. Chu Feng's expression darkened with concern. I must check on him. As he took a step forward, Su Ming and Lin Xian's figures appeared at the edge of the square. You nearly got us killed. The two had agreed to meet at the square, but when Su Ming went to find Lin Xian, he was still asleep. Lin Xian's clock had run half an hour slow. Had it not been for his parents' reminder, they might have genuinely missed the exam time. Lin Xian sheepishly rubbed his nose. I didn't know the clock was broken. I usually arrive on time. Furthermore, isn't at just perfect timing? We didn't waste a whole minute. Su Ming was at a loss for words, realizing that Lin Xian's habitual tardiness stemmed from the faulty clock. Had they delayed for another minute, they both would have been doomed. Suddenly, the principal of the 5th high school exclaimed, look at their levels. Chapter 33, The Great Examination Approaches. All the principals hastily checked Su Ming and Lin Xian's levels. To their astonishment, they were taken aback. Lin Xian, level 25, Windwalker. Su Ming, level 26. Lord of the Undead. All the principals gasped in unison. An epic class at level 25. A unique class at level 26. This rate of leveling up is nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, Lin Xian was clad in a complete set of green low-tier gear. These two are exceptional. Everyone wholeheartedly agreed. Chu Feng, who had previously been frowning, was now all smiles. The earlier near miss had been entirely forgotten. These two are truly impressive. Undoubtedly, this year, the first high school will once again outshine all competitors, and he, as the principal, feels immensely proud. As the teleportation time arrived, the principals descended from the air. Let us depart. The examination venue is not located in Tianning City, but in the provincial capital of Longhua Province, Inhai City. Tianning City has developed rapidly in recent years, subtly approaching Inhai City. However, Inhai City boasts a highly advanced teleportation array, serving as a crucial transportation hub for all cities. Its unique geographical position ensures its status as the provincial capital. The principals spread out around the square, infusing tremendous energy into the ground. In an instant, a colossal teleportation array materialized beneath their feet. A dazzling light flashed, and the once crowded square became utterly deserted. The teleportation array is the primary means of long-distance travel in this world. After a dizzying swirl, they found themselves at the examination point in Undead City. They stood once again in a vast square. A mere glance away reveals the distant Silver Sea. As its name suggests, the Silver Sea exhibits a unique silvery hue, as if the entire expanse were crafted from molten pure silver. Moments later, candidates from other cities began to arrive in succession. All candidates from the entirety of Longhua Province have gathered together. Once everyone arrived, a commanding voice resonated throughout the entire square. In the year 2055, the grand examination commences. All candidates are urged to attentively heed the examination regulations. Any violation will result in an immediate disqualification. First, from this moment forth, all candidates are prohibited from engaging in conversation with one another. Second, unconditionally adhere to the examiner's directives throughout the examination. Third, the examination will employ a point system, with rankings determined by the total points accumulated. These points can be utilized at universities. Several candidates from a neighboring city, upon hearing the term points, turn their gaze toward one particular candidate, softly complimenting one another. Suddenly, beams of light descended from the heavens, precisely landing upon a select few. These individuals were instantly transported away from the examination venue. The remaining candidates' expressions shifted dramatically. The candidate who had just received compliments flushed crimson, struggling to swallow, filled with countless invectives directed at those who had just been taken. Next, I kindly request all principals to exit the premises. The examiner addressed the principals with a degree of courtesy, refraining from immediate transportation. The principals, displaying their acuity, promptly vacated the square upon hearing the examiner's words. Subsequently, I will categorize the candidates based on their professions for different assessments. Candidates in combat-oriented professions will undergo battle scenario evaluations, while those in support roles will participate in support scenario evaluations. Prior to each assessment, an examiner will provide an introduction. Candidates are advised to listen attentively. Aside from personal equipment, the use of any items is strictly forbidden, including skill rings, skill scrolls, and so forth. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification. You have 1 minute to don your respective gear. Once you enter the examination arena, storage rings will be rendered unusable. Upon hearing this, all candidates began to hastily equip themselves. In this moment, the power of their backgrounds became evident. The scions of wealthy families were primarily clad in full sets of armor, while commoners managed to cobble together mismatched pieces. Lin Xian patted his green low-grade set and cast a suggestive glance at Su Ming, who felt a shiver run down his spine. Long Lin's equipment was undoubtedly the most impressive among the candidates of Longhua Province, a complete blue mid-grade mage set. The other candidates from different provinces could only watch in envy. Such opulence was astounding. Most of the other affluent heirs wore green high-grade or green top-tier sets. Not to mention, even blue low-grade sets were a rarity. Su Ming himself donned a green mid-grade mage set, placing him at a moderate level among the candidates. Of course, he hadn't acquired it through combat. Dungeons yielding armor sets were exceedingly rare, and mage sets were even more elusive. He procured this ensemble at the Practitioner's Center for 4,000 gold coins. Su Ming had achieved a degree of financial independence, with daily earnings from training grounds nearing 1,000. Occasionally, he would acquire rare items such as boss cores or skill books, which could bring him close to 2,000. The hidden examiners observed the bustling candidates, engaging in conversation. The competition for the grand examination had essentially begun, as familial background was indeed a facet of strength. Who could argue otherwise? A robust family lineage constituted a significant advantage on the path of a practitioner. The presence of a blue mid-grade set among this year's candidates was exceptionally rare. The last instance I recall was with the Long family. Indeed, only members of the Long clan could possess such prowess. It seems this young lady named Long Lin is also of their lineage. The minutes swiftly elapsed. The authoritative voice resounded once more. Commence the assessment. As the declaration faded, the square illuminated with brilliance, and all candidates were instantaneously transported to new locations. Simultaneously, the grand examination was unfolding across various provinces of Long Nation. The total number of participants on this day would approximate 200,000. Of course, high-ranking officials and examiners monitored the proceedings from the shadows, ensuring fairness and equity throughout the examination. When Su Ming regained clarity of his surroundings, approximately 5,000 candidates remained. The 4,000 not present were evidently all in support roles. This space appeared to be enclosed, devoid of any exits. The voice that echoed now was not the previous authoritative tone, but rather one resembling mechanical intonations. Welcome, esteemed candidates of combat-oriented professions. The first stage of this examination is a fundamental power assessment. Before you lies a detector, and your task is to unleash your utmost strike. I will evaluate your performance based on the rarity of your profession and the values registered by the detector, assigning scores accordingly. This score will determine your ranking for the first stage. As the voice faded, the scenery around Su Ming shifted once more. His previous peers vanished without a trace, replaced solely by a cold, unfeeling machine. The apparatus featured a striking area and a display screen. Candidates are to complete the examination within 3 minutes. Exceeding this time limit will result in a score of 0. An all-out strike favors mages in this first stage, as their single-target skills possess explosive power unmatched by archers or warriors. Su Ming contemplated summoning the skeleton berserker 006, whose attributes had surpassed 2,000. With such a stat, securing the top position should be a certainty. However, the rules had explicitly prohibited the use of storage spaces, and he feared the examiner might misinterpret the summoning as a violation. Thus, he opted for the Bone Demon for a more cautious approach. Chapter 34, Shattering the Detector. The examiners were positioned to observe the screens displaying each candidate. One examiner, deep in thought as he scrutinized the visuals, remarked, in recent years, the proportion of rare professions has inexplicably been on the rise. Indeed, this year we have 4 legendary professions, a rarity in previous years, with Tianning boasting 3 of them. The scene shifted to showcase the legendary candidates. By chance, the display revealed Su Ming. Su Ming, level 26, Necromancer. Necromancer? I had not heard of this profession before. It appears to be a newly emerged class this year. At level 26, this young individual stands a chance at contending for this year's provincial champion. It seems to be a summoning profession. However, the strength of the summoned entities remains uncertain. Su Ming had no intention of holding back. He immediately expended 600 points of mental energy to summon 60 skeleton warriors. After each round, their states would be fully restored. With the summoning array dissipating, the Bone Demon manifested at the center of the arena. Its attributes surged to a staggering 60,000. The Bone Demon wielded a cleaving axe and brought it down with tremendous force. Bang! The piercing sound reverberated throughout the isolated space. The area struck bore a horrific gash, nearly cleaving the detector in twain. Following the heavy impact, the numbers on the detector began to surge wildly. 100, 500, 2,000, 5,000, 8,000, 999. The display could only show 4 digits. The digits lingered at 999 for an extended moment before once again fluctuating. Su Ming gazed at the seemingly wrecked machine, a hint of guilt prompting him to touch the tip of his nose. This detector appeared rather fragile, as the force exerted by the Bone Demon seemed excessive. At that moment, the panel of examiners exchanged glances, their faces etched with astonishment. It had exploded. The examination apparatus had been obliterated. Since the inception of the examination system, such an occurrence had never transpired. The purpose of the detector was to measure the maximum burst of power possessed by the practitioners. In previous years, scores had typically ranged between 4,000 and 8,000, with only a handful of individuals managing to reach the upper limit of 8,000. This summoned entity was undeniably formidable. With the detector rendered inoperative, it was likely that the examination system would be unable to assign a score to Su Ming. Indeed, no sooner had an examiner voiced this thought than a mechanical voice echoed through the room. The detector's values could not be read, and thus, Su Ming could not be rated. The examiners turned their gazes toward the chief examiner, hoping he would provide guidance. Yet, with the detector incapacitated, determining Su Ming's true capabilities became a conundrum. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Su Ning entered the monitoring room. The examiners immediately bowed to Su Ning. He naturally noticed the exploded detector on the screen. With a maximum value of 9,999, its destruction indicated that Su Ming's attack power exceeded this threshold. It would suffice to treat it as 9999. After delivering this assessment, Su Ning surveyed all the examiners present. Given that Su Ming possessed the singular profession, transcending even mythical ranks, assigning a score seemed straightforward. Upon hearing this, the chief examiner's pupils constricted, while the reactions of the other examiners varied, all under Su Ning's watchful gaze. Should they assign him a score of 99? Su Ning raised a single finger, proclaiming, perfect score. This is the pinnacle of the first round of the examination, yet it does not represent Su Ming's ultimate potential. If the full score of the examination is 1,000, Su Ming is still capable of achieving it. With Su Ning's high appraisal of Su Ming, the chief examiner ceased further discussion and promptly assigned Su Ming a score of 100. The 3 minutes passed swiftly. Except for Su Ming's score, which was determined by the examiners, the scores of all other candidates were assessed by the examination system. Currently, All examinees were situated in a unique space, established by the might of humanity, specifically designed for the evaluation of candidate skills, and held a significant authority. Ming soon found himself surrounded by other practitioners. At that moment, the mechanical voice resonated once more. The first round of examinations for the main combat candidates in Longhua Province has concluded. The number of participants, 5,000. The number of qualified candidates, 4463. As the announcement concluded, the more than 500 disqualified individuals were immediately teleported out of the examination hall. Now, we will proceed with the public announcement of the results for this round. First place, Ming. Comprehensive score, 100 points. Total points, 100. Second place, Long Lin. Comprehensive score, 88 points. Total points, 88. Third place, Legio. Comprehensive score, 87 points. Total points, 87. Fourth place, Wangya. Comprehensive score, 85 points. Total points, 85. 23rd place, Lin Xian. Comprehensive score, 79 points. Total points, 79. As anticipated, Ming secured the first position with a dazzling comprehensive score of 100. Each candidate's points were directly correlated with their respective scores. The candidate with the lowest score received a mere 60 points, implying that those who failed to achieve a comprehensive score of 60 in this initial round would face elimination. This seemingly straightforward first round had already disqualified over 500 individuals, effectively severing their ties to higher education. The expressions of the candidates in the examination hall upon seeing the score of 100 were nothing short of spectacular, filled with disbelief. Historically, the highest score for the first round had been 95, set by Lord Longhua. No one anticipated that Ming would not only shatter Lord Longhua's record, but also achieve a perfect score. Those who had undergone the first round understood the stringent nature of the scoring system. They could scarcely fathom how Ming managed to attain such a flawless evaluation. The candidates could only exchange incredulous glances, their eyes communicating a myriad of unspoken thoughts, too stunned to voice any words. Outside the examination hall, principals from various high schools across Longhua Province gathered, eagerly awaiting the results of the first round. Did I see that correctly? 100 points? Is this student from your school? They exclaimed. This sets a new record. It is destined to be etched in history. Old Shu, your school occupies 2 of the top 5 spots. Are you trying to defy the odds? You're leaving no room for your peers. This year, your school has truly taken the spotlight. If Ming were to secure the provincial champion for you, I dare say you could retire early. Chu Feng's face flushed crimson as he fixated on Ming's name and score. He had known Ming would perform well, but he never expected such an outstanding result. This record would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of Longhua Province. Not only would Ming gain renown, but Chu Feng would bask in the reflected glory. For Ming was a student of Tianning First High School, and he was its principal. The muscles in Chu Feng's face quivered with excitement, his lips trembling slightly as he struggled to contain his inner elation. Yet, he could not suppress the smile that spread across his face, radiating pride and satisfaction. The next phase of the main combat profession examination involves the second round, which tests sustained combat capability. Candidates may choose their level of difficulty. Chapter 35, A Swift Strike. This round is divided into 3 levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. Candidates will enter the endless corridor, where monsters of varying attributes will be generated based on the selected difficulty. Slaying these monsters will yield points: 1 point for normal difficulty, 3 points for hard difficulty, and 5 points for nightmare difficulty. Candidates are advised to assess their capabilities, as casualties may occur during the examination. Should an insurmountable danger arise, candidates may raise their hands to forfeit, and the examination will be immediately terminated, with scores recorded as of the moment of forfeiture. The duration of the second round is set at 30 minutes. Candidates may now select their difficulty level for the second round. Ming understood that the second round would revolve around who could slay the stronger and more numerous monsters. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before opting for the nightmare difficulty. As an assassin, his profession excelled in attack power. Defeating a single nightmare-level monster would equate to vanquishing 5 normal-level monsters. For an assassin, this was an advantageous choice, and with his equipment, he felt confident in his ability to endure. Remarkably, an epic-level practitioner has chosen nightmare difficulty. Such occurrences are rare. Lin Xian, level 25, Windwalker. An epic assassin reaching level 25 during the examination? This year's examination is indeed intriguing. However, his choice is not without merit. Sustained combat capability is a strength of warrior professions. Assassins, with their formidable attack power, can easily dispatch nightmare-level monsters. Wangya made her decision without hesitation, selecting nightmare difficulty. As a warrior, endurance was her forte. She resolved to eliminate as many monsters as possible to reclaim her standing. Long Lin also opted for nightmare difficulty. Although this round proved less favorable for mages, nonetheless, she remained undaunted, for her blue mid-grade equipment was no mere ornament. In the initial round of testing, Leigio secured the third position, opting for the nightmare difficulty as well. The few noteworthy candidates had already made their selections, leaving only Su Ming. A relentless 30-minute battle under high pressure is no easy feat for any profession. However, with my bone demon at my disposal, there is no need for me to engage directly. Su Ming also chose the nightmare mode. The attributes of the bone demon are exceedingly formidable. In fact, the greater the difficulty, the more advantageous it becomes, as any monster can be vanquished with a single strike. The examiner in the monitoring room chuckled. Indeed, this young man has also chosen the nightmare difficulty. I can hardly wait to see what remarkable feats he will display in this round. Su Ning held Su Ming in high regard, which piqued the curiosity of the other examiners. As a prominent figure from Longhua province, Su Ning rarely acknowledged ordinary talents. So any candidate who earned his praise must be exceptional. Seated at the back, Su Ning watched Su Ming's performance with keen interest. It is said that legendary professionals encounter peril, and Su Ning could not remain indifferent. His investigations revealed that it was Su Ming who rescued Wang Ye and her companion from a tide of rodents. Despite Su Ming being merely around level 10 at the time, to withstand such a massive rodent wave at level 10 and even venture into it to save others. How did you manage that, Su Ming? You truly are a source of intrigue. This was also Su Ning's motivation for attending the monitoring room, seeking to ascertain Su Ming's capabilities through the examination. Once all candidates had made their selections, radiant beams of light enveloped each participant, and Su Ming's skill, feeding on the bones, instantly refreshed its cooldown. Subsequently, the surrounding candidates vanished once more. The scene before Su Ming transformed again, revealing a long corridor beneath his feet, leading to something resembling a dungeon portal. The second round of the examination had commenced. A countdown of 30 minutes echoed through the air. No sooner had the announcement concluded than a heavily armored monster burst forth from the portal. The creature's physique was as imposing as a small mountain. Clad in thick leather armor and adorned with a wide beast hide belt, upon which various trophies hung, sharp beast fangs, glimmering short blades, and a string of beads crafted from the bones of foes. A powerful sense of oppression washed over the onlookers. Elite Orc Warrior, level 30, strength 300, agility 200, mentality 200, vitality 300. These were the standard attributes of an elite monster, comparable to those of a level 30 epic professional. However, to Su Ming, these attributes seemed weak. Yet, this was a national examination designed to challenge the majority of candidates. Thus, it was only fitting that the monster's strength was appropriately calibrated. Should the monsters be overly powerful, it would hinder the identification of outstanding candidates, rendering the examination meaningless. Su Ming's current attributes were as follows. Name, Su Ming. Profession, Necromancer Lord. Level, 2,617,016,000. Strength, 32,030. Agility, 32,030. Mentality, 64,090. Vitality, 32,030. Equipment, 1. Concealment Badge, White Medium Grade, 2. Staff of Withered Bones, Blue Medium Grade, 3. Storm Set 55, Green Medium Grade. Number of Undead, 98,542. 1. Skeleton Berserkers, 6,472. 2. Talent, Blessing of the Reaper. Skills, 1. Feeding on the Bones. 2. Echo of the Undead. 3. Comprehensive Pact. Upon comparing his attributes, Su Ming noted that the comprehensive stats of the level 30 elite monster fell short of his own. It seemed that my attributes were more suited to match those of Lord-level monsters or even King-level monsters. With such stats, the Bone Demon was rendered unnecessary. Su Ming lifted his staff of withered bones and pointed it at the Orc Warrior, eager to test its potency. Spirit Explosion, he declared. Instantly, the elite Orc Warrior collapsed to the ground, struck by an unseen mental assault, indistinguishable and inescapable. 3 seconds later, another elite Orc Warrior materialized. As Su Ming waited for the creature to approach the corpse of its fallen comrade, he commanded, Echo of the Undead. Boom. The previous elite Orc Warrior's body detonated, obliterating another Orc Warrior nearby. He continued to cycle through the use of Echo of the Undead until the 10th monster appeared, which exhibited a significant enhancement in attributes. Lord Orc Chief, level 30, strength 400, agility 300, mentality 300, vitality 400. The attributes had indeed improved considerably, yet it proved futile, as it was still effortlessly dispatched by the Echo of the Undead. After a while, Su Ming began to yawn. The monotony of the one-by-one monsters presented no challenge whatsoever. He expended 100 points of mental energy to summon his Bone Demon, instructing it to guard the portal. The moment the monster peeked out, It was slain in a single strike. Indeed, a swift execution before it could fully emerge. Meanwhile, Ming squinted and began to doze off. His actions left the examiners astounded. Was he not a summoner? Why was he not utilizing his summoned creatures? And how could a summoner himself possess such strength? Logically, a summoner should inherently be weak. Moreover, his skills could effortlessly annihilate Lord-level monsters. This was simply astonishing. The final summoned creature, while evidently weaker than the first round, could still easily dispatch Lord-level monsters. This unique profession was alarmingly formidable. The examiners glanced towards Ming, seeking an explanation from him. Yet, Ming merely observed the screen with intrigue, disregarding their inquiries. This young man is indeed fascinating. In the first round, his summoned creature completely overwhelmed the detection device. In the second round, he operates effortlessly without relying on summoned entities. Is this what it means to be a unique profession? The power displayed is quite extraordinary. Chapter 36. The first person in the history of the Great Examination. Meanwhile, Long Lin, the second-place candidate from the first round, was fervently battling monsters. However, her experience was far from the ease enjoyed by Ming. Though she was not in a state of frantic disarray, clad in a set of blue medium-grade armor that exuded a faint aura, she too had a summoned creature by her side, albeit one of average combat capability with high defensive attributes, serving primarily to draw the monster's attention and buy time for Long Lin to unleash her skills. Each of her skills struck with precision, powerful enough to slay monsters effectively. With each cast, she managed to eliminate 35 creatures. This young lady is commendable. She even understands how to manage her mental energy expenditure. 30 minutes is a test of endurance. If one were to indiscriminately unleash skills without regard for their intensity, a mage would scarcely last the duration. Long Lin's performance earned her the recognition of the examiners. If Long Lin's combat style could be described as elegant, then Wang Ye and Lei Jiu's approach could only be characterized as wild. At this moment, Wang Ye sprouted a pair of wings, her feathers a pristine white. Holding a magnificent green-quality greatsword, she danced with fervor, her movements creating a whirlwind of energy. Her speed was remarkable, her agility unparalleled. Each time she faced peril, the wings upon her back would gently flutter, deftly adjusting her form to evade incoming attacks. The spectacle was nothing short of mesmerizing. To vanquish an elite creature, she required merely around 10 seconds, while a Lord-level beast would fall in approximately 20. Observing her combat style, one would scarcely believe she was a female. Lei Jiu and Wang Ye exhibited strikingly similar fighting techniques, both embodying the warrior class. Lei Jiu, level 24, Thunderstorm Berserker. Their levels were nearly indistinguishable. The arena surrounding Lei Jiu was suffused with crackling lightning, transforming him into a veritable Super Saiyan. Wielding a battle blade, he unleashed devastating strikes, empowered by thunderous energy. His techniques bore the hallmark of a seasoned practitioner, and he was indeed a master swordsman, favoring a bold and forceful approach. Each swing could inflict grievous wounds upon an elite creature. The combat displayed by both warriors ignited a fervor among the judges, evoking excitement akin to the legendary prowess one expects from renowned professions. What a thrill! It made me yearn to dive into a dungeon and engage in a fierce battle myself. The six-winged angel class showcased remarkable speed, while the Thunderstorm Berserker class exuded overwhelming destructive power. Truly, they were the epitome of legendary professions, each possessing unique attributes. Upon hearing this, the judges' eyes gleamed with envy. Legendary professions were rare, often seen only once in a decade or more. Each was a paragon of extraordinary talent. To witness 4 in a single year was a feast for the eyes for the judges. After observing several legendary figures, the judges turned their attention to the epic class candidates. The first among them was naturally Lin Xian. Lin Xian had fully realized the potential of the assassin class. In the footage, he appeared to have left behind after images, his form remarkably agile as he weaved around the monsters, dealing damage with precision. The attributes of an epic class contender were considerably lower than those of a legendary one. Lin Xian was unable to deliver a single fatal blow to the creatures. Instead, he meticulously whittled down their health, striking with unparalleled accuracy and ferocity, each blow inflicting substantial damage. When the moment was ripe, he would unleash a lethal strike. Every movement was crisp and decisive, devoid of any unnecessary exertion. He utilized the 3 skills he had mastered to their utmost potential. After reviewing the majority of the candidates, the judges gained a comprehensive understanding of each participant's capabilities. The scene shifted back to Ming. Upon closer inspection, the judges were left speechless. Ming had fallen asleep. Only his summoned creature was engaged in a monotonous cycle of repetitive actions. Swing the sword, raise the sword, swing the sword, raise the sword. It was, after all, a significant examination. This lad was far too nonchalant. Sleeping during an exam, Su Ming could easily be deemed the first in the history of major assessments. Should they give him a fright? The judges exchanged glances, the chief examiner looking towards Su Ming, who nodded in agreement. This behavior was indeed excessive. While other candidates were fervently battling foes, he was dozing off. Candidates, please take heed. Should you continue to slumber and disregard the exam, we shall deduct 100 points as a penalty. The sudden announcement startled Su Ming awake, and he immediately scanned for the source of the voice, but found nothing. Upon hearing the warning, he dared not succumb to sleep again, resigning himself to watch his skeletal minion dispatch monsters. What a shock! The judge could have been a bit gentler in their reminder. Witnessing Su Ming's startled reaction, the judges could hardly contain their amusement. While they were merely toying with him, they had no intention of actually deducting points. To catch such an extraordinary individual off guard was a rare delight, perhaps only achievable during a major examination. As the 30 minutes trickled by, candidates continued to drop out, while others strained to persist, ultimately succumbing to injuries and exiting the fray. The relentless half-hour of combat tested the endurance and composure of the participants. This was unlike dungeon grinding, when fatigue set in during a run. One could take a breather and resume. However, the second round of exams was unforgiving. Once commenced, a new monster would emerge every 3 seconds. If one did not dispatch them swiftly, their numbers would accumulate, making each kill increasingly arduous. Time's up, a mechanical voice announced. All candidates promptly returned to their initial positions. Most of them discarded their weapons and collapsed to the ground, their stamina utterly depleted. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. It felt as though those 30 minutes had stretched into an eternity, each minute a torment. Even Long Lin was not exempt from this fatigue. Her complexion had turned ashen as she valiantly resisted the urge to sit down. Despite her efforts to conserve energy, the prolonged duration proved insurmountable. At times, 3 minutes would suffice. The second round of examinations was undeniably challenging. Amidst the entire battleground, only one individual remained unperturbed, Su Ming. He appeared unchanged from before. Not a speck of dirt upon him. Wang Ya, upon teleportation, immediately sought Su Ming's figure. Seeing him still so composed stirred an inexplicable sense of disappointment within her. The second round of examinations concluded. A total of 563 candidates participated, with 941 voluntarily withdrawing during the exam. Those who chose to forfeit the second round would lose eligibility for the third round. The remaining 622 candidates qualified for the third round, which would significantly increase in difficulty and danger, potentially threatening their lives. They were urged to make a careful decision. As the announcement concluded, the 941 candidates who had withdrawn were promptly escorted from the examination grounds. The once bustling arena was now devoid of over half its participants. Those who remained were the resolute souls who had endured the second round. However, among this group, half had opted for the standard difficulty, merely scraping by. They were the most conflicted of all, well aware of their own capabilities. Continuing to the third round would likely lead to their elimination, along with injuries, or even worse, risking their lives. Yet, to withdraw now felt unsatisfying. In an instant, a significant portion of the candidates found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 37. Our long family also needs such talents. The expressions of the judges in the examination room grew increasingly grave. They earnestly hoped that these candidates would choose to stay, regardless of their class or level. The Dragon Kingdom needed spirited young individuals, not those who would retreat at the mere whisper of danger. Yet, each year, at least half of the candidates would falter and choose to withdraw. The judges longed to convey. The Dragon Kingdom requires not only those with formidable strength, but also those possessing the courage to confront challenges and the audacity to transcend their limits. At all times, bravery and perseverance are the most invaluable qualities. Yet, they could not. The judge's duty was to sift through and identify the most exceptional candidates. Thus, the chief examiner spoke up. You have all successfully passed the second round, and your scores qualify you for university admission. You now have 1 minute to deliberate. After 1 minute, if you have not made a decision, you will be deemed to have withdrawn. Upon hearing that their scores could grant them entrance to university, many candidates felt their psychological defenses begin to wane. I withdraw. With one person taking the initiative, it was inevitable that more would follow suit. In an instant, the examination room was filled with a chorus of withdrawals. Those who had been hesitating, upon witnessing their peers step back, hastily made the same choice. A flicker of disappointment crossed the chief examiner's face, but he quickly adjusted his expression, maintaining an air of seriousness and composure. Time's up. A total of 682 individuals opted to withdraw, all escorted out of the examination hall. Henceforth, only 940 candidates remained for the third round. The invigilators observed this scene with a mix of satisfaction and regret. They felt gratified that so many courageous young souls were willing to strive for their dreams. yet lamented that some candidates, despite possessing adequate abilities, chose to abandon their aspirations out of fear. This year is relatively good. Only 41 candidates withdrew, which is a significant improvement compared to previous years, remarked another examiner, a hint of contentment in his tone. Indeed, in prior years, the withdrawal rate at this stage often exceeded 50%. The fact that such a considerable number chose to remain this year is already commendable. Su Ning interjected aptly. Not everyone possesses the courage to confront their fears, nor can everyone sacrifice their very lives for their ideals. Furthermore, not everyone can become the pillar of humanity. Most candidates aim merely to gain university admission, while some set their sights on the top institutions. Each person harbors their own ambitions. It is futile to impose our will upon them. Next, the results of the second round will be announced. First place, Su Ming. Points earned, 2,900. Total points, 3,000. Second place, Wang Ya. Points earned, 1,005. Total points, 1090. Third place, Lei Jiao. Points earned, 995. Total points, 1082. Fourth place, Long Lin. Points earned, 990. Total points, 1078. 12th place, Lin Xian. Points earned, 600. Total points, 679. Upon seeing these results, all eyes instinctively turned towards Su Ming. They were eager to exclaim, Su Ming has truly outdone himself. 3 seconds for each monster, with 30 minutes to spare. At most, 600 monsters could yield 3,000 points. The 2,900 points indicate that he must have slain 580 creatures, disregarding any delays. Su Ming managed to eliminate each monster in a single blow. Although everyone was aware that the examination was exceedingly fair, with any instances of cheating swiftly dealt with, the sheer magnitude of his score was simply unfathomable. They could not comprehend how Su Ming achieved such unprecedented results. Not only were they perplexed, but the heads of schools outside the examination hall were equally baffled. What kind of prodigy is this? Securing a perfect score in the first round and leading the second round by a staggering margin. His score alone equaled the total points of the second, third, and fourth places combined. How is this possible? The principals present were astute individuals. There could be no possibility of cheating in such a significant examination, which left only one explanation: pure, unadulterated skill. All the principals gathered around Tianshi City, surrounding Chu Feng, urging him to elaborate on Su Ming's accomplishments. At this moment, Chu Feng was so overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to steady his thermos, let alone articulate any words. Moreover, he was just as curious as anyone about how Su Ming had achieved such feats. This was no mere record-breaking performance. It was likely a pinnacle that had not been reached in nearly a century. Prior to this, Long Hua had held the record for the second round with a score of 1,500. Su Ming's 2,900 points were nearly double that of Long Hua, a feat whose difficulty was self-evident. At this moment, the entire province of Long Hua was abuzz with discussions about Su Ming, including the Long family. In the heart of Tianshi City, in the most bustling area where land costs 500 gold coins per square meter, there stood a modest estate encompassing merely a dozen acres. At the center of the estate was a remarkably simple villa. Long Tian held a teacup, gently blowing on it, and softly inquired, Xiao Heir, how do you feel about your elder brother's examination record being surpassed by another? Opposite him sat Long Xiao, the second son of the Long family. Long Hua was the eldest, Long Xiao the second, and Long Lin the third. Long Xiao smiled slightly. Father, you jest. Witnessing the emergence of such talent in our Long kingdom brings me great solace. The pressure on elite professionals has surged dramatically in recent years due to the Abyss battlefield, and we are in dire need of such talents. Long Tian set down his teacup, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. Indeed, our Long kingdom requires such geniuses. However, our family also needs individuals of this caliber. You understand my intentions, do you not? Long Xiao smiled nonchalantly, responding at a leisurely pace. As far as I know, Su Ming's parents perished in the Abyss battlefield. He has always been alone. Lin Heir is of a similar age, making a match quite feasible. Moreover, Su Ming marrying into the Long family would bring him nothing but advantages. Long Tian nodded in agreement. Long Zhao's sentiments echoed his own. Very well, proceed discreetly. Remember, if Lin Heir is unwilling, do not force the issue. Seek other means to attract Su Ming. As the radiant beams of light descended, all candidates found their wounds healed. Fatigue alleviated, skill cooldowns reset, and their physical attributes restored to optimal condition. Candidates who had previously appeared weary and disheveled suddenly regained their vitality. Feeling the rapid restoration of mental clarity, Su Ming was filled with profound reflection. This is the allure of top-tier support, with such assistance. It is akin to possessing a second life. A mechanical voice resonated once more. The next phase is the third round of the main combat profession examination, a test of extreme potential. Candidates may once again select their difficulty level. The examination comprises 3 tiers: normal, difficult, and nightmare. This round will create an image of a foe with attributes surpassing the candidate's own by 10, 20, or 30, and candidates must defeat this opponent within 20 minutes. Normal difficulty yields 100 points, difficult difficulty yields 300 points, and nightmare difficulty yields 500 points. Candidates, please select your difficulty. Chapter 38. What is the matter? As the examination rules were just announced, the majority of candidates appeared as if plunged into an ice cavern, their expressions grim. To ensure the fairness of the examination, the rules remained unchanged from year to year, akin to immutable laws. Last year, the third round's rules stipulated that a boss would be generated with attributes exceeding the candidate's own by 10, 20, or 30. Candidates merely had to eliminate this boss. However, this year the challenge had transformed into defeating an image. The distinction between boss and image was but a single word, yet the difficulty was a chasm apart. An image signifies possessing all of one's abilities. Conversely, a boss, despite having attributes 30 higher, is merely a creature. For equipped and skilled professionals, given sufficient time, they could prevail. However, facing an image meant battling oneself, where even one's own strength might not guarantee victory, let alone an enhancement of 10. It dawned upon everyone. This year's third round of examinations has proven to be exceptionally challenging. The invigilators in the monitoring room exchanged perplexed glances, equally bewildered by the sudden alteration of examination rules. What has transpired to cause such a drastic change this year? One examiner expressed his confusion. Another, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concerns. It was already difficult to contend with the mirror images, and now they have enhanced their attributes. The difficulty of this third round has escalated significantly. Ordinarily, the rules of the grand exam remain unchanged, yet they found themselves unable to communicate with the outside world from within the examination hall. Left with no recourse, the examiners turned their attention to Su Ning. Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, Su Ning remained silent, calmly observing the expressions of each examiner, mentally noting their reactions. Let us adhere to the rules, but you must remain vigilant. Should any candidate find themselves in mortal peril, the examination must be halted immediately. Upon hearing this, the examiners resigned themselves to comply. After weighing the pros and cons, all candidates opted for the standard difficulty level, including Wang Ya, Long Lin, and Lei Jiao. Only Su Ming remained undecided. Surely, he wouldn't dare choose the nightmare difficulty, would he? It appeared he was genuinely inclined to select the nightmare level. While the examiners continued their discussions, Su Ming made his choice, nightmare difficulty. The invigilators gasped in astonishment. Even Su Ning involuntarily furrowed his brow. Once all candidates had made their selections, the third round of examinations commenced. Su Ming's position shifted once more, the examination venue transforming into a serene, dreamlike realm. He seemed to stand upon a tranquil lake, its shimmering surface reflecting everything around him. A gentle movement of his foot sent ripples across the water, and suddenly, ripples appeared not far from the lake's edge. These ripples did not expand outward, but rather contracted inward, and then a figure slowly emerged from the water. It was none other than Su Ming himself. Looking down, he noticed the reflection had vanished. Observing the mirror image before him, he remarked casually, generated from my shadow. How intriguing. I must admit, I look rather handsome. The examiners were momentarily speechless. This was an examination, yet he had the audacity to indulge in self-admiration. Have you not noticed that the attributes of the mirror image surpass yours by 30? In truth, Su Ming's decision to select nightmare difficulty was not a spur-of-the-moment whim to show off, but a carefully considered choice. Given that the mirror image was merely a replication, it could only clone skills and attributes. There were certain aspects that could never be possessed, such as the necromantic ecosystem, which was fundamental for Su Ming to amass a legion of skeletal warriors swiftly. With a mischievous grin, he taunted the mirror image. Let us see if you can summon a bone demon. With that, Su Ming expended 100 points of mental energy to summon the bone demon. The mirror image immediately employed the skill, feeding the demon with 1,000 bones. Yet, the space before them remained utterly vacant. Mental energy had been consumed, but not a single bone demon appeared. The mirror image glanced from Su Ming to itself, puzzled. What could be the issue? Perhaps the summoning method was flawed? Thus, the mirror image resolutely attempted the summoning again. Still, the void persisted. Observing the mirror image's flustered demeanor, Su Ming's voice carried a hint of coldness. All attributes have been enhanced by 30. You've replicated my skills and equipment. Yet, you are ultimately not me. With a gentle wave of his hand, the bone demon surged forth like an arrow, rapidly closing in on the mirror image. Su Ming turned and snapped his fingers. Snap! The bone demon, with its 10,000 points of dimensional attributes, exploded instantaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic force that engulfed the mirror image. Summoning a bone demon necessitated a sacrifice of a corpse or bones. The mirror image, unable to replicate the necromantic realm, could not summon the bone demon. Like the skeletal warriors, bone demons were undead entities. The necromancer's echo skill could trigger their detonation. This was a discovery Ming had stumbled upon inadvertently. In the past, he would never have dared to treat a bone demon so recklessly. Today, however, he indulged himself, observing the still pristine surface of the ground. A smile crept across Ming's lips as he mused. I must admit, this examination venue is quite secure. As the sole candidate to choose nightmare difficulty, Ming naturally drew significant attention. The monitoring room remained fixated on his image, which was frozen in the moment of explosion as he turned away. The examiners in the monitoring room had their eyes wide as saucers, their mouths forming perfect circles, as if held by some enchanting force, unable to close. They longed to articulate their thoughts, yet their voices seemed caught in their throats. The only thing echoing in their minds was Ming's declaration, "Yet, you are ultimately not me." Ming fared better than them, yet he remained motionless on his chair, as though enchanted, his gaze locked onto the screen. After a long pause, the chief examiner finally regained his composure and cleared his throat. Next candidate, next candidate. Ming's display is devoid of interest. The examiners nodded in unanimous agreement. Nevertheless, the scene of that instant annihilation was indelibly etched in each examiner's memory. Wang Yu was engaged in a fierce battle, each move leaving marks upon her opponent. However, her wounds were evidently more severe, as the mirror image's attributes exceeded her own. Long Lin fared slightly better, deftly dodging attacks while seeking opportunities to strike. Once a flaw was exposed, the overwhelming power of a mage could conclude the confrontation in an instant. Lei Jiao's bout was the most visually captivating, with arcs of lightning illuminating the examination space. The two engaged in direct combat. Clearly Lei Jiao had unleashed his pent-up energy. As for the other candidates, several had already been disqualified from the examination, primarily due to severe injuries. Not a single one chose to forfeit. This brought great relief to the examiners. Look, there is something happening with Long Lin. Chapter 39, a minor shock for the examiners. The voice of one examiner immediately captured the attention of the others. The scene shifted to Long Lin. Initially struggling, she now operated with remarkable ease. A mere glance was enough for the seasoned examiners to discern the reason. Her skill proficiency had improved, while the mirror image had merely replicated her earlier skill level, which had not kept pace. Consequently, Long Lin's skill activation speed was now consistently faster than that of the mirror image, leading to a steady advantage and allowing her to suppress the mirror image with ease. It appeared that the objective of this third round of examinations was to break through one's limits in extreme conditions. Only in this manner could one conquer the mirror image and prevail in the third round. Long Lin could easily defeat the mirror image. Yet she chose not to do so. Instead, she utilized the mirror image's attacks to identify her own shortcomings, for the mirror image was, in essence, a reflection of herself. Until she had gained a substantial understanding of her shortcomings, she ultimately employed her skills to vanquish the mirror image, thus concluding the third round of the examination. This decisive action garnered unanimous praise from all the examiners, even eliciting an expression of appreciation from Su Ning. Truly, being of the Long family, her foresight surpassed that of the ordinary candidates. Remarkably adept, she possesses the potential to ascend to the ranks of elite warriors. Both Wang Ya and Lei Jiao were engaged in a fierce struggle with their respective mirror images, and just as their vitality was on the verge of depletion, they simultaneously comprehended their innate professional abilities. Wang Ya's talent lay in restoration, enabling her to heal wounds, while Lei Jiao's prowess manifested as a berserk ability, significantly enhancing his attributes upon entering a frenzied state. In a triumphant display, both secured their victories at the last moment, earning commendation from Su Ning. It is indeed impressive for individuals at their level to grasp their professional talents. They are likely to surpass Long Lin in the upcoming rankings and closely pursue Su Ming. Every profession possesses a unique talent, yet not every practitioner can comprehend it. This comprehension necessitates a profound alignment with one's profession and an exceptionally high level of perception. Typically, practitioners achieve this understanding around level 60. Once a talent is comprehended, the practitioner's strength will experience remarkable growth. For these two to grasp their talents at such an early stage is a rare feat. One wonders if there will be an opportunity today to witness Su Ming unlock his professional talent. However, such comprehension requires a blend of skill and luck, both of which are indispensable. The third round of examinations concluded swiftly, marked by the highest elimination rate yet. Of the 940 candidates who participated, only 90 emerged victorious. Among them, 23 were mages, indicating that this round favored the mage profession. The results of the third round were then announced. First place, Ming. Points earned, 500. Total points, 3,500. Second place, Ya. Points earned, 100. Total points, 1190. Third place, Legio. Points earned, 100. Total points, 1182. Fourth place, Lin. Points earned, 100. Total points, 1178. 10th place, Lin Xian. Points earned, 100. Total points, 779. The rankings of the top four remained unchanged from previous rounds. Lin Xian ascended to 10th place as the two candidates ahead of him did not pass the test. This achievement was beyond his wildest dreams, entirely thanks to Ming. With his current score, gaining entry into one of the top 100 prestigious academies in the Dragon Kingdom poses no challenge. Next was the fourth round of the main battle class examination, a test of extreme potential, where candidates could choose their level of difficulty. The options were categorized as ordinary, difficult, and nightmare. Participants would enter the insect nest labyrinth to eliminate thousands of monsters within a 30-minute time frame. In ordinary difficulty, each monster is worth 1 point. In difficult difficulty, each is worth 3 points, and in nightmare difficulty, each carries a value of 5 points. This round would employ a randomly enforced team of 3, with participants earning points through 2 methods. First, by defeating monsters, and second, through personal performance as evaluated by the examiners, yielding a score based on a 15-level system. Upon hearing the rules, all candidates turned their gazes towards Ming. This round, anyone grouped with Ming would find themselves bereft of monster-killing opportunities. After numerous rounds of examination, there was no doubt regarding Ming's prowess, a sentiment shared even by the examiners. The choice of difficulty became a source of considerable indecision among the candidates. Opting for nightmare difficulty meant potential encounters with Ming, while choosing ordinary difficulty would yield insufficient points. Weighing the pros and cons, the majority settled on difficult difficulty. Lin Xian, however, was different. He selected nightmare difficulty almost immediately after the rules were announced. He was eager to team up with Ming, confident that Ming would not deny him the chance to slay monsters. Ya, Lin, and Lei Jiu exchanged glances, caught in a moment of indecision. If the three were to unite in a group, their combined score would be formidable, yet they feared being allied with Ming, leaving them with nothing to gain. After much deliberation, they ultimately opted for nightmare difficulty as well, resigning themselves to fate should they encounter Ming. Their predictions were accurate. Ming also chose nightmare difficulty for this round. Only 5 candidates selected nightmare mode, while the remainder opted for difficult mode. Upon witnessing this outcome, the examiners couldn't suppress their amusement. They were eager to assess Ming's true capabilities. The opportunity had finally arrived. How to divide these 5? They mused. Yet their hands were decisive. The examiners promptly assigned Ya, Lin, and Lei Jiu into one group, while Lin Xian was paired with Ming. The two groups formed a stark contrast, as the examiners were keen to see if Ming's individual strength surpassed that of 3 legendary practitioners combined. Once all candidates had made their selections, a healing light enveloped them, restoring everyone to peak condition. The scene before Ming shifted, and he found himself no longer alone. Another individual appeared beside him. Upon recognizing each other as faces, both shared a smile. Meanwhile, Lin, upon seeing her partner, also smiled. It seemed that their thoughts had manifested. Indeed, the 3 of them had been grouped together. This round may be our best opportunity to surpass Ming, Lei Jiu asserted. With so few choosing nightmare difficulty, Ming's teammates are likely 2 epic-class practitioners. If we coordinate well and defeat as many monsters as possible, we can certainly outscore Ming this round. They proceeded to discuss their respective skills to facilitate their upcoming collaboration. While the 3 engaged in fervent tactical discussions, the atmosphere was markedly quieter on the other side. Ming and Lin Xian had previously cleared several dungeons together, establishing a mutual understanding. Lin Xian, brimming with excitement, inquired, "How shall we proceed?" With a slight smile, Ming replied, "The usual method, as always." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, ready to spring into action. Let us deliver a small shock to the examiners. Chapter 40. Prepare for a shock, indeed. In Kyoto, the night descended like an immense black curtain, slowly enveloping the bustling city. Neon lights flickered, and the streets teemed with life, a vibrant spectacle. This city stands as the pinnacle of prosperity within the Dragon Kingdom, a haven for top-tier professionals. It boasts the finest resources and the most abundant dungeons, serving as the very foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, the most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. On the rooftop of a towering edifice, 2 silhouettes stood in quiet contemplation. One was clad in a deep blue bespoke suit, crafted from the finest wool blend, exuding a soft yet structured texture. impeccably tailored to accentuate his robust physique. Is the news of the sole professional from the Dragon Kingdom genuine? The other individual wore a black trench coat, the brim of his hat pulled low, obscuring much of his face as he pondered. We are currently verifying the information. The mention of the sole professional surfaced, but briefly, only to be subsequently concealed. It is possible that our higher-ups are deliberately sowing confusion. The suited man nodded slightly, taking a drag from his cigarette before continuing his inquiry. How many legendary professionals are rumored to exist? In this examination, there are a total of 9 legendary professionals in the Dragon Kingdom, 4 of whom hail from Longhua Province. The name murmured by the suited man was Longhua. Once again, it is he. Longhua Province truly is a remarkable place, having produced 4 legendary professionals in a rare occurrence over several years. He then shifted his tone, a glint of madness igniting in his eyes. Regardless of the veracity of the news regarding the sole professional, these 9 legendary figures are already worth this operation. The man in the black trench coat raised his gaze slightly. In the moonlight, a grotesque scar was visible on his face, stretching from his right eye to the corner of his left mouth, creating a chilling visage. Should we wait a little longer to confirm the information before taking action? The suited man waved his hand dismissively. It matters not whether the information is true or false. All examinees in this great test must perish. Better to wrongfully eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. This has been our objective after years of concealment within the Dragon Kingdom. The man in the black trench coat gazed quietly into the distance. The once starry sky, which had been a rare sight, was now engulfed in a deep darkness. The stars completely devoured. You are severing the roots of the Dragon Kingdom, but in doing so, you are also cutting off our retreat. After this operation, the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, and we shall also pay the price alongside those examinees. The suited man extinguished his cigarette with his fingers and turned to his companion, retorting, "What is our purpose in having infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom for 10 years? What is the reason for living in constant fear day by day? From the moment we set foot in the Dragon Kingdom, it was destined that we would remain here forever." The man in the black trench coat fell silent for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. The Eagle Nation shall rise to greatness. The Eagle Nation shall rise to greatness. The suited man casually discarded the cigarette, butt, and departed from the rooftop. Let us commence our operation. The 2 figures vanished from the rooftop. At the examination venue in Tian City, the 4th round of the test had commenced. The scene depicted Long Lin and her 2 companions, a trio of legendary professionals, drawing considerable attention from the examiners. They did not converge at the maze's entrance, but opted for a specific pathway. Their strategy was to tackle one section at a time, allowing them to avoid being overwhelmed during combat. Lei Jio stood at the forefront, crackling with lightning, his hands swirling with tempestuous energy, resembling a deity of thunder. With thunder, he shatters the darkness. Wang Yi positioned herself diagonally behind Lei Jio. With him absorbing the brunt of the attacks, she could unleash her full offensive without reservation. The 2 warrior-class professionals effectively held the monsters at bay, creating an optimal environment for Long Lin to deal damage from the rear. All 3 displayed commendable combat prowess. Despite it being their first collaboration, they coordinated impressively. Monsters of the nightmare difficulty fell before them as easily as ordinary foes. The examiners in the monitoring room nodded in approval. A trio of legendary professionals forming a team was an unprecedented occurrence, and this year, they were fortunate to witness it. It must be said, the efficiency of 3 legendary professionals cooperating was astonishingly high. It was likely that Su Ming's points would be surpassed this round. Quickly, switch the screen to see what Su Ming is doing. As the screen changed, Su Ming's figure immediately appeared, to the surprise of all examiners. He was still standing in the same spot. All the examiners were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Su Ming's intentions, while others were engaged in fierce combat. This young man remained stationary. Yet, none of the examiners dared to underestimate Su Ming. After all, his performance in the previous rounds had been exceptionally remarkable. The more he stood still, the greater the curiosity of the examiners grew. They momentarily forgot about Wang Yi and her companions. What do you think this lad is scheming? Who knows? He never plays by the rules. This fellow, he can't possibly be thinking of slaying all the monsters, can he? Although such an occurrence had never happened in the history of the Great Examination, the examiners could indeed see the possibility in Su Ming. Indeed, one might say that this lad has a chance. Suddenly, the scene began to shift. The previously calm imagery erupted into tumultuous motion. Just as the examiners were trying to comprehend the situation, Lin Xian burst forth from a passageway, moving so swiftly that an afterimage trailed behind him. Soon after, numerous bone demons emerged from various passages. These bone demons possessed mediocre 3-dimensional attributes, barely exceeding 1,000, yet their agility approached 2,000. This was a special type of skeleton soldier that Su Ming had deliberately sacrificed to lure monsters. Not far behind Lin Xian and these bone demons were countless other monsters. A veritable sea of them. Various insects swarmed forth. Whatever one could imagine, they were there. Without exception, they all charged directly towards Su Ming. The tremors were clearly emanating from Su Ming's examination point. Meanwhile, Lin Xian wore a cheeky grin as he laughed towards the examiners, as if to say, "Be astonished. Indeed, be astonished. I too am quite taken aback by this." At that moment, the examiners were not merely astonished, their minds felt somewhat disoriented. Is this truly an examination? One might think that abyssal creatures had descended upon them. While the other examiners remained bewildered, the chief examiner was the first to react. He immediately recognized the danger and turned to Su Ning, asking, "Lord Su, the number of monsters Su Ming has attracted is overwhelming. He may not be able to handle them all. Should we terminate the examination?" Su Ning looked at the screen, a smile gracing his lips. To be honest, he was growing increasingly fond of Su Ming. No need, let him handle it himself. The chief examiner glanced at the scene where Su Ming was nearly engulfed by monsters, feeling quite troubled. However, if anything were to happen to Su Ming, we would be unable to explain it to our superiors. Su Ning replied coolly, "Just observe. Should he find himself in danger, I will intervene." With Su Ning's backing, the chief examiner's racing heart began to settle slightly. He then turned his gaze back to the screen, eager to see how Su Ming would resolve this monster onslaught. Chapter 41, You Still Regret It. The bone demons all returned to stand before Su Ming, awaiting his next command upon awakening. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the bone demons swiftly formed a defensive line, each wielding a massive bone shield. They resembled a white dam, firmly blocking the onslaught of monsters that surged like a tsunami. Although Su Ming stood right before them, the creatures could not advance a single step. Lin Xian could even discern the fangs protruding from the monsters' mouths and the fur covering their bodies, unable to refrain from teasing. What an absurd hairstyle for a monster. Resembling the Mediterranean. Su Ming had never once cast a glance at those creatures. The usual strategy, I'll initiate the attack, and then you can swoop in for the finishing blow. Lin Xian gently shook his head, patted Su Ming's shoulder, and then smiled nonchalantly. This time, I won't need your assistance. If it weren't for your prior help, I wouldn't have even made it to this 4th round of examinations. Now, I have the privilege of selecting from any of the top 100 schools in the Dragon Country, and I am thoroughly content. You must claim all the points from this round. Given your current score, securing the provincial top spot is a certainty, but the national top spot is another matter entirely. Having a few extra points never hurts. Upon hearing the term national top spot, Su Ming's heart surged with excitement. Those who attained the provincial top spot were already exceptional talents, remarkable individuals. How outstanding must one be to achieve the national top position? A faint smile spread across Su Ming's face as he suddenly felt intrigued. The national top spot, huh? That might not be out of reach. Lin Xian, noticing Su Ming's growing interest, brightened his eyes. Just think about it. If you become the national top scholar, that makes me your close friend. I'll have all the bragging rights when we go out together, all thanks to you. Moreover, when your parents see how exceptional you are, they can rest easy in the afterlife. Observing the sincerity in Lin Xian's gaze, Su Ming felt that he should not say more. Although Lin Xian often appeared carefree, he possessed a strong sense of pride. He had always remembered the kindness Su Ming had shown him during their dungeon runs, and now he wished to repay that debt. The notion of the national top spot was merely an excuse he conjured up. Su Ming, looking at Lin Xian, inquired, "Do you regret your decision? The points from this round far exceed the total from your previous 3 rounds." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Consider it as me supporting a friend." The two exchanged knowing smiles, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. The bone monsters sprang into action. In one hand, a bone knife had appeared unbeknownst to him. He effortlessly dispatched the creature before him and subsequently tossed its carcass into the midst of the other monsters. Necromantic Echo. As the incantation echoed, the recently fallen corpse erupted in a violent explosion among the monsters. Boom. The terrifying destructive force instantly inflicted heavy casualties among the surrounding creatures. Su Ming's points for the 4th round surged to 400. This explosion obliterated 80 monsters. Yet, amidst the vast host of creatures, this destruction appeared insignificant, akin to merely scratching an itch. However, what Su Ming saw was the remains left in the wake of the explosion. Once again, an explosion erupted at the periphery of the previous blast. The monsters fell like wheat swaying in the wind, collapsing in droves. Then, yet another explosion occurred at the outer edges. Observing the entire scene was reminiscent of a stone being thrown into a lake, creating ripples that spread outward. The initial corpse had acted as that stone. Within the examination room, the proctors observed how the bone monsters effortlessly held the line against the horde. They presumed Su Ming would gradually contract his front, methodically thinning the ranks of monsters. However, the successive waves of explosions shattered their assumptions. In comparison to the earlier shockwave caused by the monster horde, Su Ming's harvesting technique appeared rather ordinary. This skill must have been the one he employed when vanquishing the mirror image in the third round. It seemed that the power of the explosion was closely tied to the nature of the target. Moreover, this skill did not appear to consume much mental energy. Surely, he couldn't intend to rely on this method to continuously reap the monsters. Su Ning shook his head, voicing his opinion. If the defining characteristic of this group of monsters is their high health, then perhaps Su Ming could indeed eliminate them all. However, regrettably, these creatures do not possess substantial health, resulting in the explosions being rather underwhelming. Although this skill is not particularly taxing on mental energy, a level 26 practitioner has limited reserves to begin with. Attempting to use this skill to eliminate all the monsters is evidently unrealistic. Su Ning was not alone in recognizing this issue. Lin Xian noticed it too. The explosion's potency had diminished significantly, and this explosion was Su Ming's sole area of effect attack. It was clear that relying on such explosions would not suffice to eliminate this horde. Lin Xian felt a twinge of concern, but seeing Su Ming remain composed alleviated his doubts. Both of their suspicions proved correct. As 15 minutes elapsed, Su Ming's activation of skills slowed considerably, indicating his mental energy was nearly depleted. Su Ning glanced at Su Ming's score from the third round. 31, 255. He had slain 251 monsters, with 31, 255 points. He had shattered the record for Longhua Province, nearly doubling the previous high score. However, the proctors wore expressions devoid of elation. Their expectations for Su Ming were to annihilate all the monsters, a goal he had evidently not achieved. What a pity. I thought he might clear the fourth round. One proctor remarked with frustration. You're lamenting? At level 26, don't talk to me about 31, 255 points. If you had even 10, 000 points, you wouldn't be here judging me. Moreover, this round was a team effort, while Su Ming had accomplished it single-handedly. At that moment, the group recalled Wang Ya and her companions and hastily checked their scores. 26, 370. They had slain 274 monsters. The chief examiner stated, with 15 minutes remaining, they might only manage to take down 8,000 monsters at most. On average, each person would only have about 333 points, less than half of Su Ming's total. Su Ning disagreed, and switched the view to Wang Ya and her companions. Look closely. Currently, only Lei Jiao seems to be struggling. Wang Ya and Long Lin still possess ample stamina and mental energy. So, for the first 15 minutes, it was primarily Lei Jiao exerting himself, while the other two were assisting. Their goal is likely to eliminate all the monsters. Su Ning's observations immediately captured the attention of the proctors. Upon closer examination, they indeed confirmed his assessment. No wonder they are renowned practitioners. Each harbors great ambition. As the proctors continued their discussion, they witnessed Wang Ya and Lei Jiao swapping positions. Wang Ya unleashed her full power, each swing of her blade claiming the lives of several monsters. With every skill she unleashed, a multitude of creatures fell. The trio's killing speed surged once more. Just as Su Ning had predicted, Wang Ya and her companions were indeed on a relentless quest to vanquish all the monsters. At that moment, one proctor noticed that Su Ming's previously slow accumulation of points had suddenly begun to skyrocket. He immediately switched the view. Chapter 42. Who says a summoner must hide behind their summons? With his mental energy nearly depleted, Su Ming abruptly turned to Lin Xian and said, Can I borrow your weapon? Lin Xian, being an assassin-type practitioner, naturally wielded daggers, which were of green mid-tier quality. Although uncertain of Su Ming's intentions, Lin Xian chose to trust him unconditionally and tossed the dagger over. Upon receiving the dagger, Su Ming swung it lightly a couple of times. It felt incredibly nimble and well-suited to his grip. Observing Su Ming in such a manner, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel curious. What do you intend to do? Su Ming smiled faintly before turning to stride into the throng of monsters. Naturally, he was going to slay them. Lin Xian was instantly startled, a shiver running down his spine. No. You are a summoner. Your physical constitution is your greatest weakness. If you get surrounded, it could spell disaster. You could easily summon skeleton soldiers to deal with these creatures. The dagger in Su Ming's hand elegantly twirled as he tilted his head to glance at Lin Xian. Who says a summoner must cower behind their summons? With that, Su Ming abruptly accelerated, plunging headfirst into the horde of monsters. His agility, exceeding 300 points, nearly matched Lin Xian's full-throttle speed. Furthermore, with the enhancement of the comprehensive contract skill, he needed no defense. He merely had to continue attacking relentlessly. Each strike from Su Ming claimed the life of a monster, and his score climbed rapidly, no slower than Wang Ya and her companions. Both Lin Xian and the examiner were left in astonishment. Isn't it said that the weakness of summoners lies with the summoner themselves? How do you explain this? Observing Su Ming darting amidst the beasts, the chief examiner muttered, incredible. He resembles a war god. More than a war god. He is utterly mad. Look closely. He shows no signs of defense, only a fervent desire to attack. Su Ning, who initially wore a smile, gradually grew serious. The stronger Su Ming performed, the more wary other races and factions would become of him, intensifying their murderous intent. He scanned the other examiners present, silently warning. You would do well to refrain from any foolish actions, lest I make you regret ever coming into this world. In the footage, Su Ming's figure became invisible, replaced by a continuous cascade of monsters collapsing. Other groups had begun to abandon their efforts, being gradually escorted from the examination arena. In the fourth round, the terrifying horde of monsters required all group members to work in unison. However, the first 3 rounds had not created a significant gap, especially among the lower-ranking candidates, where the differences were merely 1 or 2 points, with many tied. Thus, most harbored ulterior motives, fearing that their opponents might surpass their scores. After all, a higher rank translated to a greater chance of entering a prestigious university. While it appeared that they were a team, internally, they were a disjointed assembly. Only a small fraction possessed the vision and mindset of Wang Ya and her companions. Yet, mere vision was insufficient. Tactical arrangements needed to be rational and meticulous. Consequently, what could have been the highest scoring 4th round instead became the segment where most scored the least. Those candidates who fought valiantly against the monsters, though they did not survive the 4th round, found their scores diverging significantly from those who were overly cautious. Naturally, those who did not endure the 4th round were disqualified from participating in the final examination and were immediately transported to Silver Sea City Square. It was exceedingly difficult. Those who had not experienced this round could never comprehend the sheer terror of the massive horde of monsters. Indeed, the mere force of the monsters charging was enough to instill fear. I suspect that not many would manage to endure this round, perhaps no more than 10 individuals. Half an hour swiftly passed, and the mechanical voice within the examination hall rang out once more. The 4th round of examinations has concluded. 90 candidates participated, with only 5 ultimately passing. The voice from the monitoring room suddenly echoed. All examiners, please rate the candidate's performance on a scale of 1 to 15. None of the examiners moved. Their eyes remained fixed on the screen. Displayed on the screen was Su Ming, standing atop a pile of monster corpses, as if he had just emerged from a bloodbath, exuding an overwhelming stench of blood. His hair, soaked in crimson, appeared disheveled and bore an eerie dark red hue, with strands clinging to his forehead, trembling slightly with his labored breaths. He still gripped a dagger, bloodied and dripping, producing a rhythmic sound as it fell. Strangely, Su Ming's gaze was remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional expression aside from tranquility. Lin Xian, taken aback by his appearance, instinctively swallowed hard. Su Ming, are you all right? Upon hearing Lin Xian's call, a flicker of emotion appeared in his eyes. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? He replied, wiping the dagger clean on his clothing before returning it to Lin Xian. You know, your gaze just now was quite frightening. Su Ming paused, reflecting on his actions. He recalled charging into the horde, fervently battling monsters. Yet as he fought, he felt himself entering a peculiar state. His body entirely relaxed, and his movements had become instinctual. After pondering for a moment, he could not discern the cause, attributing it temporarily to his profession. All examiners, please rate the candidate's performance on a scale of 1 to 15. The repeated reminders finally jolted the examiners back to reality. Did you see his eyes when he emerged from the monster corpses? Terrifying. Indeed, remarkably calm. Such a gaze I have only seen in generals who have endured countless wars. However, Su Ming clearly does not fit this description. Su Ning's voice broke through. Perhaps we have all been mistaken. His profession is not that of a summoner, but rather a warrior. The calmness that comes only from enduring numerous battles likely correlates with his profession. The examiners were not overly surprised. They had witnessed too many unbelievable occurrences that day and had grown somewhat numb. What had transpired with Su Ming had become almost a matter of course. The chief examiner interrupted the ongoing discussions. It is time to evaluate the candidates. Su Ming's formidable close combat abilities had far exceeded the examiner's expectations, meriting a level 5 rating without question. Wang Ya, Lei Jiao, and Long Lin, possessing excellent teamwork, combat skills, and overall awareness, also naturally received a level 5 rating. The last candidate, Lin Xian, posed a dilemma for the examiners. This fellow did nothing but lure monsters at the beginning, then coasted through the rest. Su Ning remarked, firstly, his initial speed in luring monsters was evident to all. As an epic profession, possessing such speed makes him undoubtedly among the elite of assassin-type professions. Secondly, Without Lin Xian willingly conceding points, Su Ming could not have achieved such a nationally astonishing score. I have never encountered a candidate capable of making such a choice in a pivotal examination for their future, based solely on these 2 points. A level 4 rating was well-deserved. Chapter 43. I suspect you are cheating. Su Ning's statements resonated with reason, earning the respect of the examiners. Just as the examiners concluded their evaluations, the mechanical voice promptly announced the results. We will now disclose the scores from the 4th round of examinations. Upon hearing this proclamation, both the principals outside the examination hall and the eliminated candidates in the square instinctively turned their attention to the scoreboard, all curious to discover who the additional individual was among the 4 legendary professionals. First place, Su Ming. Points earned, 500, 001, 000. Total points, 54, 500. Second place, Long Lin. Points earned, 182, 551, 000. Total points, 20433. Third place, Legio. Points earned, 1594, 51000. Total points, 18127. Fourth place, Wangya. Points earned, 15800100. Total points, 17990. Fifth place, Lin Xian. Points earned, 0500. Total points, 1279. Upon witnessing the results, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Good heavens! Su Ming actually amassed 50,000 points, which implies he single-handedly vanquished all the monsters in the 4th round. This is utterly preposterous. Look, the combined total of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place contestants also reaches 50,000 points. Their group likewise defeated all the monsters. Uft, those 3 merely finished it together. They cannot be compared to our divine Su. However, this 5th place fellow is quite the connoisseur, managing to not engage a single monster. Indeed, his name is Lin Xian. If I could attend the same university as him, I would certainly befriend this guy. Prior to the results being revealed, Lei Jiu was brimming with confidence. The 3 legendary professionals had exerted themselves to the utmost to clear all the monsters in the 4th round. He found it hard to believe that Su Ming and 2 epic professionals could achieve the same feat. Surely, he would surpass Su Ming in this round. Yet, upon the announcement of the results, he could scarcely believe his eyes and rubbed them vigorously, ensuring he wasn't hallucinating. A single individual scoring 50,000 points. This is a score that could hardly be attained by any human. He was acutely aware of the struggles faced by the 3 in this round, even noting that the last monster was slain just before the time limit. Lei Jiu suspected Su Ming was cheating, but he had no evidence. He was even more inclined to believe his opponent had resorted to foul play, yet reason dictated that cheating was absolutely impossible. He dared not voice such suspicions. That would be tantamount to slapping the examiner's face. It indicated that the opponent relied solely on genuine strength, and their prowess had already reached the level of single-handedly slaying 10,000 monsters. At that moment, only 5 individuals remained in the examination hall. Lei Jiu's gaze was fixated on the screen displaying the scores, completely oblivious to the expressions of Long Lin and Wang Ya. Noticing that Long Lin and Wang Ya were inexplicably frozen in place, he followed their line of sight and was instantly filled with trepidation. He swallowed hard. Before him stood Su Ming, drenched in blood, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Wasn't he a summoner? This clearly indicated he had engaged in close combat with the monsters. The competitive spirit that had briefly ignited within Lei Jiu was instantly extinguished. This guy is a madman. There is no comparison. There is no comparison whatsoever. Below is the 5th round examination for main combat professionals, also the final round, which will test practical combat abilities. Candidates, please listen carefully to the examination rules. In the 5th round, you will be teleported to an outer area of a certain abyss battlefield. You must survive there for 3 hours, during which you will need to continuously slay abyss creatures. The monsters in the outer area of the abyss battlefield range from levels 20 to 40. Each ordinary monster of level 20 yields 10 points. For each level increase, the points increase by 2, and so forth. Elite monsters yield 3 times the points of ordinary monsters, Lord monsters yield 5 times, and King monsters yield 10 times the points of ordinary monsters. Naturally, should you encounter a King monster, I advise you to turn and flee. As these words were spoken, a bracelet appeared in the hands of each of the 5 individuals. This is a teleportation bracelet. Should you find yourselves in mortal danger, you can inject your mental energy to activate the bracelet, which will transport you back to the examination point. However, unlike the previous 4 rounds, once the bracelet is activated in the 5th round, your points for this round will be immediately reset to 0. I wish you all good luck. As the voice faded, a healing light enveloped the 5, restoring not only their mental energy and physical strength, but also cleansing them of any filth. Su Ming transformed back into the pristine young man he had been. Subsequently, The teleportation array activated, whisking the 5 away from the examination point in Silver Sea City. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the footage of the 5 also vanished. The 5th round of the examination is directly overseen by the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom. Local examiners have no authority to observe or interfere. After the 5 departed, the examiners felt a twinge of melancholy. Logically, having concluded a day of supervision should bring relief. They all yearned to witness the remarkable performance Su Ming would deliver in the 5th round. Alas, they lacked the privilege to do so, not even Su Ning. Su Ning's gaze remained glued to the screen, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he quietly mused. The information cannot possibly be false. With only the final round remaining in the grand examination, they would undoubtedly take action in the 5th round. However, the examination point for the 5th round is situated within the Abyss battlefield, and only a handful of individuals know its precise location. How could they possibly know? And how would they act? Su Ming felt that the duration of the teleportation was particularly prolonged, far exceeding the time taken to be transported from Tianning City to Silver Sea City. Yet, he experienced no discomfort. The bracelet continued to emit a gentle glow, suggesting that it was the protection of the bracelet that prevented any sense of unease from arising. The Abyss battlefield, as the name suggests, is a locale for battling Abyss creatures. Following the upheaval in space, rifts appeared across the globe, allowing countless Abyss creatures to surge into Blue Star. Humanity banded together, constructing fortresses across various terrains, totaling 102. However, the 45th Abyss battlefield, primarily defended by Sakura country, has since fallen, becoming a stronghold for Abyss creatures. The regions where humanity contends against Abyss creatures are known as Abyss battlefields. As soon as Su Ming landed, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his nostrils. Gazing around, the ground exhibited a sinister dark red hue, the air thick with an array of bizarre auras. There were traces of abyssal energy, death energy, and various elemental remnants suspended in the air. The landscape was littered with rocky pits, bearing the scars of battle. Prolonged exposure to abyssal energy can lead to a loss of consciousness due to demonic transformation. If the duration of demonic transformation exceeds 3 days, one becomes irreversibly demonized, with no hope of salvation. The bracelet on Su Ming's wrist continued to emit a faint glow, helping him to ward off the abyssal energy. Whether due to his profession or some other reason, Su Ming felt an innate affinity for this environment, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. Could it be that I am a born warrior? While Su Ming was surveying his surroundings, he suddenly heard footsteps. A horde of monsters emerged within his line of sight. Chapter 44. This lad will undoubtedly be accepted by the Divine Sword Academy. These monsters were immensely large and robust, standing over 2.5 meters tall. With shoulders as broad as mountains, muscles bulging, their entire forms resembling mobile fortresses, emanating a formidable pressure. Upon spotting Su Ming, they immediately charged forward with a deafening roar. Demonic Orc Warrior. Projection. Level, 25. Strength, 210. Agility, 210. Spirit, 190. Constitution, 210. Skills, 1. Barbaric Charge. 2. Whirlwind Slash. After reviewing the information, Su Ming instantly comprehended the mechanics of the 5th round examination. This was undoubtedly a genuine Abyss battlefield environment. However, to ensure the safety of the candidates, the examiners had replaced all the monsters with projections. This allowed the monsters to retain their authentic strength while maximizing the safety of the candidates. Thoughtful considerations abound. However, the attributes of the monsters astonished Su Ming. The stats of the demonized orc warriors were astonishingly high, nearly rivaling those of legendary class professionals of the same level. One must ponder the strength of the true abyssal creatures. It is no wonder that humanity relies on fortresses to combat the abyssal beasts, with such elevated attributes. A direct confrontation with ordinary and rare classes would merely serve to deliver meals to the adversary. The demonized orcs approached swiftly, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each stride. Su Ming initially contemplated engaging them himself, but upon reflection, he realized that since these monsters were projections, they must have been manipulated by human intervention. Thus, the quicker he eliminated them, the more formidable monster projections the enemy would deploy in response. Each kill represented valuable points, and Su Ming was determined not to squander them. He had heard that in Kyoto University, points were incredibly precious commodities. Many pieces of equipment and resources could not be purchased with currency, but could only be acquired through points. Hence, the more, the better. Having grasped the essence of the situation, Su Ming decisively expended 50 points of mental energy and summoned a bone demon using 5 skeletal soldiers. After a month of rigorous training, the attributes of Su Ming's strongest undead units had surpassed 3,000, nearing 4,000. The majority of his units now boasted attributes between 1,200 and 1,500. Thus, the The randomly summoned Bone Demon had attributes approaching 7,000. The moment the Bone Demon emerged, the entire squad of demonized orc warriors was annihilated. Su Ming gazed skyward, aware that someone was observing the unfolding events. Inside an imposing edifice in Kyoto, within a grandiose conference room, the projection displayed Su Ming's image, with 3 figures seated before it. A man clad in a black robe on the right jested. "Did you see? This lad is practically begging us for monsters." The figure on the left, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Long Tian, remarked. "To achieve such rapid kills, he must be the Su Ming who breaks records every round." In the center sat a woman of extraordinary beauty, adorned in a form-fitting suit of pale golden armor, her curvaceous figure strikingly alluring. Her presence exuded a sharpness akin to a drawn sword, making it difficult to meet her gaze. "Provide him with 15 elite monsters," she commanded, her expression icy and her tone as placid as still water, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon her command, the man in the black robe complied without question, and 15 elite monsters materialized around Su Ming. Unsurprisingly, they were dispatched in under 3 seconds. "Now give him 15 ordinary level 40 monsters," she ordered. Instantaneous slaughter ensued. Next, 15 elite level 40 monsters. Still, they were obliterated. How about 19 elite level 40 monsters and 1 level 30 Lord monster? Once again, they were swiftly vanquished. The rapidity of the massacre evoked a slight change in her expression. She recognized Su Ming's reliance on the singularly powerful Bone Demon. She then instructed, "Provide him with 200 speed-type elite monsters. A portion will distract the Bone Demon, while the rest will attack him directly." In merely 10 seconds, all 200 speed-type elite monsters were extinguished. The woman arched an eyebrow, murmuring, "What an interesting young man." Having uttered this, she seemingly lost interest in Su Ming and stated, "The Sword Academy will take this lad. You two may decide the rest." Subsequently, she reclined in her chair, closing her eyes in repose. Longhua's lips quirked in dismay. "Isn't your Sword Academy only accepting sword-wielding professions?" However, he could only voice this thought inwardly, as he dared not speak it aloud. The renowned Longhua appeared as docile as a primary school student before her. Anyone witnessing this would undoubtedly be astonished. At that moment, an urgent interruption occurred in the monitoring room. "The 003 Abyss battlefield is in crisis. 2 level 85 Lord monsters have emerged, requiring Lord Shen's immediate assistance." Shen Jianping opened her eyes, the murderous intent within them almost palpable. "Ah, what a fine country of eagles. I never anticipated you would contravene human accords and covertly collude with the abyssal races." Following espionage operations, the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had learned of the impending threat to the examinees. The arrangement of Su Ning in the monitoring room in Silver Sea City and Shen Jianping's presence here was intended to prevent any unforeseen incidents for the candidates. The man in the black robe swiftly grasped the underlying motive. What an overt scheme, coercing us to choose between the candidates and the 003 Abyss battlefield. The 003 Abyss battlefield was one of the most crucial sites for the Dragon Kingdom. If breached, nearly half the territory would be at stake. Only 2 individuals in the entire Dragon Kingdom could confront level 85 abyssal beings, one of whom was Shen Jianping. This blatant maneuver indeed placed Shen Jianping in a quandary. Should she refrain from intervening, the 003 Abyss battlefield would surely fall, resulting in the demise of countless citizens at the hands of abyssal creatures. Yet, if she participated, the adversary would undoubtedly target the candidates present in the examination. Shen Jianping was perplexed. The abyssal races had always been exceedingly proud, disdainful of alliances with humanity. What terms had been brokered to compel 2 level 85 abyssal creatures to act? Longhua remained silent, lost in contemplation, until she finally spoke. "Lord Shen, their intentions are glaringly clear. They seek to divert your attention. Should you neglect the 003 Abyss battlefield, they will undoubtedly initiate an assault. When that occurs, you will still need to rush over, and the casualties among your soldiers may be greater. Therefore, it is imperative that you go, no matter what. As for the examination, only the 3 of us know the location of the 5th round. Even if they wish to strike, they would take time to ascertain the specific position. Should any incidents arise, the candidates possess wristbands for immediate transport. Furthermore, the testing site is not far from the fortress. If any abnormalities occur, we can promptly seek assistance from the fortress, thus ensuring the safety of the candidates." After a moment's contemplation, Shen Jianping could devise no better alternative and turned to the newcomer, inquiring, "From which abyssal battlefield did the other level 85 abyssal creature emerge?" 025, Shen Jianping nodded slightly. "Since they have chosen overt deception, we shall turn the tables. Inform the higher-ups to request an assault from the 025 fortress. We shall present them with a dilemma. Let us see how they choose." As her words fell, Shen Jianping's figure vanished entirely. Lu Tian and Long Hua exchanged glances and promptly returned to the examination screen to continue overseeing the 5th round of the grand evaluation. Meanwhile, on a rooftop in Kyoto, the suited man and the man in black met once more. Our sources indicate that Shun Jianping has departed Kyoto, yet before her departure, she instructed the 025 fortress to initiate an offensive. Should we inform them? The suited man gently shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips. The Dragon Kingdom is our adversary, as are the abyssal races. If we can weaken both sides, why not seize the opportunity? This matter requires no further attention. Simply inform them that Shun Jianping has left and that the candidates are located to the southwest of the 035 Abyss battlefield. Urge them to act immediately. We will intercept the professionals from the 035 fortress and the reinforcements dispatched by the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 45. Do you not feel anything? Are you incapable? The twilight sun wanes. The sun's rays no longer blazed with ferocious intensity, but had softened to a gentle, muted glow, reminiscent of diluted red wine. After vanquishing a wave of monsters, Su Ming glanced at the time on his wristband. An hour had elapsed since the 5th round commenced, leaving only 2 hours until the examination's conclusion. Surveying his surroundings, he was acutely aware that he was not alone. The prodigies from various provinces who had advanced through the initial 4 rounds were engaged in the final contest. Lost in thought, the once dark red sky suddenly morphed into a vivid crimson, and the ground beneath him began to tremble ominously. At the edge of the dark red earth, a multitude of shadowy figures emerged, each exuding wisps of black mist. A brutal, bloodthirsty aura pervaded the entire battlefield. Confusion washed over Su Ming as he sensed that this was likely not part of the examination. Thus, he decisively turned and sprinted backward. Ensuring his safety in this unknown environment was paramount. It was not only Su Ming who perceived this alarming shift. Others too shared in the apprehension, retreating in unison. Yet, not a single individual activated their wristbands. The 2 proctors in the monitoring room noticed the unfolding scene and promptly adjusted the camera angle. Upon discerning the sheer number of demonic entities, their expressions darkened significantly. The horde of corrupted creatures seemed endless. Damn it, it appears they've located the examination site. They are clearly targeting the candidates, Long Hua remarked, turning to Lu Tian. Activate the formation and instruct all candidates to evacuate at once. Lu Tian nodded slightly, immediately initiating the formation set up at the examination site. However, as the formation began to rise, a sense of foreboding washed over Long Hua. This was not a teleportation array. Rather, it was a formation designed to inhibit spatial movement. In an instant, Long Hua's right hand transformed into a dagger, which he thrust toward Lu Tian's neck. Lu Tian tilted his head back just in time, the blade grazing his skin. Despite his quick reflexes, a shallow cut marred his neck. Long Hua, having failed his initial strike, refrained from further attacks, retracting the dagger back into a hand. He glanced at the screen. The formation was fully operational, and while some candidates had activated their wristbands, it was too late for teleportation. His expression grew increasingly cold, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. Who are you? Lu Tian inquired, reclining in his chair with an amused glint in his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. I am naturally Lu Tian. Have you forgotten me, Lord Long? Long Hua's visage darkened ominously. Who are you? Lu Tian gently traced his finger along the wound, his once broad and powerful hand morphing into an exquisitely pale and slender one. As he brought the bloodied fingertip to his lips, truly, you are one of the Dragon Kingdom's finest assassins, not only formidable in strength, but also possessing keen insight. However, you are a tad impatient. I was merely looking to play a little longer. Lu Tian's voice took on an odd quality, seemingly layered with 2 distinct tones, before gradually transforming into a feminine pitch. Her face contorted grotesquely, and an eerie green luminescence began to shimmer across her skin. Her body underwent a transformation from head to toe, the masculine contours gradually fading, supplanted by the curvaceous form of a woman. As she completed her metamorphosis, a shiver coursed through her, accompanied by a sound that could render one's bones weak, a soft, seductive moan. She slowly rose, her black robe sliding off her shoulders, revealing flawlessly smooth, alabaster skin unabashedly exposed before Long Hua. Unfazed, she approached him, each step causing her alluring figure to quiver slightly. Finally, standing before Long Hua, her slender legs were perfectly aligned, devoid of any gap, as she purred in an alluring voice, "Very well, as you wish." Long Hua lifted her chin, his tone nonchalant as he stated, "Is this your test for me?" With a sultry smile, she pressed her soft body against him, her long legs entwining around his waist like an octopus, emitting a series of low moans. Her delicate hands began to explore his form. Long Hua scoffed derisively, gripping her neck firmly and lifting her effortlessly into the air. "Spare me your petty illusions. There's no need to embarrass yourself with such tricks. With a sudden exertion of strength, the scene before him dissolved entirely, revealing a golden-haired beauty with striking blue eyes seated upon a chair, a smile gracing her lips. You didn't even feel that, Longhua? Are you truly incapable? Longhua dismissed her taunts, focused solely on his thoughts. Caroline, I never anticipated that the Eagle Nation would send you here. Before she could respond, he lunged at her. A dagger effortlessly glided across her neck, her figure gradually vanishing from the chair. Clones are indeed troublesome. As the formation designed to sever spatial transfer activated, the array responsible for the 5th round ceased its operations, allowing candidates to see one another. To Su Ming's right stood an unfamiliar candidate, while to his left was Wang Ya. Upon spotting Su Ming, Wang Ya hurried over. Su Ming, do you understand what is happening? Su Ming shook his head, his gaze fixed on the approaching horde of corrupted creatures. The warning from Su Ming echoed in his mind. It seemed that something had gone awry in the examination. These monsters were clearly not part of the test, and it was likely that someone intended to harm them. Wang Ya's eyes were riveted on Su Ming as she pressed. What should we do now? Su Ming raised his head to survey the formation, pondering for a moment before responding. Currently, we cannot teleport away. Our only option is to fend for ourselves. Given this situation, reinforcements are sure to arrive. The monsters are advancing towards the stronghold. We should retreat in that direction. Seeing Su Ming's composed demeanor, Wang Ya's anxiety began to subside. The two promptly began to back away, simultaneously searching for the other 3 members of Longhua's group. Across the nation, various examination sites, due to the formation's effects, were privy to the unfolding events at the 5th round's location. The encroaching horde of corrupted creatures was visible to all. Anxiety etched itself onto the faces of every proctor. These were their province's treasures. This could obliterate our very foundation. Damn it, why isn't the higher-ups intervening? If this continues, the corrupted creatures will catch up to the candidates in less than 5 minutes. Su Ning's expression shifted drastically upon seeing the formation on the screen. He immediately harnessed spatial power to sense the candidates' wristbands. As expected, there was no response. What a brilliant tactic. They've layered the spatial suppression formation over the spatial array. The chief proctor turned to Su Ning. Lord Su, as an epic tier spatial practitioner, can you extract Su Ming and the others? Su Ning shook his head. It's impossible. The distance is too great, and the candidate's wristbands can only sustain a limited amount of spatial energy, making it impossible to breach the suppression formation. Do not fret. The higher-ups will likely intervene, and no significant issues should arise. At this, the chief proctor's demeanor calmed slightly. This year's candidates from Longhua province were exceptionally talented. Each one was poised to become a formidable figure in the future. They could not afford any mishaps. All candidates. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Audible not only to those within the examination site, but also to the proctors and candidates across all provincial venues. I am Longhua. With those 4 succinct words, a wave of reassurance washed over the crowd. The atmosphere within and around Longhua province's examination site erupted into fervor. Lord Longhua. It is indeed Lord Longhua. At long last, I have heard his voice. With Lord Longhua present, the abyssal creatures shall surely be unable to stir up any waves. Within the examination site of the 5th round, all candidates were consumed with fervor. How splendid. It is Lord Longhua. We are saved. Chapter 46. I shall face all of you alone. Long Lin's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she whispered, Brother. Lord Longhua's voice resonated once more. An operative from the Eagle Nation had disguised himself to infiltrate the ranks of the examiners, establishing a spatial lock within the original teleportation array. They colluded with the abyssal race, disclosing the location of the 5th round's examination site. I have dispatched the operatives from Fortress 035 for rescue. However, it is evident that the Eagle Nation had long been plotting, and our assistance may not arrive in time. Therefore, this crisis must be resolved by your own efforts. All candidates inhaled sharply. The weakest of the corrupted beasts was at least level 40. Rely on ourselves? Would that not be akin to serving oneself up as prey? Su Ming gazed skyward and inquired, Lord Longhua, what shall we do? Far away in the capital, Longhua observed Su Ming's expression and noted the countenances of the other candidates, silently reflecting. In such a dire situation, he remains unperturbed. This Su Ming is indeed remarkable. Alas, he has been pre-selected by Lord Shun. Otherwise, I would have endeavored to recruit him for my academy. Nevertheless, this lad hails from Tianning City. Perhaps appealing to his emotions may present an opportunity. Longhua's voice rang out again. Excellent. Truly commendable, my esteemed candidates from Longhua province. I greatly admire your composure. The reason you cannot teleport is due to the internal spatial lock, but the external teleportation array still exists. I shall harness the spatial power of the teleportation array to suppress the attributes of the corrupted beasts, yet the strength of the array is limited. only capable of reducing the attributes of the monsters to that of 30-level elite creatures. You are the finest candidates from each province, as long as you unite. 30-level elite creatures shall be no match for you. If you can endure for 1 hour, I will arrive to resolve this crisis completely. Today, Longhua shall fight alongside you to vanquish the monsters and forge the dragon's spine. Longhua's resounding words were imbued with tremendous charisma, instantly resonating with all present. Vanquish the monsters. Forge the dragon's spine. Vanquish the monsters. Forge the dragon's spine. Vanquish the monsters. Forge the dragon's spine. The previous timidity of some candidates had long since dissipated. To fight alongside Longhua on the battlefield was an unparalleled honor. The candidates were now emotionally charged, eager to confront the corrupted beasts head-on. Long Lin's eyes glimmered with mirth. Brother, you remain as persuasive as ever. She noted that Su Ming did not join in the raucous cries. He remained calm, unaffected by the fervor surrounding him. What manner of person are you? In truth, Su Ming's heart was not as tranquil as his exterior suggested. Who among the young men does not yearn to achieve great feats? Longhua's voice ceased, and all candidates began to gather. Su Ming, Long Lin, Wang Ya, Lin Xian, and Lei Jiu reconvened. The other candidates were using spirit recovery stones to restore their mental strength. Long Lin directly retrieved 5 bottles of basic spirit potions and 5 bottles of basic stamina potions from her storage ring, distributing them among the other 4. Except for Su Ming, the other 3 felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes. Truly extravagant. Each basic spirit potion costs 500 gold coins, and each basic stamina potion cost the same. She had just expended 5,000 gold coins. The 4 expressed their gratitude, accepted the potions, and promptly began replenishing their states. Upon witnessing this, another candidate inquired, "Aren't we prohibited from using storage rings? How are they doing so?" A nearby individual smacked him sharply. "Are you a fool? This is a life-and-death battle. Who cares about the exam?" The candidate pondered and realized that he might lose his life soon. The exam was the least of his concerns. At the Silver Sea City examination site, upon hearing the unfolding events, all examiners were filled with fury. Damn the Eagle Nation. They have colluded with the Abyssal race, disregarding the human covenant. What a vile heart, seeking to annihilate the talents of our dragon nation through the hands of monsters. Su Ning, irritated by their clamoring, spoke up. Calm down. The immediate priority is not to engage in verbal conflict here. Inform the principals and candidates outside to remain calm. Lord Longhua will undoubtedly handle this matter. Additionally, mobilize the military from Silver Sea City to protect the other candidates. The Eagle Nation has completely torn the facade. They may commit further madness. Once Su Ning had completed his arrangements, the examiners immediately set to work. The outside world soon fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the scene of the 5th round's examination, praying for the safe return of all candidates. On the battlefield of Fortress 035, the corrupted creatures drew ever closer, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping the atmosphere. "They are coming," someone cried out. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." In that moment, every candidate's gaze was resolute, none faltered. This examination site was composed entirely of combat-oriented professions. The warrior and defensive classes surged to the forefront, shielding the mages, assassins, summoners, and archers behind them. A cacophony of terrifying roars descended upon them. Each corrupted creature exuded an aura of the abyss, their eyes aflame with madness and brutality. Upon contact with the formation, all the corrupted beasts momentarily hesitated as their attributes significantly diminished. Yet, the attributes of the 30-level elite creatures still far surpassed those of the candidates. The monsters advanced, and the pressure intensified. In a certain location in the capital, Caroline was also observing the live broadcast. A group of inexperienced youths. I do not believe you possess the courage to confront the monsters directly. 3, 2, 1. Ding. In the footage, a candidate, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, dropped his long sword to the ground, his legs trembling in fear as he collapsed, crawling backward in desperation. Once the first fell, the second soon followed. In the blink of an eye, the formation had disintegrated. Only a handful remained steadfast. Long Lin and Lei Jiu's faces paled slightly. Instinctively, they inched closer to Su Ming. Lin Xian, having traversed dungeons alongside Su Ming, had encountered such hordes of monsters before and was in a far better state than the others. Wang Yi stood resolutely in front of Su Ming and the others, her gaze unwavering, undistracted by the chaos around her, though her grip on the sword trembled slightly. As she gazed at the approaching horde, memories of the rat tide and the tragic demise of Qin Su flooded her mind. She continually urged herself, "This time, I will protect my companions. Not a step back." Su Ming observed all this and was about to summon the army of the undead when a voice emerged from the ranks of the corrupted beasts. "Your Lord Longhua has instructed you to endure for 1 hour. Do you believe you can withstand it? Let me be frank with you. The operatives from Fortress 035 have already been delayed by your own kind. They cannot arrive, so prepare yourselves mentally. By the way, don't you humans enjoy one-on-one duels? Shall we engage in a little duel? The kind where it's 1v10, huh? The expressions of the candidates shifted from shock to fear, ultimately culminating in despair. This demon seemed to revel in their hopelessness, laughing more raucously. However, amidst the crowd, a sudden, jarring voice broke through. Very well, let us have a one-on-one duel. I shall face all of you alone. Chapter 47. Arise, my legion of the undead. All the candidates were momentarily stunned, turning towards the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Su Ming, who was now striding confidently towards the transformed creature. Wang Ya, her face etched with anxiety, grasped Su Ming's arm. Are you out of your mind? Come back. Indeed, if we work together, we should be able to withstand it, others echoed. Su Ming offered a slight smile, continuing his advance. Do not worry, I know what I'm doing. Realizing she could not dissuade him, Wang Ya resolutely followed suit. Lin Xian, too, did not hesitate and immediately trailed behind. Long Lin exchanged a glance with Lei Jiao, and the two of them also moved forward. This commotion drew the attention of other candidates, yet apart from a few from Longhua province, only a handful dared to join them. The majority remained rooted in place, aware that only unity offered any chance of resistance. Charging in alone would be tantamount to offering oneself as prey. The examiners from Silver Sea City were now pacing anxiously. What on earth was Su Ming thinking? This was a transformed creature, not merely a monster from an examination. From within the throng of monsters, the voice echoed once more. Indeed, commendable courage, though somewhat reckless. Yet, it is far superior to those cowardly souls behind you. I find it quite delightful. I shall surely savor your flesh later. Su Ming ignored the taunts, standing resolutely in the open space, murmuring softly, Come forth, my legion of the undead. As his words resonated, the air around them seemed to freeze instantaneously. An eerie and frigid aura swiftly enveloping the area, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The scent of blood on the battlefield was significantly diluted. Within a kilometer radius around Su Ming, teleportation arrays began to materialize, densely packed, and causing an unsettling sensation to the onlookers. One by one, figures emerged from these portals. The first to appear were skeletal berserkers, their robust frames adorned with hollow eye sockets that blazed with a ghastly fire, each clutching a battle axe. Following them were skeletal archers, mages, shield bearers, tigers, horses, and sword masters. An increasing number of skeletal soldiers manifested upon the abyssal battlefield, forming orderly ranks reminiscent of a well-trained army. Unbeknownst to them, Su Ming had mounted a skeletal horse and now stood at the forefront of his undead legion. With a slight raise of his hand, the entire legion advanced in unison. Boom! A terrifying wave of pressure swept across the field. Now this battlefield is under my dominion. At this moment, an unparalleled silence enveloped the abyssal battlefield. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the examination points across various provinces. The few individuals surrounding Su Ming stood transfixed, awestruck by the magnificent, yet terrifying spectacle. Shock, nothing but shock. Lin Xian, who prided himself on knowing Su Ming well, realized how gravely mistaken he had been upon witnessing the sheer number of skeletal soldiers. Tears shimmered in Wang Ya's eyes as she recognized Su Ming's identity amidst the unfolding legion of skeletal warriors. Or rather, his other identity, the one who had rescued her and Ah Shui from the tide of rats. He was not some so-called master, but simply Su Ming. Not you again. Su Ming lifted his gaze towards the transformed creature, his calm eyes brimming with a thirst for battle. Come, let me witness your strength. The demon's voice echoed once more, laced with disdain and mockery. Just a horde of skeletons. They shall be crushed under the feet of my transformed army. The transformed creature let out a thunderous roar and charged at the legion of the undead, while others from a distance unleashed powerful magical assaults. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he intoned gravely, Let the battle commence. The skeletal archers swiftly drew back their bows, shooting arrows that glimmered like icy stars, raining down upon the transformed creatures. The attributes of the skeletal archers far surpassed those of the weakened, transformed beings. Even their ordinary arrows inflicted tremendous damage. The arrows, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, moved with such speed that their trajectories were nearly imperceptible. Any transformed creature struck by these arrows found itself pinned to the ground. Successfully defeated the transformed flame bear, level 42. Successfully defeated the transformed ice crystal tiger, level 48. The sudden influx of experience notifications sent waves of exhilaration through Su Ming. While level 40 monsters were not hard to find, defeating them was far more manageable at this moment. The attributes of the transformed creatures had been suppressed, rendering them a veritable bounty of experience for Su Ming. This was simply delightful. With experience pouring in, he was left wondering if they would drop any gear or items. In this wave of attacks, Su Ming's experience points surged dramatically. Although their attributes had been restrained, the creature's levels remained unchanged, yielding bountiful experience. Subsequently, the skeletal berserkers activated their skill. Fury of the Berserker, their ethereal blue flames morphing into a blood-red hue. Wielding their battle axes, they spearheaded the charge into the ranks of transformed creatures, with other non-ranged skeletal soldiers following closely behind. Notably, the skeletal sword masters exhibited skills akin to a true swordsman, executing their techniques with masterful precision, inflicting terrifying damage. While they could not yet fly with their swords like in the novels, Su Ming could only speculate on how formidable they would become upon full evolution. The White Legion of the Undead surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, ruthlessly crashing into the throng of transformed creatures. The deafening roars and wails filled the abyssal battlefield in an instant. Each strike of the skeletal berserkers cleaved the transformed creatures in two, painting a gruesome scene reminiscent of a reaper mercilessly harvesting the lives of the monsters. This was in stark contrast to the attacks of the skeletal sword masters. The 50,000 melee skeletal soldiers were effectively holding their ground against the terrifying tide of transformed creatures, a singular force standing firm against overwhelming odds. Incredible. The ability to withstand all transformed creatures single-handedly was a feat unparalleled in the annals of human history. This is simply unbelievable. During the first 4 rounds, I thought I was a genius. We should be grateful to be considered geniuses by others. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the chance to witness him. The might of the Legion of the Undead exceeded the candidates' wildest imaginations. As they gazed upon Su Ming, their eyes were filled with awe and a profound sense of helplessness. To consider Su Ming as a target? What a joke. Even reaching level 80, one might not be able to confront so many transformed creatures alone. Such terrifying battlefield prowess undoubtedly marked him as the future pillar of Long Country. Long Lin's gaze towards Su Ming began to shift imperceptibly. At this age, girls often harbored an admiration for strength, and Su Ming perfectly embodied their every notion of a formidable figure. To single-handedly halt all transformed creatures, who else could accomplish such a feat at the tender age of 18? The attributes of the skeletal soldiers far surpassed those of the transformed creatures, and under their relentless assault, the tide of transformed creatures was rapidly turning in favor of the undead. Amidst the tide of demonic beings, there existed a creature whose appearance starkly contrasted with that of the monsters. Its form was indistinguishable from that of a human, with a fair and exquisite visage, characterized by a pronounced nose and thin lips that bore a pallid crimson hue. A pair of flesh wings, flush against its skin and translucent in nature, were nearly imperceptible upon closer inspection. The abyssal creature, upon witnessing this anomaly, was taken aback. It had presumed that the skeletal minions were merely numerous but lacked any real power. Yet the scene before it sent a chill down its spine. The youth before it was merely at level 20, not even reaching 30. What would become of him once he matured fully? It seemed a tactical shift was imperative. This youth must perish at all costs. Chapter 48. Is it not reasonable to pay a protection fee? The previously engaged demonic being surged forward, opting against a direct confrontation with the skeletal warriors. Meanwhile, the abyssal creature melded seamlessly into the shadows. The number of demonic beings approached tenfold that of the skeletal soldiers, and the latter could hardly impede the relentless advance of the determined demons. If the demonic entities could breach the rear and eliminate the human summoner, the formidable skeletal warriors would undoubtedly dissipate with their master's demise. At that point, the remaining humans would be akin to fish on a chopping block. As the enemy charged forth, Su Ming's gaze darkened momentarily before breaking into a gentle smile. Skeletal Shield Guardians. The skeletal sentinels, previously inactive, immediately formed a defensive line, erecting a formidable barrier reaching 3 meters in height, entirely shielding the 5th round candidates within. The demon directing the demonic beings was now weaving through the tide of monsters, steadily advancing towards Su Ming. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Possessing spatial abilities and a keen awareness of the dimensional fabric, he quickly detected the lurking abyssal creature hidden within the shadows. This was dire. Among the horde of demonic beings were 3 shadow demons, swiftly closing in on Su Ming. He ought to have the defensive skeletal soldiers guard him. Now, in his effort to protect the candidates, he had unwittingly placed himself in peril. The chief examiner's pupils dilated in shock. Shadow demons, among the most feared assassins of the abyssal races, each possessed the strength of a lord-level creature, striking dread into the hearts of humanity. Their ability to blend into the shadows and excel at ambush tactics made them particularly lethal. Whenever shadow demons appeared in battle, the mortality rate among human elites surged alarmingly. He had witnessed firsthand the demise of powerful humans at the hands of these shadowy assassins. Unless a shadow demon willingly revealed itself, its position remained undetectable. The chief examiner felt a profound sense of despair wash over him. Why did it have to be shadow demons? If it were any other abyssal race, Su Ming's displayed prowess should have easily subdued them. Su Ning let out a resigned sigh, stating, "In this world, there are no ifs. At this juncture, all we can do is place our trust in Su Ming." As their conversation unfolded, a radiant white light enveloped Su Ming. He leveled up. Level 27. The candidates sheltered behind him, witnessing this transformation, were immediately thrown into a state of disarray. The earlier display of skeletal soldiers effortlessly dispatching demonic beings had led them to believe that the latter's strength was not as formidable as anticipated. Now, witnessing Su Ming's ascension, their hearts were thrown into turmoil. He leveled up so swiftly. The experience yielded by these demonic creatures was substantial, and with the formation suppression, they shouldn't be overly terrifying. Such fortune should not be monopolized by Su Ming alone. In no time, the candidates clamored for Su Ming to release them from confinement. Some even resorted to using their skills to attack the skeletal guardians. Though their efforts amounted to little more than tickling the skeletal sentinels, such insubordination deeply displeased Su Ming, causing him to furrow his brow. "Let us out. The demonic beings are hardly fearsome. Your obstruction is merely an attempt to hoard all the experience for yourself." The cacophony of shouts escalated, with Lin Xian's face flushed with rage as he berated them. "You ungrateful lot. Were it not for Su Ming, you would be languishing inside a monster's belly." Su Ming cast a disinterested glance at them. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." With a subtle wave of his hand, he parted the formation of skeletal guardians. Most candidates eagerly surged forth, yet a small faction remained hesitant. Su Ming nodded slightly, smiling as he remarked, "It appears there are still some wise ones among you. Soon, you shall be grateful for your decision to remain." Among those who had just escaped the protective embrace of the skeletal sentinels, an epic-level assassin dashed towards a demonic tiger with astonishing speed. His strike was swift. The dagger aimed precisely at the creature's vulnerable spot. Yet, the blade penetrated merely an inch before becoming lodged within the tiger's dense musculature. Wasn't it supposed to be easy? Before he could ponder further, the demonic tiger casually swatted him, obliterating his skull. The splattered remains showered the approaching candidates, who, feeling the warmth upon their faces, turned pale in terror and fled at a speed twice as fast as before. Having finally found a willing victim, the demonic beings would not let them escape easily. Within mere moments, 3 more candidates met their demise at the jaws of the monsters. The demonic beings consumed the corpses, then swiftly charged towards the remaining candidates. To the monsters, killing humans was far easier than dealing with the skeletal legion. Before the undead army, the monsters appeared as mere children in a kindergarten, yet when faced with the candidates, they found the task easier than a father disciplining his son. The candidates who had rushed out now found themselves back before the skeletal guardians. However, without Su Ming's command, they were barred from entry. Helplessly watching as the monstrous entities drew ever closer, they immediately resorted to emotional appeals. "Su Ming, we are all candidates of the same cohort. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. I admit I may have spoken too loudly earlier. Please, let us back in. We will not contest with you for the monsters." Su Ming's eyes sparkled with a sudden inspiration. If they truly wished to enter, it was not impossible. "Here's the deal. You shall draft a written promise for me. First, all of you must unconditionally perform 3 tasks for me. Second, for the next decade, each of you will pay me an annual sum of 100,000 gold coins as a protection fee. Is it not reasonable for me to demand such a fee for safeguarding you?" At his words, all the candidates were left dumbfounded. Good heavens, what a proposal! They yearned to refuse, yet the menacing presence of the demonic beings rendered them compliant. "All right, I will write it, but you must ensure my safe return." A smile spread across Su Ming's face as he patted his chest. "Rest assured, I shall see to it that you all return safely." The majority acquiesced to the terms, though a small faction remained obstinate. "What are you doing, poet? Why not just seize the opportunity? 100,000 gold coins a year? Have you lost your mind over riches? I warn you, if you abandon us, I will report this situation to the Association of Adventurers, and you will regret it." Su Ming chuckled nonchalantly, unperturbed. "Threaten me? First, ensure that you survive." No longer paying them any heed, they were merely corpses. There was no need to waste breath on the dead. Lin Xian assisted Su Ming in gathering the signed commitment letters, meticulously putting them away after each was duly signed. Su Ming was unperturbed regarding the issue of fulfillment. Should they later deny their promises, they would soon learn why flowers bloom so vividly. As for those unwilling to comply, they had been the loudest in their calls to emerge, yet now they were the most anxious to enter, all while refusing to pay the price. Su Ming was no saint, nor were they his protectors. Thus, Their lives and deaths were of no concern to him. Suddenly, Lin Xian leaned in, a wicked smile on his face, and inquired, "What about those still inside? Should we collect a protection fee?" Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. Collecting protection fees is not my intent. I merely wish for them to understand that no one offers kindness without reason, save, of course, for parents." In an instant, a chill swept down Su Ming's spine as Long Lin's terrified voice pierced the air. "Su Ming, be careful." Chapter 49, You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Quickly, in a speed beyond imagination, Su Ming turned to see only a shadowy figure. Before he could react, a dagger, as dark as ink, pressed against his neck. Wang Ya, Lin Xian, Long Lin, and Lei Jiu lunged towards Su Ming, attempting to intercept the attack, but they were too late. They could only watch in horror as the dagger drew ever closer. 10 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Boom. Su Ming was sent flying. The terrifying force carved a 3-meter-long trench into the ground as he lay there, suspended between life and death. The shadow demon cast a bewildered glance at the dagger. His eyes filled with confusion. How could he be sent flying? Shouldn't his head have separated from his body? Was the dagger dull, or was he simply growing old? With a roar, Lin Xian charged at the shadow demon. "You bastard! You will pay for Su Ming's life." The hand gripping the dagger trembled slightly, bloodshot eyes glinting with malice. The shadow demon tilted his head, assessing the enraged Lin Xian, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Clang! The shadow demon's dagger clashed with Lin Xian's, the force sending Lin Xian stumbling backward. "It seems he means a great deal to you. Your impotent rage excites me. Come again." Clang! Before the words were fully spoken, the shadow demon launched another attack. Although his abilities were suppressed, he still held a notable advantage over Lin Xian. Lin Xian reacted swiftly, but to the shadow demon, his efforts were merely laughable. After 3 exchanges, Lin Xian found himself in dire straits. "I'm done playing. It's over." The shadow demon's voice echoed ominously in Lin Xian's ears as the dagger silently approached his neck. Resigned, he shut his eyes, his expression filled with bitterness. Crimson blood dripped steadily from the dagger, yet it could advance no further. Suddenly, a calm voice broke through the tension, pulling Lin Xian back from the precipice of death. He hurriedly looked down to find a skeletal hand firmly gripping the dagger that threatened him. This was all too familiar. Lin Xian recognized it immediately. The bone demon. Su Ming stood at a distance, brushing dust from his attire. "You're alive. How wonderful, you're unscathed." Both Lin Xian and the shadow demon exclaimed in unison. The shadow demon's speed had indeed been remarkable, leaving no time for Su Ming to react. Had it not been for the comprehensive contract, being a passive skill, he would likely be lying lifeless. Su Ming waved his hand gently. The bone demon yanked the dagger away and delivered a swift kick that sent the shadow demon reeling, immediately pursuing him. Its speed rivaled that of the shadow demon. "Damn it! Why is this skeleton soldier so fast?" The shadow demon exclaimed in shock, attempting to retreat into the shadows. However, the bone demon would not allow him to escape. A battle blade suddenly materialized in its hand, striking straight for the shadow demon's head, interrupting its spellcasting. Transforming the blade into a dagger, the bone demon reversed its grip and accelerated towards the shadow demon. With a swift motion, the dagger effortlessly sliced through the shadow demon's throat. Successfully killed the shadow demon Kair, level 45. 2 blue orbs dropped, and the bone demon subtly stored them in the realm of the undead. Once again, a radiant glow enveloped Su Ming. Leveling up, level 28. Kair? This abyssal creature even has a name, Su Ming mused with surprise. But upon reflection, humans also bear names, indicating that this must indeed be a genuine denizen of the abyss. With the death of the shadow demon, the demonic creatures descended into chaos, lacking any semblance of coordination, only knowing to kill indiscriminately. In truth, Su Ming had suspected the existence of a commanding presence among the demonic entities when their battle tactics abruptly shifted. Yet, he felt no fear. Armed with comprehensive contract, he possessed an almost immortal existence, unless all his skeleton soldiers were vanquished, an impossibility. Without the shadow demon's guidance, the demonic creatures crumbled as they were relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by the skeleton soldiers. Once the threat from the demonic creatures had dissipated, Su Ming allowed all candidates to join the fray, leveraging the protection of the skeleton soldiers to accrue experience. Though the experience would be divided, it would earn Su Ming the goodwill of the people. Long Lin's attack power surpassed Su Ming's expectations. Her skills bore a light attribute, effectively countering the demonic creatures, enabling her to eliminate them with a single skill. Wang Ya, a 6-winged angel, also wielded attacks infused with light attributes, albeit not as pure as Long Lin's, yet still capable of inflicting substantial damage on the demonic beings. This marked Su Ming's first direct experience of the effects of attribute countering, and he felt fortunate for the decision made long ago. Instead of haphazardly evolving his troops, he had chosen to accumulate a certain level of attribute points before proceeding with targeted evolution. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, every upgrade would multiply the ecological value tenfold. The initial evolution might consume only a small amount, but subsequent ones would require increasingly more resources. The later stages of evolution would become more arduous, necessitating the careful preservation of each opportunity for advancement. Secondly, the skeleton soldiers possessed no special attributes beyond the aura of death, rendering them susceptible to enemy counters. With the undead ecological system in place, it was a certainty that Su Ming would possess a vast army of undead in the future. However, he sought not merely quantity but quality, aspiring to forge the undead army into a versatile force capable of facing any adversary. As the battle concluded, all 80,000 skeleton soldiers had participated, and the attributes gained should be considerable, likely enabling the evolution of several troop types. An hour passed swiftly. Just as the conflict was nearing its conclusion, 2 more shadow demons materialized from the shadows. Yet, with the bone demon at his side, even if 10 shadow demons appeared, they would only serve to provide experience. However, the shadow demon's ability to remain concealed was of great interest to Su Ming. Their concealment was remarkably effective. He had no idea when they had arrived. If only his skeleton assassins could acquire such abilities, their assassination prowess would undoubtedly reach new heights. Su Ming contemplated this, already formulating plans to locate their lair and farm these shadow demons for their unique attributes. After calming the candidate's emotions, Longhua promptly reported the situation to the higher-ups. The higher-ups immediately dispatched personnel to trace Caroline's whereabouts while also deploying professionals to eliminate the spies from the Eagle Nation lurking in various locations. Over the years, the Dragon Nation had gathered substantial intelligence on these spies. However, to avoid an irrevocable rupture in relations, they had merely monitored them discreetly, without taking direct action. Yet, the audacity of the spies to target the examinees had thoroughly roused the Dragon Nation's ire. After reporting to his superiors, Longhua hastened to Fortress 035. Upon arriving above the fortress, he was consumed by rage at the scene before him. The professionals stationed at Fortress 035 remained apathetic, with not a single soul attempting to rescue the examinees. Alighting on the city wall, Longhua coldly inquired, "Where is Su Yi?" The soldiers guarding the fortress instinctively adopted a defensive stance upon his arrival, but quickly sheathed their weapons upon recognizing him. Reporting to Lord Longhua, "The commander is in the council chamber." A murderous glint flickered in Longhua's eyes as he pressed on. "Why are you not rescuing the examinees on the battlefield?" The soldiers looked perplexed. "Rescue the examinees? I have no idea." Understanding their bewilderment, Longhua swiftly made his way to the council chamber. Upon entering, he found it eerily empty. He rushed towards Su Yi's quarters, and before he could draw near, he was met with the sounds of heavy breathing and splashing water emanating from within. Kicking open the door, he was confronted with the gruesome sight of several female corpses strewn across the floor. A man, marked by a terrifying scar, was examining the intricacies of a carved pillar. The sudden intrusion startled him. "To think you are also from the Eagle Nation. How surprising." Su Yi, noticing Longhua's arrival, leisurely rose and abruptly snapped a woman's neck. "At last, Lord Longhua, you've arrived. The examinees have been waiting for you with great anticipation. Perhaps you can now collect their remains." A chilling laughter erupted, only to be abruptly silenced as Su Yi's head was severed from his body. Indeed, he was the enigmatic figure clad in black atop the platform. A spy from the Eagle Nation. Escape? It merely meant dying a little later. Having resided in the Dragon Nation for years, he understood that once they laid hands on the Dragon Nation's examinees, a frenzied and indiscriminate retaliation would ensue. They had no hope of returning to the Eagle Nation. It was better to embrace a final moment of indulgence before their demise. At this moment, Longhua was in a state of turmoil, for his sister was also amidst the abyssal battlefield. Without any rescue, how could examinees of merely level 25 withstand the terrifying onslaught of demonic creatures? Blood seeped through the cracks of his clenched fists, and waves of self-reproach surged within his eyes. He had underestimated the situation. He had not anticipated that the commander of Fortress 035, a level 70 professional, would turn out to be a spy for the Eagle Nation. Accelerating once more, Longhua surged forth like a flash of lightning across the abyssal battlefield. However, upon arrival, he was left stunned by the scene that unfolded before him. The acrid stench of blood assaulted his senses. The ground was littered with the corpses of demonic creatures, and the terrain had transformed into a crimson sea. Occasionally, he glimpsed one or two examinees darting among the bodies, yet not a single demon stood upright. What on earth is happening? Why didn't the professionals from Fortress 035 come to aid? Who has intervened? Brother. A melodious call jolted Long Hua from his reverie. Upon seeing Long Lin, disheveled yet unscathed, a long-lost smile finally graced his face. Gently ruffling Long Lin's hair, he then noticed that she had reached level 27, gaining 3 levels. Long Lin regarded Long Hua with a hint of reproach. Where are the professionals you mentioned would come to our rescue? Why are they still absent? Long Hua felt a tinge of embarrassment as he revealed that Su Yi was a spy. TCH, I knew you'd come up with excuses. If it weren't for Su Ming, you might never have seen me again. Long Hua's expression grew serious. He was intensely curious about the events that had transpired. Tell me, what exactly happened? Long Lin recounted how Su Ming had summoned countless skeletons to combat the demons and protect the examinees, ultimately setting aside past grievances to assist them in gaining experience. The examiners from various provinces couldn't help but smile at the transformation in Long Hua's expression. Brother, Su Ming is exceedingly powerful. Not only could he claim the title of provincial champion, but I believe he is also worthy of being the national champion. After all, he is an examinee from our Longhua province. If he becomes the provincial champion, wouldn't you also be able to rectify the regret of being second place all those years ago? Longhua, bemused by his sister's apparent favoritism, maintained a gentle smile. Long Lin, sensing his amusement, pouted. Brother, what are you laughing at? I speak nothing but the truth. Longhua chuckled knowingly, teasingly remarking, Linner has truly grown up. She has even learned to bend her elbow outward. As they conversed, the other examinees gradually arrived at their location. The professionals from Fortress 035 soon followed, astonished by the sheer number of corpses before them. With a slight lowering of his gaze, Longhua's mental prowess enveloped the entire locking formation, swiftly locating its core and disbanding it. The professionals of Fortress 035 immediately commenced clearing the battlefield, as the demonic creatures yielded both materials and equipment, along with valuable crystal cores. As soon as the locking formation was dismantled, the wristbands worn by the examinees reacted. Longhua's voice echoed through the air, announcing, "The 5th round of this grand examination has concluded. All participants are to return to their respective examination points immediately, after which the 5th round scores will be released." An examinee inquired, Lord Longhua, how will the scoring be calculated? Do the points we earned from killing monsters at the beginning count? Longhua pondered for a moment before responding. All points acquired at the start will be counted. The points from the latter half will be evaluated based on your performance in conjunction with the provincial examiners. Upon hearing that the evaluations would be collaborative, the examinees were relieved and promptly returned to their respective examination points. A small number of examinees made a point of expressing their gratitude to Su Ming before heading back. Just as Su Ming was about to teleport away, Longhua placed a hand on his shoulder. This was their first face-to-face meeting, and Longhua scrutinized him closely. He was somewhat handsome, yet it was his demeanor that truly captivated, calm and composed. Lord Longhua, is there anything else you require? Su Ming asked, puzzled. Longhua gestured towards the multitude of corpses scattered across the ground. The demonic creatures slain on the abyssal battlefield will be converted into contribution points, which correspond to the contributions you see at the professional center. Contribution points can be used to purchase exceedingly rare equipment, resources, skill books, items, and more. Its applications are vast, akin to university credits. According to the regulations of the abyssal battlefield, 70 of the loot obtained from slaying abyssal beings belongs to the individual, while 30 is surrendered to the fortress. Since there was no fortress involvement this time, I will ensure that all resources are allocated to you. After the battlefield has been cleared, I will send someone to deliver them to you. As for the contribution points, once the grand examination concludes, I will review the combat footage here to ascertain the number of abyssal creatures you have slain and subsequently grant you the corresponding contribution points. Longhua articulated this with utmost clarity. Su Ming then realized the plethora of benefits associated with vanquishing abyssal creatures. Thank you, Lord Longhua. But let us divide the spoils at a ratio of 30 to 70. Upon hearing this, Longhua's gaze sharpened slightly, raising his esteem for Su Ming even further. He patted Su Ming on the shoulder and, leaning in closer, whispered, while the Divine Sword Academy in Kyoto is commendable, I believe the Boneblade Academy would be more suited to you. Su Ming, perplexed by these words, was about to inquire further when he was transported back to the examination point in Inhai City. This time, it was not the peculiar space he had encountered before, but rather the bustling square of Inhai City. As soon as Su Ming materialized, he found himself surrounded by countless candidates, a veritable sea of eager faces. Su God, take me as your little brother. I promise to make you the leader of Longhua Province. Need a girlfriend? I'm 165 centimeters tall and weigh 100 gene. Always available for a date. Some even threw their arms around Su Ming, affectionately nuzzling against him. This left the youthful and vigorous Su Ming utterly flustered. Meanwhile, Lin Xian observed Su Ming basking in the glory of success, a pang of envy stirring within him. He wished he could step forward and endure such trials in Su Ming's stead. The mechanical voice echoed once more, announcing, "The 5th round of the main combat candidates examination has concluded. Results will be announced in 10 minutes. We ask all candidates to please be patient." Chapter 51, Top Scholar of Longhua Province. The previously boisterous candidates fell silent in an instant, their gazes fixated on the screen in anticipation of the 5th round's results. The announcement of these results would reveal both Longhua Province's ranking and its standing on a national scale. A higher rank signified a greater probability of admission into prestigious universities. Among those most anxious were Wang Ya, Long Lin, and Lei Jiao, whose strengths were closely matched. They knew that the first place was beyond their reach, so they all aspired to secure the second position. In Kyoto, Shen Jianpain had just returned from the Abyss Battlefield number 003. Following the setbacks at Abyss Battlefield number 035, the abyssal creatures had promptly retreated. Their objective had been to impede Shen Jianpain as per their agreement with the Eagle Nation, and having achieved that, there was no need for them to linger. In the monitoring room, Shen Jianpain's crisp voice rang out. "Have we located Caroline? Is there any news on Lu Tian?" Longhua, engrossed in reviewing the playback of the 5th round examination, paused his work and slowly shook his head. "Not yet. Her profession is ideally suited for stealth. Once she conceals herself, she leaves no trace and is exceedingly difficult to detect. However, she has utilized her professional abilities in the monitoring room, leaving behind a residual aura. I have already instructed the enforcement department to employ tracking techniques. As long as she remains in the Dragon Kingdom, we will inevitably capture her." Lu Tian has been found, though he is gravely injured. Were it not for his unique profession, he might not have survived this ordeal. Shen Jianpain was not taken aback by this news. Caroline's profession. The Master of 1,000 Faces is a support role renowned for its flawless disguise skills and illusions, making her a formidable figure in the Eagle Nation. No one knew how long she had been infiltrating the Dragon Kingdom. She had disguised herself as Lu Tian, sitting beside Shen Jianpain. And even elite experts like her had failed to detect any flaws, showcasing her exceptional mastery of disguise. Shen Jianpain and her companions soon reviewed the battle at Abyss Battlefield number 035, where she found Su Ming's summoned skeleton soldiers particularly intriguing. Tireless and singularly focused on slaughter, his profession seemed inherently crafted for warfare. The playback indeed confirmed Long Lin's account. In the face of danger, Su Ming had summoned skeleton soldiers to thwart the monstrous foes, thereby rescuing the majority of candidates. Subsequently, the visuals from the monitoring rooms of various provincial examination points converged in the Kyoto control room. Longhua cleared his throat and proclaimed, "During this year's 5th round examination, unexpected incidents occurred, resulting in casualties among some candidates from various provinces. I am deeply saddened by this, and each of you has witnessed the specific circumstances. I hope you can provide clear explanations to the families of the candidates and offer them compensation in accordance with martyr benefits. Due to the unfortunate events during this round, the latter portion of the results is incomplete. After discussion, we have decided to allow Lord Shun to evaluate and score the candidates based on their performances. Should any of you have objections, feel free to raise them on the spot, and we shall collaboratively arrive at the most equitable scoring system." Seeing that no one objected, Shen Jianpain's cool voice finally broke the silence. The first candidate, Su Ming, single-handedly withstood a multitude of monstrous adversaries, rescuing most candidates and achieving the highest kill count. Thus, I award him 10,000 points for the latter portion. The total score for the 5th round amounted to 1,583,010,000, culminating in a grand total of 25,830. Does anyone have any objections? All the examiners shook their heads. Su Ming's performance was indeed remarkable, and this score met with no dissent. Shen Jianpain's assessment was astutely objective and fair, adeptly highlighting the candidate's strengths and weaknesses before assigning a judicious score. This scoring segment was predominantly dictated by Shen Jianpain, with few voices of opposition. In past years, the final round scores had seldom varied greatly, and this year was no exception. Apart from Su Ming's exceptionally high score, the other scores were relatively close. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. The screen illuminated with the final rankings of Longhua Province's examination. First place, Su Ming. Points awarded, 1,583,010,000. Total points, 80,330. Indeed, Su Ming's name was ensconced at the pinnacle. A staggering total of 80,330 points. The room erupted in astonishment. Chu Feng leaned against his chair, his hands trembling with excitement. First place, truly first, a top scholar. After more than 20 years, Tianning No. One high school had finally produced another provincial top scholar. He had nurtured a provincial champion. This alone was enough to boast about for a lifetime. What a pity that you, Su Ming from number 1 high school, are too extraordinary. Otherwise, Long Lin from No. 5 high school might have had a chance at the provincial top spot this year. I foresee a promotion and a raise in your near future. Once you achieve success, do not forget to lend a hand to us old friends. The excitement was not confined to the principals. The students of number 1 high school also surrounded Su Ming, jubilantly shouting, "Top scholar! Top scholar! Top scholar!" The principals and students from other cities cast envious glances in their direction. The provincial top scholar. This was the dream of every high school and every candidate. Although Su Ming had anticipated this outcome, the reality of being named provincial top scholar still stirred a wave of exhilaration within him. Wang Yi smiled softly, her voice warm as she congratulated him. "Congratulations, provincial top scholar." Su Ming replied with a polite smile. "Thank you, and I wish you success as well." Wang Yi gazed at Su Ming with sincerity, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. "Thank you for saving me twice. If the opportunity arises, I will surely repay your kindness." Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the 2 instances to which she referred, once during the rat tide and once in the 5th round examination. He considered it a mere act of goodwill. If she insisted on repaying him, he would not refuse. The screen shifted once more, revealing the score of the 2nd place candidate. 2nd place, Long Lin. Points awarded, 45, 505. 000. Total points, 29, 983. Long Lin maintained her position as the 2nd-ranked candidate from Longhua Province. However, this score paled in comparison to Su Ming's remarkable tally. The principal of Wuzhong felt somewhat disheartened. Traditionally, based on past years, securing this score would virtually guarantee the title of provincial champion. Yet alas, fate had dealt an unkind hand. It was unfortunate to encounter the prodigious Su Ming at such a critical juncture. One could only lament that the heavens were not favorable. Wuzhong was not destined to claim the provincial championship. The luminous screen shifted once more. 3rd place, Wang Ya. Points earned, 49, 504, 000. Total points, 26, 940. 4th place, Lei Jiao. Points earned, 43, 203, 500. Total points, 25, 947. Upon seeing the rankings, Wang Ya leapt up in exhilaration. She had triumphed in a comeback. In the final round, she had surged ahead of Lei Jiao, securing the 3rd position in Longhua Province. Wang Yi was pleasantly surprised by her ability to ascend to the top 3 in the 5th round. Nevertheless, a higher rank was always preferable. Thus, her joy was palpable. Yet, as she smiled, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Only she understood the immense effort she had invested for this rank since her career shift. 3rd place in Longhua Province surely meant admission to Kyoto University was within her grasp. Attending the same university as Su Ming would afford her the opportunity to repay his life-saving kindness. Chapter 52. After an entire day of examinations, could one not indulge in a moment of enjoyment? The screen transformed rapidly, with names flashing by in succession. 5th place, Niuzichong. Points earned, 0. Total points, 8, 962. 9th place, Lin Xian. Points earned, 15, 804, 000. Total points, 6, 859. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback to see Lin Xian in 9th place. During the 4th round, Lin Xian had relinquished all his points to him, resulting in a significant disparity in scores compared to the other candidates. Su Ming had not wished to owe such a favor. Hence, in the 5th round, he had made an effort to assist Lin Xian by defeating some monsters. But his epic class attributes paled in comparison to those of the monsters, leading to a painfully slow kill rate. Noticing Su Ming's grim expression, Lin Xian clasped his shoulder. "Su God, my 9th place finish is entirely thanks to you. Without your help, I wouldn't even have made it to the 90th place. Tonight, let me treat you to a foot bath. It's time for some relaxation. I'll cover all expenses." A foot bath? Now that sounded intriguing. All right, it's settled then. Once all the results were announced, the authoritative voice of the examiner resonated. After review by all examiners in Longhua Province, the provincial champion for the 2055 examination is the main combat class practitioner, Su Ming. In this examination, Su Ming had shattered all previous records and established the highest score in history. Applause and cheers filled the square in Yinhai City. Once again, Su Ming became the center of attention, his name echoing throughout Longhua Province. Everyone was aware that a new genius had emerged from Longhua, rivaling the talents of the past. As the cheers gradually subsided, another voice rang out. News from Kyoto proclaimed that the national champion for the main combat class in the 2055 examination is. This announcement reverberated like thunder, resounding throughout Yinhai City, piercing through the air to reach every corner of Longhua Province, embedding itself deep within the eardrums of all. Regardless of where one was, be it in secluded corners or within dungeons, everyone heard this proclamation. All activities ceased as they held their breath, listening intently. Since this voice resonated in Longhua province, it indicated that the national champion hailed from there. Those following the examination had already deduced who it was, but they awaited the examiner to utter the name. Su Ming. The two syllables reverberated throughout Longhua province, lingering in the air. In an instant, the entire province erupted into jubilation. The deafening cheers seemed poised to lift the very sky above Longhua province. Countless individuals were moved to tears. Their arms raised high as they chanted Su Ming's name. Their voices coalesced into a powerful wave of sound, surging and swelling, each wave higher and more fervent than the last. Since the establishment of Longhua province, a national champion had never before emerged. The closest instance was Longhua's second-place finish, narrowly missing the title. Su Ming had forged an unprecedented path for Longhua province. The honor of being the national champion extended beyond mere personal and provincial accolades. It would bestow myriad benefits upon the province: resource allocation, tuition reductions, discounts on equipment at the practitioner's center, and a plethora of advantages that would tangibly enrich every individual. Thud, 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 thud. Chu Feng felt his heart race uncontrollably, and then darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. That day, his emotions had soared like a roller coaster, surpassing the excitement of his entire life. The sudden turn of events startled the other principals. "Old Chu, what happened to you?" The principal of Wuzhong, leaning over his chest, began to chuckle. The other principals, puzzled, awaited clarification. "This old fellow is simply overwhelmed with joy and fainted." They all sighed deeply. "If our school were to produce a national champion, I might be even more exhilarated than he is." "What? Are you planning to run naked?" "If our second high could boast a national champion, I wouldn't just run naked. I'd be willing to eat anything. My expectations aren't as lofty as yours. If our school could secure a provincial champion, I'd gladly feast." Hearing such bold declarations from the principals of Tianing City, the other principals exchanged glances, recognizing a glimmer of hope and aspiration in each other's eyes. "I would trade 20 years of my life for a legendary class for our school next year." "You must be joking. As long as our school secures a legendary class next year, I, Chu, will sever ties with all vice. If my son can enroll in Kyoto University next year, I'll get him a new mother." The various principals murmured in astonishment. There must be a story behind that. The increasing fervor in the declarations of the neighboring principals left the Tianing principals in shock. These individuals were fervently eager for advancement. As the dust settled, the candidates gradually returned to their respective cities. Lei Jiao approached Su Ming. Having shared several rounds of examinations, they were not particularly close, but were able to converse. "Su Ming, congratulations on clinching both the provincial and national championships." Lei Jiao, tall and imposing, sported an oversized shirt that clung to him like a second skin. Su Ming held a favorable impression of Lei Jiao. "Thank you for your assistance during the 5th round. I, Lei Jiao, will remember this kindness. Should you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to reach out." Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Of course. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Ming, Lei Jiao rejoined the other candidates from his city. Su Ming also returned to Tianing City alongside the other candidates. The familiar square greeted him once more, surrounded by familiar classmates. Yet, the future of everyone had begun to shift quietly. Long Lin approached Su Ming directly, beaming with congratulations. "National champion, congratulations." Su Ming was somewhat taken aback by the girl, with whom he had little prior interaction. She was not at all like this before. "Thank you." Long Lin waved goodbye to him and slowly departed from the square. "We shall meet at Kyoto University." Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, a genuine smile blossoming on his face. Indeed, it was soon time to head to the university, and the genius training camp was likely just around the corner as well. At the edge of the square, the Long family's vehicle had long been waiting. Long Xiao sat in the car, gazing at Su Ming with a knowing expression, only averting his gaze when Long Lin entered the vehicle. "Liner, your performance this time was quite commendable. Your total score surpassed that of your elder brother back in his day." Long Lin maintained a serene demeanor, a stark contrast to her reaction when she encountered Long Hua, even casting not a single glance at Long Xiao. "Second brother, I'm tired, let us go home." A fleeting flash of dissatisfaction crossed Long Xiao's eyes, yet a smile lingered on his face. "All right, since Liner is tired, we shall return home. I'll have someone prepare your favorite dishes." Shortly after Long Lin departed, Lin Xian dragged Su Ming towards a foot massage parlor, his eyes resolute as if pledging allegiance, justifying their visit with, after a long day of examinations. One must indulge a little. The foot massage parlor, nestled in the bustling district of Tianning, was lavishly decorated, suggesting that Lin Xian had indeed splurged this time. The establishment bore an imaginative name, the Way of Nature. Upon entering, the staff promptly approached to greet the two. Wise individuals do not fall into the throes of love. Adults must indulge in foot massages. Welcome to the way of nature. How may we assist you today? Let us opt for the most luxurious package. We must thoroughly unwind today. The attendant's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Certainly. Please follow me. Our technicians are all professionally trained and guaranteed to provide you with utmost comfort. The scene shifted. In the room, only Su Ming remained. Where's Lin Xian? Don't ask. He went upstairs. How's the pressure? Is it all right? If it hurts, do let me know. Su Ming nodded slightly, reclining comfortably on the bed. The technician's technique was indeed professional, with just the right amount of pressure, allowing Su Ming to relax entirely as the fatigue of the day dissipated significantly. Naturally, there were pressing matters to address. He needed to ascertain whether any unique attributes had emerged following his slaying of the corrupted creatures. Su Ming first checked the total number of skeleton soldiers. 123, 569. In this battle, the total count of skeleton soldiers had increased by a staggering 25,000. The effect of the Undead Mark was indeed formidable. He then swiftly opened the system panel. Undead Ecosystem Level 30. Ecosystem Value, 77, 230 days. 1. Ashen Phoenix, Skeleton Phoenix. Unlocks for 1,000 Ecosystem Points. 2. Nether Thunder Bamboo, Bone Dragon. Unlocks for 10,000 Ecosystem Points. Functions. 1. Undead Nest. 2. Undead Mark. 3. Damage Resonance. Acquired Attribute Values. 1. Abyssal Attribute. 2. 345 points. 2. Blood Attribute. 2. 100 points. 3. Sword Chi Attribute. 1. 251 points. 4. Wood Attribute. 380 points. 5. Wind Attribute. 290 points. 6. Thunder Attribute. 105 points. 7. Undead Vegetation. 3030. 1. Death Grass. Evolution Level. 1. 100 Ecosystem Points. Unit Type. Skeleton Berserker. Generation Speed. 4 per hour. 2. Cursed Tree. Evolution Level. 0. 20 Ecosystem Points. Unit Type. Skeleton Mage. Generation Speed. 5 per hour. 3. Spirit Abyss Sword Tree. Evolution Level. 0. 200 Ecosystem Points. Unit Type. Skeleton Sword Master. Generation Speed. 4 per hour. 8. Purple Smoke Flower. Evolution Level. 0. 220 Ecosystem Points. Unit Type. Skeleton Builder. Generation Speed. 4 per hour. 9. Ming Red Pine. Evolution Level. 0. 250 Ecosystem Points. Unit Type. Skeleton Horse. Generation Speed. 4 per hour. 10. Dark Grape Tree. Evolution Level. 0. 300 Ecosystem Points. Unit Type. Skeleton Gardener. Generation Speed. 3 per hour. 11. Blood Essence Maple. Evolution Level. 0. 300 Ecosystem Points. Unit Type. Skeleton Healer. Generation Speed. 3 per hour. 12. Fate Soul Plum. Evolution Level. 0. 310 Ecosystem Points. Unit Type. Skeleton Sorcerer. Generation Speed. 3 per hour. 30. Shadow Cypress. Evolution Level. 0. 1000 Ecosystem Points. Unit Type. Skeleton Assassin. Generation Speed. 1 per hour. A new attribute, Abyssal Attribute, had emerged, and the other attributes had also seen a notable increase. Abyssal Attribute? It seems that the attributes obtained from slaying the corrupted creatures must indeed pertain to this. Su Ming carefully recollected the events on the battlefield. Although the corrupted creatures emitted an abyssal aura when unleashing their skills, the essence of those skills remained unchanged. These corrupted beings may have lost their rationality, yet their inherent attributes and skills were still intact. 2,000 points of Abyssal Attribute should be sufficient for a mutation during the evolution process. After all the effort put into accumulating these 2,000 attribute points, if it were still insufficient, Su Ming would truly be at his wit's end. He longed for the system to provide him with an accurate value. However, that was not possible. He could only attempt gradually on his own. Abyssal Attribute. This attribute significantly enhances the attributes of the afflicted creatures, yet upon complete corruption, it drastically reduces their lifespan. However, their attacks will carry the essence of the abyss. It is reminiscent of Frenzy, yet the amplification effect far surpasses that of Frenzy, albeit with drawbacks that are equally severe. This aura possesses corrosive and corruptive qualities. If one is injured by an abyssal creature or monster without timely purification of the wound, they too may eventually transform into a corrupted being. Which unit should be prioritized for evolution utilizing the abyssal attribute? This dilemma troubled Su Ming. He feared that should the skeleton soldiers possess the abyssal attribute, they might convert enemies into corrupted beings. And since corrupted beings were beyond his control, that would merely create another adversary for himself. After pondering for a while, he resolved to once again evolve the Skeleton Berserker. The Skeleton Berserker was the first unit he had unlocked, and many had been assimilated through battle. It was currently the most numerous and highest attribute unit. Any enemies encountered by the skeleton berserker had no chance of survival, thus indirectly resolving the issue of enemies being corrupted. Evolved Deathgrass, consuming 100 ecosystem points. Would you like to add a special attribute? Let us add the Abyssal attribute. 2,000 points. Commencing evolution. Special attribute value met. Mutation of skeleton berserker in progress. Mutation successful. Skeleton berserker mutated into Abyssal berserker. 1. Deathgrass. Evolution level. 2. 1,000 ecosystem points. Unit type, Abyssal berserker. Generation speed, 3 per hour. Abyssal berserker. The name indeed carries a certain grandeur. It seems that 2,000 attribute points are sufficient. Without hesitation, Ming promptly consumed another 2,000 points of blood attribute to mutate the skeletal archer. Evolve Soul Arrow Huai. Consuming 50 ecological points. Would you like to add special attributes? Adding 2,000 blood attributes. Commencing evolution. Special attribute requirements met. Mutating the skeletal archer. Mutation successful. The skeletal archer has evolved into a blood-bone sharpshooter. 3 Soul Arrow Huai. Evolution level. 1. 500 ecological points. Unit type, blood-bone sharpshooter. Generation speed, 4 per hour. Regrettably, the sword energy attribute only stood at 1,200 points. Otherwise, another evolution into a skeletal sword cultivator could have been achieved. A desire to evolve blossomed in Ming's heart. Yet he quickly extinguished it. Evolving the skeletal sword cultivator requires 200 ecological points. Should the mutation fail, the next attempt would necessitate 2,000 ecological points. Accumulating both sword energy and ecological points is arduous, and such resources cannot be squandered. Ming's consciousness swiftly delved into the realm of the undead. First, he examined the Abyssal Berserk warriors. They bore no resemblance to their former selves. Now, they towered at 2 meters, their physiques robust and formidable. The once white bones had turned inky black, enveloped in the aura of the abyss, as if flesh had sprouted from their very bones. Their long-handled battle axes had transformed into twin-bladed axes. Chapter 54. Are you not yet finished? The twin-bladed axes were entirely black, exuding a menacing aura, radiating a chilling and malevolent presence, with simple engravings etched upon their surfaces. The evolved Abyssal Battlefield warriors emanated an aura that was both eerie and domineering. There was no doubt that they could effortlessly cleave through anything that stood in their path. Regarding attributes, they matched Ming's previous assumptions perfectly. With each evolution, attributes doubled. To assess the attributes, our 006 was indispensable. Ming soon located 006. Its attributes significantly surpassed those of the other Abyssal Berserk warriors, and its form was even more exaggerated. Abyssal Berserk Warrior 006. Description: a fearless warrior transformed by abyssal attributes, possessing terrifying combat prowess capable of effortlessly rending the flesh of enemies. Level: 20. Strength: 4,458. Agility: 4,458. Spirit: 4,458. Constitution: 4,458. Skills: 1. Fury of Rage. 2. Abyssal Slash. Fury of Rage enters a frenzied state, enhancing all attributes by 100. Maintaining this state requires the consumption of health and mental power. Abyssal Slash, wielding a bone blade, releases a wave of energy that inflicts significant damage on enemies within a linear range, with an accompanying corrosive effect. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Astonishingly, the first skill has been optimized post-mutation, and the second skill is exceptionally formidable, addressing the previous lack of area damage. The attributes of the Abyssal Berserk warriors ranged between 3,600 and 4,400. The Bloodbone sharpshooters had also undergone remarkable transformations. Their bodies were composed of blood-red bones, shimmering with a faint crimson glow, with their surfaces cloaked in dried blood, which was exceedingly conspicuous. The bloodstains meandered along their bodily contours, converging at the lower chest area, forming a series of crimson patterns. Their bone bows had naturally transformed into a blood-red hard bow, the string writhing as if it were alive, radiating a sanguine luminescence, while the arrows coalesced from pure blood-red energy. Bloodbone Sharpshooter. Level: 10. Strength: 2,534. Agility: 2,534. Spirit: 2,534. Constitution: 2,534. Passive: Blood Curse. Skills: 1. Blood Sacrifice Arrow. Blood Curse. Inflicted wounds continue to bleed, proving difficult to heal. Blood Sacrifice Arrow. The arrow absorbs surrounding blood during flight, growing increasingly potent until the blood attribute is fully depleted. Cooldown: 5 minutes. This passive ability was somewhat unexpected. However, The bleeding effect was exceptionally fitting for the bloodbone sharpshooters. As long as the arrows found their mark, the opponent would continuously bleed, rendering it highly practical on the battlefield. The attributes of the bloodbone sharpshooters predominantly ranged between 2,000 and 2,500. After surveying the transformations of both units, Su Ming withdrew his consciousness from the realm of the undead. Upon regaining his awareness, Lin Xian descended with an eager demeanor, his steps somewhat unsteady. After settling the payment, the two returned home. Not long after Su Ming arrived, there was a knock at the door. Opening it, he was surprised to find Chu Feng accompanied by a woman. This woman exuded an aura reminiscent of a drawn sword. Su Ming felt his breath catch, struggling to regain composure, and after a moment, he managed to suppress his racing heart and inquired, "Principal Chu, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Su Ming, Chu Feng could hardly contain his delight, wishing to embrace him and shower him with affection. This young man had truly made him proud. Chu Feng felt as if he were walking on air, his spirits elevated. Gazing at Su Ming with eyes filled with admiration. "Lord Shin wishes to meet you and present you with the National Champion Award, but he didn't know your address. So I came to guide him and check on you in the process. Hey, what are you standing there for? Why don't you let us in?" As Su Ming was about to step aside to welcome them, he was unexpectedly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of sword intent. The formidable sword pressure instantly ignited a fire within him, leaving him somewhat irked. What a nuisance. The Bone Demon. A staggering 700 points of mental power were instantly drained. The Bone Demon appeared abruptly, shielding Su Ming firmly behind it. Instantly, Su Ming felt a significant reduction in pressure and quickly retreated, creating distance between them. Without hesitation, the Bone Demon delivered a powerful downward slash. Feeling the tremendous force, Shen Jianping's brows arched slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Yet, she made no move to evade, allowing the strike to descend directly. In the blink of an eye, the bone halted above Shen Jianping's head, where two fingers, delicate as tender bamboo shoots in spring, firmly grasped the bone blade, a single strand of hair slipping from her visage. What a domineering summoned creature. Shen Jianping's fingers twisted lightly, and the bone blade shattered instantly. However, the Bone Demon reacted with remarkable speed, discarding the broken blade and kicking towards the handle. Leveraging the recoil to create distance. Even mid-air, it conjured a pitch-black hard bow, its wrist moving with incredible swiftness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rapid three-shot volley. Each arrow produced a tremendous rush of wind. Upon landing, the Bone Demon summoned a massive crossbow. Buzz. The stout bolt surged forth, aiming directly at Shen Jianping. Chu Feng's eyelids twitched as he observed the Bone Demon's combat prowess. Its instantaneous reaction speed was astonishing. Chu Feng could barely comprehend how the weapon had manifested. A glimmer of astonishment flared in Shen Jianping's eyes, and with a delicate flick of her finger in the air, the key embedded in the lock shot forth with remarkable swiftness. The crisp sound of clinking echoed as 3 arrows were severed into halves, and even the stout crossbow bolt was split in 2. At that moment, the key lingered before the brow of the skeletal creature. It was astonishingly swift. Su Ming could scarcely comprehend the fleeting moment before the battle concluded. With a graceful wave of her hand, Shen Jianping returned the key to its place, stepping elegantly into the room. The chamber was exceedingly modest, furnished only with a few dilapidated pieces of furniture, yet it was impeccably clean and orderly. "Well done. You dared to strike at me, which I had not anticipated," Su Ming mused as he recalled the skeletal creature, his brow furrowed in concern. The skeletal warrior had faltered utterly, exhausting 700 points of his mental energy alongside 70 abyssal berserkers, each boasting attributes exceeding 200,000. How could the adversary dispatch it so effortlessly? Su Ming speculated that despite the opponent being over level 80, a skeletal creature with attributes surpassing 200,000 should have been capable of exchanging a few blows. Shen Jianping discerned Su Ming's confusion, and a smile graced her countenance, clearly pleased with his performance. "You must be wondering why I could so easily vanquish your summoned creature." Chapter 55, The Laws, The Origin, Secrets of Higher Levels. Su Ming nodded slightly, acknowledging his intrigue regarding this matter. Shen Jianping elucidated, "Every 20 levels marks a pivotal threshold for practitioners, a fact you are likely aware of." Su Ming inclined his head, confirming his understanding. "However, you have yet to encounter the circumstances beyond level 60. In truth, before reaching level 60, practitioners have not truly mastered their professions, but merely employ the skills they have learned. Upon attaining level 59, transcending to level 60 requires not only experience, but also a preliminary grasp of the laws. Each profession possesses its unique laws, which can only be slowly comprehended through personal insight. Most individuals remain ensnared at this juncture, unable to surpass level 59 throughout their lives." Chu Feng interjected, vigorously nodding in agreement as he turned to Su Ming. Indeed, as Lord Shen stated, our previous principal was an epic tier practitioner who remained stuck at level 59 for an entire 5 years. Without a fortuitous opportunity, he likely would have never broken through to level 60, and I would not have had the chance to become principal myself. Su Ming was taken aback. Laws. This term was entirely unfamiliar to him. Shen Jianping continued, undeterred by Su Ming's comprehension. Level 80 represents an entirely new domain, which we refer to as the origin. The conditions for transcending to level 80 are threefold. First, the experience points at level 79 must be maxed out. Second, one must fully grasp the laws. Third, one must touch upon the origin. Only when all three conditions are met can a practitioner advance to level 80. Another term that Su Ming had never encountered before. Indeed, as Shen Jianping articulated, the knowledge he had thus far was primarily pertinent to levels below 60. With scant information regarding the realms beyond, noting the perplexed expression on Su Ming's face, Shen Jianping reassured him, "Do not fret. This knowledge will be elaborated upon once you enter university. Before level 60, one primarily considers attributes and skill potency. However, beyond level 60, the focus shifts to one's mastery of the laws. Your summoned creature possesses only attributes, devoid of any understanding of the laws, which elucidates why I triumphed so effortlessly over it." In truth, Shen Jianping's composure belied the turmoil within her. The strength of the skeletal creature's strike had far exceeded her expectations. Had she not invoked the laws, she might not have been able to withstand that blow with mere brute force. This was her first encounter with a unique practitioner, and it profoundly reshaped her perception of such individuals. Su Ming nodded gently, resolutely committing the two terms to memory for future exploration. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Shen Jianping, eager to proceed, swiftly transitioned to the day's agenda. With a flicker of light from her hand, 3 items materialized upon the table, 2 tokens and a card. Pointing to one of the tokens, she announced, "This is the first reward, a singular opportunity to enter the Wonkwich. Within, you may select a set of equipment and a weapon." Su Ming's interest was immediately piqued. The Wonkwich was renowned as the repository for Dragon Kingdom's equipment and artifacts, overflowing with countless treasures. It was said that the legendary weapon, the Sunshoot Bow, resided therein, wielded solely by the Sun God, with others lacking even the privilege to touch it. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he inquired, "What quality of equipment or weapon may one acquire?" Shen Jianping replied, "Any quality is permissible, as long as you can carry it out, it shall belong to you." She then picked up the exquisitely crafted card, which bore Su Ming's identity on the front and the words Kyoto University alongside an imposing structure on the reverse. The second reward is a point allocation, 500,000 points for provincial champions and 1 million for national champions, totaling 2 million points. As the national champion, you have been pre-admitted to Kyoto University. This card serves as your identity verification, encapsulating all your current points. Su Ming had amassed a total of 330 points from the examination, and with the additional 200,000 points, his total reached an astounding 330 points. The quantity of points was indeed formidable. She then brandished the final token, playfully examining it. This is the third reward, an opportunity to enter the Longyuan Secret Realm. Upon hearing the term Secret Realm, Su Ming's pupils dilated in disbelief. Each secret realm was a site of extraordinary creation, fundamental to the sustained development of nations. The treasures produced within each realm varied immensely, with many possessing remarkable functions. Undoubtedly, all were of staggering value. Some items could enhance the rarity of professions, while others could permanently augment a practitioner's attributes. Indeed, certain secret realms could yield epic or legendary-grade materials. The existence of so many instances was intrinsically linked to these secret realms, which could produce an item known as the Instance Stone. Possessing such a stone, one could prepare the requisite materials according to its guidance and establish a new instance anywhere. "Lord Shen, may I inquire about the nature of the Longyuan Secret Realm?" Shen Jianping gently shook her head. "This information cannot be disclosed. Anything pertaining to the Longyuan Secret Realm must remain confidential, even if I were aware. Each secret realm is the nation's highest secret, and only practitioners with the qualification to enter are entitled to knowledge thereof." Su Ming was perplexed. "Then how do I access the Longyuan Secret Realm, and how is this token utilized?" Shen Jianping gestured towards the token, then tossed it to Su Ming before explaining. Focusing his mental energy upon the token, it would automatically transport him to the entrance of the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Upon arrival, he would naturally discover the answers he sought. However, there existed a restriction on the use of this token. One must attain level 40. Signifying that only upon reaching this milestone could he proceed. Su Ming concentrated his mental energy, carefully attuning to the token. He could indeed sense the power of space. yet it remained dormant, likely due to insufficient level. There was also another item. This is something Long Hua entrusted me to deliver to you. Shun Jianpain conjured a ring from thin air, which arced gracefully through the air before landing in Su Ming's palm. As Su Ming accepted it, he swept his mental energy over it and confirmed it was indeed a trophy from the abyssal battlefield. One must commend Long Hua for his remarkable efficiency. Well, thank you, Lord Shun, he expressed. After Shin Jianpain completed his affairs, he reclined on the sofa, scrutinizing Su Ming, feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze. Su Ming took the initiative to inquire, Lord Shin, is there anything else you wish to discuss? There exists a branch within Kyoto University. I am the head of the Divine Sword Academy. Would you be interested in joining? Chapter 56. Accelerating the Reproduction of the Mother Nest. The Divine Sword Academy? Su Ming suddenly recalled Long Hua's words. While the Divine Sword Academy is commendable, I believe the Bone Blade Academy would suit you better. I see. Su Ming did not respond immediately. Long Hua had extended an olive branch, and now Shin Jianpain had done the same. He pondered the offerings of other academies within Kyoto University, wondering if there might be superior options. Furthermore, if joining an academy was not a necessity, he felt no compulsion to enroll. He needed ample time to acquire various attributes, rapidly enhancing the capabilities and quantity of his skeletal warriors. Thus, Su Ming replied, I shall consider it further, Lord Shun. Shin Jianpain appeared taken aback. The head of the Divine Sword Academy personally extended an invitation, only to be gracefully declined? Very well. There remains a month before the semester begins. Should you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Or you may directly proceed to the Divine Sword Academy after classes commence. With that, Shin Jianpain exited the room. After Shun Jianpain's departure, a considerable time passed before Chu Feng hastily pulled Su Ming onto the sofa, earnestly advising, why can't you discern a good opportunity? Lord Shin clearly appreciates you and wishes to cultivate your talents within the Divine Sword Academy. Why would you refuse? This would only leave him feeling snubbed. Honestly, it seems as if you are intentionally provoking him. Su Ming grinned. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Who uses pressure upon first meeting? If you establish dominance once, that should suffice. If the first attempt fails, a second is unacceptable. Lord Longhua also invited me to join the Bone Blade Academy during the 5th round of assessments, he added. Chu Feng, being astute, quickly grasped Su Ming's intent. This lad was cunning indeed, clearly wishing to avoid offending either party and opting to delay his decision. Very well, as long as you are aware of your own inclinations. I shall take my leave. After sending Chu Feng away, Su Ming recalled the 2 blue orbs he had obtained from slaying the Shadow Demon. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the orbs. The first was akin to a crystal ball, a deep crimson hue enveloping it. Bloodline of the Shadow Demon, blue quality. Upon use, it grants the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, allowing one to acquire certain abilities of the Shadow Demon race without succumbing to becoming an abyssal creature. The second item was an equipment piece. Dagger of the Assassin, blue quality. Attributes, Agility 100. Imbued with level 2 swiftness, level 3 lightness. Traits, when wielded, it encounters no resistance and can meld with the darkness. Accompanying skills, 1. Shadow Clone. 2. Blade Toxic Erosion. Shadow Clone. The dagger of the assassin releases potent illusionary energy, instantly creating 2 identical shadow clones of the wielder. The clones will attack the target from different directions, allowing the wielder to swap places with any clone before the skill dissipates. Blade Toxic Erosion. A layer of unique toxin envelopes the blade of the dagger of the assassin. When the wielder strikes an enemy, there is a chance to infect the target with blade toxin, which will gradually erode their life force. The equipment did not capture Su Ming's attention, however. The bloodline genuinely astonished him. He had encountered descriptions of such items in literature, but had never before seen one in reality. Its rarity rivaled that of skill scrolls. In essence, this item was akin to a profession. A practitioner could alter their vocation by assimilating a bloodline. Yet, the process of assimilation bore inherent risks. The higher the level, the greater the peril, and the more opposing the attributes, the more dangerous it became. Assimilating a bloodline was tantamount to reshaping one's profession. If one's original vocation possessed low rarity, but the quality of the bloodline was high, it would supersede the former. When the quality of both was comparable, there existed a probability of mutation or being overshadowed by the original profession. For instance, the Shadow Demon race leaned towards darkness and assassin-type professions, thus making it relatively easier for assassins and dark-themed practitioners to assimilate. Conversely, practitioners of light-based professions could never hope to absorb it. Forced assimilation could result in a reduction of their original profession's rarity, or even death. My profession is that of a Lich Lord. This blue-quality bloodline is likely destined for consumption. Wait, the skeletal warriors. Suddenly, Su Ming thought of them. While he could not assimilate it, perhaps the skeletal warriors could. Without further ado, Su Ming summoned forth the skeletal assassin with the highest attributes. This unit had been exchanged with 100 ecological points through the system. He placed the crystal ball containing the shadow demon bloodline into its hands, guiding it to assimilate. As the skeletal assassin's mental energy enveloped the crystal ball, an unexpected event transpired. Bang! With a crisp sound, the crystal ball shattered, and the crimson liquid surged along its arm, entering the skeletal assassin's body, ultimately settling within its heart. Thump, thump. Strangely, it began to pulsate. Was this how bloodline assimilation manifested? Su Ming had never undergone bloodline assimilation himself, nor had he witnessed other practitioners do so. For a moment, he found it difficult to ascertain whether the outcome was favorable or adverse. The skeletal assassin remained motionless. Save for the peculiar movement at its heart, no other changes were apparent. After observing for a while without any alterations, Su Ming decided to place it into the realm of the undead. Yet upon entering the realm of the undead, the skeletal assassin underwent a transformation. Once lifeless and vacant, it autonomously approached its mother nest, the shadow cypress, and sat cross-legged beside it. Subsequently, Su Ming observed a connection forming between the shadow cypress and the skeletal assassin. The blood gathered in the heart was gradually transmitted into the shadow cypress. Su Ming's ecological system panel experienced a transformation, revealing a new attribute, shadow attribute. As the blood flowed into the shadow cypress, the shadow attribute soared wildly. 100, 300, 800, 1900, ultimately stabilizing at 2000. A single bloodline had remarkably augmented the shadow attribute by 2,000 points. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed through the air, detected that the shadow cypress has absorbed a special substance and is undergoing large-scale diffusion. Surrounding the shadow cypress, 2 tender saplings emerged and began to grow at a visibly accelerated pace. Ultimately, these saplings transformed into 2 additional shadow cypresses. The attributes of the shadow cypress nest underwent a transformation. 30 shadow cypress. Evolution level, 0, 1000 ecological points. Unit type, skeleton assassin. Generation speed, 3 per hour. Astonishment filled Su Ming's heart. The lineage could actually expedite the nest's reproduction and enhance the upgrade speed of the skeleton soldiers. He had finally grasped the method to rapidly facilitate the reproduction of the nest. If lineage could achieve this, what about other elements? With this thought in mind, Su Ming promptly transferred all the supplies provided by Long Hua into the undead space. Chapter 57. The Truth Behind the Fall of Abyss Fortress Number 045. Unsurprisingly, no other supplies could accelerate the nest's reproduction. Currently, only lineage possessed this capability. Just as Su Ming prepared to stow these items away, skeleton fruit farmers and skeleton laborers, along with other units related to fruit crops, ambled over. They rummaged through the mountain of supplies and ultimately extracted several crystal cores. Wood attribute crystal cores. The skeleton fruit farmer approached the apple tree with the wood attribute crystal core. The core rapidly lost its luster, as the wood attribute energy was entirely absorbed by the skeleton fruit farmer. With a hand pressed against the apple tree, he transferred all the wood energy into it. The apple, initially the size of a fingernail, visibly grew larger. What a revelation! Were they treating the crystal cores as nourishment? Indeed, it seems so. Crystal cores are the convergence of mutated biological energy, possessing the purest attribute energy. However, they do not drop merely upon slaying foes. The higher the level of the creature, the lower the probability of obtaining a crystal core, making them increasingly precious. Su Ming had previously attempted to convert the attributes of the crystal cores into attribute energy for skeleton evolution, but to no avail. However, he had never considered using the cores as nourishment, and today he had inadvertently discovered this approach. It appears that these non-combat skeletons possess their own unique characteristics. In the blink of an eye, all the wood attribute crystal cores were selected and utilized as nourishment for various fruit trees. Su Ming currently had a limited variety of fruit-bearing vegetation, totaling only 5 types. Skeleton fruit farmer, dark apple tree. Skeleton engineer, dark orange. Skeleton builder, dark pear. And 2 types of crops, skeleton laborer, shadow wheat, and skeleton carpenter, shadow rice. He was still experimenting. If the fruit of the dark apple tree bore any special effects, he would decisively transform the crop vegetation. If it proved useless, he would refrain from further transformation, as the units generated from crop vegetation were non-combat types. If the crops lacked special effects, and the units could not engage in battle, then their existence would be of little value. Nevertheless, it was reasonable to assume they must have some use. After all, the Undead Legion should not consist solely of skeletons. There should also be zombies, ghosts, liches, vampires, and so forth. Once these units emerged, the issue of food sources would become significant. Initially, Su Ming could manage purchases, but as the scale expanded, it would no longer be within his means. At that point, The only solution would be to increase the production scale of those crops within the undead space. With 620 ecological points remaining, but insufficient other attributes for unit evolution, the likelihood of success was slim, so Su Ming could only set them aside for the time being. Having completed these tasks, Su Ming arranged for the skeleton soldiers to enter the instance for attribute grinding before settling down for a restful sleep. In Kyoto, within a grand hall that resembled daylight, a long conference table was flanked by numerous attendees, among whom Long Hua and Shun Jianpain were prominent figures. Shun Jianpain occupied the third seat on the left side, while Long Hua sat in the fifth position on the right. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, permeated by an intangible sense of oppression. At the front of the conference table, behind the foremost individual, hung a massive world map. Less than 1/10 of the map was illuminated, while the remainder lay shrouded in gray. The brightly colored areas were marked by fortress-like symbols at intervals, each emanating a yellow glow that enveloped portions of the territory. One of the fortresses had turned gray, indicating the region it oversaw had succumbed to the abyss. Number 045. This was indeed the battlefield that had fallen to the Sakura nation not too long ago. The highlighted area represented the land currently held by humanity, while the gray regions were those already besieged by the abyss. At the forefront of the conference table sat a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, radiating an undeniable authority. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden dragon motifs, he exuded a sense of solemnity. His hands were folded before him, and he leaned slightly forward, surveying the high-ranking individuals on either side. Apologies for my tardiness. The collective gaze of the attendees turned toward the entrance, where a middle-aged man with a grave demeanor strode in briskly. He made his way directly to the forefront of the table, inclined his head slightly in greeting to the man seated at the head, and took a seat at the leftmost position. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. As his words fell, a colossal light screen materialized at the center of the table. The image displayed a tumultuous battle scene from an abyss battlefield. In the distance lay a range of mountains, while the foreground revealed land ravaged by the fires of war. A gray haze filled the sky, and at the center of the image was a fortress on the brink of breach. The battle footage from Abyss Fortress number 045 unfolded, transitioning from wide shots to close-ups, showcasing the fierce conflict, with the defenders showing no signs of retreat. Given the current situation, it seemed improbable that Abyss Fortress number 045 would fall. However, just as the battle reached its zenith, a group of abyssal creatures clad in black armor emerged from within the fortress. The Shadow Demon Clan? Shun Jianpain's voice was low and tense, her brow furrowed as she fixed her gaze on the screen. Long Hua beside her leaned forward slightly, his expression revealing a hint of gravity. The sudden appearance of the Shadow Demon Clan swiftly altered the tide of battle. They quickly seized control of various sections of the fortress, dismantling its defensive structures. Without the support of these defenses, the guards atop the walls stood no chance against the abyssal creatures, and the battlefield tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the attackers. As the footage concluded, the leading man stated, "The circumstances surrounding the fall of Fortress number 045 are clear to all. Long Hua, please share your findings." Long Hua nodded slightly and began. Each abyss fortress is equipped with a spatial lock array, allowing personnel to be transported only through designated corridors. This elite squad of the Shadow Demon Clan made an appearance 3 days before the attack on Fortress number 045 at the Abyss battlefield guarded by the Eagle Nation 046. However, no combat occurred, and shortly thereafter, this elite squad mysteriously vanished. At that time, I suspected a potential collusion between the Eagle Nation and the abyssal races, yet lacked direct evidence. And now, during this significant assessment, Long Hua recounted everything that transpired during the Great Examination to all present. This group of insufferable wretches, truly unworthy of their station, conspired with the denizens of the abyss, these vile creatures. Upon hearing this, those seated on the left erupted with indignation. The middle-aged man at the forefront gently tapped the table, restoring silence to the room. The loss of Abyss Battlefield number 045 has cost us a crucial strategic buffer zone. Our southeastern sector is now completely exposed to the forces of the abyss, leaving us vulnerable to invasion at any moment. The purpose of this meeting is to solicit your opinions. A voice from the right side spoke up first. I believe we should renovate the fortresses under our control. The previous construction of these fortifications involved the Eagle Nation, which holds sway over the teleportation routes. It has become glaringly obvious that they are in collusion with the abyssal races, and we cannot rule out the possibility that they will turn against us using this very method. Therefore, I deem it imperative to modify the fortresses. The abyss is our foremost enemy, and we must not allow the Eagle Nation to continue unchecked. We should disseminate this information globally, so that other nations can recognize the disgraceful nature of the Eagle Nation and remain vigilant. Perhaps we could even ally with other nations to deploy forbidden weapons. eradicating the Eagle Nation once and for all. At the mention of forbidden weapons, every countenance in the room shifted. Humanity indeed possesses such weapons, which have been instrumental in curbing the onslaught of the abyssal beings, granting us precious time to fortify our defenses. However, the technology to manufacture these weapons has been lost. Each use diminishes our stock. While the Eagle Nation is detestable, they remain an indispensable component of humanity's defense against the abyss. To weaken our own forces with forbidden weapons is something I vehemently oppose. What then do you suggest? The dissenting voice was swiftly silenced. The Eagle Nation's tyranny and imperialistic tendencies are deeply ingrained. Negotiating with them? That is sheer folly. Giant Pain, what are your thoughts? The leader turned to Shun Giant Pain, eager to hear her perspective. With a gentle wave of her hand, the image of Su Ming materialized on the screen. Surely, everyone recognizes this individual. A chorus of nods followed, for he is notably the top scorer of this year's national examination. Another flick of her hand caused Su Ming's image to vanish, replaced by footage from the 5th round of the examination. While everyone knows him, the reasons behind his status as the national champion remain unknown to most. This is the reason. As the scene unfolded, a multitude of magical creatures appeared, causing brows to furrow in concern. Has the examination escalated to such an extent? Are real magical beings now involved? Or have the candidates truly become this formidable? The footage continued, revealing the candidates, most of whom were retreating in trepidation, while only a scant few stood their ground. Yet, the attention of all present was riveted on Su Ming. Then came the moment he summoned the skeletal army. In an instant, countless skeletal warriors emerged onto the battlefield. And as the magical assault commenced, chaos ensued. In stark contrast to the disarray of the magical tide, the skeletal soldiers operated with remarkable order, employing both ranged and melee tactics, adeptly balancing offense and defense. Ultimately, the magical tide was utterly depleted by the skeletal forces, with no assistance from any other practitioners. It was solely Su Ming who vanquished the threat. Shun Giant Pain dismissed the image and spoke, as you have all witnessed. A practitioner under level 30 single-handedly resolved a magical tide. In truth, Su Ming's profession is unique, not a legendary one. This revelation sent ripples through the meeting room. All eyes turned to Shun Giant Pain as she continued. The emergence of the magical tide in the 5th round was not a mere assessment on our part. It was orchestrated by the Eagle Nation, who are acutely aware of the terrifying potential of unique practitioners. The Eagle Nation seeks to dominate, to seize control of all human power, and we stand as their greatest obstacle. Their previous restraint was due to Jackson Carey. However, as time passes and his strength grows, they will undoubtedly surpass us. There is no need for immediate conflict. Now, however, Su Ming's emergence has instilled in them a sense of urgency. After a brief pause, Shun Giant Pain continued, regardless of whether we provoke the Eagle Nation, they will covertly target and suppress Su Ming, potentially even resorting to assassination. Not all share our commitment to the greater good of humanity. I believe that rather than remaining on the defensive, we should take the initiative. The battlefield prowess of Su Ming is evident to all, once he has fully matured. I am confident we can withstand the abyss and even hope to obliterate the abyssal races, reclaiming our homeland. Therefore, our task is to provide Su Ming with a secure environment for growth, even if it means severing ties with the Eagle Nation. Shun Giant Pain's words reverberated throughout the hall. Yet no one dared to respond. War between the two nations is no trivial matter. The costs would be exorbitant. And the Eagle Nation is no weakling. The repercussions would be dire. Longhwa's expression turned grave. Shun Giant Pain's assertions indeed unsettled him. The middle-aged leader fell into deep contemplation. To act would incur a tremendous cost, one that could even shake the foundations of Long Nation. After much deliberation, he turned to the man at the forefront of the left side. Xia Yuan, what is your take? The left side of the conference table was occupied by key military figures, including commanders from various fortresses and leaders from different battle zones, all responsible for national security. The right side was home to prominent members of the Practitioner Association, tasked with the management and training of practitioners. We must strike, but not in totality. A war between our two nations is wholly inadvisable. The abyssal races have rapidly strengthened over the past 2 years, and our fortresses are under immense strain. Should conflict arise, it would only deplete humanity's available forces. The consequences could be severe. At best, our fortresses could fall, and at worst, our homeland could be entirely overrun by the abyssal races. Nevertheless, their aggression cannot go unpunished, especially as they have targeted the candidates. This is absolutely intolerable. If we do not teach them a harsh lesson now, they will continue such tactics during future examinations. Thus, I propose a thorough investigation nationwide to identify and eliminate all hidden spies, and I shall personally lead a contingent to the Eagle Nation to demand an explanation. Xia Yuan's sentiments resonated deeply with all present, garnering unanimous support. This approach not only serves to inform other nations that Long Nation is not to be trifled with, but also prepares them for the consequences of any aggression. The middle-aged leader nodded slightly. The provocations of the Eagle Nation must be met with a response, but we must not act impulsively and instigate a greater disaster. Xia Yuan's strategy aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. As dawn broke, Su Ming awoke from his dreams to the incessant alerts from his communicator nearby. Upon opening it, he was met with a flurry of news regarding the latest developments between Long Nation and the Eagle Nation. Lin Xian exclaimed, "Quick, look at the news. The higher-ups have taken action against the Eagle Nation." The foremost headline depicted the moment Caroline was slain, with the killer being none other than Shun Jianping. In just one night, what on earth transpired? Su Ming's mind swirled in confusion. Just last night, he had seen Shun Jianping, and now, after a mere sleep, she had dispatched a top practitioner from the Eagle Nation? This is hardly in line with the style of the Dragon Kingdom. The second piece of news is equally explosive. The Dragon Kingdom has mobilized all its resources to conduct a thorough investigation of all spies within its borders, executing them without exception. The third piece of news reveals that the Dragon Kingdom has dispatched the legendary practitioner Xia Yuan to the Eagle Kingdom to seek justice for the deceased candidates. Good heavens! This is truly formidable. They have actually sent a mythical practitioner to the Eagle Kingdom. Upon awakening, the Dragon Kingdom has launched a thunderous strike, completely transforming its former image of a patient elder brother bearing humiliation. It appears they are now serious about taking action. I must hasten my development. A sense of urgency surged within Su Ming, as he felt that with such a bold move from the Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom would undoubtedly retaliate. If a conflict were to erupt between the two sides, the abyssal races would certainly seize the opportunity to attack, leading to utter chaos. Su Ming checked his attribute panel. He was merely 110 experience points away from leveling up to 30, and with his skeleton soldiers working tirelessly throughout the day, he should accumulate enough by evening. The task of delving into dungeons has now been entirely delegated to the skeleton soldiers. After a brief tidying up, he made his way to the practitioner center. He intended to exchange all his surplus materials for gold coins, purchasing a substantial quantity of wood attribute crystal cores to hasten the descent of the apples. Su Ming, level 29 practitioner. Contribution, 895,766. Authority, level 8. Monthly allowance of 5,800 gold coins. Chapter 59, Contribution Point Store. Su Ming examined the methods of acquiring contribution points and discovered that slaying monsters and abyssal creatures was the quickest way to earn them. While completing tasks and selling materials could also yield contribution points, the amount was meager. After some calculation, he realized that during the recent monster tide he faced, most monsters were around level 40, with the strongest not exceeding level 50. He had accrued approximately 890,000 contribution points, most of which he earned by defeating monsters, indicating that slaying a level 40 monster would net him roughly 100 contribution points. This quantity of contribution points was quite reasonable, not overly stingy. What Su Ming was unaware of was that these contribution points were solely derived from his own efforts. Most practitioners within the fortress could only rely on weapons stationed along the walls to secure kills, and in such scenarios, the fortress would allocate a portion of the contribution points to replenish weaponry and repair equipment. Moreover, during battles, nearby allies often contributed damage, requiring a share of the contribution points as well, leaving only a paltry amount remaining. However, this was the case for other practitioners. For Su Ming, with the presence of his Undead Legion, it was akin to being bestowed free resources. Monsters not only yielded experience, but also dropped materials, allowing him to further exploit the practitioner center for additional gains. It was truly a windfall. For a fleeting moment, Su Ming found himself wishing to rush directly to the abyssal battlefield, questioning the necessity of attending university. Could attending classes possibly yield experience and income as swiftly as engaging in battle? Unfortunately, entry to the abyssal battlefield required a minimum level of 40. Additionally, the university did provide access to some secrets known only to high-level practitioners, such as laws and origins. Let me see what can be exchanged for these contribution points. He navigated the familiar halls of the practitioner center with ease, swiftly arriving at the contribution point store. Merging his mental energy with the crystal ball, a plethora of purchasing information flooded his consciousness. Devil's Bow Blue, inferior grade. Attributes, agility 40, strength 30. Engravings, level 2 armor piercing, level 2 corrosion. Level 1 wind attribute enhancement. Special traits, penetration. Attached skills, 1, tracking arrow. 2, triple shot. Intermediate mental power potion, suitable for level 20 to 40 practitioners. It rapidly restores expended mental energy. Berserk potion. Upon use, it induces a berserk state, significantly enhancing the user's overall attributes but temporarily impairing their rationality. Flame Burst, Mage Skill Book. It conjures a searing fireball that the caster can remotely detonate, unleashing a massive wave of flames that inflicts substantial fire damage on enemies, with a minuscule chance of triggering a chain explosion. Blazing Flame Set, Blue, Inferior Grade. Attributes, various weaponry, armor, skill scrolls, skill books, and potions abound. However, unlike the weapons and armor section, the lowest quality here is green, intermediate grade, with blue equipment and items being the norm. Furthermore, the attributes of these equipment and items are quite exceptional. After browsing for some time, Ming finally located the wood attribute crystal cores, with the lowest grade in the contribution point store being level 30 crystals. A level 30 crystal costs 300 contribution points, a level 40 crystal 3,000 contribution points, a level 50 crystal 30,000 contribution points, and a level 60 crystal 300,000 contribution points. He then checked the selling prices for crystal cores in the materials section. A level 30 crystal costs 600 gold coins, a level 40 crystal 6,000 gold coins, while level 50 and 60 crystals cannot be purchased with gold. Thus, one contribution point is effectively valued at 2 gold coins. However, gold cannot buy contribution points, as they are exclusive to frontline warriors. The buying price is as follows: level 10 crystal 5 gold coins, level 30 crystal 500 gold coins, and level 60 crystal 500,000 gold coins. Compared to selling prices, this represents a modest profit margin, and this buying and selling scheme could yield considerable income for the practitioner center. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ming? As he pondered this, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Ming turned to see a staff member from the practitioner center. Yes, that's me. How can I assist you? The staff member smiled politely and spoke warmly. I am Chen Gang, the director of the Tianning City Practitioner Center. This morning, I received a notice from higher-ups. Regardless of what you wish to purchase, we will sell it to you at cost price. The moment your identity information appeared, I rushed over to find you. Cost price? What a stroke of luck. Director Chen, it's a pleasure. I do indeed need to purchase some materials and also sell some. I would appreciate your assistance. Absolutely, absolutely. Just let me know what you need. Chen Gang's face was beaming with a smile. This was the top scholar of the nation, destined for achievements rivaling even Long Hua. If he could forge even a slight connection with him, a few favorable words in front of influential figures could lead to a prosperous future. The more Chen Gang thought about it, the happier he became, leading Ming into the VIP reception room and thoughtfully brewing a pot of fine tea for him. Please enjoy this tea. Chen Gang's incessant use of the honorific you made Ming somewhat uncomfortable. Director Chen, you're being too formal. Just call me Ming. Upon hearing this, Chen Gang immediately adjusted his address. All right, then I'll take the liberty of calling you Ming, my brother. Ming nodded. The name was inconsequential, as long as he could get his business done. Director Chen, I require a batch of wood attribute crystal cores. The more, the better, regardless of their level. Chen Gang's eyes lit up at this, and he promptly replied, no problem. Let me check the total stock of wood attribute crystal cores. Although the value of the wood attribute crystal cores is considerable, Chen Gang did not believe that Ming could acquire them all. Nevertheless, he meticulously examined every single wood attribute crystal core available. Shortly thereafter, Chen Gang compiled a comprehensive list, gesturing at it before stating, Brother Ming, we currently possess a total of 482 wood attribute crystal cores. Among these, there are 289 cores of level 20, 120 cores of level 40, and 73 cores of level 60. The cores above level 60 are indeed quite rare and generally not available for sale. Even if they were, they would quickly be snatched up by forgers. As of now, we have no stock of those. The uses of crystal cores are numerous, ranging from forging weapons and equipment to arranging formations and creating technological products. This, of course, is well known to you. It's fine. This is all we have. Ming replied, removing the storage ring from his finger and handing it to Chen Gang. Director Chen, the materials within are of no use to me. Please exchange them for gold coins. Chen Gang carefully accepted the ring, sweeping his mental energy over it, only to feel slightly dazed. He looked up at Ming in disbelief. Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly cleared his throat. This is far too much. The materials within the storage ring piled up like a small mountain, nearly approaching 1/10 of the inventory held by the Adventurers Center of Tianning City. Brother Ming, please take a moment to rest here. The materials are quite substantial. I will have others assist in tallying the total. Chapter 60. The Dark Apple Tree Bears Fruit. Not long after, Chen Gang hurried back, anxious that Ming might grow impatient from waiting. He returned a golden card and the storage ring to Ming. Brother Ming, the crystal cores you possess are valued at 6.45 million gold coins. The weapons and equipment are worth 800,000 gold coins. The various materials total 500,000 gold coins. There are a total of 11 skill books, none of which contain particularly rare skills, hence the price is not exceedingly high, averaging around 2,000 gold coins each, totaling 220,000 gold coins. In total, all the materials are valued at 79 million gold coins. This total was slightly higher than Su Ming's own estimates, indicating that Director Chen had procured them at top-tier prices, doing Su Ming a favor within his professional capacity. Thank you, Director Chen. Could you please calculate the price for the wood attribute crystal cores? I wish to acquire them all and see if the funds are sufficient. Acquire all the wood attribute crystal cores. Chen Gang thought he had misheard and asked for clarification. Upon receiving Su Ming's affirmative response, he hastily began calculating the price. With the list of all the wood attribute crystal cores in hand, the calculations were swift. In under 2 minutes, Chen Gang presented the price. The total for the 482 wood attribute crystal cores at the Adventurers Center of Tianning City is 683 million gold coins. If we apply the acquisition price, it would be 5 million. The primary reason for this higher price is that there are 2 cores of level 58, which are priced very close to 500,000 each. Fearing that Su Ming might misunderstand the pricing, Chen Gang quickly explained the reasoning behind it. Su Ming nodded slightly, handing over the golden card and storage ring. The over 7 million gold coins he had just received quickly dwindled to over 5 million. Such expenditure was quite burdensome. With only 39 million gold coins remaining, Su Ming could only hope that the dark apple tree would possess some special value upon maturity, allowing him to recoup his losses. Otherwise, the funds for purchasing the wood attribute crystal cores and bloodlines would indeed be insufficient. Then, could you please assist me in packaging this? Su Ming requested. Chen Gang accepted the golden card but did not take the storage ring, smiling as he said, Brother Su Ming, spending over 5 million gold coins in one go warrants us providing you with a new storage ring. Su Ming nodded slightly and then inquired, oh, by the way, Director Chen, does the Adventurers Center sell bloodlines? Chen Gang gently shook his head. As of this year, we have only received one bloodline, and it was immediately claimed by the higher-ups. However, if Brother Su Ming is interested, I will keep an eye out and contact you immediately if any become available. All right. Thank you, Director Chen. The two exchanged contact information. 10 minutes later, Su Ming left the Adventurers Center with the wood attribute crystal cores and headed straight home. Upon returning, he promptly transferred all the wood attribute crystal cores into the necromantic space. With the influx of numerous wood attribute crystal cores, a faint glimmer of vitality emerged in the previously lifeless necromantic space. However, this was merely a fleeting moment before it was entirely consumed by the necromantic realm. The skeleton farmers and skeleton fruit farmers, busy tending to crops and fruit trees, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a large number of wood attribute crystal cores. They rushed towards the crystal cores as if they were desperate individuals encountering a beautiful woman. Su Ming quickly halted them. He needed to conduct an experiment to determine how many crystal cores were required to bear fruit from an apple tree and to estimate the approximate cost. He summoned 3 skeleton fruit farmers, each taking 10 level 20 and 40 crystal cores, channeling the wood attribute energy into the dark apple tree. The apples on the branches visibly swelled, ultimately ripening and falling from the tree. The effect of the wood attribute crystal cores was akin to a ripening agent. Once one apple fell, the others followed suit, cascading down from the branches. The skeleton fruit farmers seemed to have anticipated this, already stationed beneath the tree, ready to catch the apples as they fell. All the apples were precisely caught and taken into a room. Once the tree was completely devoid of apples, the dark apple tree visibly grew taller, and the flames of the skeleton farmers' souls blazed brighter, indicating an enhancement in their vitality. Simultaneously, the ecological value increased from the previous 32 points to 33 points. After utilizing the bloodline, the shadow cypress produced 2 more trees, increasing daily ecological value generation by 2 points. The automatic growth of fruit trees post-harvest was something Su Ming had not anticipated. A total of 10 apples fell from the apple tree. After a quick calculation, excluding the labor costs of the skeleton fruit farmers, the crystal cores alone were valued at 3 million gold coins. This meant that each apple cost 300,000 gold coins. Such an exorbitant price for golden apples. Su Ming inwardly lamented. 10 apples, each at 300,000. Am I being treated like a fool? He thought. Let me examine what makes these 300,000 gold coin apples so special. Su Ming entered the room where the skeleton fruit farmers stored the apples. This room had been constructed by the skeleton builders, whose sole mission seemed to be construction. They knew nothing beyond this. Once a house was built, they would tirelessly continue to the next. Inside the apple storage room, the 10 apples were meticulously arranged. Each apple rested upon a delicately crafted stand made from trimmed apple branches. Upon closer inspection, Ming noticed that within the branch-made stands sat a wood attribute crystal core, with the apples positioned above them. Is this a means of preservation? They're using crystal cores for freshness, Ming thought, shaking his head in disbelief. Upon exiting the vision, the previously restrained skeleton fruit farmers and workers rushed once again toward the wood attribute crystal cores with reckless abandon. Even amidst the chaos, several thighs and feet lay strewn upon the ground, trampled into bone fragments by other skeletons. The trampling incident. Once the crystal cores were entirely devoured by the skeletons, only a few incomplete skeletal farmers remained, still searching for their legs and feet. Their vacant gazes were filled with bewilderment. I merely came to collect a few crystal cores. What is the deal with this? I arrived in good condition, yet departed without my legs and feet. Who am I to seek justice from? With a flicker of thought, Ming summoned an apple from the realm of the undead, manifesting it in his hand. Law fruit, a consumable item. Upon consumption, it bestows a permanent enhancement to one's comprehension of the laws. The description was succinct and straightforward. I had thought it would be something extraordinary. It merely enhances one's understanding of the laws. Wait, what is this? The laws. Ming's mind briefly faltered, the words of Shunjai in pain echoing in his thoughts. Upon reaching level 59, to transcend to level 60, one must rely not solely on experience, but also on a fundamental grasp of the laws. Each profession possesses its unique laws, which can only be slowly comprehended through personal insight. Most individuals find themselves stymied at this juncture, achieving no more than level 59 throughout their lives. Ming laboriously lowered his gaze upon the apple, which seemed to have been afflicted with albinism. Beneath its unremarkable exterior, does it conceal such a peculiar function? This law fruit, you peculiar thing. Chapter 61. This fruit is named the Linksea fruit. At 300,000 gold coins, it offers a singular fruit capable of enhancing one's perception of the laws. This is truly remarkable. For such an effect, I would pay not just 300,000 for one, but even 3 million. It must be cultivated, vigorously cultivated. I am uncertain whether this world harbors items that enhance the perception of the laws. But if such items exist, they are undoubtedly rare treasures found within some secret realm. Otherwise, why would so many remain stuck at level 59, unable to break through? Regardless, Ming had never encountered any related descriptions or records anywhere. He concluded that this law fruit was indeed a highly coveted treasure. Alas, I cannot utilize it at present. However, it could be exchanged for a bloodline, which could then be used to evolve my skeletal soldiers. This seems quite advantageous. Yet, this item had never appeared before, and selling it would not be straightforward. After pondering briefly, Ming resolved to head to the Silver Sea auction house, intending to sell this item through the auction to maximize his profit. Subsequently, he researched the relevant details of the Silver Sea auction house online and, once prepared, made his way to Silver Sea City. Cities exist independently of one another, with humans relying on walls to fend off mutated creatures. Although these beings are not as ferocious as magical beasts, traversing from one city to another is not a simple endeavor. The original means of transportation have become obsolete, and later, the government collaborated with spatial practitioners to construct teleportation arrays, which have since become the primary mode of transport. The Spatial Management Bureau oversees these arrays, regulating prices and maintenance. While the Bureau appears to be an official organization, the stakeholders include not only the government, but also individuals and corporations. Because it is not solely under official control, the prices for teleportation are not cheap. A single journey within the province costs 100 gold coins, while interprovincial travel is 1,000 gold coins. Thus, most practitioners seldom venture between provinces, generally remaining within the same one. After paying 100 gold coins, Ming arrived in Silver Sea City. As he exited the teleportation array, a refreshing breeze, unique to the sea, greeted him. Ming squinted slightly, inhaling deeply the salty sea air, savoring the oceanic aroma that permeated the atmosphere. Upon stepping out of the teleportation reception hall, he surveyed his surroundings. The layout of Silver Sea City differed from that of his own. The streets were more spacious, and the architectural style was more modern and open. In the distance, a shimmering expanse of ocean could be seen, with gentle waves lapping at the shore, producing a symphony of delightful sounds. The environment here is truly splendid, far superior to Tianning City. Ming proceeded directly to the Silver Sea auction house. He had seen on the forum that an auction was scheduled for that evening, perfectly timed for him to auction off a law fruit. Upon arriving at the entrance of the auction house, the guards signaled for him to present identification. Ming was prepared and handed over the required documents. Upon seeing the name Ming, the guard appeared surprised. Isn't this the national top scholar? The guard smiled kindly at Su Ming and promptly allowed him entry. The hall was brilliantly illuminated and lavishly decorated, with an array of precious exhibits displayed all around. From ancient stones to rare weapons and armor, everything imaginable. The crowd buzzed with conversation, softly discussing the items to be auctioned. I hear there are some remarkable treasures tonight. Have you brought enough gold? What treasures? Do you have any insider information, brother? I heard they brought something from a newly discovered secret realm. What? A secret realm? If that is true, this guy will definitely strike it rich. Indeed, it's said to be something from the mechanical race, boasting high technological value. Upon hearing the mention of technology, most people instantly lost interest. Items related to technology are typically outrageously priced and do not significantly enhance a practitioner's abilities. Far inferior to those that can directly bolster their capabilities. Su Ming, however, was quite the opposite. Upon hearing the connection to the mechanical race, his interest was piqued, and he instinctively reached into his pocket to feel the card, pondering whether 300,000 gold coins would suffice. He may not understand it, but if it could unlock units related to technological research, he would not need to delve into it himself. Naturally, the skeletal soldiers would handle the research. And if they could produce any technological artifacts to be outfitted onto the skeletons, wouldn't that enhance their strength once more? The wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished rely on mutations. The mechanical race's items, even if useful, are beyond our means. Their usage requires regular maintenance and charging. It's both troublesome and impractical. My iron fist is straightforward and reliable, requiring only a few buns to engage in a fight. The man's words elicited laughter from the crowd, and Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle as well. Yet, what he said resonated with the sentiments of most practitioners. In this era, where technological products are exceedingly rare, they simply could not afford them. Su Ming approached the front desk and inquired, "Hello, I wish to auction an item." The staff scrutinized Su Ming for a moment, noting his youth, and replied, "You should be aware of our rules. If the item is too ordinary, it cannot be auctioned, and you will also need to bear a considerable testing fee." Su Ming nodded slightly, and the staff then said, "Follow me," leading him into the inner area. They turned left and right until they entered a small room. Inside, a man lounged on a sofa. Upon seeing Su Ming enter, he casually remarked, "Bring out the item. Let me see if it's worthy of the auction." Su Ming flipped his wrist, and the law fruit appeared in his hand. Wang Jilin cast a fleeting glance at it, and then exclaimed softly. He had not perceived the essence of this item at first glance. His profession was appraiser, naturally attuned to various energy properties, allowing him to discern the quality of most items at a glance. Yet, the object in the young man's hand eluded his immediate understanding. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a handkerchief materialized in his grasp, and the fruit of the law delicately descended into his palm. Wang Jiling's eyes shimmered with a golden hue, seemingly activating his professional abilities, yet the more he scrutinized, the deeper his frown became. Since his promotion at the tender age of 18, he had dedicated over 30 years to authenticating auction items for the Silver Sea Auction House. He had encountered countless auction pieces, yet never had he beheld something so peculiar. It bore no discernible attributes and exuded no energy. After a prolonged examination, he could not discern its nature, and thus could not help but turn to Su Ming, inquiring, "What is this fruit you possess?" Su Ming was taken aback. Upon acquiring the fruit of the law, one would typically receive its name and effects. Could it be that he was unable to perceive them? The look of confusion in Wang Jiling's eyes confirmed Su Ming's suspicions. Evidently, others could not perceive the effects of the fruit of the law aside from him. This fruit was known as the Spirit Insight fruit. Its effects were rather rare and related to the laws. "Oh, related to the laws, is it? No wonder I cannot discern it," Wang Jiling remarked, abruptly straightening in his seat, nearly toppling the teacup on the sofa. In disbelief, he asked, "You say it pertains to the laws. Are you certain?" Su Ming nodded slightly. Wang Jiling immediately cradled the Spirit Insight fruit in his hands, as if studying a precious treasure. "Although it can enhance the perception of the laws, I cannot ascertain the extent of this enhancement. After all, there is but one, and I am hesitant to experiment recklessly." Wang Jiling nodded in satisfaction. "Your approach is indeed commendable. Anything associated with the laws is invaluable." After observing it for a considerable time without yielding any further understanding, he returned the Spirit Insight fruit to Su Ming. "Let us depart. This item is too enigmatic, and I cannot ascertain its value or price. Come, I shall take you to meet old Lin. Perhaps he can provide clarity." Although Su Ming claimed it was related to the laws, the notion remained too astonishing for Wang Jiling, who had never heard of anything that could enhance the perception of the laws. Thus, he could not place his trust in it, nor dare to assign it a price. The auction house's reputation hinged on authenticity. If a counterfeit were sold, not only would his credentials as an appraiser be marred, but the entire Silver Sea Auction House's reputation would suffer. As the two departed from the room and ventured deeper, they ultimately halted before the innermost chamber. Wanjiling took a moment to adjust his attire and hair before gently knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came a genial voice from within. Upon entering, they found old Lin, a venerable elder with a head of white hair and spectacles, seated at his desk, sipping tea. Upon noticing Wanjiling's entrance, he lazily lifted his eyelids and remarked, Jiling, what peculiar items have you brought me this time? Su Ming produced the spirit insight fruit, and Wanjiling respectfully stated, Old Lin, this young lad wishes to auction this fruit, claiming it can enhance one's perception of the laws. I find myself unable to authenticate it. Hence my visit for your discerning eye. Old Lin's interest was piqued at the mention of laws, and with a subtle gesture, the fruit floated into his palm. However, it did not make contact with his hand, but hovered above it as he scrutinized it intently. His seemingly murky old eyes sparkled with brilliance, betraying no sign of his advanced age. This fruit possesses intriguing qualities. He suddenly flipped the spirit insight fruit over and flicked it with his finger. In an instant, a faint glow emanated from the fruit. Suddenly, Su Ming found himself enveloped in a transformed environment. Above him stretched a sky teeming with stars. Beneath his feet flowed a radiant river of stars, and he was surrounded by countless celestial bodies. Amidst this resplendent galaxy, he sensed Old Lin's aura, as if Old Lin himself were the very embodiment of the galaxy. The scene shifted once more, and Su Ming returned to the original room, everything unchanged around him. Wanjiling's eyes were alight with fervor. The fleeting sensation he had just experienced felt both familiar and foreign, as if it were something innate, yet somehow detached from him. Old Lin, was that your law just now? Old Lin nodded slightly, explaining, I merely employed the law to test this fruit, and to my astonishment, it amplified an exceedingly subtle thread of law power instantaneously. After a moment's reflection, he looked at Su Ming and inquired, Young friend, what is the name of this fruit? Do you have any more in your possession? After this spirit insight fruit is auctioned, I would like to purchase another at that price, if possible. Seeing Old Lin's earnestness, Wanjiling's eyes sparkled with excitement. He longed to inquire more from Su Ming, but out of respect for Old Lin, he suppressed his eager curiosity. Su Ming had already contemplated his words before arriving. He understood the principle of rarity equating to value and realized he should not reveal too much about the fruit's quantity. Thus, he composed himself and replied, This fruit is called the spirit insight fruit. However, I fear I must disappoint you, Old Lin. It is exceedingly precious, and I possess only two. One is reserved for my own advancement beyond level 60, leaving only this one for sale. Wanjiling's demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. Visibly crestfallen, Old Lin maintained a warm smile, waving his hand dismissively. The spirit insight fruit, a name that aptly reflects its nature, how fitting. No matter. Should you acquire more spirit insight fruits in the future, do remember to reach out to me. I shall offer you a satisfactory price. This old gentleman possesses a keen eye indeed, Su Ming thought. He has discerned that I have access to more spirit insight fruits. Moreover, he was quite affable, showing no airs and not coercing Su Ming into a transaction. Su Ming began to harbor a favorable impression of him. Certainly, Old Lin. If I am fortunate enough to procure more spirit insight fruits, I will be sure to contact you immediately to offer you one. Old Lin's smile brightened further. Having managed the Silver Sea auction house for many years, he was no fool. He could easily discern Su Ming's insinuations. He understood that Su Ming possessed far more than just the single fruit he currently held. Thank you, young friend. Now, let us discuss the auction price for this spirit insight fruit. Su Ming cut to the chase. To be candid, I do not intend to auction this spirit insight fruit for gold coins. Rather, I wish to barter for items. Would that be acceptable? Wanjiling pondered for a moment before eagerly responding. Bartering for items is certainly feasible, but we need to establish a starting reference. What items do you propose? Su Ming contemplated briefly. He required both crystal cores and bloodlines, one to promote the growth of crops, the other to aid in the evolution of skeletons. He decided to request bloodlines, regardless of quality. Although bloodlines were also quite rare and not inexpensive, they paled in comparison to the spirit insight fruit, which could enhance one's perception of the laws. Very well, shall we set the starting bid at 2 portions of blue quality bloodlines? Each subsequent bid must exceed 5 portions of green quality bloodlines, with 10 portions of green quality bloodlines equating to 1 portion of blue quality. He added, however, we must deduct a 10 auction fee from the final sale price. That is the standard protocol for auctioned items. Su Ming estimated that the final auction price would hover around 5 portions of blue quality bloodlines. A single Lingxi fruit is exchanged for 5 portions of blue bloodline, which seems reasonable. Primarily, the efficacy of the Lingxi fruit remains unverified. Once a piece is validated, the price should rise further. All right, I understand the rules. So let us proceed with the auction at this price. Seeing that matters were settled, Old Lin nodded in satisfaction. This young brother must be Su Ming, the national top scholar of this year. He has truly brought glory to our Longhua province. Jilin, let us waive his auction fee. Consider it a gesture of goodwill from the Silver Sea Auction House, and an opportunity to befriend this young man. Old Lin, a stalwart of Silver Sea Auction House, commanded great respect. Wan Jilin did not dare to argue, promptly agreeing. Thank you, Old Lin. Su Ming expressed his gratitude. Old Lin nodded slightly, his eyes filled with emotion and contentment. This young man not only possesses remarkable strength, but also bears exceptional fortune. The origins of the Lingxi fruit are undoubtedly extraordinary. If managed properly, it promises a bright future. After the two departed from Old Lin's chamber, there was still some time before the auction commenced. Wan Jilin arranged a VIP box for Su Ming, allowing him to rest while he prepared for the auction of the Lingxi fruit. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the VIP box, the bustling auction scene below was clearly visible. As time passed, the number of bidders increased, and soon the venue was filled to capacity. Among the crowd, Su Ming spotted a familiar face, Wang Ya. Welcome everyone to the Silver Sea Auction House. A melodious voice resonated as a figure appeared at the center of the auction stage. Clad in a form-fitting sheath dress, it elegantly accentuated her alluring curves. The hem of the dress stopped just above her knees, showcasing her long, graceful legs while maintaining an air of elegance and poise. It is said that the host of the Silver Sea Auction House, Yunqing is a celestial beauty. Witnessing her today truly affirms that reputation. Many attendees are not merely here to bid on items. At least half are drawn by the allure of Yunqing. Let us get started. I can hardly wait. Murmurs filled the audience. Yunqing heard the playful banter and merely smiled, continuing to explain the rules of the auction. To keep it brief, let us officially commence this auction. With that, a covered item appeared on the crystal pedestal before her, instantly captivating everyone's attention. It is well known that the most significant items in an auction are the first and last lots. A successful first item can energize the entire atmosphere, while the final item usually serves as a grand finale, retaining attendees and minimizing dropouts during the auction. For years, the Silver Sea Auction House has never disappointed in these two categories. Observing the eager professionals below, a smile graced Yunqing's face. This is the first item of today's auction. In all my years of hosting, I have never encountered something so extraordinary. Its unique effect is said to fulfill the dreams of countless professionals. At this moment, Yunqing resembled an angler, reeling in the curiosity of all present. Qing my dream is to marry you. Can you make that dream come true? Hurry up, Qing look, my buddy is practically on the verge of swooning. The playful comments echoed in the audience, and Yunqing simply smiled, lifting the red cloth that concealed the item. A brilliant light suddenly illuminated the pedestal. This item is known as the Lingxi fruit. It enhances one's perception of the loss. However, it can only be auctioned off for bloodlines, starting at a minimum of 2 portions of blue bloodline, with each subsequent bid requiring at least 5 portions of green bloodline, where 10 portions of green equate to 1 portion of blue bloodline. Let the bidding begin. The placement of the Lingxi fruit as the first item raised questions about whether it would fetch a good price. Su Ming mused. Upon hearing the term loss, the clamor of the crowd dissipated into silence, and everyone's breaths grew heavier. Enhancing one's perception of the loss. Wasn't this an opportunity to break through the 60-level barrier? As Yunqing's words faded, a voice called out a price. 3 portions of blue. 3 portions of blue, 5 portions of green. 4 portions of blue. Upon the announcement of 4 portions of blue, many in the auction hall appeared disheartened, some hesitating. Most bidders were professionals stuck at level 59 for an extended period or those nearing it. Their financial resources were limited, and 4 portions of blue bloodline would nearly deplete their savings. Additionally, the effect of this item remained uncertain, though the Silver Sea Auction House never auctioned counterfeit goods. However, if its effect were minimal, leaving them unable to break through level 60, wouldn't that be a significant loss? Thus, many chose to observe. 6 portions of blue. The bid jumped by 2 portions. At this proclamation, everyone turned in unison toward that direction, and Su Ming followed suit. The bidder was situated in a VIP box above, where the glass shielded their identity from discernment. Su Ming had an inkling of who it might be. 6 portions of blue bloodline was not a trivial sum. There were those capable of producing it, yet few could gather such a quantity in a short time. Furthermore, people typically held a cautious attitude toward the unknown, especially since the effects of this item remained undisclosed. This individual was undoubtedly here specifically for the Lingxi fruit, and seemed to recognize its promising effects. Thus, it was likely that this person was an insider of the auction, perhaps Old Lin or Wan Jilin. Yunqing awaited a moment for further bids, then announced, 6 portions of blue quality bloodline once. 6 portions of blue quality bloodline twice. 6 portions of blue quality bloodline 3 times. Bang. The gavel struck decisively. Congratulations to VIP number 12 for securing a Lingxi fruit. In VIP box number 12, Wan Zhiling gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Throughout the afternoon, he had scoured various locales in Silver Sea City, exhausting all his resources to assemble 6 portions of blue bloodline. Should another bid be made, he would lose the Lingxi fruit. He was gambling, staking everything he owned. He was betting that no one could gather 6 portions of bloodline in such a short time, and that others would harbor doubts about the efficacy of the Lingxi fruit. As the gavel fell, Wan Zhiling broke the armrest of his chair in excitement, leaping up. This is fantastic. I can finally break through level 59 and step into level 60. He had no interest in the subsequent auction items. Within 5 minutes, the staff delivered the Lingxi fruit to him. Wan Zhiling immediately produced the 6 portions of blue quality bloodline he had prepared in advance, successfully obtaining the coveted Lingxi fruit. Hardly had the staff departed when the Lingxi fruit was consumed, leaving him with barely a taste. That sensation, both familiar and foreign, surged within him once more. Yes, that was the feeling. Yet, this time it was significantly more intense, and Wan Zhiling seized it effortlessly. The following auction items comprised mainly equipment and armor, drawing little interest from the crowd. None fetched triple the price, and one item even failed to sell. After a brief interval of mere minutes, yet another object of intrigue emerged, captivating the attention of all present, including Su Ming. On the stage, Yun Qing'er cautiously unveiled a crimson cloth, revealing a stone that shimmered with radiant hues. This marked the 5th item to be auctioned at this event, the level 35 dungeon stone of the Endless Prairie. According to our esteemed appraisers, the equipment produced by this dungeon is tailored for archers and may even include a complete set. Upon hearing the auctioneer's introduction, the enthusiasm of the ordinary adventurers waned significantly. Although dungeon stones are indeed valuable, activating a dungeon necessitates a considerable amount of resources, and such dungeons are typically opened by official channels, with a few rare ones controlled by various organizations. Within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, the number of dungeons is virtually innumerable, most of which are freely accessible to adventurers. However, dungeons capable of yielding high-quality equipment are usually explored by officials first to ascertain their worth before being opened for adventurers at a fee. Only dungeons of little or no value are made available for free, serving merely as venues for adventurers to grind experience. Take, for instance, the Sword Tomb Dungeon, which boasts the promise of epic-level equipment. Initially, it was never open to the public and was solely explored by military personnel. After 2.5 years of exploration without any sign of the so-called epic equipment, it gradually transformed into a free dungeon open to all adventurers. Clearly, this auction item was aimed at both official organizations and certain private entities. The starting bid was set at 600,000, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 50,000. Let the bidding commence. 650,000. Came the voice from a VIP box. 750,000. 850,000. The bidding war erupted, with the voices of the VIP box patrons echoing, while the audience below remained silent. Ultimately, it was acquired for 900,000 by the number 1 VIP box. Within the 12th VIP box, Wan Zhiling slowly opened his eyes, appearing unchanged yet imbued with an indescribable sensation. The effect of the Lingxi fruit was astonishing. He had been stuck at level 59 for 5 long years, unable to grasp the essence of the laws. Whenever he sensed something, it would dissipate in less than 3 seconds. Thanks to the Lingxi fruit, he had touched the threshold of the laws in just a few minutes, having absorbed only 1/5 of its effects. Wan Zhiling glanced towards Su Ming's VIP box. His eyes filled with regret. Having personally consumed the Lingxi fruit, he now understood its remarkable properties. Exchanging 6 pieces of blue-quality items for 1 Lingxi fruit was indeed a significant advantage. Little brother, it seems I have taken advantage of you this time. Allow me to offer you free advertising, he mused, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Yun Qing, just as she was about to auction the next item. She was abruptly struck by a wave of intense discomfort. This sensation lasted but a fleeting moment, yet she felt as though she had been completely laid bare. Every aspect of her profession and skills exposed in a startling clarity. Yun Qing'er was not alone in this experience. The majority of those present felt a similar, albeit less intense, sensation. Adventurers positioned around the Silver Sea auction house readied themselves for action. Had someone grasped the laws so swiftly? It appeared that the efficacy of the Lingxi fruit was indeed impressive. No wonder Yun Qing'er had caught the attention of this elder. Su Ming wore a smile, glancing towards the 12th VIP box, softly murmuring to himself. Having previously sensed Elder Lin's laws, he immediately recognized this as a novel law. Inside the number 1 box, the individual seated in the recliner was none other than Su Ning. He held his palm in a loose grip, seemingly attuned to something, and after a moment raised his gaze towards the 12th VIP box, remarking contemplatively, an intriguing law, capable of penetrating the essence of things. It bears some resemblance to my spatial laws, though regrettably, its combat efficacy is considerably weaker. It seems that Lingxi fruit indeed enhances the comprehension of laws. I have missed a rare treasure. Su Ning gestured to his companion behind him, instructing, investigate the origins of this Lingxi fruit and identify who auctioned it. Many talents within the military were currently stuck at level 59, unable to break through. The chasm between level 59 and 60 could only be described as a formidable abyss. Their combat power was not even on the same scale. If such fruits were abundant, the military's strength would surge dramatically. This scene unfolded in nearly every VIP box, as connections were promptly leveraged to trace the individual behind the Lingxi fruit. Those adventurers yet to reach level 60 were filled with regret. Before Elder Lin, a luminous screen displayed the auction's proceedings, and he observed everything keenly, immediately discerning Wan Zhiling's intentions. This young man, while breaching the auction's rules and taking advantage of another, still exhibited a sense of gratitude. The majority of those in the auction hall had yet to engage with the laws, oblivious to what had just transpired until someone shouted, "The laws." Realization dawned upon them. This was a crucial step into level 59, and they hurriedly sought the source. Upon discovering it was from the 12th VIP box, they were left lamenting, their frustration palpable. Damn it, I should have contested that earlier. Who knows how long I'll remain stuck at level 59. It was astonishing how swiftly one could comprehend the laws. The effects of that fruit were indeed terrifying. I thought it was a hoax. Never did I expect it could genuinely enhance law perception. What a significant loss. The occupants of the 12th box had unwittingly reaped a tremendous advantage, and the realization of the fruit's efficacy led many to wish they had bid higher, lamenting their missed opportunity. This also stirred admiration for the Silver Sea auction house, which had managed to procure such a treasure. Yun Qing'er shot a fierce glare at the 12th VIP box before resuming the auction. The subsequent items failed to pique Su Ming's interest until a peculiar piece of wood was presented, capturing his attention. The wood stood half a person tall and was as thick as an arm, appearing rather unremarkable and devoid of any detectable energy fluctuations. This wood, known as spirit wood, had been brought back from the dwarven tribe by an adventurer. As many would know, the dwarves excel in forging, and this material is one of their specialized forging components. According to the appraisal results, incorporating this wood during forging carries a minuscule chance of enhancing the quality of weapons and equipment. The starting bid was set at 100,000 gold coins, with each increment not less than 10,000. Let the bidding begin. Silence enveloped the room. No one made a bid, not even the blacksmiths among them. Who would be foolish enough to spend 100,000 gold coins on a mere forging material? A low-grade blue item only costs about 10,000 gold coins. And this wood was not a primary forging material, but rather an optional one. Yun Qing'er sighed inwardly. This item had already been auctioned twice and had failed to sell both times. Were it not for the connection between the item's owner and the Silver Sea auction house, it would never have made it to the auction. It appeared destined to go unsold once more. Just as she was about to announce its failure to sell, a voice emerged from the direction of the VIP boxes. 100,000. Upon hearing this, Yun Qing'er felt a surge of joy within her, almost eager to declare the transaction finalized. Yet, her professional poise triumphed over the excitement swelling within her, and she cast her gaze towards the VIP box. Box number 6 has bid 100,000. Is there any further bidding? After a brief pause, Yun Qing'er continued, 100,000 gold coins going once. 100,000 gold coins going twice. 100,000 gold coins going thrice. Bang! The gavel fell from her hand. Congratulations to VIP box number 6 for acquiring a piece of spirit wood. The occupant of box number 6 was none other than Su Ming. Upon hearing it was wood, an idea struck him. Could this wood be transformed into undead vegetation? If so, might the timber from the dwarven tribes yield forgeable units? After all, it was merely 100,000 gold coins. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him. Thus, Su Ming decisively secured the spirit wood. A moment later, the staff delivered the spirit wood to Su Ming, and he paid the 100,000 gold coins to obtain it. As he held it and examined it for a moment, he noticed that aside from its dark hue and slight hardness, it bore no discernible differences from ordinary wood. There were no hints or descriptions regarding its properties. Would incorporating this material truly enhance the quality of weaponry? Su Ming remained skeptical. I hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 65. Suspected magical technological artifact from a secret realm. As he concentrated his mental energy on the spirit wood, Su Ming heard that familiar, yet slightly altered, notification tone. Detection of nearby vegetation that can be transformed into an undead nest. Requires 700 points of mental energy, currently unable to transform. It was indeed possible to transform. How marvelous. This meant Su Ming could seek out rare trees for conversion in the future, perhaps those related to dragons or phoenixes. Just the thought ignited a fervor within him. A unit requiring 700 points of mental energy must be extraordinary. He yearned to transform it immediately to discover its nature. Alas, he had reached the limit of vegetation he could convert and would have to wait for the system's next upgrade. While Su Ming reveled in his joy, the auction neared its conclusion. The final item on the block promised to be of great interest to many. Yin Qinger scanned the VIP box area, clearly addressing those within. Yet her words captured the attention of everyone present. The first item had been so significant, capable of aiding professionals in overcoming the formidable barrier of level 59. What then? Could the last item possibly be? All eyes were fixed in anticipation on the stage and Yin Qinger. Compared to the previous items, this one was substantially larger. Su Ming felt a sense of familiarity, but could not immediately recall what it was. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Yin Qinger delicately tugged, and the red cloth was unveiled. The final item was fully revealed under the lights. Resting at the center of a crystal display was an object approximately 2 meters long and 1 meter high. Su Ming, having just sipped water, spewed it forth in astonishment. He recognized it all too well, a motorcycle. Its design closely resembled that of a Kawasaki Ninja. Yet its color diverged significantly, showcasing an eerie dark red hue, with countless tiny runes swirling upon its surface, some emitting a faint magical glow. Moreover, it lacked wheels. Instead, 2 splendid luminous rings occupied the wheel positions. In the auction hall, someone could not restrain their curiosity, asking, "What is this? Equipment?" Yin Qinger slightly shook her head, her tone imbued with mystery. "This item is called the Flame Demon Rider. Our appraisers have tested it and found its maximum speed can reach 500 kilometers per hour. During riding, it automatically generates a magical shield to reduce resistance. The Flame Demon Rider is equipped with a magical cannon that can effortlessly slay epic professionals below level 30. Yin Qinger's declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. "Surely you jest. Such a contraption can kill epic professionals below level 30? I refuse to believe it unless you demonstrate it live." Questions flooded the room. What powered this device? Anticipating the inquiries, Yin Qinger raised her hand, and a massive holographic screen materialized in the center of the auction hall. The Flame Demon Rider is powered by fire and wind attribute cores. Here are the actual test visuals conducted by our appraisers. In the footage, the appraiser rode the Flame Demon Rider in a speed trial against an epic speed professional. With its full power unleashed, the Flame Demon Rider instantly outpaced the epic professional. The second test showcased the power of the magical cannon. An epic defensive professional, level 45, wielding a premium green shield, stood directly in front of the Flame Demon Rider. After charging the cannon, a terrifying crimson beam struck the professional. As the dust settled, the premium green shield was shattered into 2 halves, rendering it utterly useless, and the professional sustained minor injuries to his arm. The sheer force left the auction attendees in awe. This power could indeed eliminate professionals below level 30. As the saying goes, experts see the essence, novices see the spectacle. The spectators only beheld the Flame Demon Rider's speed and power, while those in the VIP boxes recognized its remarkable potential. Su Ning stood upon witnessing the Flame Demon Rider, his eyes brimming with fervor. His enthusiasm was not merely due to being the Ghostfire youth, but because he recognized the substantial potential embodied within this motorcycle. As occupations flourished and creatures mutated, most conventional weapons became obsolete, leading humanity to largely abandon technology and causing much of it to vanish into the annals of history. Eventually, the state recognized the significance of technology. Yet this era was no longer one dominated by firearms. What was needed now were magical technological weapons. This represented an entirely new domain, one that humanity had only begun to explore, having yet to fully grasp it. The magical weapons produced thus far were generally lackluster, effective only against lower-tier beings. The Flame Demon Rider was evidently a product of magical technology, and its maturity was exceedingly high. If its principles could be deciphered, it would undoubtedly accelerate the advancement of magical technology. It seemed the rumors regarding the secret realm associated with the mechanical race were indeed true. This was certainly an artifact from within that realm. If they had inadvertently exposed the secret realm, they would not have presented this item for auction, likely seeking to showcase its value through the auction. This secret realm held immense value for the state, but for individuals, it was akin to a stockroom for procurement. Individuals rarely possessed the financial resources to support research, so the core intent of the seller was likely to sell the secret realm. Su Ning turned to his guards and instructed, "Investigate the owner behind this item. Inform them that we are very interested in this secret realm and would like to meet. The price will surely satisfy them." Inside the auction hall, professionals were in an uproar. Although none had seen this contraption before, the moment they laid eyes on it, their hearts ignited with fervor. No one could resist a Kawasaki Ninja. The professionals were no exception, primarily because it was simply too cool. "Chinger, make a bid. Let me die in peace," one exclaimed. Riding this beauty to impress the ladies would surely make them swoon. Alas, I find myself once again poised to become a mere plaything of the affluent. Yin Qing'er cleared her throat and proclaimed, "The starting bid is set at 1 million gold coins, with each subsequent increase not to fall below 200,000. As her words echoed, voices emerged from the VIP box. 120,000. 140,000. Another box chimed in defiantly. 180,000. Su Ming joined the fray. 3 million. In box 1, Su Ning doubled the value outright. 320,000. Soon after, a voice from box 2 responded. As the sounds dissipated, the glass of box 2 descended, revealing figures clad in futuristic attire. They were from Tianxin Technology. What brought them to Silver Sea City for the auction instead of being in Kyoto? They must have received word and come specifically for this final item. The glass of box 1 fell away, unveiling Su Ning to the assembly. The leader of Tianxin Technology expressed surprise upon recognizing him. "Lord Su, our Tianxin Technology is willing to procure the Flame Demon Rider, and we can collaborate on its research." Su Ning waved his hand lightly, responding, "Let us finance it, and we will invite you to join in the study later." 340,000. The representatives from Tianxin Technology attempted to raise their bid once more, but their leader, Wang Su, halted him. "Very well, we are grateful to you, Lord Su." Ultimately, the Flame Demon Rider was secured by Su Ning for the lofty sum of 340,000. Su Ming glanced at the card in his hand, shaking his head in resignation. 200,000 is utterly insufficient. He sighed. "Never mind, I must first acquire my bloodline and evolve my troops. That is the true path." Chapter 66, The Undead Ecosystem 40. Why relinquish the Flame Demon Rider to them? With it, we could undoubtedly conquer the pivotal issues surrounding the creation of magical cannons. Behind Wang Su, a bespectacled, frail-looking man adjusted his glasses with a heavy hand, clearly discontent. Wang Su gazed toward box 1, where Su Ning had already departed, and spoke slowly. "The individual who just competed against us is named Su Ning, one of the 3 deputy generals of the Eastern Theater. His presence here signifies the Eastern Military Region. Do you understand?" The man swallowed hard. As the chief engineer of the research team, he was fully aware of what the 3 deputy generals of the Eastern Theater represented. They were truly significant figures. Wang Su continued, "The magical technology embodied in the Flame Demon Rider is extraordinarily advanced, beyond the current capabilities of humanity to replicate. This artifact must be a product from some secret realm. We have no need to offend the military. We should identify the mastermind behind this auction item. I suspect he possesses other similar magical technological artifacts that we could procure for research. Oh, and we should also investigate the mastermind behind the Lingxi fruit. I suspect he has more of such fruits at his disposal." Meanwhile, after acquiring 6 blue-quality bloodlines and confirming their integrity, Su Ming prepared to return to Tianning City. Just then, Wan Jiling hurriedly approached him. "Brother Su Ming, hold on. I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Su Ming inquired. Stowing away the 6 bloodlines and observing Wan Jiling, who now exuded a distinct aura, evidently having grasped a new principle. This validated Su Ming's earlier conjecture. Inside, Wan Jiling led Su Ming back into a room, closing the door before saying, "The military and some organizations wish to exchange Lingxi fruits with you. What are your thoughts?" "Brother Su Ming? Of course, if you're unwilling, I'll send them away without revealing your identity." "Do not do that. I have been waiting to make a purchase. Why would I seek out others when they are coming to me?" Su Ming understood that a substantial amount of bloodline resources lay in the hands of the military. However, if he were to approach them directly, the exchange rate would certainly not meet 6 bloodlines for 1 fruit. He might even be undervalued. Now that they sought him out, the price could exceed 6 bloodlines. An exchange is feasible. Su Ming shifted his stance, adding, "However, the Lingxi fruits are limited in number. I only have 1 remaining. So I fear I can only trade with 1 party." A glimmer of skepticism appeared in Wan Jiling's eyes. Earlier, he had mentioned keeping this fruit for his own breakthrough. Yet now he intended to sell it right after the auction. It seemed evident that he possessed more than 2. Was he attempting to ensnare me? In an instant, Wan Jiling felt as though he had been comprehensively utilized by Su Ming, leveraging the auction to amplify the reputation of the Lingxi fruit and garner free publicity from the attendees. Even more so, he had seemingly anticipated Wan Jiling's thoughts, deliberately auctioning the bloodlines to create an opportunity for him to procure the fruit, and I had unwittingly provided him with free advertising. The fruit's renown had spread rapidly. If this were indeed the case, then this young man was exceedingly cunning. Wan Jiling resolved that regardless of coincidence or design, This individual must not be trifled with. He must carefully manage his relationship with Su Ming. Brother Su Ming, please have a seat. Allow me to brew you a cup of tea. Would you prefer more or less tea leaves? Should I add sugar? Wan Jiling's tone had transformed entirely, his demeanor now unusually cordial, leaving Su Ming momentarily taken aback. What was his motive? Whatever is fine. Very well, rest for a moment. It will be ready shortly. As Wan Jiling prepared the tea, he continued. Let us allow the parties to bid. Whoever offers the highest price shall acquire the Lingxi fruit. What do you think, Brother Su Ming? Su Ming was taken aback. He had initially aimed for 7 or 8 bloodlines, but he had not anticipated Wan Jiling's shrewdness. After contemplation, Su Ming ultimately declined the proposal. Although his supply of Lingxi fruits was limited for now, as the dark apple trees continued to grow, their yield would inevitably increase. He certainly would not exhaust his stock and would eventually trade with others. These individuals would become his esteemed clients. If he treated them poorly now, it would hinder future transactions. After a moment's thought, Su Ming replied, inform them that 8 blue-quality bloodlines may be exchanged for 1 Lingxi fruit. If they are agreeable, I shall await them at the Silver Sea auction in 10 days. 8 blue bloodlines. Goodness, that is quite a sum. Wan Jiling could hardly contain his excitement at the thought of having spent only 6 blue bloodlines. Very well, I shall certainly convey your message. After departing from the Silver Sea auction, Su Ming made another visit to the Silver Sea City Practitioner Center, spending 2 million gold coins to acquire several wood-type crystal nuclei, which he promptly deposited into the undead space. Having completed these tasks, Su Ming returned to Tianning City with a sense of satisfaction. Upon entering his home, he received jubilant news from Lin Xian. God Su, I have received my admission letter from Kyoto University. Wang Ye has also been accepted. You must have received your notification as well, right? However, Long Lin from 5th High did not apply to Kyoto University, but instead to Magic Capital University. I heard she seems to have been quite discouraged by you, smirking. Discouraged by me? Well, one could only say that her mental fortitude was rather fragile. Su Ming rubbed the bridge of his nose. The notification was personally delivered by Shun Jianping. Acknowledging this, Su Ming quickly freshened up and lay down on his bed, intending to peruse today's news. He wished to see if there were any updates regarding Xia Yuan and the Eagle Nation. However, just as he settled in, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Host level has reached 30. The undead ecosystem will undergo an upgrade. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Undead ecosystem level 40. Function 4 unlocked. Unit fusion. Unit fusion allows for the fusion of units of the same evolutionary tier, unlocking more powerful units. Note 1. Fused units will enhance functionality and combat prowess, but will not directly increase attributes. The new unit's attributes will inherit those of the strongest unit. Note 2. Only 2 base units can be fused, and fused units cannot be refused. Additionally, when evolving fused units, both base units must evolve simultaneously. After reading the explanation, Su Ming furrowed his brow. How to describe this newly unlocked function? It had its use, albeit not significantly impactful. However, it did increase the ceiling and potential of the units. Subsequently, Su Ming examined the system panel, and indeed, the undead vegetation section had changed. 3040. He could unlock 10 new units. Just as the system's notification faded, another related to Su Ming sounded. Host level has reached 30, acquiring the 3rd skill, Undead Bone Commander. Undead Bone Commander. Select a skeleton soldier and bestow upon it the title of Bone Commander, greatly enhancing its intelligence and granting it leadership capabilities to command all skeleton soldiers. Note, once appointed, the choice cannot be altered. The Bone Commander will never betray the host. Thus, the host must select the most suitable unit. Damn. Chapter 67 unlocks new unit 31. Su Ming could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Granting intelligence to a skeleton soldier. This was utterly extraordinary. How intriguing, truly fascinating. He was finally beginning to resemble a lord. Those unaware might mistake him for a summoner. This 4th skill left Su Ming genuinely astounded, and he hastily opened the system panel. Name, Su Ming. Profession, Undead Lord. Level, 30. Strength, 40030. Agility, 40030. Spirit, 8009089. Base, 800. Spirit Ring 10. Green Midgrade Mage Set 30. Staff of Withered Bones 50. Level 1 Spirit Amplification 10. Constitution, 40060. The first figures represent base attributes, while the latter denote equipment bonuses. The Spirit section reflects the additional attributes after amplification of 10. Equipment, 1. Cloak of Concealment. 2. Spirit Ring. 3. Staff of Withered Bones. 4. Secret Mage Set, 44. Number of Undead, 125941. Abyssal Berserk Warriors, 5892. Bloodbone Archers, 4839. Talent, Blessing of the Reaper. Undead creatures have a 40 chance to enhance all attributes by 1 upon defeating an enemy. Skills: 1. Bone Feeding Magic, active skill. 2. Echoes of the Undead, active skill. 3. Comprehensive Pact, passive skill. 4. Undead Bone Commander, active skill, 0-1. As expected, the probability of the Blessing of the Reaper had increased once more by 10, reaching 40, nearly half. The Undead Bone Commander skill had a numerical limit. It seemed only one Bone Commander could be appointed. After absorbing and digesting all the information, Ming decisively retrieved the Spirit Wood, preparing to unlock this unit. Detected nearby vegetation that can be transformed into an undead nest. Requires 700 spirit points. Would you like to proceed with the transformation? Transformation. Instantly, 700 spirit points were drained, leaving Ming with a sense of emptiness. Transformation successful. Unlocking Vegetation 1. Soulfire Spirit Fig. Undead Vegetation 1. Death Grass. 31. Soulfire Spirit Fig. Evolution Tier 0. Consumes 700 ecological points. Unit: Skeleton Smith. A unit with forging consciousness, capable of crafting exclusive weapons for units. The host must provide relevant forging materials. Generation speed: 1 unit per day. Just as Ming had speculated, it was indeed related to forging. From now on, he had 2 additional tasks. First, to gather rare special woods to unlock new units. Second, to collect various materials for forging weapons and equipment. However, with the Undead Legion at his disposal, material acquisition was not a significant concern, as they could gather plenty of materials daily. Ming merely needed to provide some special materials. Moreover, there were still ample materials within the undead space. Nevertheless, the generation speed was rather slow. To investigate the cause, Ming entered the undead space and soon located the nest position. Unlike the other lush vegetation, the Soulfire Spirit Fig was currently just a bare stick. No wonder the generation speed was so sluggish. It hadn't grown yet. Ming took out 6 blue-quality bloodlines in succession. Vampire Bloodline, Phantom Venom Beast Bloodline, Lava Demon Bloodline, Thunder Ape Bloodline, Holy Spirit Vine Bloodline, Ghoul Bloodline. The generation speed of the Skeleton Smith was too slow. So Ming decided to feed all these bloodlines to the Soulfire Spirit Fig, enabling him to acquire a batch of Skeleton Smiths more swiftly. Previously, the Skeleton Assassin had absorbed the bloodline and sent it directly to its nest. However, now that there were no Skeleton Smiths to deliver the bloodline to the Soulfire Spirit Fig, Ming worried that other skeleton soldiers might behave like the Skeleton Assassin. So he promptly summoned a Bone Demon. After absorbing the 6 bloodlines, he directed the Bone Demon to the side of the Soulfire Spirit Fig. The Soulfire Spirit Fig exhibited an eager demeanor, akin to a child yearning for milk, desperately wanting to receive the bloodline. Once the Bone Demon placed its hand on the trunk of the Soulfire Spirit Fig, it immediately began to absorb the bloodlines voraciously. In merely 20 minutes, it had completely absorbed the essence of the 6 bloodlines. It transformed from a mere stick into a flourishing entity. However, unlike the Shadow Cypress, it did not generate new trees but continually grew in strength, resembling the Dark Apple Tree in some respects. Perhaps it was simply not the time for propagation. Or perhaps the Soulfire Spirit Fig was inherently incapable of reproduction. Regardless of the reason, the generation speed of the Skeleton Smith had indeed increased. Unit: Skeleton Smith. Generation speed: 3 units per hour. The ecological value had also changed, from the original 33 points per day to 46 points per day, a substantial increase of 13 points. 12 points were gained from the 6 bloodlines, and 1 point was obtained from unlocking the Soulfire Spirit Fig. Furthermore, the attributes in the Damage Resonance section had also seen modifications. Damage Resonance gained attribute values. 1. Sword Chi Attribute, 3,328 points. 2. Blood Attribute, 2,135 points. Vampire Bloodline. 3. Thunder Attribute, 2,105 points. Thunder Ape Bloodline. 4. Lava Attribute, 2,000 points. Bloodline of the Lava Demon. 5. Poison Attribute, 2,000 points. Bloodline of the Illusory Poison Beast. 6. Light Attribute, 2,000 points. Bloodline of the Holy Spirit Vine. 7. Undead Attribute, 2,000 points. Bloodline of the Ghoul. 8. Shadow Attribute, 2,000 points. Bloodline of the Shadow Demon. 9. Abyss Attribute, 395 points. 10. Wood Attribute, 380 points. 11. The 3328 points of Sword Chi left Ming momentarily bewildered. Where did such an abundance of attribute points come from? Is there a bug? After a brief contemplation, Ming suddenly recalled Shunjian Pain. That day, when he summoned the Bone Demon to engage in combat with Shunjian Pain, it was likely her attack that augmented his Sword Chi. He vaguely remembered that his previous Sword Chi attribute was around 1,200. Goodness, A slight exertion has amassed over 2,000 sword chi points for me, comparable to a blue-quality bloodline. Truly, an 80-level powerhouse, fearsome indeed. Lord Shun, I implore you to spur me on relentlessly. Su Ming initially intended to proceed with troop fusion. Yet troop fusion necessitated compatible evolutionary levels. Thus, he resolved to first undertake troop evolution and contemplate fusion afterward. He expended 2,000 sword chi points and 200 ecological points. Mutation successful. The skeleton sword cultivator has mutated into a nether sword master. 7. Spirit Abyss Sword Tree. Evolution level. Level 1, 2,000 ecological points. Troop type, Nether Sword Master. Generation speed, 1 unit per hour. Nether Sword Master. Description, a master among sword cultivators. Capable of condensing sword chi and mastering some fundamental sword techniques. Level, 10. Strength, 1958. Agility, 1958. Mentality, 1958. Constitution, 1958. Skills. 1. Sword Control Technique. Sword Control Technique. Manipulates the bone sword within a 100-meter radius by consuming mental power to attack. During its flight, the bone sword possesses effects of armor piercing, demon piercing, and speed boost. Sword Control Technique? My friend, are you truly embarking on the path of immortal cultivation? The skills of the Nether Sword Master left Su Ming in a state of astonishment. Indeed, it seems I am destined to cultivate sword immortals, and not just one, but a multitude. When all Nether Sword cultivators utilize the sword control technique together, my goodness. Merely envisioning that spectacle sends shivers down Su Ming's spine. The evolved Nether Sword Master aligns perfectly with Su Ming's expectations. Excellent, excellent. So this is the way to play. After reviewing the attributes of the Nether Sword cultivator, Su Ming promptly commenced the evolution of the next troop type. Chapter 68, the first fusion troop. As for the blood attribute, Su Ming intended to reserve it solely for the Blood-Bone Sharpshooter. Its passive skill, Blood Curse, and its skill, Blood Sacrifice Arrow, are closely tied to blood. And by continuing down this path of evolution, unexpected rewards may await. Furthermore, the first evolution requires 2,000 attribute points, and given the system's tendencies, Su Ming surmised that subsequent successful evolutions would demand at least 4,000 points. Hence, he temporarily refrained from utilizing the blood attribute. The formidable power and rapid speed of the lightning attribute posed a conundrum for Su Ming regarding its allocation. After much contemplation, he decided to assign this attribute to the skeleton eagle. By combining the skeleton eagle's swiftness with the output of the Blood-Bone Sharpshooter, he would optimize troop synergy. He expended 2,000 lightning points and 180 ecological points. Mutation successful. The skeleton eagle has mutated into the Azure Thunderbone Eagle. 13. Soul Pine. Evolution level, level 1, 1,800 ecological points. Troop type, Azure Thunderbone Eagle. Generation speed, 3 units per hour. Azure Thunderbone Eagle. Description, possesses an extraordinarily terrifying speed, which can increase by 50 during thunderstorms. Level, 10. Strength, 1373. Agility, 1373. Mentality, 1373. Constitution, 1373. Passive, Thunder Summon. Skills 1. Azure Thunder's Fury. Thunder Summon. Can channel surrounding lightning for attacks. Azure Thunder's Fury unleashes a powerful bolt of lightning, striking the target and triggering chain lightning. It inflicts chain damage and a paralysis effect on enemies within a 5-meter radius. For the lava attribute, with its defensive and lava characteristics, nothing could be more fitting than the Skeleton Shield Guardian. He expended 2,000 lava points and 80 ecological points. Mutation successful. The Skeleton Shield Guardian has mutated into the Molten Bone Sentinel. 4. Bloodthorn Vine. Evolution level, level 1, 800 ecological points. Troop type, Molten Bone Sentinel. Generation speed, for units per hour. Molten Bone Sentinel. Level, 10. Strength, 1215. Agility, 1215. Mentality, 1215. Constitution, 1215. Skill 1. Lava Heavy Strike. Lava Shield Strike. Utilizes a lava shield for a powerful assault, inflicting 25 times damage on a single enemy and having a 30 chance to stun the enemy for 1 second. He expended 2,000 undead points and 20 ecological points. Mutation successful. The skeleton mage has mutated into the Undead Sorcerer. 2. Cursed Tree. Evolution level, level 1, 200 ecological points. Troop type, Undead Sorcerer. Generation speed, for units per hour. Undead Sorcerer. Level, 10. Strength, 1632. Agility, 1632. Mentality, 1632. Constitution, 1632. Skill 1. Corrosive Arrow Rain. Corrosive Arrow Rain summons a multitude of bone arrows, imbued with a corrosive effect, capable of inflicting ongoing damage on enemies. The remaining poison, light, and Shadow attributes each have 2,000 points, yet only 170 ecological points remain. Su Ming intends to reserve the Shadow attribute for the Skeleton Assassin. Currently, he has no suitable troop type for the Poison and Light attributes, so he plans to hold off on those for the time being. Presently, he possesses 2 level 2 evolved troops, Abyss Berserker, and 1 level 1 evolved troop, Undead Sorcerer, Bloodbone Sharpshooter, Molten Bone Sentinel, Nether Sword Master, Azure Thunderbone Eagle. After careful scrutiny, Su Ming discerned that the only candidates for fusion were the Bloodbone Sharpshooter and the Azure Thunderbone Eagle, as the other troops primarily serve as combat units, and fusing them would be somewhat wasteful. The Bloodbone Sharpshooter and Azure Thunderbone Eagle are about to undergo troop fusion. Selecting the most suitable fusion method. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Fusion Troop 1 unlocked. Please name the host. The Azure Thunderbone Eagle becomes the exclusive mount of this troop, establishing a profound mental connection, resulting in exceptional synergy. Thunderstrike Rider. Naming successful. Fusion Troop 1. Thunderstrike Rider. As Su Ming contemplated examining the Laser Knight, a significant issue arose with the Phantasm Swordmaster. A multitude of Phantasm Swordmasters were dispersed and transported back to the realm of the undead. After the evolution of the Phantasm Swordmasters, Su Ming had sent them into the Sword Tomb dungeon, where they were ostensibly meant to engage in monster hunting. What could have caused such an unexpected surge in casualties? Without delay, Su Ming attuned himself to the conditions within the Sword Tomb dungeon. Observing through the perspective of a Phantasm Swordmaster, the state of the dungeon became glaringly apparent. The interior remained littered with the remnants of shattered walls, steeped in desolation and decay, utterly unchanged from before. However, the monsters inside had undergone a qualitative transformation. Their forms now strikingly solid, devoid of the ethereal essence they previously possessed. While their attributes did not exhibit a notable increase, their prowess had clearly escalated. Not far off, a sword soul was engaged in combat with a Phantasm Swordmaster. The Phantasm Swordmaster executed intricate sword techniques, controlling its bone sword with fluid grace akin to a soaring dragon, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages with each lethal strike. This was the newly unlocked skill of sword control. The formidable sword soul, wielding its sword with one hand, effortlessly parried the Phantasm Swordmaster's assaults. Each thrust it made precisely deflected the bone sword. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had transpired. At the moment the bone sword was deflected, the sword soul's form flickered, transforming into a streak of light that instantaneously appeared behind the Phantasm Swordmaster. With a thrust of its long sword, it pierced through the Phantasm Swordmaster's back. Yet, as a being of the undead, the Phantasm Swordmaster's weakness did not lie in its heart, and thus it remained largely unscathed by the blow. With a swift turn, it unleashed a powerful punch towards the sword soul. Though the sword soul raised its sword to block, the Phantasm Swordmaster's attributes far surpassed its own. The tremendous force sent the sword soul flying, crashing against a massive stone pillar. Debris scattered, stirring up a cloud of dust. According to the law of smoke, but no injury, the opponent should be unharmed. Seemingly to validate Su Ming's inference, the sword soul emerged unscathed from the dust, lightly brushing off its attire. A glimmer of mockery danced in its eyes as it flicked its wrist, once again pointing the sword tip at the Phantasm Swordmaster. It possessed intelligence. Su Ming gazed at it in disbelief. What was happening? Subsequently, the sword soul assumed a serious demeanor, casting aside its long sword. It altered the sword technique in its hand, causing the sword to grow immensely in size. Su Ming read its lips, and it appeared to utter the command to go. The colossal sword shot towards the Phantasm Swordmaster. Reacting promptly, the Phantasm Swordmaster summoned its bone sword for defense, but regrettably, it was shattered within mere breaths. Under the onslaught of the massive sword, the Phantasm Swordmaster disintegrated into a pile of bone fragments. Its soul fire severely wounded and subsequently transported back to the realm of the undead. This dungeon was undoubtedly peculiar. He would have to investigate further tomorrow. Su Ming had a lingering suspicion that it might be connected to the evolution of the Phantasm Swordmasters. As night had fallen, the external world could not access the dungeon, leaving Su Ming with no choice but to wait until morning. He decided to reserve the position of the Bone General, as the Abyssal Berserker 006 was currently the strongest. Su Ming planned to bestow the position of the Bone General upon it after its fusion. 006 was his true love. At 5:30, the alarm rang, prompting Su Ming to head straight for the Sword Tomb dungeon. Upon reaching the entrance before 6, he waited briefly before receiving the dungeon prompt. Sword Tomb, Level 30 Dungeon. Normal Mode, Accessible. Hard Mode, Accessible. Nightmare Mode, Accessible. The dungeon prompts were identical to before, with no discernible changes. Nightmare Mode. Please confirm whether to enter Nightmare Mode solo. Confirmed. A flash of light enveloped him as Su Ming re-entered the Sword Tomb dungeon. The environment remained unchanged. Yet upon entry, he immediately sensed something unusual. The entire dungeon was suffused with sword energy, a myriad of sword auras that pricked at his back with an unsettling sensation. Drawing forth the bone staff, Su Ming pointed it at a wandering sword spirit, eager to test the strength of the monsters within. Undead Bone Spear. A sharp bone spear coalesced beside him and shot towards the sword spirit, easily piercing through it. This sword spirit was significantly weaker than the one Su Ming had encountered the previous day. He sought out another Lord-class sword soul, which also fell effortlessly to his assault. Furrowing his brow, a sense of unease welled within him. Logically, the strength of these monsters should have been comparable to yesterday's, so why had they become so feeble today? Furthermore, the intelligence they exhibited yesterday was absent. Aside from the alteration in sword energy, no other changes were apparent. Unable to ascertain the cause, Su Ming resolved to summon a Phantasm Sword Master to discern the situation. As soon as the Phantasm Sword Master landed, the surrounding sword energy surged, all pointing towards it. The other monsters in the dungeon also exhibited newfound vitality, gradually approaching the Phantasm Sword Master. How fascinating! Such a phenomenon had not occurred when the Skeletal Sword Cultivator had previously cleared this dungeon. Yet, after evolving with the sword energy attribute, it had immediately manifested. Clearly, this dungeon was intertwined with sword energy, perhaps even connected to that epic-grade weapon. The mere thought of obtaining an epic-grade weapon sent a thrill through Su Ming. How delightful it would be. While he pondered, a cadre of elite sword spirits and lord-class sword souls had encircled him and the Phantasm Sword Master. Yet their gaze seemed solely fixated on the Phantasm Sword Master, entirely disregarding Su Ming. He felt a pang of discrimination. The monsters refrained from attacking collectively. Only one sword spirit issued a challenge to the Phantasm Sword Master. The others conspicuously parted to grant it space. It appeared a one-on-one duel was in order. Naturally, he intended to engage, but not with the Phantasm Sword Master, rather with the Bone Demon, consuming 200 points of mental energy and sacrificing 20 Phantasm Sword Masters. The Bone Demon materialized within the dungeon, standing with arms folded, its appearance starkly contrasted with before, now exuding an aura of lethal sword energy. Reminiscent of the legendary figure, Shun Jianping. This sword energy was not an outward projection of murderous intent, but rather an inwardly restrained sharpness. Undoubtedly, a master of the sword path. Bone Demon, level 30, strength 37,218, agility 37,218, mental 37,218, constitution 37,218, skills 1. Bone form, active skill 2. Sword array ceiling, active skill, existence duration 20 minutes. This marked the Bone Demon's inaugural appearance with 2 skills, which excited Su Ming greatly. It seemed the Bone Demon's first skill was permanent. The subsequent skills likely emerged from different types of corpses or other races. Remarkably powerful and distinctly unique. As soon as the Bone Demon emerged, the sword energy within the dungeon surged once more. A terrifying wave of sword energy inundated the area. Yet the Bone Demon remained steadfast. The monster's form solidified completely, with the Lord-class sword soul transforming into a fully human-like figure, its features sharp and clear, brimming with a thirst for battle. Now, their focus was solely on the Bone Demon, while the Phantasm Sword Master had long been overlooked. In an instant, Su Ming was once again enveloped by the sensation of being suppressed by Shun Jianping. The Bone Demon seemed to sense this, and with a subtle grip of its right hand, a remarkably exquisite bone sword materialized. The sword emanated a soft, milky white sheen, reminiscent of the frost and snow of early winter, cold yet pure. With a slight flick of the sword chi surrounding Su Ming dissipated in an instant. A sword spirit lunged towards the Bone Demon from behind, yet the Bone Demon did not turn. It remained standing with its sword at the ready, merely shifting its blade to precisely intercept the incoming longsword. A crisp sound of the sword's resonance reverberated through the air. The blade in the sword spirit's grasp was severed in two, and the spirit itself was vanquished by the Bone Demon. No sooner had this sword spirit perished than another emerged. Use your skills. Let's end this swiftly, Su Ming commanded, intending to swiftly eliminate the monsters here and delve deeper into the dungeon. The Bone Demon immediately complied, casting the bone sword into the air, which traced a graceful arc before transforming into 12 bone swords that scattered, forming a vast sword formation that instantaneously ensnared all surrounding monsters within. The sword formation sealed the monsters. The Bone Demon deftly executed a sword maneuver, and the chi within the formation coalesced into numerous razor-sharp sword lights, mercilessly reaping the lives of the creatures. Within the confines of the sword array, it was akin to a hellish inferno, with earth and stone flying about. Su Ming's experience points gradually ascended. Having surpassed level 30, he could distinctly feel the rate of experience accumulation diminishing significantly. Although the number of skeleton soldiers had increased, the quantity of monsters in the training grounds remained unchanged, and their levels had not risen, rendering the experience gained insufficient. He pondered whether the university had any high-level dungeons. If not, he would need to hasten his venture to the Abyss battlefield, for the pace of leveling could not afford to slow. Were it not for the numerous monstrous beings he had felled during the 5th round of examinations, it would have taken him quite some time to reach level 30. As monster after monster fell, the sword chi within the dungeon gradually grew thin. Once the creatures here were dealt with, Su Ming and the Bone Demon continued deeper into the dungeon. Upon traversing the outer layers, they found themselves amidst the ruins of collapsed palaces, adorned with intricate carvings and patterns. It appeared that this sword sect had once been a formidable faction. Alas, now it was but a shadow of its former self. Its past grandeur reduced to mere dust. As they approached the core of the dungeon, the number of sword specters increased, yet they were no match for the Bone Demon. After 20 minutes of journeying, they reached the core of the dungeon, where the time to summon the Bone Demon had elapsed. Su Ming summoned another Bone Demon, investing 300 mental energy to conjure 30 spectral sword masters for added assurance against the boss. The new Bone Demon, while possessing greater attributes, bore no other distinction from its predecessor. The core of the dungeon was dominated by a partially collapsed grand hall. Previously, opening the doors would activate the boss within. However, this time was entirely different. Upon pushing the doors open, there was no sign of the boss. The vast hall lay in eerie silence. Sunlight streamed through the shattered roof, casting mottled shadows. While the floor had long been ravaged by time, covered in thick layers of dust, Su Ming furrowed his brow and cautiously stepped back, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Sensing something amiss, he directed the Bone Demon to enter the hall, and only after confirming that no danger lurked nearby did he proceed within. Yet, the moment his foot touched the ground, an unexpected change occurred. This is bad. A sense of alarm surged within Su Ming, and before he could utter another word, both he and the Bone Demon vanished without a trace. Bang! The hall doors closed automatically, erasing all footprints from the ground, and the entire hall reverted to its original state, as if no one had ever set foot inside. Only the mottled shadows continued to flicker upon the dust, lending an air of desolation. Chapter 70. Zhou Qi. This is terrifying. Meanwhile, within the Practitioner Association of Tianning City, an unexpected disturbance arose in the section responsible for managing dungeons. The emblem denoting the Sword Tomb dungeon suddenly erupted with blinding light. The staff swiftly switched to the feed of the Sword Tomb dungeon entrance. At the entrance, the teleportation array had ceased its rotation, rendering it inaccessible. The practitioners gathered before the door were baffled, utterly unaware of what had transpired. According to the dungeon's description, the Sword Tomb was known for yielding epic-level equipment, prompting keen interest from the Practitioner Association. The occurrence of such an anomaly compelled them to promptly report the situation to Zhou Qi. Are there still practitioners inside the dungeon? The staff reviewed the footage from 6 o'clock until now, confirming that only Su Ming had entered the dungeon. A pang of anxiety gripped their hearts as they exclaimed, "Only Su Ming entered the dungeon this morning." What? Su Ming? Upon hearing Su Ming's name, Zhou Qi felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow. Momentarily dazed, this young man was now a prized asset of Tianning City, cherished as if he were fragile. And it was unfortunate that it was him caught in this predicament. Zhou Qi quickly pondered the situation. Had it not been for this young man, perhaps this dungeon would not have encountered such a crisis. This is terrifying, he thought. Is it possible to restart the dungeon entrance and retrieve him? No. We have lost the anchor point of this dungeon and cannot open the teleportation entrance. Zhou Qi felt overwhelmed. He was at a loss for how to locate someone not in the same dimension. He was not a space-type practitioner. In his agitation, he paced back and forth like a fly in a hot pan. Wait, a space-type practitioner. Lord Su Ning is a space-type. Yes, he must have a way. Zhou Qi promptly reported the situation to Lord Su Ning. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's description of the circumstances, Su Ning wasted no time and hurried to Tianning City. Ever since he had come to Tianning City to issue the 7-day trial task, he seemed to have forged an unbreakable bond with the place, spending nearly the entire past month there. Upon arriving at the entrance of this Sword Tomb dungeon, it was already under the control of the Practitioner Association. The practitioners of Tianning City were well aware of the dungeon's peculiarities and promptly gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Zhou Qi was anxiously pacing at the dungeon entrance when he saw his ally arrive and rushed over. Lord Su. Su Ning paid no heed to Zhou Qi and approached the entrance of the dungeon, keenly attuning himself to the presence of the Sword Tomb. After pinpointing the location, he immediately activated the laws of space and entered the dungeon. Only after Su Ning vanished from sight did Zhou Qi let out a sigh of relief. When this dungeon had first opened, Su Ning had been invited several times due to the uniqueness of his profession, but unfortunately, he had never uncovered any clues regarding epic-level weapons. Thus, he was somewhat familiar with the area, quickly scouring the entire dungeon for any sign of Su Ming. However, there was no trace of him to be found. Reluctantly, he made his way to the boss's territory. As he pushed open the Grand Hall doors, a level 30 king monster lunged at him. Su Ning had no inclination to engage in a prolonged battle. With a mere gesture of his hand, the king monster was suspended in midair, subsequently torn to shreds by the violent currents of space. Su Ning did not even cast a glance at it. He continued his meticulous search within the Grand Hall, yet still found no sign of Su Ming. How strange. Where could he possibly be? Why can I not find him? Su Ning stood there, contemplating the reasons behind this anomaly. Suddenly, a silver light flickered in his eyes as the space before him began to warp in an eerie manner. He intently sensed the lingering aura surrounding him. The aura of the secret realm. Su Ning abruptly opened his eyes. Shock and confusion reflected in his gaze. How could this lad possess such fortune? He had inadvertently stumbled upon a secret realm. So it was true. This sword tomb instance contained a secret realm, which explained the persistent search for that elusive epic-grade equipment. It seems this young man has once again made a significant contribution. Though it remains uncertain what rare treasures lie within this secret domain. Ordinary individuals cannot access the secret realm, yet figures of Su Ning's stature, like him, have some degree of exposure. In comparison to instances, the danger level of secret realms is somewhat diminished. However, treasures are not guaranteed. One must complete specific tasks to obtain them. As Su Ning's figure emerged from the instance, Zhou Qi, noticing he was alone, hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "Lord Su, where's Su Ming?" Su Ming is fine. The teleportation channel experienced spatial turbulence, preventing his transfer. It will stabilize in due time, so instruct your people to withdraw. Su Ning replied. Zhou Qi, unwilling to accept this, pressed on, "Lord Su, why did you not bring Su Ming out with you?" Su Ning maintained a calm demeanor. His level is too low. Without a stable teleportation channel, his body cannot withstand it. Zhou Qi, not being a spatial class practitioner, did not fully comprehend these matters. And despite his lingering doubts, he refrained from further questioning. Meanwhile, as Su Ming opened his eyes, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a towering mountain, upon which was inscribed an imposing character for sword. The strokes of the character flowed with vigor and strength, containing boundless sword intent. Just a glance sent chills down Su Ming's spine. He quickly contacted Bone Demon, discovering it was observing the character not far away. After ensuring the integrity of the undead space, he felt a measure of relief. The undead space and the skeleton soldiers were Su Ming's greatest reliance. As long as they were present, he could remain at ease. Su Ming refrained from interrupting Bone Demon's admiration and began to survey his surroundings. This place bore a striking resemblance to this sword tomb instance, yet it was exponentially larger. While this sword tomb instance was filled with ruins. Here stood pavilions and ancient trees, presenting a scene brimming with vitality. In the sky, flashes of sword light occasionally streaked across as disciples of the sword sect soared through the air on their swords, moving with astonishing speed like meteors across the horizon. Su Ming soon realized that this must be the sword sect described in the instance's introduction. His arrival here was likely closely tied to the Netherworld Sword Master. More precisely, it should relate to the sword aura. However, lacking sword aura himself, how had he managed to arrive here? Was it because of Bone Demon? Moreover, how could he leave this place? Surveying the area for something akin to a teleportation array, he regrettably found no exit. Could it be, like the instance, that the way out resided with the boss? A torrent of questions plagued Su Ming's mind, yet he remained unperturbed. Where there is a will, there is a way. He refused to believe he could be trapped here. Since he was here, he might as well make himself comfortable. Given that this was the former sword sect, the epic grade weapon, the Breaking Sky Sword, should also be present. Furthermore, this place was undoubtedly rich in sword-related items. Seizing the opportunity to gather sword aura attributes seemed to be the rightful path. As Su Ming contemplated his next moves, a sudden bellow echoed from a distance. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of our sect? Turning around, he saw two disciples clad in black attire scrutinizing him with vigilance. Su Ming felt a wave of exasperation. Slander. They accuse me unjustly. This was certainly not an act of my own volition. Bone Demon chimed in. I can testify. I was unaware this was your restricted area. The two exchanged glances, and one of them spoke. This individual is dressed strangely. He must be from the demon's sect. Let us apprehend him and present him to the law enforcement hall. The other, frowning slightly, seemed to have reservations. However, Given the presence of an outsider in the sect's forbidden area, it was prudent to hand him over for investigation. As they attempted to seize Su Ming, Bone Demon prepared to intervene, but Su Ming quickly stopped it, advising against revealing itself. The situation was unclear, and the strength of the sword sect was uncertain. It was best to refrain from engaging. Su Ming cooperated with the two, which surprised them, allowing them to escort him to the law enforcement hall. Along the way, he encountered numerous disciples of the sword sect and gained a general understanding of their capabilities. The strength of these disciples was not overly formidable, yet they surpassed the elite monsters from the instance. However, as they lacked information, Su Ming could not ascertain their precise strength. He could only estimate that the ordinary disciples were likely elite monsters at around level 40, while the head of the law enforcement hall before him was approximately level 45. Akin to a lord monster. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our sword sect's forbidden grounds? The head of the law enforcement hall questioned sternly. Throughout the journey, Su Ming had already devised a response, and thus he replied in a composed manner. I was merely wandering in the nearby mountains when an old man suddenly appeared. He praised my remarkable bone structure, claiming I was an exceptionally rare talent for cultivation, and insisted on teaching me, even attempting to sell me some martial arts manuals. Naturally, I refused, and he forcibly dragged me into your forbidden area, insisting I should comprehend some sword intent there. The head of the law enforcement hall paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet, he found himself believing Su Ming's words to some extent. Outside the sect's forbidden area, there were array restrictions. Aside from patrolling disciples, no other sect members could enter, let alone an ordinary person. This behavior, it bore a resemblance to the former sect master. The previous master was notoriously elusive, often returning with peculiar individuals. This time, he had directly brought someone into the sect's forbidden grounds. Old master, you rascal. The head of the law enforcement hall shifted his focus, no longer probing Su Ming's background, but rather inquired, have you gained any insights? Upon hearing this, Su Ming sensed that the man was beginning to believe him, and he felt a glimmer of hope. If one is to act, one must go all out. Since he had fabricated a tale, he would weave it thoroughly. Before his transmigration, Su Ming had been a film enthusiast, and the portrayals of swords in cinema were myriad, with the most legendary being the insights of Dugu Qiubai. Recalling Dugu Qiubai's understanding of the sword, he cleared his throat and declared, I believe the path of the sword can be divided into 3 realms. The initial stage is defined by the sword's form, pursuing the intricacies and variations of sword techniques. The intermediate stage is characterized by the intent of the sword, infusing sword intent into every move and strike. The advanced stage transcends to the sword as a way. The sword intent merges with the universe. The sword moves with the heart, and the heart shifts with intent. The head of the law enforcement hall nodded slightly, pressing further. And beyond that? Beyond that lies the ultimate destination of all sword techniques and the path of the sword, the formless triumphs over the formed. The head of the law enforcement hall was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. This formless triumphing over the formed. As a master of the sword path, he quickly grasped the concept, murmuring, it is precisely because of the formlessness that every movement becomes a lethal strike, and due to this formlessness, the opponent finds themselves without means to counter. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes shone, as he felt a profound understanding dawning upon him. Finally, he sat cross-legged on the ground, delving into contemplation. This left Su Ming utterly astonished. I merely spoke whimsically, yet you appeared to grasp the essence of it. Is there truly something to this? Su Ming pondered his earlier words, but found himself enveloped in confusion, realizing they bore no tangible significance. The head of the law enforcement hall contemplated this revelation for an entire day before abruptly opening his eyes, emanating an aura that felt significantly more profound, indicating a breakthrough had been achieved. His gaze towards Su Ming brimmed with gratitude as he promptly rose to express his thanks. I am deeply appreciative of your guidance. Young friend, you are indeed a prodigy of the sword, which explains why the esteemed patriarch would directly usher you into the sacred grounds of our sect. It seems he believes you possess considerable potential to gain the recognition of the Broken Song Sword. The esteemed patriarch? The Broken Song Sword? What do these have to do with one another? Su Ming thought, momentarily taken aback. Wait, the Broken Song Sword. That legendary weapon. I am aware of that. Noticing Su Ming's silence, the head of the law enforcement hall assumed he was unaware of the significance and sighed heavily before elaborating. What you may not know is that a century ago, the sword sect and the demon sect engaged in a monumental battle. The former patriarch, in an attempt to eliminate future threats, forcibly wielded the Broken Song Sword to slay the demon sect's leader. However, lacking the sword's acknowledgement led to a significant regression in his cultivation. For nearly a century, the sword sect has seen no noteworthy swordsmanship talents emerge, resulting in its current state of near extinction. Other sects are eyeing us hungrily. and the obliteration of the sword sect looms imminent. The former patriarch, unwilling to see our sect perish, frequently returned to gather individuals to join the sword sect, hoping to bolster its strength. Regrettably, no exceptional talents have arisen, nor has anyone gained the sword's recognition. At this juncture, his gaze turned fervent as he looked at Su Ming. The venerable elder who accompanied you must surely be the former patriarch of our sword sect. His decision to place you in the sacred ground stems from his belief in your potential to earn the broken song, sword's acknowledgement, and restore the glory of our sect. I shall report this to the patriarch and escort you back to the sacred grounds at once. Su Ming was momentarily flabbergasted. It appeared that his fanciful musings had coincidentally aligned with reality. Indeed, there was an elder who randomly brought individuals back home. Very well. If I can obtain a legendary weapon, I shall embrace this role of genius without hesitation. Su Ming's expression was resolute as he stated earnestly, if I am granted the broken song's sword's recognition, I shall not tarnish its illustrious name. The head of the law enforcement hall nodded slightly and immediately led Su Ming deeper into the sect. After navigating a considerable distance, they finally halted before the entrance of a grand hall. This hall was all too familiar to Su Ming, for it was none other than the location of the boss in the Sword Tomb dungeon. The head of the law enforcement hall pushed the door open, and Su Ming followed suit. In stark contrast to the dilapidated scenery within the dungeon, the floor here was paved with mirror-like azure stones, each exuding a faint, cold luminescence, suffused with the essence of heaven and earth. The hall's ceiling soared high, seemingly piercing the clouds, adorned with a magnificent star map, with countless stars twinkling brilliantly. It was truly a sight of grandeur. At that moment, the patriarch of the sword sect sat regally within the hall, resembling the boss from the Sword Tomb dungeon. After the head of the law enforcement hall paid his respects, he recounted the entire sequence of events to the current patriarch. Upon hearing this, the patriarch's gaze fixated intently on Su Ming, filled with anticipation and fervor. Su Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny, yet maintained a facade of calm, mimicking the head of the law enforcement hall's gestures of respect before speaking. I, Su Ming, humbly greet the patriarch. Ah, young friend Su Ming, do not stand on ceremony. The patriarch of the sword sect laughed heartily, rising to personally assist Su Ming. I shall escort you to the sacred grounds. Should you gain the broken song, sword's acknowledgement, I will gladly accept you as my disciple. What say you? Gratefully, Su Ming responded, I am deeply honored by your kindness, patriarch. I shall endeavor with all my might.